Chapter 1. Kamiya has traversed dimensions. He sits serenely in his study, extending his hand to examine his new corporeal form. His fingers are long and pale, possessing a texture akin to jade. When he clenches them tightly, he can almost hear the sound of his bones cracking. It is evident that this body is anything but ordinary. Kamiya muses. Kamiya is the name bestowed upon this vessel in his previous life. He was a citizen of Shiagua, and the specifics of his past need not be scrutinized too closely, nor does he dare to delve into them, for it is said that one may encounter the invincible ancient deity, the river crab, that spans the vast river of time. From this day forth, I shall be known as Kamiya. Kamiya surveyed his surroundings, a traditional Japanese study, imbued with an exquisite sense of old-world charm, where an ineffable elegance pervades the air. He sits cross-legged on a tatami mat intended for meditation, occupying the center of the room, with scarcely any furniture in sight. Notably, a Japanese longsword rests against the wall. A household of great wealth, perhaps? After all, an ordinary individual would not require a dedicated space for meditation. The immediate priority is to sort through the memories that flood his mind. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces his head, as though struck by a hammer. By the heavens! Even someone as composed as Kamiya cannot suppress a startled exclamation. Soon after, he collapses, unconscious. As the sun gradually sets, Kamiya awakens, struggling to open his eyes and rising unsteadily to his feet. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he feels an influx of knowledge within his mind, encompassing not only himself, but also the world surrounding him. This world boasts hundreds of nations, the one to which Kamiya belongs being known as Shinninguk, named for its veneration of the sacred cherry blossom tree. Within its borders lie 4 major provinces, each subdivided into counties and cities. The place he occupies is Chinshui County within the province of Sekigahara. What astonishes him further is the vastness of this realm, comparable in size to the entirety of the Eurasian continent, with a population that swells beyond imagination. Moreover, this world is home to the extraordinary powers, so that is it. As he senses the surging energy within him, he realizes this is no mere illusion. The extraordinary beings wreak havoc and reshape the world, forming the very nucleus of this realm. The governments of hundreds of nations have united to establish a confederation, jointly governing this expansive world. It is quite remarkable that hundreds of nations sharing a similar culture, the wind of Japan, have not unified, but rather coexist in this manner. Kamiya muses to himself. Approaching the weapon rack, he picks up a tanto, slowly drawing it from its sheath. The faint sound of the blade singing accompanies the gleaming white steel. As it emerges, Kamiya caresses the weapon, relishing the familiar sensation of thrusting, slashing, parrying, and chopping. His body instinctively recalls the muscle memory, while he simultaneously organizes the memories of his predecessor. The former occupant was a student at the prestigious Tinshui Private National School, the finest junior high in the region. As a class student with extraordinary potential, he entered the school and excelled academically, securing a place in the class genius class, preparing to challenge for entry into the premier high school in Shinninguk, the Tokyo Prefectural High School. However, fortune did not favor him. Both parents perished early, leaving behind a younger sister for companionship. Compared to the offspring of other extraordinary families, the former occupant could only dedicate himself to daily sword practice, striving for perfection. Despite this, he never ascended to the pinnacle of Tinshui Private National School, ultimately settling for 3rd place. It wasn't merely a desire to train, it was the lack of resources for any swordsmanship school, let alone extraordinary resources with such exceptional talent. It is utterly frustrating. The predecessor was regarded as an arrogant genius, for he never employed sword techniques in combat, relying solely on fundamental movements to defeat his foes, simplifying the complex and appearing to hide his true prowess. Kamiya finds himself both amused and exasperated. The former occupant never had the chance to reveal his abilities before exhausting himself to death, quite literally, yet now, a challenge lies ahead for Kamiya. Nevertheless, he remains unfazed, wholly focused on wielding the blade, revisiting the power contained within his memories. Sweat trickles down his cheeks, yet before it can touch the ground, the long blade cleaves through the air with a sharp gust, dissipating into mist. Sheathing the sword, Kamiya adeptly makes his way to the bath, his garments thoroughly soaked. As he soaks in the tub, Kamiya's expression becomes distant. Open the panel. Name: Kamiya. Strength: non-stage human enemy. Spirit power: 1540. Basic skills: proficient in Chinese, hidden for now. Proficient in Japanese 150, 7500. Mastery of basic swordsmanship 4500100000. Extraordinary ability: none. Crossing count 1. Initial template allocatable points 20. Indeed, the reason for his lack of concern is singular. The essential golden finger of the extraordinary. Though this golden finger appears quite rudimentary, it is, in fact, not complicated at all. Its primary abilities are twofold: the panel and the crossing. During the crossing, one can enhance the innate talent of the body within that world, akin to redistributing points, and select a temporary ability. In fact, the latter often outweighs the former. This is my means to alter the current situation, perhaps even to ascend to the pinnacle, but the time is not yet ripe. After finishing his bath, Kamiya Kiyoi stands before the mirror, scrutinizing himself as expected. He bears a striking resemblance to his former self: pale skin, sharp brows, and piercing eyes. The only difference now is that Kamiya Kiyoi sports long hair, casually tied back, lending him an air of elegance. An alternate dimensional counterpart, a unique existence among the myriad of realms he contemplates. As a devoted reader, how could he not have encountered such narratives before? With looks like mine, bartering for resources is not out of the question as long as my resolve remains unwavering. Solutions will always outnumber the obstacles. After a lighthearted quip, he returns to the study. The immediate priority is to enhance my strength. For the Academy's major examination approaches, this is the final opportunity for ranking, determining whether I can secure a stable entry into the Kanto Grand Tournament. Following that lies the rigorous national examination, where I must compete against countless prodigies for a place at the Tokyo Prefectural High School. Seated in meditation, Kamiya Kiyoi swiftly clarifies his thoughts. Brother? A small head peeks through the ajar door, featuring silky black hair and a delicate countenance. With cerulean eyes resembling amber, this is his adorable younger sister, Kamiya Mochizuki. Though he is reluctant to admit it, Kamiya Kiyoi is somewhat of a sister complex, whether in his previous life or this one. To provide better resources for his sister, the former occupant strived diligently to enter Tinshui Private National School, bringing Kamiya Mochizuki along. However, due to his rigorous training and lengthy hours of practice, communication with his sister was scarce, leaving him often at a loss for words with her. Brother, this is dinner for today. Her sweet voice, soft and melodic, as she sidles into the room, placing a tray before Kamiya Kiyoi. Brother, you've worked hard during this time. Please do not heed the rumors spread by others. Kamiya Mochizuki pouts adorably. Kamiya Kiyoi contemplates, realizing there is indeed some truth to her words. The former occupant would often give up after reaching third place in the Academy competition, leading the first and second place contenders to perceive it as disdain for their admirers. As a result, rumors of Kamiya Kiyoi's arrogance circulated throughout the Academy. It is nothing I do not mind. You have also endured much during this time. He smiles, gently ruffling Kamiya Mochizuki's hair. She nudges her head against his hand, beaming with sweetness. Watching her leave, Kamiya Kiyoi understands that the main event is about to commence. It is now May. With just a month remaining until the Academy's major examination, he must amass sufficient strength to face all challenges and protect everything he holds dear. He gazes at the unseen panel. Panel, show me your limits. Crossover. Ding. Searching the world. Ding. Searching host strength. Ding. Matching world. Match successful. World of Demon Slayer. Kimetsu no Yaiba loading. Loading successful. Loading initial template. Kamiya Kiyoi observes a series of data fluctuations before the panel halts. World, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Level, first stage. Synopsis. Set during the Taisho period in Japan, it is said that malevolent demons emerge at dusk to devour humans. However, demon slayers exist to eradicate these fiends and protect the populous. Tanjiro, a coal seller, witnesses his mother and 4 siblings brutally slaughtered, while his sister Nezuko survives but transforms into a ferocious demon. Guided by demon slayers, Tanjiro, determined to become one himself, embarks on a journey with Nezuko, who retains a semblance of her humanity despite her transformation. Loading character, Kamiya Kiyoi. Loading initial template. Talent allocation points, 20. Precision, 0 add. Vitality, 0 add. Spirit, 0 add. Available temporary talents to choose from. 1 near to the Tao. Your skill talent reaches the pinnacle. You can swiftly learn any technique and perfect it, surpassing your teacher. 2 Body of the Demon King. You are the newly born Demon King. Your form is immortal and indestructible. Your power transcends the ordinary, and your blood can assimilate humans. 3 The Sword is heaven's gift. Your swordsmanship is transcendent. Your path of the sword is forged by the heavens, and what you attain is the pinnacle of this realm. The Demon Slayer's blade, indeed, aligns perfectly with my world, and there is much to learn. Kamiya Kiyoi pondered as he caressed the long blade in his hand. Demon Slayer primarily utilizes breathing techniques, supplemented by physical strength, amplifying the body through breath. Given this, it seems that chi and spirit are of utmost importance. With limited talent points, would it not be wiser to concentrate on a singular advantage, rather than remain mediocre? Panel, allocate my talent points. Chi 10, Spirit 8, God 2. The slight deficiency in divinity would undoubtedly be disadvantageous, particularly in learning to perceive the world. However, if there's a temporary talent to compensate, then such an extreme allocation strategy becomes acceptable. The temporary talent, the body of the Demon King, is first to be dismissed. Although it is a means of overcoming challenges, it offers no benefit for him after departing from the realm of Demon Slayer. After all, this is merely a temporary talent, destined to fade upon leaving. At first glance, the sword as Heaven's gift seems to directly elevate one to the zenith of combat prowess within this realm, allowing one to become the new generation of Tsujikoni Yorichi. Yet, Kamiya Kiyoi yearns to acquire additional non-sword techniques from the Demon Slayer world, rendering the sword as Heaven's gift a tad too singular. The path of Near Dao could firstly hone his sword skills within Demon Slayer, allowing him to master techniques such as the Hekizai and the understanding of the world, while also learning skills not confined to swordsmanship, such as poison techniques and hand-to-hand combat. While Kamiya Kiyoi has resolved to pursue the path of the sword, this does not preclude him from acquiring other knowledge. After all, the myriad worlds are fraught with uncertainties, and future adversaries will undoubtedly possess such capabilities. Choosing the temporary talent, Path of Near Dao. Selection complete. Commencing traversal. 10-9-8. Kamiya Kiyoi felt a wave of disorientation as the surroundings gradually became enveloped in white light, and his vision turned to darkness. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself amidst a verdant forest, the lush greenery casting shadows on the ground as the remnants of the setting sun filtered through the trees, faint wisps of smoke curling in the distance. Kamiya Kiyoi assessed his body, discovering it bore no significant difference from reality. His spiritual energy and strength felt remarkably similar. Am I merely a blank slate in the panel's eyes? Surely, I possess some combat prowess. He found some scattered possessions, likely a complimentary offering from this new body. Let me venture to that village. Perhaps I can ascertain my bearings. Kamiya Kiyoi set forth at a steady pace, exploring the intricacies of his new form. Soon, he approached the village, which was modest in size, home to roughly a dozen families, primarily consisting of the elderly, women, and children. Spotting a middle-aged man chopping wood before his door, Kamiya Kiyoi approached to inquire. "Excuse me, may I ask where I am? I was meant to travel to the city with my family, but I seem to have lost my way." With a slightly anxious demeanor, he questioned the somewhat wary man. The man gestured in 2 or 3 directions, muttering under his breath. "You careless lad, pay attention. That way leads to the famous Yoyaka city, and in that direction is the county town." Kamiya Kiyoi displayed a bewildered expression, half genuine, half feigned, truly perplexed about his current location, yet masking it with a wry smile. Did I truly just arrive and already draw the bowstring? Yes and no. Shouldn't I have begun with the selection of the Demon Slayer from the Wisteria Mountain? The man sighed, waved his hand, and invited Kamiya Kiyoi to stay the night. There have been quite a few lost souls lately. Just next door is a young woman named Furilian. You youngsters need to be more cautious when venturing out. What brings me to this village? Something feels amiss. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kamiya Kiyoi's forehead, yet he refrained from further inquiries, well aware that curiosity can lead to peril. As nightfall approached, the wilderness posed a certain danger for him. Thus, he reluctantly followed the man into his home. Entering, he encountered 2 young girls and a woman, presumably the man's daughters and wife, who greeted him politely. The house was a typical Japanese countryside dwelling, modest but adequate in size, as constructing homes here was not as costly as in modern times. After expressing his gratitude, Kamiya Kiyoi's gaze fell upon a katana hanging on the wall. Noticing his interest, the man smirked. "Do not be deceived by our rustic appearance. My ancestors were once samurai. However, that blade has hung here for ages and is of little use now. Sir, may I purchase this sword when I leave tomorrow? I can offer something in exchange." Kamiya Kiyoi rummaged through his pockets, producing all his belongings and presenting them to the man. "This is quite dangerous. What do you intend to do with this, young one?" "Ah, I have become separated from my family. The journey is perilous, and I wish to possess something for self-defense. After all, you are not without your own complexities." The man pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Kamiya Kiyoi was led to a guest room. His expression solemn. He was indeed in need of a blade. Offering all his possessions was to dissuade any ill intentions from the man, while retrieving the sword the following day was to ensure the man did not suspect him of harboring any nefarious motive. Such subtleties are crucial when traversing unknown territories. From the family's dinner conversation, Kamiya Kiyoi gleaned the current time. Even the recent uproar surrounding the train derailment had reached this place. The man spoke animatedly, and Kamiya Kiyoi responded with a smile. "I knew that contraption was unreliable. The Flame Hashira had met a tragic demise, and it would likely be some time before Tanjiro and the Sound Hashira arrived to investigate the demons in the Yoyaku Flower District. He could only wonder if they had reached their destination. So, with a happy family and a sword, according to the script, does it not imply that a demon is about to strike? Yet, given the peculiarities of this place, would a demon even dare to come? Kamiya Kiyoi mused inwardly, his expression unchanged. As dawn broke, the morning mist gently enveloped the surroundings. A night had passed without incident. Kamiya Kiyoi exhaled in relief after a night of vigilance. Yet he had not remained idle. He had been meticulously attuning himself to the nuances of this body, growing familiar with its capabilities. Now he could distinctly sense a flow of energy coursing through him. With each inch of muscle traversed, it would strengthen incrementally. Even in stillness, he could perceive his gradual ascension in power. Is this the full extent of the power at a precision of 8? Truly terrifying. Kiyoshi Kamiyama gently squeezed his slightly firm arm, rising to depart with his sights set on the pleasure district. After retrieving a blade from the older gentleman, he waved farewell under the watchful eyes of 2 young girls. A peculiar sensation blossoming within his heart. It was a familiar feeling, an enigmatic force. Undeniably, this place resembled the world of Demon Slayer, perhaps akin to a novice village. As he journeyed towards the pleasure district, Kiyoshi diligently cultivated the energy within him while striving to develop his own breathing technique. What the first-generation swordsman accomplished, he, possessing a near-ascendant nature, felt he could achieve as well. Although they had the assistance of the illustrious Yuriyuki Tsujikuni, Kiyoshi sensed that he was on the cusp of success. Even without such support, there was, of course, another method, learning by observing the breathing techniques of others. This notion, seemingly fantastical, was not insurmountable with his almost transcendent abilities. Lost in thought yet unfaltering in his stride, his internal energy ebbed and flowed, the overall reservoir rapidly expanding. The pleasure district was now within reach. Upon entering the city, he was greeted by a bustling thoroughfare, alive with the sound of traffic and the vibrant presence of men and women clad in exquisite kimonos, while an array of colorful lanterns adorned the eaves of the buildings lining the streets. Kiwa Kamiyama casually chose a modest inn for his stay. As for his finances, he had surreptitiously pilfered a considerable sum from the haughty samurai lords passing by, seated cross-legged in the inn's chamber. Kiwa Kamiyama's chest rose and fell in a rhythmic manner, warm currents coursing through his internal organs. Had there been others present in the room, they would have sensed an extraordinary flow of air. The figure seated in the center resembled a black hole, incessantly consuming the surrounding atmosphere, even causing the decorative paintings hanging nearby to sway. With a deep exhale, Kiwa Kamiyama opened his eyes, his expression serene. He had been reminiscing about the various breathing techniques from Demon Slayer, endeavoring to replicate them, and indeed, he found success. He could perceive a significant enhancement in both his physical form and awareness upon entering the state of these breathing techniques. The augmentation from the breathing techniques followed a systematic pattern. If a person's physical strength is rated at 1, the breathing technique could elevate it to 2. The deeper one delves into the study of these techniques, the more potent the enhancement becomes, potentially reaching levels of 3, 4, and beyond. A true powerhouse may possess a physical strength of 3, which, when augmented by the breathing technique, could translate to 6, 9, or even 12. Kiwa Kamiyama was acutely aware of this characteristic. Thus, he deliberately allocated points to both chi and essence, ensuring that the breathing technique and physical strength operated in tandem. So, what breathing technique do I embody? Kiyoshi Kamiyama felt a flicker of curiosity, for upon entering the state of breathing technique moments ago, he had not sensed the distinctive attributes, such as the exuberance of fire or the gentleness of water. Could it be that this was a brand new breathing method? He opened his interface. Name: Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Strength: non-entrant, human enemy, spiritual energy, 60 basic skills, proficient in Japanese, 1, 507, 500, mastery in basic swordsmanship, 950, 010, 000, extraordinary ability, introduction to breathing technique, 10, 100, temporary talent, approaching the path evaluation. The non-entrant panel is at least not as dismal as before. Kiyoshi Kimitani unsheathed his katana, a blade that bore the marks of time, its surface marred by the presence of rust. Yet, for the most part, it remained resplendent. As he rotated the blade, the pristine white edge gleamed with a formidable sharpness. Breath technique, slash. Kamiya Kiyoi softly uttered a word, and in an instant, the blade had returned to its sheath, as if it had never been drawn. The room was profoundly tranquil, and nothing had transpired. Yet, Kamiya Kiyoi wore a satisfied smile. Everything was in place, save for the favor of the winds. He continued to refine his breathing technique, striving to attain a state of equilibrium before the impending battle. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro, having just concluded a mission, encountered the Sound Hashira, and together with the trio, they formally set forth towards the entertainment district. Days had swiftly elapsed. Kamiya Kiyoi had spent a considerable amount of time in the realm of Demon Slayer. During the day, he would venture outside the city to practice his swordsmanship, while most of his hours were devoted to honing his breathing techniques within his dwelling. Uncharacteristically, he ventured out at night, compelled by the sensation that his foundational swordsmanship was on the verge of a breakthrough. With methodical precision, Kamiya Kiyoi practiced the fundamental techniques, harmonizing his breathing with thrusts, slashes, and cuts. Suddenly, he sensed a particular shackle within him shatter, and his practiced sword techniques transformed from rigid to fluid, the speed increasing as the blade's light enveloped him entirely, devoid of any flaw. His foundational swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Kamiya Kiyoi steadied his breath and sheathed his sword. He opened his status panel. Name, Kamiya Kiyoi. Strength, first level spiritual power, 70,100 basic skills, proficient in Japanese, 550-7500. Mastery of fundamental swordsmanship, 105-0000. Extraordinary ability, breathing technique, equilibrium, 101000. Temporary talent, near to the path evaluation, first level ordinary. Have I ascended to the next tier? Indeed. With this destructive power, I could easily obliterate an entire neighborhood if unleashed recklessly. Kiyoshi Kamiyama rejoiced at the enhancement of his abilities while simultaneously cautioning himself against complacency. Ascending to a new tier presents an entirely different realm. In the private national school of Tianxue, the top two ranks are occupied by individuals of first-tier strength. Thus his previous incarnation recognized that he was not their equal. Within the context of Demon Slayer, first-tier prowess likely aligns with the upper echelons of strength. Although the precise level remains uncertain, it undoubtedly possesses sufficient power for a formidable confrontation. From a distant location, a rustling sound emerged, revealing 4 figures. 3 of them moved with heavy footfalls, while one approached with almost imperceptible steps. A master. Kiyoshi Kamiyama's gaze turned towards that direction. In the darkness, 3 figures sprinted towards him. Leading the charge was a peculiar boar-headed figure, followed closely by a youth with fiery red hair, carrying a wooden box and adorned with a scar on his forehead. Bringing up the rear was a golden-haired boy, whose face bore a mournful expression, his weariness evident in his peculiar gait, as if he were a distorted being. Clearly, these were the trio from Demon Slayer, Tanjiro Kamado, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inosuke Hashibara. The distinctive traits of these 3 were unmistakable and easily recognizable. A subtle tremor in the air suggested that such an approach might be deemed impolite. Kiyoshi Kamitani turned around to find Tenjin Uzui standing behind him, having arrived unnoticed. Uzui laughed heartily, giving Kamitani's shoulder a vigorous pat that resonated with a dull thud. You possess half of my splendor. What is your name? I am Tenjin Uzui, the deity of grandeur and festivities. Kiyoshi Kamiyama felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although he had long been aware, witnessing it firsthand still sent shivers down his spine. The trio that hurried over also caught wind of the situation, with Zenitsu poking Tanjiro. He is making us look foolish. I don't know him, Tanjiro remarked, turning with a bewildered expression. Ha! I am Inosuke, the king of the mountains. The boar-headed youth exclaimed, leaping forth. Tenjin Uzui's expression froze momentarily. I don't recognize him. Greetings, everyone. I am Kiyoshi Kamiyama, a wandering swordsman. I noticed you all coming from that direction, each with your own distinct traits, and could not help but observe. Please forgive my intrusion. Tenjin Uzui stroked his chin, deep in thought. He appeared genuinely contemplative, his eyes glimmering, while the trio beside him sensed the peculiar atmosphere, somewhat perplexed. Uzui's muscles were taut, his breathing technique in constant motion, clearly prepared for any imminent confrontation. The other party was indeed too suspicious. A wandering swordsman. Greetings, I am Tanjiro Kamado. And this is Zenitsu Agatsuma. That over there is Inosuke. We have come to the Yoshiwara Pleasure District. Tanjiro spoke with delight, thrilled to encounter someone to converse with. Or rather, he seldom found reasons to be unhappy. Naturally kind-hearted and gentle, he lamented, Alas, I have arrived too late. I must seize the opportunity to expose Muzan to the sun. Hello, Tanjiro. If you don't mind, I could escort you to the Pleasure District. I have been residing here for some time, so I am somewhat familiar with the area. Kiyoshi thought it prudent to return together, allowing for further observation of the quartet. Tanjiro glanced at Tenjin Uzui, who smiled and nodded in agreement. Then let us embark. The splendor there will surely astound you. Athe, Zenitsu gasped, gazing at the brilliantly lit streets, as lanterns illuminated the night as if it were day, his mouth agape. Inosuke, meanwhile, dashed about, his restlessness evident. Do not run about. You are not to leave the carriage, Tenjin Uzui admonished, firmly grasping Inosuke and Zenitsu. Outside the city, the group chose to ride in a carriage for 2 reasons: to conceal their identities as demon slayers, and because some were genuinely fatigued. What a lively bunch they are. It's a shame they wouldn't witness their own appearances in women's attire later. It would surely provide a year's worth of laughter. Wait, when did I become so mischievous? Is it due to the prolonged training with no outlet for release? Dear friends, I shall take my leave here. Should you require anything, I will be at the inn nearby. You are most welcome to seek me out. Kiyoshi Kamiyama bid farewell to the 4 companions and returned to his room at the inn. Fully aware that the battle was imminent, and he needed to swiftly recalibrate his state of mind. This situation was vastly different from the Academy's grand tournament, where one's life was not at stake. However, the malevolent demons would seek to torment him to death. In the face of such gravity, maintaining a tranquil demeanor was essential. Confronting life and death demanded meticulousness that could never be deemed excessive. The fervor within his chest ignited, and his eyes flickered with an inner flame. Was he perhaps the type to revel in combat? Meanwhile, the quartet commenced their meticulous planning. Kiyoshi Kamiyama was no ordinary individual. The first words uttered by Tenjin Uzui left the 3 young ones momentarily bewildered. Mr. Uzui, he cannot be a demon slayer, can he? He bears no Nichiren blade and is not a demon, Tanjiro inquired with confusion. Precisely because he is not a demon, I chose to disregard him. My decision to enter the city alongside him was also to observe his intentions. So far, he appears to harbor no ill will towards us. That glimpse was indeed an accident. However, we must remain vigilant. The critical issue at hand is the presence of demons in the entertainment district. And we must uncover the truth. Tenjin Uzui redirected the conversation. He then disclosed the fact that he had 3 wives, leading to a lively exchange with the trio. Ultimately, he decided that the 3 should disguise themselves as women and visit the various geisha houses. As the quartet commenced their urgent actions, Kiyoshi Kamiyama delved into a reflective overview of the fundamental aspects of the Demon Slayer world, the narrative of which coursed through his mind. The essence of the Demon Slayer world, as the name suggests, revolves around the extermination of demons. In a distant past, a nobleman afflicted with an incurable ailment employed a physician to concoct remedies in a bid to prolong his life. Whether he was aware or oblivious to the fact that the physician was experimenting on him remains uncertain. However, as time unfolded, the nobleman realized his condition had not improved. In a fit of rage, he took the life of the physician, only to discover shortly thereafter that his ailment had miraculously healed, endowing him with extraordinary power. The sole price for this newfound strength was the necessity to consume human flesh. While he was indifferent to the act of cannibalism, he became fearful of another consequence, the sunlight. Thus, in the ensuing era, he distributed his blood to transform humans into demons, seeking the elusive blue spider lily, which could help him overcome his aversion to sunlight. As the number of demons proliferated, incidents of cannibalism surged, prompting astute individuals to take notice. Under the call of the Kamadu clan, they formed the Demon Slayer Corps, dedicated to eradicating these man-eating fiends. Consequently, a protracted struggle ensued between the demons and the Demon Slayer Corps. The demons possessed the gift of immortality, and only by severing their necks with a Nichiren blade, imbued with the power of the sun, or exposing them to sunlight could they be vanquished. The breathing techniques were devised by humanity as a countermeasure against the demon strength, significantly enhancing human capabilities. The initial swordsmen crafted a variety of these techniques, which have been passed down through generations. It is said that the breath of the sun, employed by the formidable warrior Yorichi Tsujikuni, serves as the origin of all. Thus, the breath of the sun is revered as the primordial technique of breathing. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, the most formidable warriors are referred to as Hashira, with their numbers variable, assessed by both contributions and prowess. Uzui Tenjin embodies the sound Hashira. For Kamiyama Seiichi, in the realm of Demon Slayer, the most invaluable asset is not solely the breathing techniques, but rather the mastery of swordsmanship. To reach the pinnacle of the sword path, he must glean wisdom from various swordsmanship experts. The world of Demon Slayer is one where all aspire to hone their skills in swordplay, and conversing with each formidable individual is his greatest fortune. The exchange of swordsmanship, the Crimson Blade, the transcendent world. In the breathing techniques, these are the elements Kamiyama Kiyoi strives to master. With closed eyes, he contemplated this. Suddenly, a subtle tremor resonated from the windowsill, the floor buzzing ominously. Kamiyama Kiyoi sharpened his hearing, faintly discerning the sound of a ribbon weaving through the wooden structure, wreaking havoc upon the row of houses. Accompanying this was the cracking of the ground and the explosive sound of debris. Without hesitation, he grasped his blade and leaped from the window, vanishing in an instant. Though the distance was considerable, he believed he would arrive in time. At that moment, Tanjiro and Daki stood in confrontation, or rather, Daki toyed with Tanjiro. As a flurry of ribbons surged towards him, these ribbons, sharp and resilient, could not be severed by ordinary strikes. Injured, Tanjiro utilized his breathing technique to staunch the bleeding. The once blue stream had vanished, replaced by a fiery blaze. The dance of the fire god ignited with searing flames. The fire coalesced into a circular vortex, swiftly severing Daki's ribbons. Realizing the shift, Daki unleashed even more ribbons towards Tanjiro, yet with a serene countenance. Tanjiro wielded his blade at a speed that created sparks against the air, 1 strike, 2 strikes. Countless edges deflected every ribbon, and Daki's trembling hands betrayed her fear and disbelief. Impossible? Could I truly be afraid of this hideous creature? Blood seeped into Tanjiro's eyes, yet he felt nothing. His extreme concentration rendered him oblivious to all but the malevolent demon before him. Daki hastily distanced herself, leaping to a neighboring rooftop. In a mere blink, Tanjiro was before her, his calm gaze fixed, blade in hand, poised for a horizontal slash. The ribbon surged forward in a frenzied attempt to block, but it proved futile. Tanjiro swiftly swung his sword, dispersing the ribbons and carving a path to Daki. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, reaching her in an instant. The blade ascended, aimed at her neck. With a swift sound, the long sword was halted, Daki's neck transforming into a ribbon, soft and resilient, nearly impossible to sever directly. Seizing the opportunity, Daki retreated rapidly, launching a renewed assault with an even greater number of ribbons. However, Tanjiro's speed had increased exponentially. In an instant, he bound all the ribbons beneath his feet and severed them simultaneously, once more carving a direct path toward Daki. The flames, imbued with a searing edge, reached her neck before she could even react, her pupils trembling in shock. Yet, in that final fraction of distance, Tanjiro found himself unable to advance another inch. His body had reached its limits. The explosive burst of energy subsided, and Tanjiro collapsed, gasping for breath and retching. Though it seemed as if the battle had lasted an eternity, it had only spanned a few fleeting seconds, everything transpiring in a flash. Humanity, truly pitiful, mused Daki as she observed Tanjiro, who was kneeling and heaving on the ground, her voice laced with pity. I, however, do not find humanity to be pitiable. A clear voice resonated from a distance. Kamiya Kiyoi stood atop a nearby rooftop, surveying the first demon he encountered since arriving in this world. Rather pleasing to the eye, yet regrettably foul. Arriving at the scene, Yuzui Tenjin scanned the surroundings, noting the injured Tanjiro recovering from his wounds. Before his gaze settled on Jotaro and Daki. The 6th of the upper moons, is it? This is enough to showcase my grandeur. Yuzui drew his twin blades. Their hilts linked by iron chains, the blades broad and uniquely shaped. Hold on. I shall retrieve another sword and return swiftly. If my intuition serves me correctly, these 2 demons likely must be slain simultaneously to ensure their true demise. Also, be wary of that green-haired one's blade. It is poisoned. Kiyoshi Kamiyama offered a few words of advice before swiftly retrieving his blade. At the same time, he intended to strike, knowing the weapon was laced with poison. Tenjin Yuzui, not allowing a moment to pass, launched an immediate assault. He could not wait for the enemy's hands to regain their strength. In the blink of an eye, his right blade was at the front of Kyogai, who swiftly retreated with a push of his left foot. Abandoning her defenses, Daki fell victim to Yuzui's left blade, which effortlessly severed her neck. As Kyogai withdrew, he sensed a fierce gust of wind and a burning heat from behind. Tanjiro Kamadu had regained his fighting prowess, unleashing the long-awaited flames of the dance of the fire god. Encircled from both sides, Kyogai chose not to evade but continued his retreat. Tanjiro's blade struck at Kyogai's neck. But before any joy could surface, a resounding clang echoed, sending a jolt through his hands, as if striking steel. The blade could not penetrate. How infuriating. Tanjiro was sent flying by a tremendous force, hurtling towards the battlefield where Daki was engaged with Zenitsu and Inosuke. Their combined attacks of beast breathing and thunderclap resounding in succession. Yuzui wielded his dual blades, unleashing a relentless barrage of explosions that engulfed Kogai in the blast radius. The bombs, meticulously crafted, were potent enough to injure even an upper moon. If only his hands could recover. Kyogai was continuously wounded by the shrapnel from the explosions. Yet he was also healing at an accelerated pace. After shattering an incoming blood sickle with a single stroke, Yuzui pivoted, facing away from Kyogai, and unleashed the first form of sound breathing. Boom. The violent explosion propelled Yuzui towards Kyogai, rapidly closing the distance. Each movement seemed prolonged, yet it transpired within mere seconds. A testament to the explosive nature of battles among transcendent beings. Meanwhile, the trio coordinated their assault on Daki. Despite enduring multiple decapitations, her strength not only remained intact, but grew even more formidable, a phenomenon attributed to her being a part of the Upper Six, where their powers complemented each other in their shared presence. The situation was dire, with the speed of the lightning strike surpassing expectations. However, the disparity in foundational strength could not be bridged. Every advance towards Daki was thwarted by an uncountable number of ribbons. Even as Inosuke wielded his twin blades to carve a path forward, Tanjiro inhaled deeply, executing a leap that attracted a multitude of ribbons. With a swift rotation of his blade, flames enveloped the entirety of the weapon, and with a forceful swing, he cleaved through the ribbons, momentarily halting their assault and revealing a narrow opening in Daki's defenses. Now was the moment. Zenitsu, employing the first form of thunder breathing, thunderclap, and flash, Godspeed, bent low, as lightning converged at his feet, causing the ground beneath him to fracture. In an instant, Zenitsu shot forward like a bullet, a bolt of lightning soaring into the fray. Not so fast. Daki retaliated, launching her remaining 2 ribbons towards Zenitsu. As the relentless advance continued at a breakneck pace, the possibility of altering direction had all but evaporated, leaving only the grim fate of being severed by the belt. This thought elicited a cruel smile from Daki. The 8th form of beast breathing, explosive charge. A figure descended from the heavens, slower than Zenitsu yet still swifter than the 2 flying ribbons. Inosuke, with his dual blades aligned, propelled himself like a cannonball, deflecting the ribbons aside. How could this be? Daki's defenses lay wide open as Zenitsu's blade tip swiftly approached her neck. At this juncture, Daki resorted to her previous tactic, transforming her neck into a ribbon in a desperate attempt to evade the blade. Flame God Dance, 5th form, Fire Train. After performing a somersault midair, Tanjiro descended with a fiery arc, launching a vertical strike aimed at Daki's neck. No. Brother. Save me. Daki screamed in terror, but before her voice could reach its destination, her neck was simultaneously severed by 2 Nichiren blades, her head thudding to the ground. Inosuke rushed forward, seizing the head despite Daki's curses, and fled, distancing himself from her body. Tanjiro then soared towards Jotaro. Upon hearing Daki's cries, Jotaro sensed impending doom. He could not afford to lose his head now. Yuzui Tenjin approached rapidly, propelled by the shockwave of the explosion. As Jotaro retreated, a scythe formed from blood hurtled towards Yuzui. Recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, Yuzui understood that once Jotaro's hands were restored, his chances of victory would dwindle. Thus, he chose not to waste time dealing with the blood blades, but instead resolved to endure the pain, utilizing his ninja's resilience for a time. The immediate priority was to seize the moment. Blood splattered as deep lacerations marked Yuzui's shoulders, drawing him closer. Suddenly, Jotaro, who had been retreating, stopped and smirked. Blood Demon Art, Circular/Reversal, Blood Scythe. Dai Hashira. With his arms restored, Jotaro spread them wide, a swirling vortex of blood forming between his limbs. Still affected by the impact, Yuzui swung his blade at the crumbling structures on either side, but inertia made it challenging to halt his momentum. Would this be his end? I am truly sorry for them. If there is a next life, I hope to never become a ninja again. Yuzui slowly closed his eyes. How could I think such thoughts? I am Yuzui Tenjin. Sound breathing, 5th form, resonating strings. Let us perish together, demons. With eyes wide open, a frenzied Yuzui roared, matched by Jotaro's own fierce cry as the 2 maddened souls collided. A soft voice interrupted their wrath. Sun breathing, 1st form, Sun Slash. In an instant, the 2 crashed into one another. Smoke billowed, dust swirling, as the shattered buildings emitted a mournful roar. Time ticked by, and as Yuzui rose, he checked himself, discovering his body intact, though his innards had been jostled by the violent impact. With both hands firmly grasping the blade, he understood that the battle was far from over. However, as the smoke dissipated, the situation for Jotaro grew dire. His body was grotesquely severed, a diagonal cut spanning from his left arm joint to his right shoulder. a crimson line bisecting the two. His lower half lay in tatters, with his left leg nearly obliterated. The blood demon art abruptly ceased as his arms, devoid of cerebral command, faced Tenjin Uzui solely with brute physicality. Gasping for breath, Uzui beheld Kamiya Kiyoi wielding a broken sword. Realizing in that moment that Kiyoi had come to his aid, delivering a grievous blow to Jotaro. His consciousness began to blur. Was it the onset of poison? Damn it. Uzui felt his body becoming increasingly immobile. At that moment, Kiyoi was left without a weapon, while Jotaro began to heal gradually. No time to dwell on that. Uzui shouted loudly. Tanger. A flame-haired youth surged forth from the haze. This time, it must be severed. Tanger burst forth, swiftly reaching Jotaro, whose face contorted in fury as blood erupted, forming a sanguine scythe. Yet, before he could launch an attack, Tanger swept it aside. This was Jotaro's most vulnerable moment. Inosuke was fleeing with the sobbing Daki's head cradled in his arms. Brother, think of something. I don't want to die. Be quiet. At that instant, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill for Tanger. The fragments of air and splattering blood appeared to freeze, allowing him to perceive the panic and urgency etched upon Jotaro's face, his next vulnerability starkly evident. At that moment, the scar on Tanger's head blazed with an intense fire, morphing into a shape of fierce flames. Dance of the fire god. He roared, fierce and relentless, swinging with all his might. The tip of the blade, too, was tinged with this searing heat. Time resumed its flow, and a head was sent soaring before crashing heavily to the ground. Daki's severed head was cast aside onto the distant earth. It was over. No. Jotaro and Daki cried out in anguish. Be careful. Kamiya Kiyoi, flanking the exhausted Tanjiro and the immobile Uzui Tenjin, retreated hastily. A crimson haze enveloped two severed heads, a palpable sense of impending doom overshadowing all present. It was on the brink of detonation. Zenitsu and Inosuke, sensing the commotion, swiftly withdrew. Boom. A tremendous shockwave violently hurled Inosuke and Zenitsu aside. Goodness. Kamiya Kiyoi realized his speed paled in comparison to the shockwave. With a powerful push, he propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth to fracture beneath him, uprooting the floor and creating a makeshift hollow, where he shielded the two individuals by laying flat. Though it was night, the scene shone brighter than day. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended skyward, the shockwave obliterating all structures in the vicinity, while debris surged forth, swifter than bullets, engulfing the entire corner of the pleasure district in smoke. As the explosion gradually subsided, silence finally enveloped the world. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Obiyashiki beheld the letter brought by Shina, his trembling hands betraying his exhilaration. This heralded an unprecedented shift after countless centuries. The mission to vanquish Muzan Kibutsuji now rested upon our shoulders. Coughing, he disregarded the blood trickling from his lips. Excellent. Splendid. Together, we have slain the lower rank 6. He resolved to relay this momentous news to all members of the Demon Slayer Corps. His wife promptly assisted him in reclining once more. Meanwhile, the battlefield lay in ruins. Among the debris, a figure known as Inosuke was swiftly searching, occasionally exclaiming in awe, "What a vividly brutal conflict." Suddenly, he heard the sound of earth crumbling. Instinctively alert, he hurried toward the source. Amidst the thick rubble, a slender hand emerged, shattering the structures that had collapsed upon it. Before Inosuke could fully comprehend the situation, Tanjiro and the Sound Hashira, Uzui Tenjin, were unceremoniously thrown forth. Inosuke stood in bewilderment. Lord Sound Hashira. Spotting Tenjin, he rushed forward to assess his injuries, only to find purple markings spreading across Tengin's face, indicative of the poison from Jotaro. Kiyoshi Kamiyama leapt forth from the ruins, his visage now smudged with dirt, his once white garments rendered a shade of black by the dust. The petite Nezuko, bounding with exuberance, carried both Inosuke and Zenitsu on her back, arriving before Tanjiro and unceremoniously depositing them upon the ground. She then proceeded to administer the antidote. Despite the convoluted journey, Nezuko had mastered the blood demon art, a formidable flame capable of incinerating demons. As Tanjiro and Tenjin Uzui gradually regained consciousness, they were filled with exhilaration upon realizing they had triumphed over the 6th upper moon. With no casualties to mourn, Uzui exuberantly proclaimed the splendor of their victory, the air thick with a jubilant atmosphere. His 3 wives soon joined them, having previously been engaged in concocting the antidote, albeit unused. Ultimately, the 4 of them embraced in a moment of pure joy. Tanjiro, cradling Nezuko, wept with relief, exclaiming his gratitude for their survival. Zenitsu, gradually awakening, cast a disdainful glance at the tightly knit group and then at the equally revived Inosuke. I would never embrace you. he shouted, his sudden embarrassment at the thought evident. Indeed, I seem to favor a happy ending, he mused, observing the merriment around him. Mr. Kamiyama, thank you. Without your assistance, we might have perished, Tanjiro expressed earnestly, still cradling Nezuko. If I may, I have a request. I hope that you, Mr. Kamiyama, will consider joining the Demon Slayer Corps. A man of your righteous spirit and formidable strength would be an invaluable asset. Tanjiro stumbled to his feet, bowing in earnest supplication. Kiyoshi Kamiyama helped him to his feet and gently patted his shoulder. Are all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps like you? I am unsure, Mr. Kamiyama. But from my experience, everyone I have encountered surpasses me in virtue and strength. Tanjiro replied. Are there formidable swordsmen within the Demon Slayer Corps? Indeed, there are many. Some even stronger than I, Kamiyama affirmed. Beside them, Tenjin Yuzui patted his wife's shoulder, releasing his embrace as he gradually rose. I am Tenjin Yuzui, the sound Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and I extend a heartfelt invitation for you, Kiyoshi Kamiyama, to join our ranks. On behalf of the Demon Slayer Corps, I express our profound gratitude for your assistance. With that, Tenjin bowed deeply. He recognized that without Kiyoshi Kamiyama's intervention, he would likely have perished. Battles are unpredictable, and no one can claim absolute victory. Even in the original narrative, their triumph was fraught with serendipity. Kamiyama's inclusion transformed the conflict into a guaranteed victory. Compared to the original tale, the circumstances had improved significantly. No one found themselves in dire straits, Tanjiro received ample training, and the Hashira retained their formidable prowess. Furthermore, the Demon Slayer Corps stood to gain a new, powerful ally. All right, you are making me feel quite bashful with such solemnity. I accept, he finally said. Kaminoya Seiichi waved his hand. After all, this was one of his goals. The Demon Slayer Corps was replete with talented individuals. Moreover, he needed to absorb the wisdom of numerous swordsmanship experts, and there was no place in this world boasting more sword masters than the Demon Slayer Corps. Splendid, Mr. Kaminoya. Before Tanjiro could finish his words, he collapsed to the ground. After a prolonged period of tension, his body rebelled upon finally relaxing. Tanjiro, please don't die, Zenitsu cried. Clutching Tanjiro, his face a mask of tears and snot, wailing like a banshee. Even Nezuko's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lord Tanjiro is merely exhausted, he reassured. Feeling Tanjiro's pulse. There is no time to lose. We must return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters immediately, both for healing and to discuss with our leader how to proceed. Yuzui Tenjin expressed his agreement, and everyone raised their hands in unison. Finally, they were heading to the Demon Slayer Corps, officially entering the heart of this world's narrative, and it was imperative for him to further enhance his abilities. Kaminoya Seiichi's gaze deepened. Next stop, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Several small carts carried individuals of varying appearances, some sitting, others lying down. While a few demons were pulling the carts, this was indeed Kaminoya Seiichi and his companions returning to the headquarters. The morning sun was warm and gentle, not scorching, and the trees lining the road were lush and vibrant. The dewdrops on the green leaves sparkled like gems. Occasionally, a few drops, merging together, would cause the leaves to bow under their weight, large droplets falling to the ground. Zenitsu, still in a deep slumber, was jolted awake by a droplet hitting his face. Startled, he looked around in confusion before burying his head back into his sleep. Mr. Kaminoya, we still have some distance to the headquarters. Allow me to share some insights about the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro said as he approached Kaminoya Seiichi's cart, sitting cross-legged beside him. Kiyoshi Kamiyama gazed at the youthful figure before him, brimming with exuberance and radiance, blissfully unaware of the arduous fate that awaited him. However, since he had arrived in this realm, he would not allow tragedy to unfold in accordance with the original script. I must say, I am quite intrigued by demons and the Demon Slayer Corps, he remarked. Mr. Kamiyama, the Demon Slayer Corps was established specifically for the purpose of hunting demons. Due to Muzan Kibutsuji's ability to transform individuals into voracious fiends, countless tragedies have ensued. In response to this calamity, the anguished populace has banded together to eradicate these malevolent beings and protect the innocent. Consequently, most members of the Demon Slayer Corps bear harrowing pasts, Tanjiro elaborated, gesturing animatedly to aid Kiyoshi's understanding. The head of the Corps is Lord Ubuyashiki, a sagacious and enlightened individual. He orchestrates the resistance against the demon's onslaught and safeguards the members of the Corps. To him, every member is akin to a cherished child. Tanjiro's thoughts drifted to a certain youth afflicted by illness, gentle and wise. The Demon Slayer Corps is primarily divided into 6 major divisions, the leader, the Hashira. The Corps members, which are further categorized into 10 ranks, the Shinobi, the trainers, and the swordsmiths. It is the shinobi who are currently escorting us back. They are formidable and handle our daily affairs and aftermath. The trainers are the mentors of the swordsmen, responsible for imparting the art of breathing techniques. They were all once formidable swordsmen. My water-breathing techniques were taught to me by Mr. Urokodaki, a truly remarkable individual. The swordsmiths are tasked with crafting the Nichiren blades for all members. Mr. Kamiyama, I have long been in need of a fine sword. And I am confident that with the skill of the swordsmiths, they can forge a blade that will meet your satisfaction. At this point, Tanjiro paused, suddenly realizing that he had inadvertently damaged his own blade, which now bore numerous irreparable nicks. The thought of the terror of the steel grave caused his expression to fall. His face contorted in distress. Indeed, I am in dire need of a fine sword. Kiyoshi Kamiyama nodded in agreement. By the way, could you enlighten me about breathing techniques? As for breathing techniques, I practice the water breathing style. However, I seem to struggle with it. The dance of the fire god is a ritual performed by my father. It is said to be connected to the sun breathing, but I am not entirely sure. Tanjiro inhaled gently, allowing the air to flow into his nostrils and mouth. Kiyoshi Kamiyama sensed the surrounding atmosphere becoming progressively more humid, a subtle mist enveloping the air. Subsequently, Tanjiro exhaled deeply, pausing to regulate his breathing before inhaling once more. Unlike before, the air now felt increasingly warm, the temperature rising to a scorching intensity. Mr. Kamiyama, this is the essence of water breathing in the dance of the fire god. Beyond this, I am not knowledgeable. Zenitsu embodies the thunder breathing, while Inosuke practices the beast breathing, a technique of his own invention. There are also derivative breathing styles, such as Mr. Yuzui's sound breathing, which is a derivative of thunder breathing. In any case, there exists a myriad of breathing techniques. Mr. Kamiyama, you must possess a self-created style akin to Inosuke's. Tanjiro bashfully scratched the back of his head, a smile gracing his face. Thank you, Tanjiro. From now on, feel free to call me Kiyoshi. In truth, we are of similar age. Kiyoshi Kamiyama spoke with utmost seriousness. Tanjiro nearly leaped up in surprise. Zenitsu, who had been peacefully slumbering nearby, abruptly sprang to his feet. Despite his youth, Kamiyama was a towering figure in modern society, standing at a remarkable 175 centimeters, significantly taller than Tanjiro and his companions, thanks to a balanced diet and consistent exercise. His demeanor exuded maturity, and his movements were graceful and effortless, while his gaze possessed the profound depth of a wandering samurai, leaving a lasting impression on Tanjiro and the others from the very beginning. Kiyoshi Kamiyama smiled. Indeed, their thoughts were not misguided. Although his physical form was that of a mere 15-year-old, his soul, having traversed realms, bore the wisdom and maturity of nearly 3 decades. It seems you are quite the prodigy as well, remarked the front-row figure, Tenjin Yuzui, turning his head. Is that so? Zenitsu exclaimed in astonishment. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, there exists an individual who became a Hashira after wielding a blade for only 2 months, and he was merely 14 years of age. That individual is the Mist Hashira. Michiro Takedo. Yuzui casually picked up a piece of fruit and brought it to his lips. Since we are on the topic, allow me to share more about the Hashira of our squad, as they will be your comrades in battle henceforth. Kagami Kiyoshi nodded slightly. Currently, the Demon Slayer Corps consists of 8 Hashira, the Insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, the Mist Hashira, Michiro Takedo, the Serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, the Love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, the Stone Hashira, Kyajuro Rengoku, myself, the Water Hashira, Jitomioka, and the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. Yuzui Tenjin paused momentarily, while tears welled in Tanjiro's eyes. Additionally, we mourn the loss of the Flame Hashira, Kyajuro Rengoku, who sacrificed himself not long ago. Kiyoshi Kamiyama sighed, recognizing that he had indeed arrived too late. For many things were beyond alteration. Yet, he also realized that it was not too late, as there remained numerous aspects that could still be transformed. Having traversed this world, he felt compelled to leave a mark, to instigate change. Failing to do so would betray his own convictions in the essence of his sword. If there existed regrets, then it was imperative to amend them. Kaminari Seiichi mused inwardly, this should suffice. As for the rest, you will undoubtedly uncover it upon your arrival at headquarters. By the way, added Yuzui Tenjin, as a Hashira, you are permitted to take a foster son, as a means of passing on your techniques. I understand, Kaminari replied. And I am already looking forward to meeting new friends. Mr. Yuzui, may I share some insights regarding the breathing techniques? With the casual conversation concluded, Kaminari Seiichi was ready to engage with the masters of swordsmanship. Mutual validation is essential for growth. Working in isolation leads only to self-destruction. Sounds splendid, Yuzui Tenjin laughed heartily. Kamiya Kiyoi initially engaged in swordsmanship exchanges with Yuzui Tenjin, while Tanjiro and Inosuke listened attentively from the side, with Zenitsu still sprawled out. His quivering ears betraying his earnestness in listening. He opened the panel. Name, Kamiya Kiyoi. Strength, first her spirit power, 150 basic skills, proficient in Japanese, 750. Mastery of basic swordsmanship, 650,000, extraordinary abilities, constant breathing method, 863-1000, introduction to water breathing, 10100, introduction to sound breathing, 10100. Introduction to sun breathing, 10100, temporary talent. Near the path evaluation. First tier ordinary. Ordinary, elite. Supreme, how reminiscent they are of the inferior boss level classifications found in low-quality online games. Setting aside these trivialities, after a single battle, Kamiya Kiyoi's prowess was poised to ascend to a new echelon. A small cart was quietly drawn along winding paths, through numerous concealed passages and dense woodlands. Kamiya Kiyoi finally grasped the astonishing degree of concealment surrounding the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. After an indeterminate period, traversing through a dimly lit bamboo grove, his vision abruptly cleared, revealing a multitude of structures not far ahead, many quintessentially Japanese pavilions scattered like stars. This was undoubtedly the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, the very place cultivated by the Kamadu family for generations. Lord Kamiya, please follow me. A figure emerged respectfully from an alley, bowing in deference. Kiyoshi Kamiyama, without any reservations, bid farewell to Tanjiro and the others. Tanjiro, do take care of your injuries. When you have the time, feel free to visit me. We can exchange our martial skills. With that, Kiyoshi followed Inosuke through a series of twists and turns, ultimately arriving at a secluded courtyard. This charming abode, surrounded by a graceful bamboo grove, offered ample space for the practice of swordsmanship. Esteemed Kamiyama, this shall be your residence henceforth. As a Hashira, you may designate some of the Inosuke to attend to your needs. Let us proceed as is customary. Kiyoshi Kamiyama harbors no extraordinary demands for him. Any place conducive to mastering the art of swordsmanship suffices. Whether in his past or present, his disposition remains unchanged. Should you require assistance, you may relay messages to the headquarters or other swordsmen via the Raven. Future demon hunting missions will also be communicated through this means. Upon finishing his words, he emitted a sharp whistle, summoning a jet-black raven that swiftly approached from the distance. Its crimson eyes darted about, wings beating with fervor, feathers dark and lustrous. What a splendid raven it is! Even Kiyoshi Kamiyama could not help but admire its beauty. You may bestow a name upon it. It shall henceforth be your personal raven. Let us call it Cuckoo. Kiyoshi Kamiyama indulged his eccentricity by bestowing the name Cuckoo upon a raven. From this day forth, I shall be known as Cuckoo. The raven proclaimed, perched upon Kamiyama's shoulder, its deep voice resonating as it bowed its head and spread its wings in a gesture of respect. After conveying certain messages, it took its leave, having reported to Kamiyama. The raven, too, was quite occupied, tasked with numerous responsibilities. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps deserved reverence. With the exception of the disdainful senior brother, thus commenced a period of rest. Kamiyama meandered through the small courtyard, noting the immaculate state of the dwelling evidently. It was frequently tidied, with both ornaments and bedding in ample supply. Upon reaching the center of the courtyard, Kamiyama inhaled gently, causing droplets of moisture to coalesce in the air, forming a visible mist. He then endeavored to practice the breath of sound, which possessed a distinctive quality. Unlike the breath of thunder, which prioritized rapidity, the breath of sound significantly enhanced perceptive abilities while simultaneously increasing speed. This unique attribute rendered the breath of sound less swift than the breath of thunder, yet endowed it with its own set of advantages and versatility. The breath of the sun was particularly notable, being the original and most potent breathing technique. Hence its mastery threshold began at a formidable 1,000 points. However, he pondered the reason behind his inability to elevate the proficiency of the breath of the sun. Could it be that his comprehension of this technique remained incomplete? Kiyoshi Kamiyama practiced his breathing techniques while contemplating. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, he had consumed only the meal prepared for him at noon. The remainder of his time was devoted to refining his breathing method. His progress was remarkably swift as the energy coursed through his body, enhancing both his physical strength and familiarity with the technique. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Please come in. Kiyoshi Kamiyama paused his practice and turned his gaze toward the entrance. A young girl entered, her large, pale leaf-green eyes sparkling with curiosity. Her cheeks were flushed, and she bore a beauty mark beneath each eye. Her hair was styled into 3 long, pink braids, the tips dyed a vibrant green. Mitsuri Kanroji, the love Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. May I inquire if you are the newly arrived Kiyoshi-kun? I heard from our leader that you and Mr. Yuzui defeated the 6th Upper Moon. How impressive. Mitsuri Kanroji clasped her hands together, her eyes shining brightly, bouncing with excitement. You flatter me. I merely fulfilled my duties. He replied modestly. Kiyoshi Kamiyama held a fondness for the vivacious love Hashira. Ah, I almost forgot. I am Mitsuri Kanroji, your neighbor. I hope to be under your kind guidance in the future. With a swift bow, Kanroji expressed her greeting. Furthermore, I have brought a batch of sweets that I made myself. Would you like to try some? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Faced with such an earnest gaze, Kiyoshi could hardly resist. The atmosphere was already set. It would seem impolite to decline. One might ponder, if I indulge, it could incite the serpent Hashira's ire. Yet refusing would sadden the love Hashira. What a dilemma. The entire world was aware of the serpent Hashira, Iguro, harboring feelings for the love Hashira, Kanroji. Yet the parties involved remained oblivious. With a smirk of amusement flitting through his mind, Kiyoshi welcomed Kanroji into his abode. As they began to savor Kanroji's confections, one could not help but marvel at her culinary prowess. Not only did she have a discerning palate, but she also crafted delectable treats herself. Her innocent and exuberant personality, coupled with her warmth and attention to detail, rendered her an impeccable candidate for a wife. What might suitors think of this? As they neared the end of their delightful repast, Kanroji suddenly slapped her forehead. I forgot to mention. The master has requested that I bring you to meet him tomorrow morning. Do you have time then, Kiyoshi-kun? This was indeed your primary task, Kiyoshi mused internally. No problem at all. Having listened to Tanjiro speak at length during our journey, I feel quite familiar with Mr. Ubuyashiki, he replied. Kanroji nodded sweetly in agreement. Before long, having finished the sweets, Kanroji took her leave, and Kiyoshi returned to his room to continue honing his breathing techniques. It is no wonder that Kiyoshi was such a dedicated practitioner. It is understood that those with talent are termed geniuses, while those with strength are called warriors. However, a genius who cannot transform their talent into strength is merely a sheep to be slaughtered. To avoid becoming prey, one must toil incessantly, rising early and retiring late. The next day dawned bright. Kiyoshi, having closed his eyes in meditation, opened them to reveal deep and beautiful azure irises. After washing his face, he awaited Kanroji's arrival. Shortly, she appeared at the door, waving. The two navigated through winding paths until they arrived at the front of a building. Ubuyashiki was undeniably a young man. Yet he bore significant differences. His face was severely disfigured, his eyes blind, and a purplish toxin marred much of his visage, presenting a most frightful appearance. In stark contrast, his voice was gentle, possessing a soothing quality. Kiyoshi held immense respect for this warrior, who had dedicated his life to eradicating malevolent demons. From the perspective of their kind, one could argue that he was, in essence, the leader of the resistance in this world. I have been looking forward to this, Kiyoshi-kun. He coughed lightly after uttering a few words. I apologize for disappointing you, Mitsuri. Would you mind waiting outside for a moment? I would like to speak with Kiyoshi-kun privately. Kiwa Kamiyama was somewhat taken aback, as this was unexpected. Kanroji promptly exited the room. Kiwa-kun, you are not from this area, are you? Upon leaving the Aburayaki estate, an hour had already passed. Aside from Aburayaki and Kiwa Kamiyama, no one was privy to the details of their conversation. Aburayaki extended his condolences to Kanroji upon her return from completing her mission and encouraged her to rest well. He suggested that after the Hashira meeting concluded, they would accompany Kiwa Kamiyama to the swordsmith village to retrieve the specially crafted Nichiren blades made for them. The Hashira were constantly engaged in the hunt for demons. Indeed, it was this relentless pursuit that allowed them to attain the status of Hashira. Generally, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters did not accommodate too many Hashira simultaneously. Instead, they employed a rotation system to ensure a consistent presence of Hashira, thus safeguarding the headquarters. After bidding farewell to Aburayaki, who watched them depart under the sunlight, and saying goodbye to Kanroji, Kiwa Kamiyama relished his moment of solitude. He returned indoors, first taking a refreshing bath, followed by brewing himself a cup of tea. He accessed his status panel. Name, Kiwa Kamiyama. Strength, first rank spirit power, 190190. Basic skills, proficient in Japanese, 850-7500. Mastery of basic swordsmanship, 1050,000. Extraordinary abilities, Constant breathing of the sun, 996-1000. Constant breathing of water, 256-1000. Constant breathing of sound, 310-1000. Beginner S breathing of love, 10-100. Beginner S breathing of the sun, 10-1000. Beginner S Heki, 110-1000. Temporary talent, nearly transcendent evaluation, first rank ordinary. The increasing number of exclamation marks indicated an enhancement in strength, a rather simplistic classification method. Indeed, his power had seen significant advancement. Compared to the blank slate he had when he first arrived in the world of Demon Slayer, he had now experienced a qualitative transformation, if not a complete upheaval. He took a delicate sip of tea. Since arriving in the realm of Demon Slayer, Kiwa Kamiyama appeared to be navigating through perilous situations. However, every action was meticulously calculated. In every aspect, he ensured his own safety. Unable to ascertain whether he had genuinely traversed into another realm or if it was merely a reconstruction of his physical form. His safety remained paramount. Although Upper Moon 6 was formidable, he consistently held an advantage in speed. Even in the face of defeat, he could swiftly retreat. A principle that also applied to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. After his dialogue with Aburayaki, the likelihood of the Demon Slayer Corps taking action against him had been largely mitigated. Thus, only Muzan Kibutsuji remained as a potential threat. A rare sense of ease enveloped him. In reality, he bore the weight of significant pressures from the Great Selection, and upon entering the world of Demon Slayer, he found himself amidst life and death struggles. Yet, everything had changed now. Kiwa Kamiyama was now confident that he could effortlessly secure first place in the Academy's Great Selection, unless he were to act against his own interests. Otherwise, it would be improbable to encounter a life and death crisis, especially considering the ever-evolving nature of one's own strength. In a month or two, it would be the malevolent Muzan Kibutsuji who would find himself fleeing. This week shall be dedicated to enhancing my abilities. Seeking counsel from various members of the Demon Slayer Corps regarding different breathing techniques and exploring the possibility of restoring the breath of the sun. During my leisure moments, I will engage in profound discussions on swordsmanship with Kanroji Mitsuri, and once the Hashira return, I shall visit each of them for guidance. I shall set a modest objective, to become the preeminent master of swordsmanship in the annals of this world. Resolute in my determination, Kamiyama Kiyoi lifted his teacup and drained it in a single gulp. To be candid, I prefer plain water. Grasping the katana from its stand, I made my way to the training room. The Crimson Blade, one of the ultimate techniques within the realm of Demon Slayer. Named for the blade glowing a vivid red when unleashed, the Crimson Blade significantly enhances both heart and skill. It can sever anything and everything, embodying the utmost in vitality and fortitude, serving as a formidable counter against malevolent entities. There are several methods to activate it. Firstly, by wielding it with immense strength, channeling one's entire being into the blade. Secondly, by allowing a patterned swordsman to infuse the blade with their body heat, raising its temperature. Thirdly, by igniting it through friction. And fourthly, by employing a technique akin to Nezuko's blood demon art to ignite the blade. Among these methods, only the first aligns with Kamiyama Kiyoi's requirements, as the latter options impose excessive conditions, bear significant side effects, or lack longevity. Kiyoshi Kamiyama aspires to continue wielding this technique even after departing from the realm of Demon Slayer, and his formidable physical prowess grants him the option to select the first choice. Kiyoshi Kamiyama inhaled deeply, gripping the blade with both hands, his strength steadily intensifying. His mind focused to an unparalleled degree. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a low, resonant hum, as if lamenting its impending fate. As his grip tightened, the quivering of the blade escalated from perceptible to nearly imperceptible. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the frequency of the blade's vibrations was increasing. The pristine white blade began to take on a crimson hue, transitioning from orange to red, and finally evolving into a deep scarlet. The air surrounding the blade crackled with a sizzle, the extreme heat igniting the very atmosphere. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Cracks began to form on the blade's surface, swiftly expanding and proliferating until the entire blade was adorned with a web-like network of fissures. Kiyoshi Kamiyama ceased his exertion, and the entire blade shattered into countless fragments, leaving only the hilt intact. Remarkably, it was as anticipated. The Hecate knife indeed imposes stringent demands on the weapon. Within the realm of Demon Slayer, the Nichiren blade is inherently resistant to high temperatures, making it an excellent instrument for wielding the Hecate knife. However, in reality, does this not equate to incurring a loss with every use? Kiyoshi Kamigami pondered the state of his and Mochizuki's wallets, feeling a chilling breeze sweep through the air. It seemed he could only contemplate the possibility of discovering an extraordinary weapon in the present world. After tidying up the ground, he settled himself upon it. Kiyoshi fixed his gaze ahead, or more accurately, upon the panel before him. The breathing technique, known as Breath of the Constant 996-1000, was a method of my own invention. Experimental results indicate that it significantly enhances my strength and speed. As for the lack of attributes, this may be a consequence of my own subconscious decisions. Lost in thought, he mused that Breath of the Sun had a rather pleasing ring to it. Kiyoshi Kamiyama inhaled and exhaled until a certain shackle gradually shattered with a resounding crack. The flow of energy within his body became markedly more fluid, and unlike before, which was constrained to a fixed pathway circulating throughout his being. The energy could now swiftly concentrate at a single point, liberating itself from the confines of its usual trajectory. The sun-breathing technique reached its zenith at 101-0000. The water-breathing technique at 856-1000. The sound-breathing technique at 810-1000. And the love-breathing technique at 600-1000. Kiyoshi Kamiyama chuckled, for today was a splendid day. A breakthrough in one breathing technique catalyzed the enhancement of others. Thus, with the exception of the Breath of the Sun, all breathing techniques transitioned into a state of equilibrium. Kiyoshi Kamitani could distinctly sense the surge of energy within him, a profound enhancement that rendered his entire being with an exhilarating sensation of expansion. His spinal membranes were hardening, and the strength of his physical form was ascending at an astonishing rate. Could 8 points of refined energy enable me to wield the blade single-handedly? He remained vigilant, meticulously calibrating the energy coursing through his body, gradually acclimating to this explosive increase in power. Time swiftly elapsed, and nearly a week had passed since Kiyoshi Kamitani's arrival at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Throughout most of this period, he had dedicated himself to honing his abilities and acclimatizing to his newfound strength. During his leisure moments, he engaged in exchanges with Kanroji and the returning swordsman, sharing techniques of breath control and swordsmanship. Recently, Kiyoshi Kamitani had taken the opportunity to visit the trio recuperating from their injuries. Inosuke was recovering remarkably well, already lively and spirited. Zenitsu, though his injuries were not severe, had nearly healed as well, yet he continued to feign a somber demeanor, attempting to evade mission assignments. Tanjiro, however, was still bound in a multitude of bandages, having sustained the most grievous wounds. He had lost considerable blood and was also afflicted by a battle-induced transformation, requiring additional time to regain his vitality. The arrival of Kiyoshi Kamitani brought great joy to the trio. Zenitsu boasted to the 3 young ladies of the Butterfly Mansion, Kiyo, Sumi, and Kocho about his remarkable feats, while Inosuke clamored for a chance to engage in combat with Kiyoshi Kamitani. Kiyoshi Kamiyama unceremoniously beat him up, leaving Inosuke with a recuperation period of nearly half a week. The trio informed Kamiyama that Shinobu Kocho would be returning shortly, likely within the next few days. Kamiyama had long coveted Shinobu, albeit not for her person, but for her mastery of poison techniques. If possible, he aspired to glean further skills to safeguard himself against potential adversaries he might encounter during his journeys across the realms. Today seemed to be the opportune moment. Kamiyama shielded his eyes from the sun, observing the azure sky adorned with a few wispy clouds. It was a splendid day. He gathered his belongings, took up his katana, and made his way to the Butterfly Mansion. Good afternoon, Master Hashira. Thank you for your guidance yesterday, Master Hashira. As Kamiyama traversed the path, he exchanged greetings with various members of the Demon Slayer Corps he encountered. During these interactions with his fellow swordsmen, he inevitably offered insights and advice. Gradually, the elite Demon Slayers at headquarters became acquainted with this newcomer Hashira, deepening their respect for him. Kiyoshi Kamiyama nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, he arrived at the Butterfly Mansion. Even before the door was opened, he could hear the commotion created by Inosuke, along with the sounds of Tanjiro's rehabilitation training. As he raised his gaze at the entrance, he noticed a purple-haired girl standing vacantly against the bamboo wall, her diamond-shaped highlight shimmering in her pastel lavender eyes. With cherry blossom pink lips, straight bangs, and a single-side ponytail secured with a green butterfly hairpin edged in pink, she was Kane Kocho. If Kiyoshi Kamiyama recalled correctly, she was the adopted daughter of Shinobu Kocho. Beyond that, she held another intriguing identity, Tanjiro's future wife, a fact that piqued Kiyoshi Kamiyama's interest far more than the previous one. Tanjiro, would you care for a wife? He mused. Gently knocking on the door, it was answered by a girl with black hair and blue eyes. Adorned with a blue butterfly hair accessory, Always Kanzaki. Kane, since you're here, could you please let me in? She complained while running to open the door. Outside stood a handsome swordsman, with blue eyes and long hair cascading down his back, clad in loose-fitting fabric. A sword that did not resemble a Nichiren blade hanging at his side. May I ask who you are? Aoi Kanzaki inquired, somewhat perplexed. Kiyoshi, have you come to visit us? Tanjiro exclaimed loudly, still under the watchful gaze of Kaneo, who insisted he perform his rehabilitation exercises. Ah, is that Lord Hashira? My apologies for the oversight, please come in. Aoi Kanzaki quickly opened the door, ushering him inside. Kamiya Kiyoi nodded with a smile, casting his gaze around the room before greeting Tanjiro and preparing to follow Kanzaki Aoi inside. Inosuke was still performing push-ups, while Kanaho remained lost in thought. Had he struck Inosuke too harshly last time? Surely ENT retreated into silence. Unbeknownst to Kamiya, Inosuke was actually stealing glances at him, upon noticing Kamiya's indifference. He immediately sprang into action. An opening, charging forward with reckless abandon, just as Kamiya approached the doorway. A sly smile graced his lips as he turned and swiftly restrained the oncoming Inosuke. The moment Inosuke beheld Kamiya's grin, a shiver ran down his spine. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his boar-like visage. Tanjiro, brace yourself. With that, he twisted his legs, generating a vortex of energy, and with a mere flick, sent himself hurtling towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro's expression shifted dramatically as he dodged the descending Inosuke with a roll. Inosuke crashed to the ground with a thud. Good brother. Kamiya gave a thumbs up before stepping into the house. Inside the cozy and elegant room, Shinobu Kocho sat gracefully at a tea table, her movements fluid and refined. As the fragrant aroma of tea wafted throughout the space. Ah, today we have a distinguished guest. Pausing her actions, Shinobu lifted her gaze, curiously assessing Kamiya Kiyoi, the individual who would become one of her most trusted companions in the days to come. Each Hashira is a comrade with whom one can share both life and death. Kiyoshi Kamiyama was likewise appraising the dignified woman before him. Shinobu Kochu possessed a cascade of black hair, with the ends of her bangs adorned in a distinctive shade of purple, and at the nape of her neck, she sported a butterfly hairpin that elegantly gathered her tresses. Her violet pupils shimmered with depth and brilliance, and she was clad in a haori embellished with butterfly wing patterns. In Kamiyama's recollections, Shinobu's popularity had always remained unwavering in her previous life. Beyond her exquisite exterior, her seemingly gentle demeanor belied a cunning nature hidden beneath. A striking contrast that left a lasting impression. Upon learning that the insect Hashira had returned to headquarters ahead of schedule, and with the forthcoming Hashira meeting necessitating their gathering, I seized the opportunity to pay an early visit. Moreover, I harbored a personal desire to exchange insights on swordsmanship with each of the Hashira. Kiyoshi Kamiyama sat upright across the table. Shinobu Kocho, with her pale, porcelain-like hands, gracefully lifted the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Kiyoshi. I am more than willing to assist you, but I fear you may be disappointed, for my abilities are lacking, and my swordsmanship does not quite measure up to that of the typical Hashira. Kamiya Kiyoi did not exhibit any signs of surprise. Instead, he thoughtfully caressed his teacup. So that is the case. It is well known that the insect Hashira possesses profound insights into pharmacology and toxins, more than capable of compensating for any deficiencies in strength. To be candid, I too harbor a keen interest in the realm of potions and would be delighted to engage in a discussion together. This elicited a look of astonishment from Kochu Shinobu, as she found the subject of potions to be rather dull and tedious. Moreover, as far as she knew, the individual before her was a formidable swordsman skilled in direct confrontation. There is no objection, she replied. However, since he expressed a desire for collaboration, she had no reason to decline. I shall begin to intrude upon your time starting tomorrow. Following this, the two engaged in an extensive conversation, sharing their experiences from the outside world as well as Kamiya Kiyoi's past. As the hour grew late, he announced his intention to return the following day. After bidding farewell to Kochu Shinobu, Kamiya Kiyoi prepared to depart. As he passed by the infirmary, he cast a glance at Tanjiro, who was still diligently practicing in secret. What a dedicated spirit. Not wishing to disturb him, Kamiya Kiyoi quietly exited the butterfly mansion. From that day forth, Kamiya Kiyoi became quite occupied. Mornings were spent enjoying pastries with Kanroji while exchanging swordsmanship techniques. Afternoons were dedicated to learning various breathing techniques from the swordsman returning to headquarters. And evenings were devoted to refining his breathing techniques and summarizing the swordsmanship experiences of the day. Despite his busy schedule, Kamiya Kiyoi could distinctly sense his own transformation. He relished this continual ascent in strength, especially as progress was visibly evident. Kamiya-san, if all goes as planned, The Hashira will gradually return in the coming days. Kochu Shinobu remarked with a smile while preparing medicine. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a bright and airy glow throughout the room, elongating the shadows of Kochu Shinobu. Observing her as she ground herbs and perused various texts, Kamiya Kiyoi set aside the scroll he was holding. Is that so? I have been eagerly anticipating their return. Indeed. I imagine you have awaited this moment for quite some time, she replied with a playful chuckle, placing the prepared herbal residue aside. It seemed she had a knack for humor. Beneath her gentle exterior lay a shrewd mind. Kamiya Kiyoi could only muster a polite, yet awkward smile. I shall visit frequently in the future. Will you not come daily? She teased. Ah, Kamiya-kun, you seem to have a penchant for novelty. Their relationship had certainly evolved since their first encounter, allowing for light-hearted banter. Observing Kamiya Kiyoi's bemusement, Kochu Shinobu stifled a laugh. After organizing her materials, she turned to Kamiya Kiyoi and said, the training grounds for the stone Hashira are located on the mountainside, while the wind and serpent Hashira reside nearby. You may wish to visit with Mitsuri. The water Hashira, Mr. Tigaiii, lives on the western side of the village, requiring passage by Lord Ubuyashiki's estate. The mist Hashira, Takatum is rather reserved and often away on missions, so you may not encounter him until the Hashira meeting. Kaneo Tsuyuri attentively advised Kanamori Kyoichi on several matters. Mr. Shinobu Kocho possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to emotions, while Mr. Tomioka-ju, despite his seemingly irritable demeanor, was in truth remarkably kind-hearted. The character of Mr. Tomioka is rather peculiar. Upon mentioning Ju, Kaneo paused momentarily, revealing a blank yet serene smile. Ju? Have you perhaps become unpopular? Kyoichi found himself in a state of bemusement. Mr. Rengoku is truly a wonderful person, Kaneo added unexpectedly, her gaze dimming slightly. He was unlike herself. For someone like her, even sacrifice would be deemed worthwhile. Kiyoshi Kamiyama could sense the pervasive atmosphere of sorrow. Although Shinobu Kocho appeared outwardly calm, he discerned subtle differences in her words. Deep within her heart lay an inexhaustible well of hatred and fury. This hatred, transformed into a blazing fire, would inevitably one day become too overwhelming to contain, reducing her entirely to ashes. With few words exchanged, Kiyoshi gently patted Shinobu's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. No words were necessary. The most effective course of action was to take decisive steps. Once he had vanquished Muzan Kabutsuji, the endless hatred lurking in the shadows of the Demon Slayer Corps would naturally dissipate. Days later, as Kiyoshi prepared to depart, he was interrupted by a series of knocking sounds at the door. The visitor, adorned with an odd fire-themed mask, appeared rather comical. Was this a blacksmith? Kiyoshi pondered. Forgive the intrusion, Lord Kamiyama, the visitor spoke, introducing himself as Kanatetsu from the swordsmith village. I am here to inform you that the main body of your Nichiren blade has been completed, and I wish to discuss some specific details regarding the sword. Kanatetsu bowed respectfully and produced a small notebook from his belongings. Kiwa Kamiyama saw no reason to hesitate and harbored his own visions for the Nichiren blade. He invited the blacksmith into his abode, and the two engaged in earnest discourse. As the sun ascended to its zenith, their conversation concluded precisely at midday. In due course, I shall make a journey to the blacksmith's village, where I shall personally retrieve the blade. Seiichi Kamiyama offered a few words of advice, and after Steele acknowledged his understanding, he took his leave. What was the reason for my outing, one might wonder? Ah, indeed, today I am to pay a visit to the Wind Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, and the Serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai. With that thought, Kamiyama, not yet settled, stepped out once more. His first destination was the abode of Kanroji, who hurriedly emerged, remnants of food clinging to her fingertips. The two strolled side by side toward the courtyard of the Wind Hashira. I have heard whispers of her sorrowful past. It seems that many within the Demon Slayer Corps are burdened with tales of woe. A hint of sadness flickered across Kanroji's visage. Is your sorrow merely the disdain of a suitor? It appears you are, in fact, the happiest soul among the Demon Slayers, Kamiyama mused inwardly. As they journeyed, the two engaged in a lively exchange. In recent times, Kamiyama's visits to Kanroji had significantly diminished, for he had nearly grasped her sword techniques and gleaned the wisdom of her martial path. He would return when she had new insights to share. Unbeknownst to Kanroji, Kamiyama's thoughts were rather impolite, as she chattered incessantly. Upon reaching the entrance to the Wind Hashira's modest courtyard, they knocked, only to have the door opened by none other than the Serpent Hashira. Upon seeing Kanroji, Abanai froze momentarily. How fortuitous, to visit two individuals in one go, thought Kamiyama with amusement at Abanai's reaction. Who goes there? came a somewhat irritable voice from behind. It was none other than Mitsuri Kanroji. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the four Hashira gathered together. When Kamiyama expressed a desire to share swordsmanship insights, both Iguro and Mitsuri seemed eager to engage. It was apparent that Iguro felt a twinge of jealousy over Kanroji's close friendship with Kamiyama. Mitsuri, a lover of combat, viewed the pursuit of continual battles and self-improvement as the singular creed of life. I too wish to witness the prowess that Yuzui so fervently admires, Mitsuri grinned, revealing a flash of silver teeth. Seiichi Kamiyama slowly unsheathed his katana. Until his own Nichiren blade was completed, he preferred the conventional style of non-Nichiren swords. The first to take the stage was Shinazugawa, whose azure Nichiren blade reflected a greenish hue in the sunlight. Before uttering a word, Shinazugawa's figure vanished from sight. Upon closer inspection, he had already closed the distance. Was it the breath of wind? Contrary to his expectations, the Wind and Demon Slayer did not emphasize speed, but rather focused on penetrating power, slicing capability, and area damage. With both hands on his sword, Shinazugawa executed a horizontal slash. Noticing that Seiichi Kamiyama had yet to react, he found it somewhat peculiar. A thunderous clash resonated, sending dust swirling. Shinazugawa's blade was halted by an ordinary katana, firmly held and unwavering. Seiichi Kamiyama blocked with one hand, his sword remaining steady and unshaken. Shinazugawa leaped back to create distance, then launched another fierce attack, his blade now enveloped in azure energy, swift and piercing. Within mere inches of the blade's edge, Seiichi could feel the sharpness radiating. With effortless parries, he elegantly deflected all of Shinazugawa's strikes. The muted sounds of their intense clashes echoed throughout the small courtyard. That afternoon, the Wind Pillar's yard was a whirlwind of dust. Seiichi adeptly countered each move, occasionally feeding in his own attacks, and even Kanroji joined in the fray. Adding to the excitement, days passed since their sparring, during which Seiichi visited the Stone Pillar, Himejima, and the Water Pillar, Tomioka-ju. After engaging in duels with them, he garnered significant insights. Tomioka-ju was just as he remembered, stern in demeanor, yet warm-hearted, often at a loss for words. Seiichi's visits seemed to him like provocations, but fortunately, Seiichi understood his character. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe him to be excessively proud. Opening his panel, he observed the following. Name, Seiichi Kamiyama. Strength, first her spirit power, 240. 240 basic skills, mastery of Japanese, 900, 7500, advanced swordsmanship, 4,000 50,000, introductory medicine and poison, 1,000 10,000, extraordinary abilities. Complete concentration of sun breathing, 8,000 10,000. Complete concentration of water breathing, 1656 10,000. Complete concentration of sound breathing, 1999 10,000. Complete concentration of love breathing, 561 10,000. Constant lightning breathing, 600, 1000. Constant wind breathing, 600, 1000. Constant sun breathing, 101, 1000. Introductory Heki blade, 1,000 10,000. Temporary talent, near the path evaluation, first tier elite. An exquisitely luxurious panel. Seiichi Kamiyama's strength had once again surged, and considering he had only been in the Demon Slayer world for less than a month, it was evident how formidable the near-the-path talent truly was. He seriously suspected that this extraordinary talent was a result of the beginner's protection period in the first world. All breathing techniques, except for sun breathing and Nichiren breathing, were consolidated. The panel momentarily blurred before gradually coming into focus. Extraordinary abilities. Complete concentration breathing of the sun, 800, 010000. Constant breathing of the sun, 101, 0000. Proficiency in the hegemonic blade, 100, 010000. Breathing techniques, unleashed. Temporary talent. Approaching a state where other breathing techniques reach complete concentration has not significantly augmented his strength. However, this was not unexpected. After all, if one could truly stack buffs in such a manner, the demons would have been eradicated long ago. It seems that the energy of this world has its limits. The pinnacle for humanity appears to be my current state. Well, Kinokuni Yorichi does not count as an ordinary human, and the upper limit for demons might be somewhat higher. Kiyoshi Kamiyama felt the tumultuous and profound energy within him, akin to an abyss or a vast ocean. The amplification intensity of the sun breathing was surprisingly greater than he had anticipated. Truly, it was the original breathing technique, and indeed the most formidable. While the solar breathing exhibited a higher level of proficiency, It lacked the purity found in the sun breathing's amplification intensity. The experience he garnered from the sun breathing was acquired through deducing from a myriad of other breathing techniques. In comparison to other methods, the advancement of the sun breathing was relatively gradual. This was not due to any inherent weakness, but rather the absence of a formalized path for the technique, as it was akin to restoring the sun breathing. In reality, it was not unlike the reinvention of an entirely new form of sun breathing. Master Hashira, the time has come. You may proceed to the Hashira meeting. A voice from outside reminded Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Kiyoshi Kamiyama raised his gaze towards the sun, fastening his sword at his waist before setting off. In the courtyard of the canoe residence, the 8 Hashira gathered in unison. The first to cross the threshold was the stone Hashira, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, followed in succession by the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, the water Hashira, Jitomioka, the sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, the serpent Hashira, Abanai Iguro, the flower Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, and the mist Hashira, Machiro Takido. Standing together, they emanated a chilling aura unique to the Hashira, capable of instilling fear in any malevolent spirit that dared to approach. Seated upon the platform in the rear courtyard was Yoya Kanu, accompanied by his wife, Amano Kanu. I trust one have not arrived too late. Seiichi Kamiyama ambled in from the backyard gate, momentarily capturing the collective gaze of 8 individuals. The intensity of their stares was palpable. The eyes possess a formidable power. And should one's spirit lack purity or one's resolve falter, the scrutiny of countless onlookers could unveil one's true self. Although the crowd was not vast, each pillar stood as formidable as an army, more daunting than a multitude of thousands. In the face of their attention, Seiichi Kamiyama felt only a gentle breeze upon his face, his steps unfaltering as he swiftly aligned himself alongside the pillars. We still have some time before we commence. It appears we are the ones growing anxious, he remarked, clearing his throat. The pillar meeting convenes only when necessary. Today, I have summoned you all to convey 2 important matters. Tanjiro Tsujikuni gently caressed wise-eyed Tsujikuni's back, soothing his inner turmoil. The 9 pillars below wore solemn expressions, listening intently. The first matter, thanks to the efforts of Seiichi Kamiyama, Tenjin Yuzui, Tanjiro Kamadu, Nezuko Kamadu, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inosuke Hashibara. We have successfully vanquished the Upper Moon 6. This marks an unprecedented victory in centuries. Even wise-eyed Tsujikuni found it difficult to contain his excitement in that moment. The 8 pillars had been aware of the news beforehand, yet the official announcement sparked their curiosity anew, particularly for the Mist Pillar. This was his first encounter with Seiichi Kamiyama, as he had not previously interacted with him. Kaminoya Kiwa cast a glance at Takeda Michiru, who at that moment remained a youth devoid of any particular distinction, patiently awaiting Tanjiro's heroic intervention. The second matter at hand pertained to bestowing upon Kiwa the esteemed title of Hashira. I would like to solicit everyone's opinions on this, articulated Kanroji Yoya with a gentle demeanor. The Hashira were naturally already aware of the news, and there was no objection to be found. Should there be no dissent? Let it be decided thus. Kiwa, according to the regulations of the Demon Slayer Corps, you must subsequently fulfill the prerequisites for ascending to the rank of Hashira, which entails vanquishing a sufficient number of demons or eliminating the lower moons. Now, let us discuss the tasks at hand during this period and in the future. Kanroji Yoya began to elaborate on his thoughts, such as intensifying the training of the swordsman, even suggesting special training sessions. He sensed that following the defeat of the Upper Moons, the demons would undoubtedly make their move, and a decisive battle loomed not far ahead. Time was of the essence. The meeting lasted approximately an hour. Following its conclusion, the contents were disseminated far and wide by countless crows, reaching the hands of numerous swordsmen. The news of the successful extermination of an Upper Moon reverberated throughout the Demon Slayer Corps. The 12 Kazuki were the most formidable of demons. Even amidst the relentless efforts of the Demon Slayer Corps, the lower moons continued to be replaced, yet the upper moons remained unchanged, having claimed the lives of innumerable Hashira. How formidable is Lord Sound Hashira? Someone exclaimed. Does anyone know who Kaminoya Kiwa is? Did you not read the second letter? He is our future new Hashira. Is that true? How splendid. We have gained another Hashira. Following Lord Rengoku's departure, 2 pieces of good news have arrived in quick succession, uplifting the spirits of the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Is it true that Kiwa has become a Hashira? As expected of him. Tanjiro, reading the letter with a beaming smile, genuinely felt elated for Kiwa. Damn it. I too shall slay the upper moons and become a Hashira. Just you wait. In a shadowy corner, a fearsome figure with dark Crest-like hair and a prominent scar across his right cheek clutched the letter tightly. Excellent. Splendid. Kenroji Sakanji trembled as he held the missive. While on a mission, Zenitsu, upon seeing this news, became even more earnest in his tasks. Has an upper moon perished? This is truly remarkable. A beautiful woman sat at a table. Her long black hair parted down the middle and styled into a large, low bun fastened with a floral hairpin. Her deep purple kimono exuded elegance. As the entire demon-hunting community buzzed with excitement, the very subject of the matter, Kamiya Kiyoi, was preparing for a mission, readying himself to head to the swordsmith village. Early the next morning, following hidden messages, Kamiya Kiyoi arrived at a designated meeting point. From a distance, he spotted Tanjiro, who was also waiting. The vibrant red of his hair strikingly visible under the sunlight. Hey, Tanjiro, are you heading to the swordsmith village as well? Upon seeing Kamiya Kiyoi, Tanjiro's face lit up, and he waved enthusiastically. Kiyoi, I'm so glad to see you. With you here, Mr. Haganazuka should surely trust me. Tanjiro has once again damaged the sword forged for him by the esteemed Hataru. The Nichiren blade is typically designed to endure only a singular breathing technique. Unless crafted with special provisions, the frequent transition between different styles of breathing may lead to irrevocable damage to the blade. In the previous fierce battles, Tanjiro was compelled to alternate between water breathing and the dance of the fire god. Although this was a necessity born of desperation, it has nonetheless inflicted irreparable harm upon the Nichiren sword. After sending it to the swordsmith village for repairs, Hataru wrote back, stating, "You shall not expect to wield a weapon of such fearsome inscription here. I can only do my utmost." Kiyoshi Kamiyama gazed with a sense of glee at the sorrowful expression on Tanjiro's face. "Dear adults, please don these," he said, producing earplugs and an eye mask. Without further ado, both Kiyoshi Kamiyama and Tanjiro adorned themselves, only to find themselves being lifted, indicating that they were on the move, though deprived of sight and sound. How could this deter Kiyoshi Kamiyama? The flow of air against his skin allowed him to instantly discern his surroundings and react accordingly. In truth, he had lost track of just how formidable he had become. In terms of actual combat prowess, he was significantly stronger than an ordinary first tier, yet not quite on par with the second tier. He had witnessed battles involving second-tier warriors online. Their skirmishes rendered entire regions into wastelands, not merely hundreds of meters, but spanning several kilometers. In contrast to first-tier capabilities, which could easily annihilate a neighborhood, second-tier strength could obliterate streets, reducing multiple neighborhoods to ashes in a heartbeat. Should a second-tier warrior unleash their full potential, they could effortlessly decimate a small town. Naturally, if an entry-level extraordinary being were to act unchecked, given sufficient time, they could lay waste to even the largest of cities. Each county within the Divine Cherry Kingdom boasts extraordinary beings of third tier or higher as guardians. As the capital city of the province, it is further fortified by even higher-tiered extraordinary beings, and the Alliance has established specialized agencies to address extraordinary incidents, thus preventing rampant chaos. Tianshui County's urban landscape is substantial, comparable in size to Tokyo from the past. Its jurisdiction spans vast territories, with rural areas constituting the majority. Kiyoshi Kamiyama and his sister, Mochizuki Kamiyama, once resided in the countryside, where they enjoyed a life filled with simple pleasures. Eventually, their parents relocated them to the city of Tianshui, where Kiyoshi enrolled in a less-than-stellar elementary school. However, their time experiencing urban life was tragically cut short when their parents perished in an accident, leaving Kiyoshi and Mochizuki to fend for themselves. Though relatives expressed a desire to adopt them, their motives were largely driven by the inheritance of property and assets. Kiyoshi promptly declined such offers, instead choosing to strive diligently, ultimately gaining admission to the finest national junior high school in Tianshui County, where prodigies from affluent families and extraordinary lineages convened. It was this very achievement that afforded them the opportunity to live independently. Otherwise, according to the laws of the Divine Cherry Kingdom, minors must have guardians, with extraordinary beings being an exception. Despite not having attained the entry-level status, Kiyoshi was classified as an A-class, a distinguished third-tier student. Thus, shortly after entering junior high, the Tianshui government recognized him as an extraordinary being. The classification of whether one is extraordinary is distinctly defined. Extraordinary beings possess spiritual energy, while non-extraordinary individuals do not. Only those capable of generating spiritual energy within their bodies may rightfully claim the title of extraordinary. Possessing spiritual energy is also the most fundamental requirement for A-class students in Tianshui's private national junior high. In simpler terms, A-class refers to the extraordinary class. while B class denotes the cultural class, with the distinction reflecting the divergence between martial and academic pursuits. The rationale for differentiating between A and B categories likely underscores the critical significance of spiritual energy, far beyond Kiyoshi Kamiyama's comprehension. Should individuals endowed with superpowers find themselves devoid of spiritual energy, they would be compelled to rely solely on corporeal strength. This not only renders their might exceedingly feeble, but excessive exertion may also diminish their lifespan. In reality, a particularly poignant adage exists. Superpowers are akin to a vehicle, while spiritual energy serves as its fuel. As for the B-class students, their fates are intricately intertwined with the advancements of technology, whose destructive capabilities surpass imagination. Even a third-tier warrior cannot confidently withstand the formidable force of nuclear weaponry, let alone the even more potent energy weapons that lie beyond. In essence, this world is replete with intrigue. However, such musings are for another time. The immediate priority lies in addressing the matters of the Demon Slayer universe. Upon returning to reality, Kiwa Kamigami intends to delve deeper into understanding, for relying solely on memory proves too abstract. As he pondered, he sensed the rotation of several individuals. The location of the swordsmith village is remarkably concealed. Even the sentinels assigned to specific routes remain unaware of the correct path ahead. They have ingeniously adopted a relay system to ensure the village remains undetected by malevolent demons, an astute choice reminiscent of the strategies employed by the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Furthermore, it is said that Yoi Akanomori does not reside within the headquarters, but rather in a more secretive locale, only making his presence known at the mansion when deemed necessary. It is through such perpetual caution that the Demon Slayer Corps has managed to confront numerous near-extinction crises without faltering over the years. Without further contemplation, Kiwa decided to treat this journey as a moment of respite. After an indeterminate number of individuals had rotated in and out, they finally arrived at their destination. Allowing the two esteemed figures to remove their blindfolds, the sentinel gently set Kiwa Kamigami down and removed the earplugs from his ears. Upon lifting the blindfold, he was greeted by a modest archway, devoid of any inscription indicating the swordsmith village. After all, such foolishness would be unthinkable. Before him stood two impressive rows of structures. The ground floor predominantly housing blacksmith workshops, while the upper levels likely served as residences. The air held a distinct scent. Could there be a hot spring nearby? Tanjiro sniffed the air and inquired of the sentinel beside him. Your sense of smell surpasses that of a dog, Tanjiro. Indeed. The two esteemed figures could subsequently alleviate their fatigue by indulging in the hot springs. With that, the sentinel took his leave. A villager approached, guiding Kiwa Kamigami and Tanjiro to meet the village chief. They were led to a tea room, where several individuals were seated. Among them a notably diminutive elder adorned with a fiery mask, the chief of the swordsmith village, the shortest yet most esteemed figure within the community. This little old man exuded an air of irreverence. After conversing, the elder expressed his dissatisfaction over the fact that the sword forged for Steel Grave had broken, thumping his chest with a promise to retrieve Steel Grave and administer a thorough reprimand. Lord Sunpillar, your sword has been forged according to your specifications. Upon departing the tea room, they encountered Steel Grave, who presented Kiwa with a long blade sheathed in its scabbard, extending it with both hands. Kiyoshi Kamiyama grasped the long blade, immediately sensing a gentle warmth emanating from it. The energy coursed through the sword with remarkable efficiency. A mere touch was sufficient to draw conclusions. As he gently withdrew the blade, the obsidian surface gradually revealed itself. While the continuous influx of energy transformed its hue into a pristine white, casting a cold, piercing light that illuminated the corridor. In comparison to typical Nichiren blades, this one was longer, with a tip that was not curved like a conventional sword, but rather sharply angled. The spine was a fifth of a pinky finger thick, perfectly straight like a ruler, eschewing the traditional curvature of Japanese swords. Should any internet denizens from a past life be present, they would undoubtedly recognize this as the Tang horizontal blade. An exquisite sword. Kiyoshi Kamiyama felt a surge of delight as he toyed with the blade. The steel pattern reflected his satisfaction, and the swordsmith, Kanatetsu, shared in his joy, while Tanjiro observed from the side with envious eyes. After bidding farewell to Tanjiro and Kanatetsu, Kiyoshi Kamiyama intended to retreat to his room for a brief respite. He languidly stretched, acknowledging that although he had not run himself, the distance he covered was equivalent, rounding up to the same exertion. This self-deception was a small comfort. He drew forth his sword, unsheathing it, the pristine blade mirroring his visage. He was genuinely pleased with the weapon, not only because of its formidable durability, capable of withstanding the high temperatures of the Hecate, but also due to its balanced and harmonious attributes, which ensured that the Nichiren blade remained intact during transitions between breathing techniques. After indulging in the blade for a while, Kiyoshi Kamiyama resolved to continue his training. The breath of the sun, the breath of the day, and the Hecate were all being honed, his proficiency steadily ascending. At present, there remained only one technique he had yet to master, the transparent world. This ability bore resemblance to the Byakugan from Naruto, as both could observe the opponent's skeletal structure and veins akin to X-ray vision. Furthermore, they significantly enhanced the capacity to discern the flaws in an adversary's movements. If the breathing techniques augmented a swordsman's physical strength, the transparent world greatly heightened their perception, allowing the user to clearly see an opponent's anatomy, predict their actions, and increase both attack and evasion speeds. In simple terms, it was as if dynamic vision had reached its zenith. The key to activating the transparent world lay in precise breathing and movement, maximizing power with minimal motion. To initiate it, a swordsman must shut down other senses, achieving a transparent observation of the opponent's internal state through repeated correct actions, followed by a swift strike to subdue the enemy. The concept of repetition was quite prevalent in Demon Slayer, but for Kiyoshi Kamiyama it was of little consequence. For one so close to mastery, learning it posed no great challenge. However, inventing it without a reference point could take some time, much like the Hecate, which he had contemplated after witnessing the crimson glimmer of Tanjiro's blade striking the six-pointed tip. Yet, he mused, it would not be long. With his near mastery, he felt confident that given another month, he could chase Muzan across this realm with ease. Meanwhile, at the Infinite Castle, a tumultuous scene unfolded. Muzan, observing his experiments while holding a dripping vial, slowly lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes narrowing as they fixed upon the upper moons below. "You have disappointed me greatly," he exclaimed, his left hand sweeping violently, shattering all the vials and jars on the table. His expression twisted into a grimace, his right hand pressing against his temple. "For hundreds of years, you have accomplished nothing. It seems I have been too lenient with you due to your status as upper moons." The atmosphere grew chillingly tense. The first to break the silence was a figure wearing a rather excited expression, or rather, a demon. He diverges greatly from the human form. His upper body is humanoid, complete with arms and a chest, yet his lower half is merely a vessel. Where one would expect eyes, there lie two green-lipped mouths, and his forehead and mouth are adorned with eyes, the upper ones featuring golden-yellow irises etched with the symbol of upper moon. Below, in the eyes situated beneath his face, the numeral 5 is inscribed, representing the fifth upper moon, the vessel. "Lord Muzan, I have located the forge of the Demon Slayer core," he remarked, boredom evident in his tone. In an instant, the head of the vessel appeared in Muzan's grasp, thick blood gushing forth as the vessel's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, crimson flowing freely. "What I seek is information regarding the blue spider lily." He discarded the vessel's head, blood splattering everywhere. Muzan turned away, casting a glance at the trembling figure on the ground before vanishing into the darkness. "Once the information is verified, you shall accompany the half-demon." "Yes, Lord Muzan," the vessel exclaimed, having just reattached his own head. He then glanced at the figure on the ground, a stooped old man. Upon closer examination, the man bore a ghastly appearance, with a large tumor on his forehead and two horns protruding from his head. Strangely, unlike the others of the upper moons, there were no engravings of upper moon or corresponding numbers in his eyes, despite being the fourth upper moon. Licking his lips, the vessel had no intentions of departing from Infinity Castle. He retracted his upper body, intrigued by the two figures on the platform. One sat cross-legged, resembling a child with an innocent smile, swaying side to side like a roly-poly toy, a white-haired man clad in a black cloak. His rainbow-hued iris is marked with upper moon and 2. The other stood straight, facing away from the childlike figure, with short peach-pink hair, golden eyes, and pale skin covered in deep blue tattoos. His eyes, aside from the inscription of Upper Moon 3, were filled with displeasure. "Ah, what news do you bear, vessel?" Without further regard for Akaza, Doma stood and approached the vessel, poking at its body with a finger. "Has Lord Muzan commanded anything of you?" A cold voice resonated from behind. Bang! Hardly had the words left his lips when Doma's head was smashed in one blow, the upper part of his skull exploding into fragments. It became evident that Akaza had silently positioned himself behind them, his right hand stained with blood, clearly the source of the attack. A swift motion caused blood to splatter as Akaza's right hand was severed cleanly. "You have gone too far, Akaza." A calm voice echoed in Akaza's ears. His pupils constricted as he turned to see a man with deep crimson long hair tied in a high ponytail standing behind him. "If you disagree, you may initiate a positional blood battle." The figure, possessing a total of 6 eyes, was one of the upper moons. Ah, Lord Kokushibo. I was merely playing with him. Besides, even if a positional blood battle was initiated, he would not stand a chance, would he, Akaza? The flesh on his head intertwined, and in an instant, he recovered from his injuries. Tima smiled as he spoke. Waza's veins bulged, yet he remained motionless. Abandon that tedious insistence, Waz. Muzan, slowly emerging from the darkness, had returned. Waz immediately knelt in reverence, while Tima straightened himself, and Kokushib slightly inclined his body. Lord Muzan. Why? Because I have changed my mind. Muzan's profound gaze revealed no discernible meaning. The only sound lingering in the air was the trembling of the half-dog, Hachik. In the swordsmith village, the hot springs here could indeed heal wounds. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Tanjiro and Kiyoshi Kamiyama were on their way to the mountain hot springs, with Kiyoshi having been persuaded to join by Tanjiro. However, he was somewhat willing as he was genuinely curious to experience the sensation of soaking in the springs. Upon reaching the foot of the stairs, they heard a cheerful voice from afar. Tanjiro, Kiyoshi-kun. Kenroji, clad in a bathrobe, came running down the steps. Listen to me. Listen to me. I was just ignored. Wah. With a sorrowful expression, Kenroji spun around, embracing both of them. Dizzied by the motion, Kiyoshi chuckled softly. Thus began the mundane life in the swordsmith village. The following morning, Kiyoshi Kamiyama opened his meditative eyes. After bidding farewell to Jinya Shinazugawa and Tanjiro the previous night, he had explored the swordsmith village and its surroundings. A peaceful night had passed, and the demons had not attacked. The story was likely still progressing in its original direction. At this moment, Tanjiro must have already begun his training. It likely wouldn't be long before he obtained the sword from the first form of Yorichi and the affection of Muchurtaket. Of course, this was said in jest, but truthfully, only someone as gentle as Tanjiro could truly reach Muchur. I still have much to improve in my own eloquence. Kiyoshi Kamiyama was resolutely focused on his primary mission, to minimize casualties within the Demon Slayer Corps as much as possible. Given his prophetic abilities, he could indeed exploit the advantage of information asymmetry. As for the reason why Kiyoshi chose not to inform the Demon Slayer Corps about the discovery of the Tamashii jar in their vicinity, there were several considerations. First, the butterfly effect was a significant factor. Kiyoshi's very presence could potentially lead to entirely divergent fates, an outcome he could not fully anticipate. It was even conceivable that the Tamashii jar had not yet discovered the existence of the swordsmith village. Second, although he held the rank of Hashira, his words would carry weight, yet it was implausible to relocate the entire swordsmith village based solely on a single statement, especially considering the presence of unique minerals in the area. Lastly, without concrete evidence, persuading others would prove arduous. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, it was challenging to clarify how he possessed such precise knowledge. The inability to elucidate his insights might lead to suspicion and resentment, rendering the endeavor ultimately counterproductive. All these factors contributed to his decision to enhance vigilance rather than directly disclose the information. Moreover, was he to play the role of a caretaker? His full support stemmed from the selfless sharing of swordsmanship experienced by the Hashira, but the demons of their world were theirs to confront. If such circumstances led to demise, that would simply be the fate of the Demon Slayer Corps. With the Nicaran blade in hand, he strolled through the streets of the swordsmith village, where the rhythmic clanging of steel echoed from the houses, a cacophony that bore its own unique charm. Kiyoshi-kun. Kenroji waved from a distance. Having come to retrieve her own Nicaran blade, Kiyoshi Kamiyama greeted her with a smile. Miss Kenroji, I have a little gift for you. Kenroji's face flushed crimson, and she fidgeted, uncertain whether to accept it or not. Kiyoshi Kamiyama could easily discern her misinterpretation. It was no surprise that she was the love Hashira. With a swift hand chop, he roused her from her reverie. This is something serious, he asserted, placing a beautiful pouch into her hands. Oh, what a lovely pouch. May I open it? Kenroji inquired, turning the pouch over and examining it with curiosity. Not yet. You may only unveil it when the time is right. And what constitutes the right time? She asked. You will know when the moment arrives, Kiyoshi replied enigmatically. Kenroji pouted slightly at his mysterious demeanor. Subsequently, Kiyoshi ventured to the woods outside the village, where he found Tanjiro engaged in a duel with the Zero style of Yukihira. He handed the pouch to Tanjiro, who gratefully accepted it, this kind-hearted boy trusting everyone implicitly. Ruffling Tanjiro's hair and glancing at Yukihira, Kiyoshi remarked, I have seen in the archives of the Kamadu family that the training dolls in the swordsmith village are modeled after formidable swordsmen. As for this Zero style, It is designed to replicate the legendary creator of the sun-breathing technique, the origin of all breathing forms, the mightiest swordsman, Yurichi Tsujikuni. Yurichi Tsujikuni, what a familiar name. I must have heard it somewhere before, Tanjiro mused, momentarily distracted from the fact that Kiyoshi had just ruffled his hair. The practitioners of sun-breathing had been deliberately targeted by Muzan over centuries, leading to their near extinction, and thus the technique had been lost to time. Yet, unbeknownst to all, sun-breathing had been miraculously passed down. Tanjiro, your dance of the fire god is indeed a form of sun-breathing, a unique lineage of the Kamadu family. Young man, your responsibilities are immense, Kiyoshi said, patting Tanjiro on the shoulder before departing, leaving the boy in profound astonishment. There were still several others he needed to find. He first located the stoic and focused Mitsuri Kanroji, practicing his swordsmanship in an empty corner. With a puzzled look, he received the pouch. Then, in a dimly lit nook, he stumbled upon Jinya Shinazugawa, who was training vigorously. After their previous encounter, they had forged a semblance of acquaintance. TCH, so cryptic, Jinya scoffed, stuffing the pouch into his pocket. After delivering the pouch to Jinya, Kiyoshi returned to his abode to meditate in solitude. Days passed, and on a moonlit night with few stars, Kiyoshi grasped his Nichiren blade, preparing to patrol. The moonlight bathed the forest in a silvery frost, the air crisp and imbued with a delicate mist. As he strolled through the woods near the swordsmith village, Kiyoshi relished the rare moment of relaxation. The scenery was breathtaking, yet he lamented the presence of unsavory elements. Stopping in his tracks, Kiyoshi focused on a pot before him. While it could not be called bustling, it was evident that few ventured there. Who would place a pot here for decoration? Clearly, it is the fifth crescent, the jade pot. The fifth crescent, concealed within the pot, finds happiness as it arrives just in time for a snack, its two tongues eagerly licking their lips. Come quickly, little darling. Is it to entice others to investigate, only to swallow them into the pot? It is evident that it could devour directly, yet it chooses this method. Perhaps out of a peculiar sense of amusement, or perhaps to consider the need for stealth. It matters not. Kiyoshi Kamiyama slowly drew forth his pristine, white Nichiren blade. Under the moonlight, the blade appeared to be adorned with a layer of frost. This presence, could it be a Hashira? No, that doesn't seem quite right. For it felt increasingly amiss. The jade vessel concealed within the pot had yet to turn its thoughts, when a brilliant flash of the blade suddenly struck, followed by an unending flurry of slashes that reduced the already severed pot to mere fragments. So swift was the movement that it was nearly imperceptible. One could almost taste death, a chilling white terror. In an instant, a pot materialized in the tree nearby, and from it emerged the jade vessel, beads of cold sweat dotting its forehead. The vessel could no longer afford the luxury of mirth nor entertain thoughts of promoting its artistry, for the man before it was extraordinarily formidable. This aura did not resemble that of a Hashira, for he surpassed them by an insurmountable margin. Unable to shed its skin and reveal its true form, even if my divine hand were to touch him, he would merely transform into a fish. Yet this was altogether impossible, for his speed eclipsed mine by far. I must rely on the pot's state of instant movement to buy time, waiting for the half-day dog to finish its task before confronting him together. That wretched little brat. The jade vessel pondered its strategy for counteraction. With narrowed eyes, Kiyoshi Kamiyama observed the jade vessel perched in the tree, a sharp chill emanating from behind him. I must say, you are quite hideous, he remarked. A mere human. How dare you question my artistry? The jade vessel's countenance twisted into a grimace, its hands swaying like those of an infant, thoroughly disheveled, though it appeared easily provoked. It was, in reality, remarkably composed. It seemed to grasp the disparity in power between them, seeking to delay in hopes of the half-day dog's arrival. Alas, one could not afford to disregard the situation. If left unchecked, the vessel could summon monstrous entities, posing a greater threat to the denizens of the swordsmith village. Casting a glance at the panel, Kiyoshi Kamiyama held his blade before him, his translucent blue pupils reflecting upon the pristine white surface. Name, Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Strength, first tier spirit power, 250, 250, the human limit of this realm. Basic skills, Japanese proficiency, 1,7500, master of swordsmanship, 1,010, 10,000. Proficient in medicine and poison, 1,000, 50,000, extraordinary abilities, sun-breathing total concentration, limit break, and progress, sun-breathing total concentration, 105,000. Mastery of the Scarlet Blade, 100,000, 500,000. Breathing technique, unfolding, temporary talent, near divine evaluation, first tier elite. With a faint smile, Kiyoshi Kamiyama spoke softly, "Very well, let us engage in this game." Upon turning back, he noted the frequent appearances of the panel and the considerable text it contained. He requested the audience's understanding, for the subsequent world rarely revealed itself. Why must such a terrifying human exist? His power had grown even more formidable than before. The jade vessel need not even touch him. It could already feel its back drenched, despite not being clad in any garments. The immense pressure bore down, reminiscent of the dread one would feel if confronted by the demon King Muzan Kabutsuji himself. The dust suspended in the air was firmly pressed to the ground by an immense pressure. With a cold gaze, Kamitani Kiyoshi wielded his blade, channeling the profound energy within him, akin to a vast ocean, into the sword's body. His lungs expanded as the air gradually flowed into his being. Here it comes. The breath of sound, air burst. He swung the blade, not with the edge forward, but with the flat of the sword, forcefully and swiftly cleaving the air ahead, creating an instant vacuum. It was astonishingly fast. The speed of the blade had surpassed the sound barrier, leading to a rapid compression of air that could not disperse quickly enough, resulting in the formation of massive shockwaves on either side of the blade, where energy surged dramatically. Boom! A tremendous sonic boom resounded throughout the universe, scattering dust across the open ground, while the surrounding trees toppled like dominoes. The colossal explosion roared, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that radiated outward with ferocity. It was deafening. Yue had already concealed himself within a jar before Kiyoshi made his move. Hastily darting between jars nearby, he lacked confidence in evading Kiyoshi's strike, thus he had to act preemptively. Blood trickled from Yue's ears, a consequence of the sonic explosion rupturing his eardrums. However, for a demon, such an injury would heal swiftly. Why was he compelled to act this way? This attack seemed futile. Concealed within a jar buried in the earth, Yue contemplated calmly. No, that's not right. This serves as a warning to the Demon Slayer Corps. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yue's expression darkened. If Hentenga cannot fulfill Lord Muzan's task, then our return is uncertain. No, that's incorrect. The question of whether I can survive this ordeal remains. Yue sensed Kamitani Kiyoshi standing above him. Kiwa Kamiyama faintly sensed the presence of the jade pot beneath the ground. Do you enjoy playing the mouse? Lift your foot. Stomp with all your might. The earth instantaneously fractured, resembling waves as cracks radiated outward in a circular pattern. The pot below was crushed into powder under immense pressure. In the distance, the village of blacksmiths felt a tremendous sound echoing from afar, accompanied by a sudden shockwave that shattered the paper on the windows. Whether resting or forging, the villagers were jolted by this force. The first to react were Tanjiro and his companions, who were conversing in Michiro's room at that moment. Upon hearing the colossal noise in the distance, they swiftly grasped their swords. What is that sound? Kiwa? Tanjiro halted Michiro, who was rushing outside. Wait, Takatu. Kiwa had entrusted me with a pouch earlier. I believe this is the moment he referred to. I have one as well. Michiro quickly opened the pouch to find a small note inside. Do not approach. There are demons in the village. Evacuate the blacksmiths and concentrate on breaking through. After verifying that Tanjiro's note was identical, they exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement, prepared to trust Kiwa Kamiyama and follow the instructions on the note. Just as they were about to move, a desiccated claw slowly emerged from the doorframe, followed by the foul stench and overwhelming pressure of a demon, causing both to shudder. A demon? This sensation, it's an upper moon demon. Their pupils constricted, and time seemed to slow. While Tanjiro's right hand reached for the sword's hilt, Michiro shot forward. The mist-breathing, fourth form, shifting clouds slash. Mist enveloped the area as Michiro emerged like a specter, his blade angled in a swift strike, mere inches from the neck of the demon Hantengu. It vanished. Michiro's blade met only air. How swift. Looking up, Hantengu appeared on the ceiling, seemingly weeping in terror. Flame God Dance, seventh form, sunlight radiance. Flames materialized around Tanjiro, who took a thrusting stance, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly, aiming directly at Hantengu on the ceiling. It vanished again, so fast. Before Tanjiro could reach Hantengu, he discovered the demon's silhouette had disappeared from the ceiling. Hantengu, crouched on the floor, trembled in fear, clutching its head. In an instant, Michiro propelled himself forward, executing a swift, precise downward slash that sent a head flying. Be cautious. An upper moon demon may not perish even if its head is severed. As the warning fell, the headless Hantengu rapidly regenerated its body, while the severed head swiftly reformed into another demon. Two demons now? A split? Tanjiro's eyes widened. Michiro advanced rapidly, his blade poised for a horizontal cut, as one of the newly manifested demon's hands wielded a fan, gently waving it toward Michiro. Bang! A colossal storm erupted, targeting Michiro and hurling him from the loft into the unknown. Tanjiro, similarly affected, clung tightly to a wooden beam, suspending himself in the pavilion to prevent being swept away by the raging winds. What force is this? Its power is overwhelming. He was the last one left. He needed to act swiftly. From the chaos emerged two demons, one wielding a cane and the other a fan, their tongues inscribed with the characters for anger and joy, respectively manifestations of the demon Hantengu, embodying wrath and delight. As Tanjiro observed the fan aimed at him, a sense of foreboding washed over him. With a resounding crash, the form of joy was cleaved in two, revealing Jinya, who brandished a gun, hastily reloading. With a fierce expression directed at the demons, he proclaimed, "You must be upper moons. By vanquishing you, I too can ascend to the rank of Hashira. Jinya, be cautious. They will split." The dismembered body of Joy began to writhe, reassembling into two new malevolent entities, their tongues inscribed with the characters for happiness and sorrow, another pair of Hantengu-esque manifestations. The winged figure of Zankyu and the spear-wielding Eiju emerged. With a furious swing of the cane, Wrath unleashed a violent surge of electricity, hurtling toward Jinya. Unable to evade, he was struck by the bolt of lightning and let out a pained cry, yet before the sound could fully escape, Eiju lunged forth, piercing Jinya's body with a spear. Tanjiro, having regained his footing, opted not to strike Eiju but instead charged at Wrath. A pair of vicious claws descended upon him. The winged Zankyu aimed to obstruct his path. How amusing. Ha ha. Zankyu cackled, inflicting deep gashes upon Tanjiro's form. Silence. Eliminate them swiftly. Wrath urged impatiently, unceasingly shocking Jinya with the cane, eliciting his agonized cries. Jinya, rolling to evade Zankyu's next assault. Tanjiro's gaze fell upon Jinya, his eyes burning with rage as he inhaled deeply. Just as Zenitsu advised, focus completely, concentrate fully. The air within him coalesced towards his feet, unleashing a brilliant flash of lightning that sent fragments of the pavilion soaring in all directions. Breath of thunder, thunderclap, and flash. In a blur, Tanjiro ascended before Wrath, his eyes locking onto the seething rage emanating from him. Now is the moment. Breathing technique transformation. Dance of the Fire God. First form, Flame Circle. A vast arc of flames erupted, cleaving Wrath and his cane in twain. With Wrath severed, he could no longer deliver electric shocks to Jinya, and the cries of anguish ceased. Charred yet defiant, Jinya fixed his gaze upon the still controlling Eiju. Stepping forward, Eiju thrust his spear directly through Jinya's body. Standing face to face with him. Nanny? Impossible. In the midst of a heart-wrenching gaze, Schwanmi opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the neck of Eiju, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh, which he swallowed without even chewing. With a fierce grip on his spear, he unleashed Tanjiro's ultimate technique, the headbutt attack. The tremendous force propelled Eiju away. Schwanmi yanked the spear from his body, drove it into the ground, and roared in defiance. Come on, Schwanmi, are you all right? Tanjiro turned to Schwanmi, anxious to ascertain his condition, knowing that he had been pierced completely. I'm fine, my physique is rather unique. We can discuss it later. For now, we must eliminate these wretched creatures. Schwanmi brandished the spear, thrusting it forward to send Eiju, who had just been knocked back, soaring into the air. And then he plunged it down with force, pinning Eiju to the ground. He leaped up, standing atop Eiju to prevent any further movement. Excellent work, Schwanmi. Do you even need to say it? I am the future Hashira. Little brat, don't get too cocky. In the blink of an eye, the swift figure of Koshi dove down, his claws poised to pierce Tanjiro with lethal intent. Meanwhile, Kale prepared to strike Tanjiro with his fan. Kale calculated that if he sent Schwanmi flying off Eiju, it would also propel Eiju away. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would be unable to form their alliance. Thus, attacking Tanjiro seemed the prudent course of action. Not good. He is going to use that fan. Tanjiro's thoughts raced. But there was no time. He had to evade Koshi's assault. With a roll, he narrowly escaped, only to hear the air split as Koshi launched another attack. Seizing the moment, Kale raised the fan during a brief opening in Koshi's onslaught. Now, swish. A flash of pink light cut through the air, severing Kale's arm along with the fan, blood gushing forth. My apologies for the delay. I was busy relocating the villagers as instructed by the note. A pink figure appeared on the battlefield. It was Mitsuri Kanroji, prompting a gleeful expression from Tanjiro. Tanjiro-kun, I have safely settled Nezuko, so rest assured. Thank you, Miss Kanroji. All right. Leave the rest to me. After all, I am a Hashira. Mitsuri placed her hands on her hips, her unique pink blade gleaming. A Hashira? How unfortunate, she mused. I suppose I must resort to this. With renewed vigor, Jinna surveyed the battlefield and, without hesitation, seized Kale by the throat and swallowed him whole. Raising his staff, lightning surged toward Kongshi, who, gripped by fear, was struck down and instantly devoured by Jinnu. Before Tanjiro and the others could react, Jinnu appeared beside Schwanmi, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying and consumed the tearful AI Jew as well. So fast, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Mitsuri's forehead. She had acted the moment Jinna moved, but it was far too late. Such speed, could this truly be the power of the upper moons? No. That was not the case moments ago. Tanjiro, drenched in cold sweat, gazed in astonishment at the bizarre scene unfolding before him. After consuming the other 3 doppelgangers, the enraged figure transformed dramatically, ultimately taking the form of a youth. His visage resembled that of a child, adorned with 2 prominent, curved horns protruding from his forehead, which bore cracked spots both above his brow and beneath his eyes. The scare of his eyes was a deep crimson, while his irises shimmered in a golden hue. With the left and right eyes inscribed with the characters for and upper moon, respectively, he donned golden armor. And upon his back rested 5 drums inscribed with the character for hatred, wielding drumsticks shaped like an S. What a malevolent entity! Tanjiro's sword trembled slightly in his grasp. Why prey upon the weak? The icy gaze of the golden irises of the entity, Zankiku-ten, spoke in an incomprehensible tongue, leaving Kanroji and the others bewildered. Who would dare to explain anything to a demon? Kanroji launched herself forward, her flexible sword dancing like a ribbon beside her, aimed directly at Zankiku-ten's neck. Unperturbed, Zankiku-ten merely struck his drum, producing a resonant sound that reverberated through the air. A colossal stone dragon emerged from his back, its mouth agape in a menacing snarl. Be careful, Tanjiro shouted. Kanroji leaped into the air, deftly evading the dragon's gaping maw, landing atop its massive form. Her pink, supple blade extended, encircling the entire stone dragon like a ribbon. With a powerful thrust, she cleaved the creature into enormous fragments. How formidable! Is this the strength of a Hashira? Before he could finish his admiration, Zankiku-ten struck the drum repeatedly, unleashing 5 more stone dragons that surged forth from his back, their immense bodies obscuring the moonlight and casting the surroundings into darkness. Kanroji navigated through the chaotic dance of the stone dragons, her vibrant pink figure flickering back and forth. The dragons, in their pursuit of her, became entangled in each other. Tanjiro sprinted forward, unwavering in his grip on the Nichiren blade. Leaping high to land upon the back of one stone dragon, he swung down, the blade clashing with the hardness of metal. So tough, but that mattered not. He merely needed to carve out a path for Kanroji. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unsettling shiver coursed through him. No, there was another scent. Were there other demons? What could it be? Searching with intent, he noticed a spherical object wrapped in layers of wood behind Zankiku-ten. A revelation struck him. It was another doppelganger. The elder was the true form. Since it was a doppelganger, its abilities must be limited. Tanjiro snapped to attention, shouting, Kanroji, do not approach. Yet, at that moment, Kanroji had already closed the distance to Zankiku-ten, skillfully dodging a stone dragon's assault while ignoring the 2 dragons poised to strike her from either side. As her blade was poised to strike Zenitsu's neck, she found herself unable to react to the attacks from both sides. Hearing Tanjiro's urgent warning, she glanced around. Ishiroko remained still, slowly parting its jaws as formidable energy coalesced within. What could this be? Kanroji stared vacantly at both sides and the imminent threat of Zenitsu, all of them opening their mouths. A profound sense of impending doom washed over her, though she could not discern the nature of this peril. It felt as though her demise was imminent. I have yet to experience love, to wed the one I cherish. I do not wish to perish just yet. Forgive me, Tanjiro, for dragging you into this. A wave of despondency enveloped Kanroji. From a young age, her physique had far exceeded that of ordinary humans, her muscle density being 8 times that of an average individual. Her seemingly delicate frame concealed immense strength. Yet, it was precisely this power that led to her being harshly rejected during matchmaking, leaving her deeply wounded. In her quest to find a man who could accept her true self, she had joined the Demon Slayer Corps, hoping to discover a partner stronger than herself, one capable of offering her protection. Alas, such aspirations now seemed beyond reach. In that fleeting moment, Kanroji contemplated many things, yet her grip on the blade remained steadfast. At the very least, she could still accomplish something before her demise. Her light green eyes radiated determination. Tanjiro's desperate roar, Kanroji's resolve, and Zenitsu's chilling demeanor converged. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged. The sixth form of mist breathing, moonlit mist. A colossal mist surged forth, accompanied by a fierce gale, and within the fog, a flash of steel glimmered as the two Ishiroko were severed in unison. Seizing this opportunity, Michiro swiftly retreated with Kanroji. Taito. Excellent. Tanjiro exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. Michiro nodded, his focus unwavering as he surveyed the adversary before him. His drumming could summon Ishiroko, and both he and Ishiroko could unleash the abilities of the four previous phantasms: sound waves, lightning, fierce winds, and shockwaves. Tanjiro, Michiro, and Kanroji exchanged vital information. However, Michiro was not the true entity. The actual body was a hunchbacked elder, presently concealed within a wooden sphere behind him. To vanquish their foe, they must eliminate that true form. Drawing from his prior experience in battle against Jotaro, Tanjiro articulated his recent findings, prompting thoughtful expressions from both Kanroji and Michiro. Thus, the immediate objective was to make contact with that wooden sphere. I will draw its attention with a frontal assault. Miss Kanroji, assist me in attacking that youthful demon. While Tanjiro, you seek an opportunity to deal with the true form, Michiro swiftly orchestrated their plan. Kanroji and Tanjiro exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. And I will join. Shieni emerged from the ruins, his formidable strength, amplified by the fusion of the powers of two demons, left him momentarily dazed. All right, Shieni, join me. We shall confront the main body, Tanjiro instructed him. As the strategic meeting concluded, Michiro exchanged a knowing glance with Kanroji, then propelled himself forward with great force, swiftly vanishing into the distance. The ominous drumbeats of the demon, Zenitsu, resonated from behind as the stone dragon reappeared on the battlefield, launching an assault on Michiro. Two stone dragons gathered their energy, while three others opened their gaping maws, diving towards Michiro. Breath of Mist, second form, eightfold mist. Michiro swiftly swung his sword, delivering a vertical slash that collided with the three stone dragons, momentarily halting their descent and causing deep fissures to appear on their heads. The head was more resilient than the body, thus striking at the neck would prove most effective. As Michiro contemplated his next move, he defended against a stone dragon approaching from the side, only to be sent soaring into the air. Breath of Mist, fifth form, sea of misty clouds. A dense fog began to envelop the air, the chilling wind from the stone dragon's assault failing to disperse it. Performing a deft roll, Michiro vanished into the fog. Meanwhile, the two outer stone dragons, having accumulated their power, prepared to unleash a tempest upon the mist. However, a pink figure had already reached their rear with remarkable speed. Breath of Love, second form, enchanted love's despair. The swiftly moving Kanroji wielded her flexible blade, its ribbon-like edge slicing through the backs of the stone dragons, causing them to splinter without a sound. In the midst of the confusion, Zenitsu, unable to discern the situation, witnessed the three stone dragons floundering in the mist, their forms shattered by the flashing blue blades of light. By the time the fog cleared, they lay in ruins. Seizing the opportunity, Tanjiro and Shieni dashed toward the wooden sphere. Breath of thunder, flash of lightning. Without hesitation, Tanjiro surged forward, seizing the momentary lapse in the stone dragon's onslaught, rapidly closing in on the wooden sphere. How dreadfully swift! Zenitsu grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. He continued to strike, sending forth a barrage of stone dragons erupting from his back amidst a thunderous roar. How could there be so many? Tanjiro gritted his teeth, pressing onward, trusting that Kanroji and Michiro would assist him. His singular focus was to reach the main body swiftly and sever its head. Breath of Mist, seventh form, haze. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings, successfully obscuring Zenitsu's vision, while Tanjiro remained undeterred, navigating through the mist. Flashes of pink blade light flickered within the fog, soon shattering several stone dragons. Outside the mist, the stone dragons, having gathered their strength, unleashed a powerful shockwave simultaneously. The tempestuous winds howled, swirling sand and stones, as several colossal storm columns crashed into the mist, swiftly dispersing it to reveal four figures advancing rapidly within. Simultaneously, multiple stone dragons gaped menacingly around Zingpatian, lightning flickering ominously within their mouths. The situation grew perilously dire. It was too far. Without a doubt, Michiro and Kanroji could evade the onslaught. However, Tanjiro, who trailed behind them, risked being caught in the tumult. As they repelled one stone dragon, Michiro and Kanroji did not retreat. They held steadfast to a belief in their imminent demise. Indeed, Every fighter engaged with the upper moons, whether Hashira or common soldier, embraced this fatalistic resolve. Hesitation in battle was an unforgivable sin. Michiro, Miss Kanroji, clear the way, Tanjiro shouted from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Kanroji and Michiro leapt aside. The ferocious lightning surged forth, cleaving the ground as it passed, creating vast chasms. Breath of the sun, return to heaven. Tanjiro inhaled deeply, the energy surging violently into his being, transforming his breath from the raging fire god dance into a warm, tranquil flow. This was the breath of the sun. As taught by Kiyoshi Kamiyama, countless blades of energy layered upon one another, forming a colossal white sphere that spun at high velocity. The tempest of blade energy expanded from its core, deflecting the shockwave of lightning, and it did not end there. Anything caught in the sphere was torn asunder, with several nearby stone dragons reduced to mere splinters, clinging to the sphere's exterior as it whirled. Before long, a massive whirlwind began to form above the white sphere. Zhang Potion's expression darkened significantly. Before he could react to the tornado, two figures approached with the swiftness of lightning, Kanroji and Michiro, who had just been on either side. They were now within striking distance. Raise your blades. Breath of Mist, fourth form. Oblique flow slash. Breath of Love, first form. The tremor of first love. A tremendous clash resonated, dust billowing forth as the wooden sphere was cleaved apart, shattering into fragments, yet there was nothing to be found. He is small. He is fleeing. Upon hearing Tanjiro's shout, now devoid of rotation, the two quickly surveyed their surroundings and spotted a diminutive figure darting across the nearby open ground. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Patian directed his gaze towards Kanroji and Michiro, opening his mouth wide. His own attack wielded greater power than that of the wooden dragon. Lightning flickered wildly. Yet before it could be unleashed, it was swallowed back. Tanjiro had already reached his front. If Zhang Patian did not face Tanjiro directly, he risked having his throat severed. This would necessitate a period of recovery, during which the relentless pursuit of the trio would seal his fate. Turning to face Tanjiro, he hesitated not, retreating while continuing to strike the drum behind him, as multiple stone dragons erupted from the earth. Tanjiro, however, paid no heed to the stone dragons. His focus was solely on the direction of Zhang Patian, a line so impeccably straight that it defies any notion of curvature. The moment has arrived. With crimson pupils glimmering with intensity, with blades in hand, yet resting them at his waist, the breath of the sun hovers in anticipation. A few days prior, in the village of the swordsmiths, Kiyoshi Kami gazed at Tanjiro, whose battered visage bore the marks of his trials, and chuckled. Tanjiro, have you successfully passed the test of the first form of sun-breathing? Go ahead and laugh, Kiyoshi. Tanjiro replied, applying ointment to his bruised face. Though the sting was palpable, he could distinctly feel his strength surging. This sense of fulfillment instilled within him the courage to persevere, for he required greater power to safeguard those he cherished. Tanjiro, would you be interested in learning the breath of the sun? Kiyoshi Kamiyama's gaze was gentle as he casually uttered these words. Tanjiro found himself momentarily taken aback. However, I have already mastered the dance of the fire god and the water-breathing techniques. There seems to be little necessity in pursuing other breathing styles. Tanjiro scratched the back of his head, bewildered by Kiyoshi Kamiyama's suggestion. Theoretically, breathing techniques possess adaptability. Different individuals are suited to different styles. And it is certainly not the case that more is always better. Yet, Kaminoya Seiichi stroked his chin, gazing at Tanjiro with keen interest. The user of the breath of the sun is indeed an exception. With his adorably perplexed expression, Tanjiro's wide, innocent eyes reflected his curiosity. The breath of the sun is the original breathing technique, allowing for a tenuous compatibility with other styles, despite the fact that the Nichiren blade may endure some strain. This insight was gleaned from Kaminoya's own experiences. He found that when practicing the breath of the sun, transitioning to other breathing techniques was remarkably fluid, devoid of the usual obscurity encountered during such shifts. Surely, you must have felt it as well. Furthermore, acquiring additional techniques is quite beneficial, especially considering that my breath of the sun comprises formidable moves, ideal for decisive moments. Will you learn them? Tanjiro recalled the times he had simultaneously employed both the water breathing and the breath of the sun. His resolve solidified. He needed strength to protect himself and Nezuko. More importantly, he must sever Kabutsuji Muzan's head. I will learn, he declared. Unexpectedly, he soon found himself in battle, fortunate that he had not given up. The markings on his forehead flickered incessantly as he sheathed his blade, contemplating the power of the sun-breathing technique. What is that? Zenpakuten observed Tanjiro assume a drawing stance, bending slightly as his blade was drawn and returned with a whisper of motion. Had nothing transpired? No. Zanpakutin felt a surge of agonizing pain in his shoulder. Under the gaze of golden irises, a vertical line had mysteriously appeared between his right shoulder and collarbone. Extending from shoulder to hip, blood initially seeping slowly before gushing forth uncontrollably. How could this be? Zanpakutin was cleaved in two. Blood poured forth without restraint, his body losing all balance as he collapsed to the ground. In an instant, all the stone dragons dissolved into ash, and an eerie silence enveloped the world. Cursed be this. Such a grievous wound would require even Zanpakutin a considerable time to mend. Half kneeling, Tanjiro could no longer withstand the fatigue coursing through his muscles and fell to the ground, the echoes of Kamiya Kiyoi's words resonating in his ears. This technique wields tremendous power, yet it comes with significant drawbacks. The principle of the technique lies in the ultra-high-speed draw and swing of the blade, compressing the air to form an invisible blade of energy capable of inflicting tremendous damage on distant foes. However, there are several crucial points to heed. Firstly, the blade must meet high standards. A standard Nichiren blade may shatter and injure the user. Secondly, due to the excessive speed, the target must remain directly in your line of sight, or they will evade the strike. Thirdly, it demands exceptional physical strength, while I can wield it with ease. You may exhaust yourself after a single use. Even with your recovery speed, you would require at least 10 minutes to regain your composure. Tanjiro, you have faced countless battles. I need not elaborate on the implications of being immobile for 10 minutes on the battlefield, so exercise caution and remember this well. Miss Kenroji, Takedo. The remainder is entrusted to you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shinazugawa Kenroji and Michiro Takedo were in hot pursuit, acutely aware of the situation surrounding Tanjiro. Tanjiro, well done. The distance between them was diminishing, and although the small figure moved swiftly, he was being chased by two Hashira known for their agility. With a deep breath, Michiro drew his sword, preparing to unleash the breath of mist. Suddenly, he halted, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Kenroji beside him came to an abrupt stop as well, her breath trembling slightly. A figure climbed onto the shoulder of Hantengu. Golden eyes, crimson hair, and dark blue markings adorned the body, with the number upper moon 3 etched in his gaze. How could this be? Lying on the ground, Tanjiro felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. How could there still be a demon? I didn't sense his presence before. Could he have just arrived? Akaza glanced at the Hantengu perched on his shoulder, then turned his gaze towards Kenroji and Michiro, licking his lips. Fortunately, Lord Muzan foresaw this. Otherwise, you would have truly eliminated this waste. You two are quite formidable. I find that appealing. The upper moon 3 before them was the very one who had slain Kaijiro Rengoku. Adjusting her breath, Kenroji gripped the hilt of her sword, re-entering a battle-ready stance. Michiro's expression remained unchanged, for the situation was dire. Tanjiro was incapacitated, and Upper Moon 4 was rapidly recovering. If they did not resolve this quickly, they would face the onslaught of 2 Upper Moons. Akaza moved, bending his knees slightly and adopting a stance, raising his hands. Technique unleashed. Destruction killing, roaring needle. Without further ado, Akaza activated his blood demon art. The impression left by Kaijiro Rengoku was vivid in his mind, so he did not underestimate the Hashira. Especially considering that 2 were present. Were they using blood demon art directly? Why? The 2 stood on high alert, gripping their Nichiren blades tightly. In an instant, Akaza vanished from sight, reappearing beside Kenroji. A punch was thrown. In response, Michiro's azure blade met Akaza's fist, the sound of metal piercing flesh resonating as blood sprayed forth. A significant portion of Akaza's arm was obliterated, yet it was almost instantly regenerated. Such rapid recovery, far swifter than Upper Moon 4. Is every 3 a watershed moment? A flurry of pink blades surged toward Akaza, enveloping him and converging rapidly. How intriguing! With a smirk and maniacal laughter, Akaza raised his hand and struck the ground fiercely. Destruction killing, shattering style, 10,000 leaves, flashing willow. The ground erupted, creating a massive crater as Kenroji stumbled, her assault thwarted. Destruction killing, foot style, flying celestial star, 1,000 wheels. As Kenroji steadied herself, the figure of Akaza materialized before her, delivering a relentless barrage of kicks that surrounded her in an overwhelming flurry. Despite her attempts to neutralize several blows, Kenroji's defenses were insufficient, and she was ultimately sent flying, crashing through a multitude of towering trees, the outcome uncertain. Seizing the fleeting opportunity as Akaza ceased his assault, mist swirled around, and Michiro emerged from the haze. his blade poised to strike at Akaza's neck. However, with a mere tilt of his head, Akaza evaded the attack and retaliated with a fierce punch directed at Michiro's abdomen. The impact sent him hurtling backward, creating several craters before he landed beside Tanjiro, motionless. As Akaza approached the trio, he paused momentarily. Glancing toward the direction of the forest, a location that bore witness to the battle between Kiyoshi Kamiyama and the formidable Upper Moon, the Tamari. Although it appeared that much had transpired, in reality, only a brief moment had elapsed. Meanwhile, Kiyoshi Kamiyama, ensnared by the Tamari, sensed an ominous premonition. Furrowing his brow as the chilling sensation of being watched lingered close by. A creeping sense of danger constrained his movements, regardless of the circumstances. He understood the necessity of resolving the immediate threat and returning swiftly, yet the means to accomplish this remained an enigma. The ability to teleport was indeed a cumbersome power. And unlike in the original narrative, the Tamari was not underestimating him, thus underscoring the true potency of his position as Upper Moon 5. Kiyoshi Kamitani glanced at the scattered jars and shifted his grip from one hand to two upon the blade. It is exceedingly difficult to vanquish an Upper Moon demon without employing the Hikiri blade and while utilizing the breath of the sun. Yet he had no choice but to attempt it. Should he succeed in severing the jade jar before the hidden fiend could react, he would be able to focus on confronting this treacherous demon. Even if he failed, drawing the adversary out would be a satisfactory outcome. A visible enemy is always more manageable than one concealed in the shadows. The jade jar concealed behind a tree, observing Kiyoshi Kamitani wielding his blade with both hands, felt an increasing sense of trepidation. Could he possibly grow even stronger? Swiftly, the jar was cleaved in two, along with a dozen nearby trees. It was as though he were a master lumberjack. Emerging from a distant jar, the jade jar bore a shallow gash across its chest. Was this exaggeration necessary? No. It could hardly even observe its surroundings, relying solely on instinct. Before thoughts could fully coalesce, it dove back into the jar, unaware that Kiyoshi Kamitani had already positioned himself behind it. Boom. The base of a nearby tree was again reduced to two segments. He could accelerate further. But to what avail? Was he discerning his actions through each jar's perspective and preemptively reacting? If that were the case, he exhaled softly before inhaling deeply. His pristine blade poised at an angle. Breath of mist, seventh form, haze. A vast fog ascended, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The jade jar could see nothing and, in its panic, resolved to swiftly vacate the area, hastily conjuring jars and teleporting away. In an instant, a gleaming white blade descended upon the newly created jar's opening. Yet the jade jar remained oblivious, preparing to teleport. A cold snort resounded. Fool, you don't even realize you are about to perish. As if doused in a bucket of ice water, an overwhelming sense of impending doom engulfed the jade jar. With scarcely a moment's hesitation, it plunged into the jar's body. The strike yielded no results. Kiyoshi Kamiyama sighed, realizing that swiftly eliminating the Upper Moon amidst the cover of other demons was no simple task. Yet, he had achieved his objective. The adversary had indeed emerged. Should he employ the breath of the sun and the Hekazai? However, this could compel Muzan to remain in hiding for centuries. His gaze shifted towards a particular direction, sensing a formidable aura emanating from that spot. Narrowing his eyes, Kiyoshi Kamiyama was certain that the chilling feeling of being watched had originated from this individual. Had they been transported here? The newcomer, with strikingly red hair tied in a high ponytail, possessed an imposing stature and donned a purple samurai outfit. Yet, the most unsettling aspect was the 6 terrifying eyes adorning their visage, with golden pupils inscribed with the title of Upper One. It was none other than Kokushibo, which explained the prickling sensation on the back of his neck. Kaminari Kiyoi furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that matters had become troublesome. The presence of Kibutsuji Muzan signified that other Upper Moons could be lurking in different directions, perhaps Upper Moon 2 or Upper Moon 3. The possibilities were numerous. He could only hope that his allies would hold their ground until he arrived. As for the prospect of his own demise in this place, he had never entertained such thoughts, for he could not fathom who in this world could possibly bring about his end. The Nichiren blade deftly danced in his hand. The rat had finally emerged from the shadows. Let us commence anew, shall we, gentlemen? With a sly grin, he added, since you are here, surely others must be present near hand Tengu as well. Yoruichi appeared beside Kibutsuji Muzan, half of his form emerging from the vessel. Now that Kibutsuji Muzan was present, there was no need for further concealment or delay. It was paramount that they swiftly eliminate Kaminari Kiyoi together. Kibutsuji Muzan remained silent. He bore no mental afflictions, and he would utilize any advantage available to him. After all, he would not have accepted Muzan's blood if he were not capable of seizing power. A gust of wind swept through, and all 6 of Kibutsuji Muzan's eyes turned to the right. Unbeknownst to them, Kamiya Kiyoi had positioned himself between the two, his Nichiren blade glinting coldly like snow. You are formidable. In these 3 centuries, aside from him, I have not encountered a swordsman as powerful as you. Kibutsuji Muzan spoke slowly, his tone crisp and concise. Yet, regrettably, you shall meet your end here today. He drew his blade from its sheath, forged from blood and bone, capable of instantaneous regeneration even if shattered. The blade, hilt, and guard were adorned with eyes, and the sheath bore a grotesque, tumor-like exterior, exuding an aura of malevolence at first glance. With a swift turn, Kamiya Kiyoi unleashed a leftward slash, met by Kokoshibo's blade. A resounding shockwave erupted between them, causing the ground beneath to crack, even sending the precious jade vase tumbling. Without further ado, Kamiya Kiyoi understood the urgency, wielding dual Nichiren blades. He exerted force beneath his feet and vanished from sight. He aimed for a fierce assault. Upon reappearing, he was positioned in various angles around Kokoshibo. The 6 eyes of Kokoshibo darted about, meticulously assessing Kamiya Kiyoi's location and predicting the potential strike zones. Suddenly, a flash of white light caught Kokoshibo's attention. Here it comes. A dense mist enveloped them both, far heavier than the previous fog, with droplets forming in the air gradually soaking Kokoshibo's garments. Continuously vigilant, Kokoshibo activated his transparent world. A seasoned warrior, he had confronted both the weak and the exceptionally powerful. He understood that the transparent world was not omnipotent, much like the elderly Tsujikuni Yorichi. Although he could perceive his opponent's movements clearly, his physical reflexes could not keep pace. Once the adversary's speed surpassed a certain threshold, the advantage of the transparent world diminished. Clearly, his opponent was such a formidable force. In the instant he laid eyes on him, he comprehended the reality. With the water-breathing technique, a dazzling white light erupted from the mist, refracting off the water droplets and casting a spectrum of colors across the area. The sound of slicing wind accompanied the undulating waves of a radiant rainbow, creating a magnificent spectacle. It was difficult to discern. Where was he? In the midst of the chaos, Kokoshibo could scarcely see anything. Even the transparent world failed to reveal his opponent's whereabouts. A glint of cold light emerged, followed by a strike that resembled a dragon's ascent. Even the mightiest of Hashira, such as Kaijuro Rengoku, would struggle to react in time. Yet, the target was Kokoshibo, a demon endowed with the transparent world. He raised his blade to block, and with a resounding clash, Kokoshibo's right foot sank into the hard earth. Another colossal shockwave followed, accompanied by a flurry of blade clashes. Kamiya Kiyoi strikes varied. Sometimes his blade soared like a dragon, other times it vanished into the wind. An array of sword techniques manifesting in his hands. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Even though Kamiya Kiyoi moved with remarkable speed, Kokoshibo managed to block in time. His strategy was evident, to counter each move. In a direct confrontation, Kokoshibo risked decapitation. However, he believed that if he could endure, he would ultimately prevail as his opponent's stamina waned. After all, he was merely human. Yet, Kamiya Kiyoi was acutely aware of his adversary's thoughts. Unbeknownst to Kokoshibo, Kamiya Kiyoi possessed 8 points of energy, granting him boundless vigor. He had never contemplated the possibility of exhaustion. Instead, he mused that should he wield the Nichiren blades now, he could indeed frighten Muzan into hiding for centuries. However, failure to act would undoubtedly invite the peril of total annihilation. Thus, it is prudent to utilize but a single strike. A brilliant, deep crimson hue emerged upon the battlefield. As the air became increasingly arid, the intense heat evaporated the droplets of water that had formed earlier, and the drifting mist rendered Kamiya Kiyoi ethereal, akin to a celestial being. Let us now proceed to the second round. Kamiya Kiyoi's profound azure gaze scrutinized the grotesque visage of his adversary across the way. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tanjiro beheld the fallen Michiro at his side. In his heart, he urged himself to swiftly grasp his blade and rise. He must act as a bulwark, or else all 4 of them would meet their demise. With a resounding crash, Akaza effortlessly swatted away the incoming bullet. He regarded the staggering Jinya with derision. You are too feeble. I have no interest in you. Jinya's face flushed crimson. While he could endure disdain from others, being scorned by a mere demon was intolerable. Reloading his weapon, he fired once more at Akaza, who chose not to evade, allowing the bullet to detonate within his chest. Blood spattered forth as a gaping wound erupted. Yet, in an instant, The flesh writhed and restored itself. In a flash, he materialized beside Jinya. "Beware!" Tanjiro, prostrate on the ground, shouted vehemently. Before Jinya could react, a hand pierced through his heart. He could even perceive his own heartbeat thundering within. His pupils constricted to pinpricks, and a ferocious expression overtook him as he bit down hard on the arm, etched with azure markings of his foe. He tore away a substantial chunk of flesh and consumed it ravenously. In a desperate struggle, Akaza withdrew his hand and kicked Jinya away with force, leaving him to languish in his fate. His attention shifted once more to the two individuals sprawled upon the ground. A chilling gust of wind swept across the nape of his neck. Akaza swiftly tilted his head, narrowly evading a powerful kick aimed at him. Turning to see Nezuko glaring at him with a menacing gaze, he seized her leg and twisted it until it fractured. Yet, almost instantaneously, Nezuko's leg healed, and she retaliated with a kick that shattered his shoulder. Thus commenced an intensely bloody brawl. Were Kamiya Kiyoi present, he would surely implore them to cease, exclaiming that such futile efforts would not vanquish a demon. "It seems you are the demon that Lord Muzan spoke of, the one who has eluded his grasp." There was no reply. Nezuko delivered a crushing blow that caved in Akaza's face. "Futile. You are far too weak. I have no intention of toying with you any longer." Akaza's icy glare fixed upon Nezuko as he assumed a combative stance. Destruction killing chaos style. With astonishing speed, Akaza unleashed a fierce strike toward Nezuko, causing blood to spatter from her body and leaving multiple gaping wounds. Such grievous injuries were beyond even Nezuko's capacity for rapid recovery. Before she could react, Akaza hurled her away with immense force. In a swift flash, a figure darted forward, catching the flying Nezuko. It was Tanjiro, having surpassed his limits. Blood streamed into his eyes, turning the whites a deep crimson. Yet, the fervent desire to protect his sister ignited a fire within him, his forehead markings expanding as he gasped, sparks faintly flickering from his mouth. In moments of life and death, when one's deepest wishes are at stake, boundless potential can be unleashed. This is the extraordinary capability of humans, a feat beyond the grasp of demons, for they are devoid of emotions, mere beasts driven by a hunger for flesh. Akaza's gaze seemed to flicker with a distant recollection, yet he struggled to grasp any coherent thought. Regardless, he was incensed, his expression twisting into a grotesque snarl. He lunged forward, a violent force directed at Tanjiro. Trembling, Tanjiro gripped his Nichiren blade tightly. "Limit. Yet, I can still fight." Although he could not see Akaza's movements clearly, an instinct guided him, and he raised his blade, delivering a powerful upward slash. Blood erupted from Akaza, his shoulder cleaved open by the Nichiren blade, which became embedded within him. However, Tanjiro lacked the strength to strike further, and he was forcefully flung away by Akaza's immense momentum. Yet, propelled by this very inertia, Tanjiro deepened the cut, refusing to relinquish his grip, pulling the blade free as he was cast aside, Akaza's blood gushing forth. "You are indeed formidable." Akaza's gaze turned icy, brimming with murderous intent. His blood demon art enabled him to accurately gauge the strength of his opponent's aura, predicting their location, direction, and movements. Unless his adversary was a swordsman capable of perceiving the transparent world, one whose aura remained contained, he could not sense their presence. At this moment, Tanjiro, gravely wounded and with little aura left, rendered Akaza's predictions exceedingly difficult. Akaza had resolved to hold nothing back. His next move would be to annihilate this individual. He raised his hand, preparing to launch a devastating attack, destructive kill. Just as he was about to strike, a chilling blade aura grazed the back of his neck. Again and again, Akaza found himself pushed to the brink of exasperation. He charged forward, narrowly evading the strike. The assailant was Michiro, who had just concluded his breathing technique. A swirling pattern resembling a magatama adorning his face. With a bright smile, Michiro turned to Tanjiro and said, "I remember now. Thank you, Tanjiro. There was once someone who fought desperately to protect him. It is this very person who has managed to survive. Yet it is also this individual who has caused himself immeasurable suffering in the past. Regardless of the circumstances, he has irrevocably lost that one person, his brother, Shinobu. My brother once imparted to me that Shinobu's essence embodies an omnipotent void. With his left foot slightly forward and his hands poised with a blade, he assumes a standard grip, a quintessential stance for confrontation. Here comes Shinobu. When will he arrive? It matters not. He intends to annihilate everyone present." Charging towards Shinobu, he raises his hand to unleash the blood demon art, destruction. In an instant, Shinobu deftly sidesteps, swinging his blade to strike at the oncoming Akaza. Akaza blocks with his left arm, resulting in a shower of blood and flesh as his arm is severed, leaving his torso wounded as well. He leaps aside. The little demon's speed has increased significantly, and his strength surpasses his previous capabilities. Yet, it is futile. Akaza scoffs, for such trivialities will soon lead to their demise. The familiar pink glow of the blade swiftly envelopes the sky above Akaza, the air crackling as if lashed by a whip. Akaza deftly evades dozens of strikes with agile movements. This is the formidable nature of his blood demon art. As long as he desires, he can evade most attacks, though he seldom needs to do so. A pink figure approaches at great speed. It is Kanroji Mitsuri, having recovered from the battle. Although somewhat disheveled, her eyes shine with vitality, and a pattern has mysteriously appeared on her chest. Here comes Kanroji Mitsuri. Flames of fury ignite within Akaza, after enduring centuries of arduous training with minimal progress. These individuals achieve remarkable growth from a single battle. Before he can complete his thought, Tanjiro and Nezuko, having regained their strength, rise to their feet. Tanjiro grips his Nichiren blade anew, facing Akaza. I can continue to fight, everyone. Kokushibo believes that no matter how formidable the adversary, his expression will remain unyielding. However, upon witnessing the crimson blade and its searing heat, his visage betrays a tremor. What a familiar scene, what distant memories, what excruciating pain. Observing all of this from the perspective of Kokushibo within Infinity Castle, Muzan's face contorts with a menacing glare, his fingers trembling slightly. Kill him. Kokushibo, Tamayo, eliminate him. The furious voice of Muzan reverberates in the minds of Kokushibo and Tamayo. The droplets of water on Kiwa Kamiyama's body had evaporated, and he could feel his body temperature steadily rising. However, he had no intention of activating his patterns. Not only did he lack the desire to do so, but it was also unnecessary. He maintained absolute control over his body. Since he did not wish to activate them, his body would comply. The rise in temperature served to enhance his combat capabilities, allowing for swifter speed, greater strength, and more agile muscle control. In the terminology of the Tsukihime universe, his physical strength had improved from B to A. Amidst a faint crimson glow, the crystalline blue of Kiwa Kamiyama's eyes shimmered subtly. The rustling winds, typical of the forest at night, stirred the dust upon the ground. Bang! Crash! Intense sparks erupted from the clash of blades between Kiwa Kamiyama and Kokushibo, who could feel his sword sizzling, a mournful cry from his very bones. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3, for hundreds of strikes exchanged, countless techniques unleashed. Without a doubt, Kokushibo was at the level of a swordsmanship master. In this world, there were perhaps only 2 such masters, Yoriichi Tsujikuni and Kokushibo himself. This pair of brothers dominated the swordsmanship landscape. Yet, there existed a distinction between Yoriichi and Kokushibo. Yoriichi had achieved the status of a swordsmanship master while still alive, whereas Kokushibo attained this level only after hundreds of years of relentless training following Yoriichi's death. Although his swordsmanship could not be deemed a significant advantage, the blade he wielded possessed formidable lethality against demons. With a light chime, Kokushibo's sword shattered, unable to be restored instantly. His expression shifted as he swiftly retreated. However, Kiwa Kamiyama would not allow him the luxury of escape, closing the distance rapidly. To his surprise, despite being pursued, Kokushibo halted abruptly and swung his broken sword towards the advancing Kiwa Kamiyama. No, it was not merely a sword strike. 5th form of moon breathing. Moon Spirit Disaster Vortex. This was Kokushibo's sole technique that could be executed without wielding a sword. Thus, he opted for this method to ambush Kiwa Kamiyama, as he lacked the confidence to deliver a lethal blow in direct confrontation. A vast arc of slashing energy formed a colossal vortex surrounding Kokushibo, the blade's aura surging forth, severing everything within that circular domain. And Kiwa Kamiyama was caught within that range. There was no evasion. If so, then he would not evade. 3rd form of sun breathing. Return to heaven. Kiwa Kamiyama wielded his blade with remarkable speed, conjuring a network of sealed blade energy that enveloped him in a swirling vortex. Gradually, this rotating network coalesced into a crimson sphere, encasing Kamiyama within its protective embrace. The red circle expanded, repelling or shredding everything in its vicinity. At the heart of this spherical force, all debris and objects were irresistibly drawn in, creating a colossal whirlwind. Unlike Tanjiro, the power of Kamiyama's technique was far more formidable, rendering the swirling tempest visible to onlookers even several kilometers away. The clash between Kokushibo's strike and the red circle resulted in a tremendous sonic boom, dispersing the tornado. Yet Kokushibo was sent hurtling backward. It was no surprise. Such an overwhelming defensive sword technique had likely never been seen before in this realm. As Kamiyama released his technique, he observed the trajectory of Kokushibo's flight. Meanwhile, a sticky hand silently approached his back, poised to enact their true lethal gambit. The hand of the vessel, which he referred to as the hand of God, represented his core blood demon art, capable of transforming anything it touched into aquatic creatures. As Kokushibo engaged directly, he seized the opportunity to make contact with Kamiyama. I have waited long for this, vessel. After the recent counterattack by Kiyoshi Kamiyama, he did not expend his strength. Instead, he was accumulating energy for another technique. Since the disappearance of the jade pot, he had been distracted, keeping a watchful eye on it. Once he clearly discerned the jade pot's trace, he resolved to turn the situation to his advantage. Should the jade pot attempt to unleash a lethal strike, he would have to shed his outer skin, revealing his true form, thus forfeiting the ability to utilize the instantaneous movement within the pot. At that moment, the jade pot appeared just as Kiyoshi had anticipated. Its upper body retained its previous shape, yet its lower half had transformed into a tail reminiscent of a mermaid, and its hands had evolved from infantile forms to robust and muscular appendages. With a decisive pivot, he executed the first technique he had crafted since entering the world of Demon Slayer, the first form of the Breath of the Sun, Flame Slash. Admittedly, he had merely imitated the techniques of Genre Sai Shigokuni Yamamoto from the Soul Society, thus it bore numerous imperfections. However, one aspect remained unscathed: the maximization of his own power, an immense force that ensured a fatal strike. A crimson line materialized across the jade pot's head, extending from the crown to the base of its tail, as its entire body was cleaved down the center, blood gushing forth. Observing the incapacitated jade pot, Kiyoshi Kamiyama naturally seized the opportunity to strike. He swung his blade horizontally, aiming for the neck where the jade pot had been severed in two, intent on decapitating it. In a frantic rush, Kokushibo raised his broken sword to block, intervening to protect the jade pot. Given the severity of the jade pot's injuries, the time required for recovery would be considerable. During this interval, if Kokushibo remained preoccupied with its protection, he would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage. Engaged in combat with Kiyoshi, his mind raced at lightning speed, and in an instant, Kokushibo resolved to abandon the jade pot. He chose not to defend it, but rather to use it as bait. Should Kiyoshi opt to attack the wounded jade pot, Kokushibo would strike from the side, aiming to eliminate him. Repelling Kiyoshi's crimson blade, Kokushibo retreated a few paces, maintaining a distance that would allow him to seize the opportunity when it arose. Kamiya Kiyoi found himself in a rather precarious situation. Kokushibo was exceptionally rational, with a wealth of battle experience that rendered confronting him far more challenging than facing 5 Suguko. The disparity in their strengths was negligible. He merely held a slight advantage. However, the prospect of slaying Kokushibo seemed virtually impossible. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate the fifth upper moon, the Tsuguko, thus allowing for an unrestricted confrontation with Kokushibo. If they could prolong the battle until dawn, the latter would likely retreat. Yet, such a scenario posed a dire risk to Tanjiro's group, who might face annihilation in the process. Furthermore, Kokushibo was utilizing the Tsuguko as bait, evidently intending to lure him into revealing a weakness. What should he do? Should he employ the sun-breathing technique? While this might afford him the opportunity to slay one of them, the most critical concern was that Muzan might not resurface for hundreds of years thereafter, allowing the upper moons to proliferate unchecked. And the situation for the Demon Slayer Corps would remain unchanged. Kamiya Kiyoi could not afford to linger here for an extended period. The two adversaries faced each other, Kamiya Kiyoi's cold gaze clashing with Kokushibo's solemn 6 eyes. Kokushibo, retreat, echoed Muzan's voice in Kokushibo's mind, tinged with a hint of trepidation. My lord. Why? I command you to retreat. Yes, my lord. The Tsuguko realized that the Tsuguko was merely a decoy. Should he attempt to rescue it, it would become Kamiya Kiyoi's bait. Abandon it. Understood. Kokushibo continued to face Kamiya Kiyoi but gradually began to step backward. Once he reached a safer distance, he swiftly turned and departed, heading away from the direction of the swordsmith village. Kiyoshi Kamigami observed as his opponent departed, yet he remained motionless, his hands firmly gripping his blade. With a keen awareness of his surroundings, he continued to keep a vigilant watch until he was assured of safety. Swiftly, he severed the head of the jade vase, which was still struggling to close, and turned to hasten towards the blacksmith village. The 5th crescent moon, the jade vase, is no more. After dispatching the jade vase, Kiyoshi Kamigami raced towards the direction of the blacksmith village. His perceptive awareness hinted at the fierce battle unfolding there. Offering him a sense of reassurance, it indicated that life still persisted in that locale. Had there been silence, it would have signified a grim fate indeed. Meanwhile, Tanjiro found himself in dire straits. He, along with Kanroji, Michiro, Nezuko, and Jinya, who had acquired demonic powers from Akaza's flesh, were engaged in a desperate struggle against Akaza. The four of them coordinated their efforts, striving to avoid any casualties while searching for an opportunity to turn the tide. Their most promising chance lay in enduring until dawn. Indeed, the sun would rise soon, and when it did, they would surely flee. Though reluctant to concede, they understood that they lacked the strength to remain here. To force a confrontation would likely result in devastating losses with nothing to gain. Akaza delivered powerful blows, fending off Nezuko's advance. She was caught by Tanjiro, who then returned to face Akaza, accompanied by the fiery dance of the sun god. The radiant flames illuminated the dimming night sky. Akaza skillfully evaded the blade, then raised his right hand to unleash a fierce counterattack. A cerulean blade cleaving through the air, severing his arm, and continuing upward in an attempt to decapitate him. Akaza tilted his head to the right, the blue blade grazing his face, drawing a drop of blood that swiftly healed. A pink blade then coiled from the right, seeking to ensnare his neck. Enough, Akaza bellowed. He clamped down on Kanroji's Nichiren blade and cast it aside, driving his knee upward to launch Tanjiro into the air. Then sweeping his leg to send Jinya flying. With a fierce bend of his head, he charged directly at Michiro, who narrowly avoided the blow, only to be struck violently by Akaza's shoulder tackle, sending him soaring. Regaining his stance, Akaza seized Nezuko, delivering a punishing blow. Gasping heavily, his eyes ablaze with fury, Akaza assumed a combat stance. Destructive kill, azure silver flickering light. He summoned a myriad of projectiles, launching hundreds in an instant from his center. The missiles, swift and immensely powerful, obliterated the nearby structures into dust, altering the expressions of all present. Tanjiro activated the breath of the sun, allowing gentle currents to fill his lungs. Breath of the sun, return to heaven. A rapidly spinning white circle enveloped his comrades, yet it was met with a barrage of missile strikes. Even as 90% of his strength had been sapped, Tanjiro felt a tingling in his hands. What an exceedingly troublesome technique. Uwizio uttered a curse. However, he was not in a hurry, even though dawn was approaching. An insidious aura was gradually surging forth, emanating from the recently healed Zangpation. How utterly displeasing. Zangpation approached slowly, striking the drum behind him with a stick, delivering a series of blows. From the ground erupted over a dozen colossal stone dragons, causing the earth to fracture beyond recognition. Without uttering a word, the stone dragons were gathering their strength, accumulating diverse powers such as thunder, sound waves, and fierce winds within their mouths, awaiting the moment to unleash a cataclysmic assault. Ganlu Temple and Michiro raced towards the stone dragons, needing to neutralize them before their power reached its zenith. Otherwise, they would be unable to withstand the impending shockwaves. Yet, a figure obstructed their path. It was Uwizio, grinning widely. A grave crisis loomed. It seemed nearly impossible to reach the stone dragons with Uwizio's blockade. A melee fighter and a ranged mage, their combined efforts were lethally effective. Tanjiro slowly activated the breath of the sun, its essence serene. Unlike certain breathing techniques that focus on enhancing specific aspects, the breath of the sun possessed a remarkably balanced nature, maintaining smooth airflow through the lungs, nourishing their function, enhancing endurance in battle, and gradually healing wounds. Memories surfaced in his mind of a conversation with Kamigami Kiyoi, where they discussed how to counter long-range attacks. If they encountered an opponent like Daki, the solution would be to close the distance and eliminate them. Zenitsu chimed in with his post-battle reflections. Indeed, swiftly closing the distance against ranged foes was the correct approach. But what if they faced an adversary who could not be approached? Tanjiro, what do you think? Me? I believe we should also learn methods of ranged attack, Tanjiro replied, shyly scratching the back of his head. Exactly. To deal with ranged enemies, the most crucial aspect is to strike them, utilizing both close quarters and ranged attacks. But if we cannot attack, or if our strikes fail to reach, then we must devise a way to dissuade the ranged enemy from attacking us. Kiyoshi Kamiyama spoke eloquently. The most effective strategy is to either retreat from his attack range or to enter it. However, his companions are nearby, especially when this individual's status is inferior to that of his allies. His thoughts contracted, returning to the battlefield. Tanjiro addressed his comrades, urging them to draw as close to Upper Moon 3 as possible, while ensuring their own survival from his lethal strikes. Upon hearing Tanjiro's words, Michiro and Kanroji quickly grasped his reasoning and nodded in agreement. Tanjiro, you are remarkably astute. Kanroji lauded Tanjiro's intelligence, acknowledging that, in comparison to her own capabilities, he was truly exceptional. Meanwhile, from a distance, Akaza remained oblivious to their discourse, merely observing their conversation without launching an attack. Akaza believed that he and Hantengu were essentially assured of victory. The notion of two Hashira resisting two upper moons was utterly implausible, let alone four. Rather than retreating, the five-member group charged directly towards Akaza, which perplexed him. It seemed they had chosen to gamble. If that were the case, none of them would pass. Akaza assumed a stable stance, bracing for their fierce onslaught. Surprisingly, Tanjiro and his companions merely encircled him, their attacks lacking vigor. What an enigma! The power of the stone dragon behind Nezuko had fully accumulated. Yet, he furrowed his brow, observing the exchanges between his adversaries and Akaza. They were too close to one another. The shockwave from such force could obliterate half of the swordsmith village. To confront this head-on, both he and Akaza faced the likelihood of demise. Nezuko was indifferent, being merely a clone, but Akaza piqued his interest, and Hantengu's thoughts were absolutely unacceptable. The main body had stated as much. Sensing the overwhelming pressure of the stone dragon's expansive maw, Nezuko struck a drum, launching the barrage of shockwaves skyward. First, a faint glimmer appeared, followed by a brilliance so dazzling it was blinding. A tremendous roar echoed through the heavens, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended. Even those on the ground, including the upper moons and Tanjiro, could feel the violent tremors of the explosion. Far away, Kiyoshi Kamiyama stared in disbelief at that direction. Had America dropped another atomic bomb on Japan? Akaza was well aware of his adversary's intentions. After all, they had succeeded. The accumulation of power by Nezuko required time, and such a formidable technique could not be unleashed again for quite some time. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as he still held a significant advantage. Several stone dragons soared, and the remaining structures and trees nearby could not withstand the assault, being reduced to rubble. Victory was achieved, yet the situation had not improved. Tanjiro gripped his sword tightly, periodically rescuing Nezuko and Jinya from the fray. Nezuko and Jinya launched a frontal assault, while Tanjiro, Kanroji, and Michiro provided support from the sides, seeking opportunities to strike. Despite lacking prior experience in battling together, their coordinated attack techniques were remarkably proficient. The surviving members of the Demon Slayer Corps were not short on combat experience. Yet, this was still insufficient. They needed to turn the tide, or they would not survive until dawn. The breath of the sun had been in use for a while, and Tanjiro's physical condition had improved significantly. However, he was still not at the point where he could employ the rending slash. What to do? His mind raced as he continued to attack, formulating strategies in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Akaza kicked Jinya away and retreated, a massive shadow looming behind him as a dozen stone dragons surged toward the five. The group scattered, some leaping onto the backs of the stone dragons, while others maneuvered through the gaps between them. Akaza observed this with a smile, deciding to confront them one by one, starting with the small blue demon. With a few swift movements, he landed on the back of one of the stone dragons where Michiro stood, both maintaining their balance despite the dragon's erratic movements. The others quickly noticed Akaza's actions and began converging towards Michiro. However, the ever-watchful Kokushibo would not allow this opportunity to pass. With a gentle beat of his drum, a colossal stone dragon obstructed their path, a wave of urgency coursing through the hearts of the group. They needed to eliminate upper rank 4 first, as his summons posed a significant hindrance and were capable of devastating area attacks. Nezuko, Jinya, Miss Kanroji. A mere shout was all it took for the other three to comprehend Tanjiro's intent. Kanroji took the lead, her pink figure darting between the backs of the stone dragons, her ribbon-like Nichiren blade occasionally cleaving through the stone limbs, rapidly approaching Kokushibo's position. Tanjiro switched to the breath of thunder, dashing forth, the stone dragons trailing behind him, unable to keep pace, yet more were rushing in to confront him. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, sixfold. A massive surge of energy coalesced beneath Tanjiro's feet as he bent low, adopting a sprinting stance. With a violent burst of lightning, the ground beneath him cracked, and he transformed into a streak of violet light, shooting forward. The stone dragon, with its gaping maw, lunged at him. First strike. Without any deceleration, Tanjiro abruptly changed direction, evading the dragon's attack. Second strike. Third strike. The dazzling lightning in the air seemed to form the shape of the Big Dipper. Jinya and Nezuko charged headlong, dodging when possible, and if struck by a stone dragon, they would quickly regain their footing and continue forward. Before long, they had drawn near to Kokushibo's position. If they had sufficient numbers, approaching him would not pose a challenge, but the real battle would begin once they reached him. If the number of individuals is 2 or 3 when confronted with the formidable Zingpatian, there is scarcely any recourse available. One person will be restrained, while the other, despite dashing forward, will inevitably be struck by the sonic waves emanating from Zangpatian. Fortunately, there are 4 of them. If they can manage to inflict sufficient injury on Zangpatian to preclude a swift recovery, they may dispel the stone dragon and re-establish a stalemate with their 5-person assault. Are you overly optimistic about the situation? A chilling voice resonated from behind, belonging to the swiftly approaching Akaza. Behind him, Michiro lay lifeless, pinned to the ground by his Nichiren blade, utterly motionless. The immense sorrow caused Tanjiro's vision to blur with rage. Takedo. The 4 found themselves besieged, forcing 2 to continue their assault on Zingpatian while the other 2 turned to defend against Akaza. Nezuko and Kanroji did not hesitate, charging towards Akaza. Although Nezuko's offensive capabilities were minimal as a demon, she harbored no fear of death. Coupled with Kanroji's flexible blade, they could pose a significant hindrance to Akaza. Meanwhile, Tanjiro required someone impervious to the sonic onslaught, and thus it fell to Jinya to bear the brunt. Each individual moved with an unerring precision, as if they had rehearsed this myriad of times. This was not mere talent. It was an instinct honed through the crucible of life and death. Every person who had arrived at this juncture had survived countless encounters with malevolent demons, engaging in fierce battles for their very existence. They must prevail. They have sacrificed too much already. At this moment, Tanjiro's expression grew unexpectedly serene, as though he no longer felt the urgency of the present nor the concern for Michiro's plight. His demeanor had become as impassive as ice, and within his eyes, a crimson lotus slowly revolved. Time rewound to several days prior. Kiyoshi Kamiyama was striking Tanjiro with a ruler as he diligently practiced the sun-breathing technique, eliciting a yelp from Tanjiro. "What troubles you, Tanjiro?" Kiyoshi inquired. "Have you ever contemplated the amalgamation of sun-breathing with the breath of the sun?" "I have not," Tanjiro replied, only to receive another sharp rap from the ruler. To fail in drawing connections is a transgression worthy of punishment. After a brief pause, Kiyoshi continued. "In the face of life and death, it is worth attempting, though I cannot assure the outcome." His thoughts drifted back to the battlefield. Tanjiro felt an overwhelming surge of power. He could discern every flaw in the form of Muzan Kibutsuji, something he had previously been oblivious to. He realized he had seemingly lost his emotions, perceiving the world without any fluctuation of feelings. A crimson lotus mark appeared on Tanjiro's forehead. Enlightenment dawned upon him as he softly uttered, "The breath of the red lotus." As he lifted his gaze, the movements of those around him slowed to a crawl. Muzan remained stationary while Nezuko and Kanroji struggled under Akaza's relentless assault. With a gentle lift of his Nichiren blade, he sensed the emotions emanating from it. It was as if the sword was breathing, filled with sorrow and pain, approaching its breaking point. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, leaving behind an afterimage, and almost instantaneously appeared at Muzan's left flank. He swung his blade, and again, in the blink of an eye, dozens of cuts marred Muzan's body, who seemed to be frozen in time. In another flash, he found himself before Akaza, executing a horizontal strike aimed at the neck. Akaza's thoughts jolted, and with a quick crouch, he narrowly evaded the blow. Time resumed its flow, and everyone was astonished to discover that Tanjiro had already crossed over to Kanroji's side. "Tanjiro!" Bang! Muzan glanced at his own body, which quickly fragmented into countless pieces of flesh. He had grown accustomed to such outcomes. Akaza, wearing a grave expression, looked at Tanjiro, who had nearly cost him his life. The faint burning sensation on his neck confirmed this reality. What is this little brat up to? The wood dragon that loomed over the sky shattered into fragments, dissolving into nothingness. Kanroji gaped in astonishment, while Jinya remained bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events as Muzan was rendered unrecognizable. Nezuko watched Tanjiro with a hint of concern. His current state was exceedingly peculiar. The red lotus in his eyes spun clockwise, and the vivid mark on his forehead grew ever more pronounced. Silently and without warning, a hand landed on Tanjiro's shoulder. In an instant, the lotus in his eyes vanished, and the mark on his forehead turned to ash, leaving him utterly spent as he collapsed to the ground. Turning around, he found it was Kiyoshi Kamiyama. "Kiyoshi, how wonderful to see you." Ganru Temple rushed forward to embrace him, yet was firmly restrained by Shinkami Kiyoi with a single hand. Nezuko, brimming with joy, nuzzled against Shinkami Kiyoi's garment. Humph. Jinya sighed in relief, yet his proud demeanor compelled him to utter a dismissive sound. Kiwa, I just experienced the most peculiar sensation. Tanjiro collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as though his lungs were on the verge of bursting. Kiyoshi Kamiyama pressed his hand against Tanjiro's chest, subsequently channeling a vast amount of energy. A gentle current flowed into Tanjiro's body, settling within his lungs, emitting the injuries caused by his earlier explosive exertion. Was it not said that one should refrain from such measures unless at death's door? Kiyoshi Kamiyama reprimanded him with a tinge of concern. For Tanjiro was the very first swordsman he encountered in the world of Demon Slayer. The thought of his demise would undoubtedly grieve him. Moreover, Kamiyama held a particular fondness for Tanjiro, as he too had a sister and was quite protective of her. He admired Tanjiro's unwavering commitment to safeguarding his sister, even at the cost of his own life. Indeed, the breath of flames is a perilous technique. The searing heat commences from the lungs, incinerating them entirely before the charred remains of the body ignite, culminating in a complete and devastating conflagration. Kamiyama was acutely aware of this, having just sensed it from within Tanjiro. One cannot overlook the extraordinary capabilities of the transparent world, a remarkable tool of medicine. It seemed that his physical constitution was insufficiently robust. Perhaps if his proficiency reached a score of 9, he could utilize it without injury. Tanjiro had not engaged for long, merely a fleeting moment, and thus had not sustained significant harm. After channeling some of the breath of the sun's energy, he was still capable of continuing the fight. However, Mitsuri reassured him, stating that he was unharmed. It was then that everyone noticed Michiro perched on Kamiyama's back, struggling to greet them. I'm fine, he exclaimed. I just can no longer continue the battle. Upon his arrival, Kiyoshi Kamiyama discovered the nearly lifeless Michiro Takedo lying behind Akaza. He promptly rushed over to bring him back and tended to his injuries. At that moment, fine beads of cold sweat began to surface on Akaza's back. It was a relief. With tears streaming down his face, Tanjiro embraced Michiro, and Kenroji joined in, both weeping together. Their emotional display nearly overwhelmed Michiro, bringing him to the brink of reuniting with his brother. What are you all doing? The battle is not yet over. Kiyoshi Kamigami rolled his eyes. However, with Kiyoshi present, I believe there is nothing that cannot be resolved. Tanjiro smiled foolishly, then his expression grew serious as he stood up with his sword in hand. Kenroji carefully set Michiro down and redirected her gaze towards Akaza. She had come alongside Kokushibo. If this individual is here, it implies that, no, it cannot be. Perhaps these two have not crossed paths. You are Upper Moon 3. The fishman encased within the jar is Upper Moon 5. And the little figure stealthily observing from behind the stone is Upper Moon 4. The entity with 6 eyes is Upper Moon 1. Thus, Upper Moon 2 has not arrived? As Shinomiya Kiwa uttered a few words, the expression on Akaza's face grew increasingly grim. This individual had encountered Tamaki and Kokushibo, yet he appeared unscathed. Could it be? Not daring to ponder further, Akaza assumed a combative stance, unleashing his technique. Razan quietly observed Shinomiya Kiwa's fighting spirit. However, there was none. Indeed, at the pinnacle of existence, he comprehended the world. This man possessed such mastery. This was far from encouraging news. How to engage him? Akaza, retreat. A voice echoed in Akaza's mind, that of Muzan. Was it a matter of whether I wish to retreat or not? The true question lies in whether I can retreat. Akaza mused silently. In a flash, Akaza's pupils constricted, and with no time to withdraw, he swiftly altered his stance, dropping to one knee, bending low to evade a powerful horizontal strike. So swift. This was on an entirely different level than that green-skinned imp. Destruction kill, celestial silver chaotic light. Half kneeling. Akaza dared not underestimate the situation, immediately unleashing his most formidable technique. Hundreds of missiles erupted from within him, their supersonic velocity signifying tremendous power. However, before Akaza's muscles could even react, Shinomiya Kiwa had vanished from sight. Empty. Without a moment's respite, Akaza propelled himself backward, leaping like a frog, and with several bounds, he disappeared into the forest. Leave this demon to me, Tanjiro. You must seek out the Upper Moon 4. As Kamiya Kiyoi turned, he unleashed a swift strike, causing the ground to fissure into a broad line that stretched far into the distance, culminating at the figure of the reconstituted entity, Zangposhin. The barely humanoid form of Zangposhin was shattered into fragments by the invisible blade's aura. Though he wished to curse, Zangposhin found himself voiceless. Kamiya Kiyoi had momentarily delayed him, but he swiftly surged forward, heading in the direction from which Akaza had fled, leaving Tanjiro and the others in bewildered silence. With his eyes closed, Tanjiro concentrated on sensing the direction of Hantengoku. Not here, not there, but over there. Upon opening his eyes, he conveyed the direction to his companions, urging Nezuko to hasten her return, for dawn was swiftly approaching. The trio of Tanjiro, along with his companions, raced towards the path of Hantengoku. Meanwhile, Akaza continued his frantic flight, the horizon gradually brightening with the first light of dawn. He needed to escape swiftly. The plague god pursued him relentlessly, maintaining a steady distance. Neither too far nor too close. Was he being used as a guide? Kaminosuke found himself in a state of hesitation. He possessed the capability to swiftly eliminate Akaza. Empowered by the formidable combination of transparent world, the hockey blade, and the breath of the sun, Muzan held the most significant authority in this matter. Yet, the perennial dilemma loomed. What if Muzan chose to conceal himself? At this juncture, Kiyoi had ascertained that his displayed prowess was insufficient to compel Muzan to relinquish Nezuko, who could bask in the sunlight. This indicated that he still had the opportunity to exploit the information disparity and execute a surprise attack, with just one chance. He could eradicate Muzan entirely. After much contemplation, Kiyoi ultimately decided against pursuing Akaza. The latter was undeniably formidable, as evident from their recent skirmish. The trio of Hashira and the two colossal tanks were rendered ineffectual against him. It is worth noting that once the Hashira activated their techniques, their strength would surge dramatically. This quintet possessed the potential to vanquish the majority of the former Demon Slayer Corps. Kiyoshi Kamiyama came to a halt, gazing at the distant figure of Iwasawa as it faded from view. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hantengoku sprinted swiftly, a reflection of his innate disposition. Hantengoku was a congenital liar, perpetually twisting the truth to serve his interests. He harbored a warped mindset, perceiving himself as the perennial victim, believing no one in the world suffered more than he did, while viewing those around him as adversaries, seeking to elicit sympathy. In truth, he was a brutal soul, bullying the weak without remorse. Whenever faced with blame, he would return home to unleash his wrath upon his wife and children, a tragic cycle that repeated endlessly, leaving a trail of horror. To shield himself, the demon Hantengoku had fragmented into various personalities and avatars, each possessing its own thoughts, while Hantengoku himself remained cowardly and timid. The first form of thunder breathing, thunderclap, and flash. Lightning surged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Hantengoku. The sound of gunfire echoed as craters erupted around Hantengoku, a result of Jinya's long-range assault to impede his advance. Closer, Tanjiro leaped forward, aligning his blade with his arm to minimize air resistance. Dance of the Fire God. Brilliant flames enveloped Tanjiro's sword, delivering a powerful strike to Hantengoku's neck. A resounding crack echoed as Tanjiro's sword shattered, shards flying and grazing his cheek. His neck was too tough. Kanroji dashed in from behind, her pink ribbon-like Nichiren blade wrapping around Hantengoku, tightening forcefully. Hantengoku's body creaked ominously, yet he did not succumb. Was this demon forged from steel? Tanjiro's sword had already broken, and Kanroji's blade could not sever his neck. Suddenly, Hantengoku's form expanded, casting off Kanroji's Nichiren blade. Growing larger than both of them, his visage grotesque and malevolent, claws tightening around Tanjiro's throat in an attempt to strangle him. However, with a swift arc of her blade, Kanroji unleashed a flash of pink light, cleaving through Hantengoku's massive arms, blood splattering onto Tanjiro's shoulder. You were manageable when you were small, but now that you've grown, you are easier to handle, Kanroji thought, swinging her blade once more. In a flash, Hantengoku's head was severed from his body. Hooray, we have triumphed, Tanjiro. Woohoo. Kanroji joyfully embraced Tanjiro. Tanjiro's nose twitched. No, it was not over yet. Miss Kanroji, be cautious. The Hantengoku behind Kanroji remained unyielding, extending its claws toward her neck. With a thunderous bang, a shot rang out, sending Hantengoku flying, a gaping hole blown through his chest. Schwami approached breathlessly from behind, wielding a gun in one hand and a Nichiren blade in the other. The fleshly power of Akaza was waning, and Schwami was on the verge of regaining his normal physical abilities. Here, this peculiar individual is for you, Schwami said, extending the Nichiren blade before Tanjiro. Mr. Tanger. Thank you, Schwami. Tanjiro accepted the blade, drawing it from its sheath, and its cold gleam reflected the essence of a bygone era, 300 years in the past. One wondered if this heralded the end of a 3-century entanglement, destined to be buried with this generation. A splendid sword. Tanjiro held the blade aloft. The black Nichiren sword appeared strikingly unique against the pale sky. Though I cannot see you, I can sense your presence. Step by step, Tanjiro approached the struggling Hantegu, attempting to crawl away. You have always evaded, demon. Now, the time has come for you to atone for your deeds. With a swift strike, he plunged the blade downwards, pinning Hantegu to the ground. The creature flailed helplessly, devoid of strength. On the horizon, the sun gradually revealed half of its radiant form. A sweeping line of black and white approached Tanjiro and his companions. Bathed in sunlight, Hantegu let out a wretched scream as his body began to char. Kamiya Kiyoi also arrived, holding the unconscious Michiro in his grasp. Tanjiro was poised to joyfully inform Kiyoi that they had vanquished the Upper Moon 4. However, upon catching sight of the figure standing behind Kamiya, he froze in place. It was Nezuko, bathed in sunlight, not the small Nezuko nor the adult Nezuko, but the young maiden Nezuko, her pink eyes glistening with tears. Nezuko? Nezuko vigorously nodded in affirmation. Tanjiro's tears overflowed as the two siblings embraced, weeping together. Kenroji, her eyes brimming with tears, enveloped them in her embrace, while Michiro beamed a radiant smile. Witnessing such a scene brought joy to Kamiya Kiyoi's heart. Yet, through the perspective of Hantegu, he beheld Muzan's grotesque visage, contorted with rage. Trembling all over, he was not filled with anger, but rather exhilaration. After centuries, finally, a demon unafraid of sunlight had emerged. If only he could consume her, he would find himself in the Infinity Castle, resonating with Muzan's maniacal laughter. Ultimately, Hantegu met his demise. This despicable wretch had lived his life in cowardice, yet never hesitated to kill and devour. Naturally, Kamiya Kiyoi felt not a shred of emotional disturbance for him, for he was unworthy of such sentiment. Among the 6 upper moons, only Jotaro and Akaza had experienced considerable tragedy prior to their transformation into demons. However, once they became demons, they were no longer themselves. Kiyoshi Kamiyama seized the opportunity to gently stroke Nezuko's head. After all, if he did not indulge in this moment now, it would be far more challenging to do so later. It was not Kiyoshi's intention to bring her forth to provoke Muzan. Rather, upon returning to the spot, he was utterly taken aback by the sight of Nezuko standing in the sunlight. Recognizing this as a twist of fate, he decided to take her along. In the distance, the villagers of the swordsmith village were approaching, carrying stretchers and medical kits. Tanjiro, in the midst of his tears, suddenly became aware of his severe injuries, and an overwhelming wave of exhaustion enveloped him, causing him to collapse to the ground. This alarmed both Nezuko and Kenroji, who anxiously called out for their brother, Tanjiro. Do not worry, they reassured, he is merely fatigued. Kamiya Kiyoi bent down to feel Tanjiro's pulse. He looked at everyone present, genuinely pleased for them all. Today, everyone had worked tirelessly, and fortunately, we emerged victorious. The brilliance of humanity lies in the unwavering resolve to move forward, even in the face of death. In this cruel world that devours its own, this group has illuminated the land for centuries, generation after generation, bravely forging ahead, embodying the essence of what it means to be human. The village chief of the swordsmith village, Tetsahara Tetsuzan, directed the villagers to carry everyone on stretchers, including Kenroji Mitsuri, who was gravely injured. Tetsuzan bowed in gratitude to Kamiya Kiyoi, who promptly assisted him. Without your efforts, the people of the swordsmith village would have been utterly annihilated. This is what we ought to do. Had it not been for the swordsmith village crafting the Nichiren blades for us, we would not have been able to inflict harm upon the demons. It was our negligence that put you all at risk. As a former corporate worker, Kamiya Kiyoi knew just how to articulate his thoughts. Did you not see the old village chief moved to tears by these words? With a hearty laugh, he waved his hand and followed the hidden unit carrying a multitude of people away. A new chapter awaits. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Wizai lay in bed, listening to Ubuyashiki Kaname report on the battle at the swordsmith village. His body was wrapped in bandages, and the purple toxins had spread across his entire face, causing him to cough violently several times. Nevertheless, upon hearing of their overwhelming victory, he felt a surge of joy. The retreat of Upper Moon 1, Kamiya Kiyoi, the awakening of Kenroji Mitsuri and Takeda Michiru, and the rapid progress of Tanjiro. Clearly, the hope of vanquishing Kibutsuji Muzan lies with this generation. Coughing, he instructed, Kaname, please draft an announcement. Panting, Ubuyashiki Wizai watched as Kaname took out paper and pen, meticulously recording his words. Kaname, for the upcoming Hashira meeting, I entrust you with the details. You have worked tirelessly all along. Ubuyashiki Wizai gazed gently with his pale eyes at Ubuyashiki Kaname, who was invisible to him, as Kaname's tears fell uncontrollably. Yes, at the headquarters, in the butterfly mansion. Tanjiro sat on his bed, heartily devouring his meal. Outside the room, Kanazaki Aoi and the trio of small ones played with Nezuko. It seemed he had just left this place not long ago, yet here he was again. Could it be fate? As Tanjiro reflected on this while eating, he unconsciously slowed his pace. I don't wish to be injured constantly. Yet, he felt grateful that everyone was safe, and Nezuko had overcome her aversion to sunlight. By the way, that's quite remarkable, your sister, remarked the Hashira accompanying him. Oh, is it? Perhaps just a little. Tanjiro remained oblivious to Nezuko's current significance. However, the Sun Pillar is undeniably formidable. It is said that he faced simultaneous attacks from the first and fifth upper moons. Not only did he repel the first upper moon, but he also managed to slay the fifth. Observing from the sidelines, he marveled at the prowess of Kamiya Kiyoi, noting that the Demon Slayer Corps had never encountered such a powerful swordsman. If there had been any, they were the original swordsmen, and now, in this era, another had emerged. Indeed, Kiyoi is truly remarkable. In fact, the third upper moon was also frightened away by him. He imparted many formidable techniques to me. Had it not been for these swordsmanship skills, I might have already perished. Tanjiro wholeheartedly agreed with others' praises of Kamiya Kiyoi, feeling that such accolades were still insufficient. Did the Sun Pillar teach you swordsmanship? Does that make you the Sun Pillar's adopted son? Inosuke inquired, his curiosity piqued. Little did he know that upon hearing this, Tanjiro became utterly petrified, his chopsticks frozen mid-meal. Adopted son? Me and Kiyoi. Tanjiro quickly waved his hands, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It was far too peculiar to be referred to as the adopted son of someone his age. Outside, a commotion erupted, the cacophony startling Jinya from his adjacent sickbed. Shut up, Jinya exclaimed loudly, prompting Tanjiro to set down his bowl, intrigued by the disturbance outside. Tanjiro. Zenitsu burst in, seizing Tanjiro by the shoulders and calmly stating, "Where's Inosuke? I'm going to kill him." Huh? Tanjiro looked bewildered. Inosuke had the audacity to teach Nezuko to say his name? How outrageous. Nezuko ought to learn my name first. Zenitsu began to wail, causing Jinya to cover his head with the blanket and plug his ears. It's truly wonderful to see you again, Zenitsu. Tanjiro chose to overlook Zenitsu's lamentations, as he was genuinely delighted. The battle at the swordsmith village had been a near brush with death, and without Kamiya Kiyoi, he would have surely met his end. Zenitsu ceased his cries, and seeing the smile on Tanjiro's face, he couldn't help but embrace him tightly. Do you think that by saying such things, I can forgive Inosuke? Releasing Tanjiro, Zenitsu displayed a fierce expression, grabbing his sword and heading out in search of Inosuke. Your friend is quite full of energy, Inosuke remarked from nearby. Suddenly, with a crash, a figure flew through the window, scattering glass everywhere. It was none other than Inosuke. Ha ha ha, Tanjiro, training is about to begin. Upon hearing the commotion, Kanzaki Aoi rushed in, her gaze falling upon the scattered shards of glass, leaving her momentarily speechless. Subsequently, Tanjiro bore witness to the scene of Inosuke being soundly reprimanded while kneeling. Arno, may I first inquire of Inosuke? I assure you, I shall return it shortly. Tanjiro raised his hand in a gesture of request. Kanzaki Aoi, having always held Tanjiro in high regard, found no reason to refuse, though she felt somewhat helpless towards the antics of Zenitsu and Inosuke, particularly with Inosuke. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she had recently grown increasingly concerned about his well-being. Inosuke, what did you mean by initiating training just now? Tanjiro asked curiously. Humph, Tanjiro. The Hashira have decided to personally train the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, commencing today. You should hasten your recovery. Otherwise, you shall find yourself outpaced by me, Inosuke. Tanjiro had been bedridden for over 10 days, waking today to discover the considerable changes that had transpired within the Corps. What exactly will the training entail? He pondered. According to the notice, the Sound Hashira was responsible for endurance training, followed by the Mist Hashira's speed training, the Love Hashira's flexibility training, the Serpent Hashira's swordsmanship correction training, the Wind Hashira's aggressive training, the Stone Hashira's muscle strengthening training, culminating with the Sun Hashira, Kiyoshi's comprehensive training. With a woeful expression, Zenitsu approached from outside, informing Tanjiro of the specifics, for it was evident that Inosuke would hardly remember. Upon their encounter, the two immediately engaged in a scuffle. Tanjiro felt a surge of excitement. For these were the Hashira, how much could he elevate his skills through their training? The battle at the swordsmith village had made him acutely aware of his inadequacies. If only his muscular strength were greater, perhaps the repercussions of his techniques would be less severe. If only he could increase his speed. Might he have been able to save Michiro? Such thoughts swirled in Tanjiro's mind as he ultimately lifted his bowl and devoured his meal with fervor. He knew he must recover swiftly to partake in the training. Everyone was striving, and he could not afford to be absent. The scene shifts back to a few days prior. Kiyoshi Kamiyama deftly caught the cuckoo that flew through the window. Lord Kamiyama, these are the notices distributed by Lord Yuriyashiki, along with a few of your personal letters. Kiyoshi Kamiyama unfolded the note, which contained numerous sentiments expressing concern for his well-being and admiration for his remarkable feats. It concluded with a notice regarding the commencement of a pillar meeting the following morning. Additionally, there was a letter addressed to all members of the demon-slaying corps, detailing the events at the swordsmith village and extending profound commendations to every participant in the battle. After a cursory glance, he set it aside and opened his personal correspondence. The first letter was from Shinobu Kocho, inquiring about his well-being and sharing some of her own matters. The second letter was a note of gratitude from Michiro Takedo. Nothing extraordinary had transpired, aside from the impending meeting. Settling into a meditative posture, Kiyoshi Kamiyama closed his eyes to recuperate. He accessed his status panel. Name: Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Strength: first rank spirit power, 250, 250. The human limit in this realm. Basic skills: proficient in Japanese, 1, 707, 500. Master of swordsmanship, 101, 000, 000. Proficient in medicine and poisons, 105, 000, 000. Extraordinary abilities: sun-breathing, total concentration, constant, 40, 000, 100, 000. Sun-breathing, total concentration, constant, 431, 000, 000. Mastery of the Crimson Blade, 30, 000, 50, 000. Proficient in perception of the world, 101, 000, 000. Introduction to breathing technique fusion, 101, 000, 000. Breathing technique, unfolded, temporary talent, nearly divine evaluation, first rank supreme. He had grown stronger. However, Kiyoshi Kamiyama remained undeterred. The house returned to tranquility, save for the rhythmic sound of breathing. At that moment, he remained unaware that the news outside had sent the demon-slaying corps into a frenzy. Did you see that? I can hardly believe my eyes. Of course. I saw it. The sun pillar repelled one of the upper moons. It can't be fake news. What are you talking about? The master would never deceive us. To think that 4 upper moons converged upon the swordsmith village, it was terrifying, a near total mobilization. But they were still defeated. Kiyoshi-sama is incredibly powerful. I want to bear his children. Every recipient of the notice expressed exclamations of astonishment, sharing the news and celebrating among themselves. Throughout the night, the headquarters of the demon-slaying corps was enveloped in jubilant cheers. As the moon waned, the sun gradually rose in the east, and after a night of meditation, Kiyoshi Kamiyama opened his ice-blue eyes. His gaze had undergone a subtle transformation. Kiyoshi could distinctly perceive this gradual change occurring within his pupils. Externally, the difference was apparent as well. Previously, Kiyoshi's eyes were a bright azure, clear and luminous, a color that had remained unchanged since his birth. However, after comprehending the perception of the world, his eyes had slowly shifted from sky blue to ice blue, the pupils crystalline and shimmering, exuding a divine aura. After carefully examining his reflection in the mirror, he acknowledged that this evolution was indeed for the better, making him even more striking. Yet, since it enhanced his strength, there was no need for excessive scrutiny. So handsome, Kiyoshi-kun. In a moment of self-admiration, Kanamori Kiwa grasped the Nichiren blade and made his way towards the residence of the Obuyashiki family. Along the journey, he encountered Kanroji and the serpent Hashira, Iguro, both of whom exchanged cordial greetings before proceeding together. This forthcoming Hashira meeting was to be held indoors, within a spacious chamber adorned with folding fans. The wind Hashira, Sanemi. The rock Hashira, Himejima. The water Hashira, Ju. The insect Hashira, Shinobu. The sound Hashira, Tenjin. And the mist Hashira, Michiro, were already seated, signifying that they were the last attendees to arrive. Kiwa Kamiyama found a seat and closed his eyes, cultivating his spirit while awaiting the arrival of Amano Utsushiki. He was acutely aware of the severity of Wise-Eye Utsushiki's illness. Saito, you have engaged in battles with the 3rd and 4th moons. What was your experience? Ihei initiated the conversation, as Shimi and Kanemitsu had many questions to pose. However, since Kamiyama was in a meditative state and their acquaintance was still in its infancy, they could only indirectly inquire, starting with Muichiro. Upon hearing the voice, Kamiyama opened his eyes, inviting them to ask freely, as if he were aloof. He is formidable. The abilities of the fourth moon are diverse, primarily focusing on long-range assaults. His summoned entities are immense and resilient, making it exceedingly challenging for ordinary individuals to approach him. After a pause, Michiru continued, "Yet, this is not his true form. His essence conceals itself. As long as it is not beheaded, even if his avatars are slain, he remains unscathed. However, with a sufficient number of Hashira, vanquishing him is not an insurmountable task. As for the third moon, I must candidly say, 3 patterned swordsmen and 2 unique swordsmen, 5 in total, are hardly his match, resulting in a tenuous stalemate." Michiru felt deeply about the might of Akaza, and beside him, Kanroji nodded vigorously in agreement. The fifth moon is akin to a fish-like monstrosity, possessing the ability to transform anything it touches into a piscine creature. The more troublesome aspect is its capacity for instantaneous movement. Kiyoshi Kamiyama slowly began to speak, capturing the attention of all present. However, there was no cause for concern. Even the uniquely marked Michiru could vanquish him alone. Glancing at Michiru and nodding, Kiyoshi Kamiyama continued, "As for the upper moon one, his name is Kokushibo. His strength is exceptionally formidable, and he wields his sword with unparalleled skill, making him an incredibly powerful swordsman." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "A swordsman? A practitioner of the breathing technique?" The sound Hashira inquired. "Indeed, if my ears do not deceive me, he is of the moon breathing style." Kiyoshi Kamiyama nodded slightly, his ice-blue eyes sweeping across all the Hashira present. "I would not recommend engaging him in combat for anyone besides myself. If 5 Hashira were to confront him, they might have a chance. If it were someone of Mr. Himajima's caliber, perhaps 3 could attempt to test their mettle." A heavy silence enveloped the room. They were well aware of Himajima's formidable strength and had now grasped the extraordinary enhancement that the patterns bestowed, leading to the necessity of 3 Hashira. How immense must be the power of the individual before them? Under the weight of their gazes, Kiyoshi Kamiyama waved his hand dismissively. "I am now confident in my ability to slay Muzan Kabutsuji." His unassuming words reverberated like thunder in the ears of those present, stirring tempestuous waves within their hearts. Truly, this was a fortuitous moment for the Demon Slayer Corps. Tagai Kanazuki emerged from behind the screen, accompanied by 2 children, and took a seat in the main position. "I apologize, but due to the grave illness of the family head, I, Tagai Kanazuki, shall preside over the Hashira meeting." He offered a slow bow, to which everyone returned the gesture. "Esteemed colleagues, due to the significant upheaval in the swordsmith village, Nezuko Kamadu has once again overcome the sunlight. The ensuing circumstances will be markedly different, and we must seize the moment to enhance our strength." Tagai Kanazuki's gaze fell upon Kanroji and Takatu. "Miss Kanroji, Mr. Takatu, could you share the process of how you awakened your patterns with everyone?" Sweat beaded on Kanroji's forehead as she stammered out a few words, her cheeks flushed, before falling silent. "At that moment, I was struck by the third upper moon and hurled away, my body crashing into several pits, the intense pain causing me to lose consciousness. Yet, even in my stupor, I sensed Tanjiro protecting us. A wave of immense anger surged within me, recalling my past. My body temperature rising. I swiftly employed my breathing techniques, my heart rate skyrocketing beyond 200, alleviating the excruciating pain." Takata recounted his experience to the assembly. Elevated heart rate, heightened body temperature. Focus on these 2 key phrases. The others began contemplating how they might achieve this. Tagai Kanazuki gazed forward, speaking softly. "What has already been awakened cannot be undone. However, for those whose patterns have yet to manifest, please be aware that there may be a significant side effect. One may not survive past the age of 25. I urge everyone to tread carefully. Such a lamentable power." Himajima clasped his hands, tears streaming down his face. As time flowed slowly, the assembly discussed various matters ahead and unanimously resolved to protect Nezuko at all costs, preparing for the impending great battle. To this end, they initiated training for the Hashira, providing every member of the Demon Slayer Corps with a conscientious instruction from each Hashira. Thus, this constituted the fundamental outline of the training. If there are no objections, we shall proceed accordingly. Himajima laid down the documents, hands clasped together. "Finally, concerning our own well-being, all Hashira must participate in Kiyoshi Kamiyama's training." Kamiya Kiyoi released his aura, and with a resounding boom, it felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. The immense pressure rendered all the Hashira motionless, their bodies straining under the force, bones creaking ominously. Following this, I shall impart various techniques to all of you. Until you meet my expectations, I shall not permit any of you to embark on your journey. Kiyoshi Kamiyama gently addressed everyone present. Shimi's smile widened, unable to contain his laughter. Things were beginning to take a delightful turn. The training of the Hashira commenced with fervor, and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were initially overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of receiving guidance from such formidable warriors, something they had previously never dared to imagine. However, as the training truly began, it felt as though they had descended into hell, utterly exhausted and sore every day, with no glimmer of hope for advancement. Only a select few managed to progress to the next stage after enduring a period of rigorous exercise. The first stage. The physical training led by the Sound Hashira was relatively gentle, involving weight-bearing walks, push-ups, squats, and climbing, aimed at depleting their stamina to unlock their potential. The second stage, under the guidance of the Mist Hashira, Michiro Dakido, involved speed training through sparring with wooden swords, where swift movements left them unable to see the strikes coming. In the third stage, the terrifying Love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, despite her cheerful demeanor, subjected them to grueling flexibility training that would surely resonate with anyone who had experienced the pain of seated forward bends and splits in school. The fourth stage, led by the Serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, focused on sword path correction in a confined space, requiring the swordsmen to engage in combat with fixed sword trajectories while continually practicing their strikes. The fifth stage, the ferocious combat training conducted by the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinizugawa, was essentially a relentless assault, with Sanemi continuously attacking them. The sixth stage, the strength training led by the Rock Hashira, Haimajima Jaomiyai, included, but was not limited to, enduring impacts beneath waterfalls and pushing massive boulders. This was an almost impossible feat. The seventh stage, the most daunting of all, was the comprehensive training by the Sun Hashira, Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Few reached this stage, all eager to meet the most powerful warrior of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet, the moment they stepped into the courtyard, immense fear and pressure enveloped their bodies. The strong trembled while the timid fell prostrate. The figure with their back turned to them seemed forever out of reach. Only those sword fighters who had endured the pressure test would receive further training from Kiyoshi Kamiyama. If they could not withstand this level of pressure, how would they cope with the weight of facing powerful upper moons? Should they pass this test? Kiyoshi Kamiyama would impart numerous practical combat techniques that could enable them to unleash their full potential, even up to 120. However, failing the test would indicate that the individual could not remain calm in the presence of a formidable demon, rendering any discussion of techniques moot. Which stage are you at? Oh, don't ask. I'm still enduring the strikes from the Mist Hashira. The Rock Hashira's training is utterly inhumane. I'm in tears. Why are you silent? I'm contemplating how I must complete the training of the Sun Hashira to become a warrior of his caliber. How fortunate it would be to receive combat techniques directly bestowed by him. The members of the encircled Demon Slayer Corps exchanged glances, discovering the blazing flames reflected in each other's eyes. They erupted into hearty laughter, realizing that they all shared the same thoughts. The emergence of Kiyoshi Kamiyama has inspired countless individuals. You are the first to reach the finish line. Your accomplishments are commendable. Congratulations. Kiyoshi Kamigami spoke gently to the swordsman before him, who had successfully navigated through the rigors of pressure training and finally approached Kiyoshi. Gazing upon Kiyoshi's handsome visage, the swordsman felt his cheeks flush with excitement, overwhelmed by a sense of admiration. Meanwhile, the swordsmen behind him, who were writhing on the ground, could not help but hasten their movements, yearning for Kiyoshi's praise as well. From this day forth, I shall conduct pressure tests in the morning and impart combat techniques in the afternoon, he declared, turning to address all the eager learners. Those who have undergone the pressure tests must continue to participate in the morning sessions, albeit with a gradually increasing intensity. Kiyoshi Kamiyama is remarkably benevolent. His stress tests are conducted at the level of Upper Moon 6. Those who pass this threshold will gradually face increased difficulty, ultimately ascending to the level of Upper Moon 1. Here, a group is fervently engaged in training, while on the other side, Tanjiro is diligently recovering and simultaneously healing the spirit of the water Hashira, Ju Tomioka. Tanjiro, Zenitsu has once again come to the Butterfly Mansion to lament, expressing the arduous nature of his training. However, Tanjiro merely offers him some words of comfort, expressing his admiration instead. Zenitsu, wide-eyed, exclaims, "Admiration? Tanjiro, you are truly a monster." With tears in his eyes, he rushes out, leaving Tanjiro, who possesses a similar admiration. Days have passed, and Tanjiro's injuries have completely healed. With his backpack prepared, he sets off, bidding farewell to Aoi Kanzaki and the three little ones. With a light jog, he arrives at the physical training area of the Sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui. Ah, have your injuries fully healed, Tanjiro? Yuzui, upon spotting Tanjiro, leaps down from a rock, his face alight with joy. Thanks to you, I am completely fine. Tanjiro responds. Equally delighted to see Yuzui. Next, welcome to hell, Yuzui declares with a hearty laugh as he welcomes Tanjiro back to the team. Thus, Tanjiro commences his training with the Hashira. Meanwhile, Kiyoshi Kamiyama, while training others, is also preparing the training content himself. It has been quite some time since he last assumed the role of a teacher, a position he held part-time during his university days to earn some pocket money. Kamiya Kiyoi jestingly remarked upon himself. After a night of contemplation and revision, his training content for the Hashira was finally prepared. Well, my teaching abilities are rather commendable, aren't they? Firstly, although it is termed Hashira training, Kanroji Mitsuri also wishes for some non-Hashira members to participate in his special training, even without a suggestion. Kamiya Kiyoi had already contemplated this. The initial candidates were the trio, Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu. As the destined protagonists of Demon Slayer, these three possess remarkable potential and adaptability, with the most crucial factor being their explosive growth. Following them, there are others, such as Kane and Kaneo. The conflict between Shinazugawa Sanemi and Shinazugawa Jinya presents a slight complication. However, this is of little concern. If need be, a good thrashing for both could be arranged, binding them together and leaving them in a room for a night. After a night of heartfelt discussions, they might emerge as brothers in arms. Moreover, I have the extraordinary psychological healer, Kamadu Tanjiro, on my side. I have heard news of a skirmish between Tanjiro and Shinazugawa Sanemi. Very well, such vitality, is it? Tomorrow, I shall orchestrate something special for both of you. As his thoughts danced, Kamiya Kiyoi set aside his tome. Speaking of which, my time in the world of Demon Slayer may be limited. I can vaguely sense the world's resistance. Perhaps once I reach my limit, I may no longer be able to exert my full strength, lest I be expelled. After vanquishing Muzan Kabutsuji, should time permit, I hope to further enhance my abilities in this world. After all, I learned from the panel that upon crossing into Demon Slayer, the main world remains stagnant. And what I lack most is time. Having gathered his belongings, Kamiya Kiyoi made his way to the Butterfly Mansion to discuss certain confidential matters with Shinobu Kocho, Kanroji Mitsuri, and Kaneo Tsuyuri. The moon tonight is particularly full. I believe that soon, this world shall usher in a new era. Tanjiro. Kanroji waved at the newly arrived Tanjiro, who returned the gesture. I knew Tanjiro would be summoned. Have you completed your training with Mr. Hinakami? Thanks to Miss Kanroji, I have finished everything. Unlike in the original tale, where training concluded on the last day, Tanjiro's prowess has undergone a remarkable transformation. The scar on his forehead has taken on a patterned form that will not fade, as he has completed all the Hashira training ahead of schedule. Zenitsu and Inosuke arrived as well, with Zenitsu's demeanor calm as water and Inosuke still brimming with excitement, due to Kamiya Kiyoi's presence. Muzan's return is still some time away. However, should he dare to approach now, Kiwa Kamigami would welcome him with open arms. As all were gathered, Kiwa's icy blue gaze swept around the circle, counting the numbers, the Hashira led by the Pillar of Rock, the trio led by Tanjiro, and the successors led by Kanaho. Nodding slightly, Kiwa began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, it brings me great joy to stand before you today. This gathering signifies that each person present is among the strongest of the Demon Slayer Corps and holds the greatest potential to vanquish Muzan Kabutsuji. Among us, there are Hashira, newcomers, and successors. Yet, here, at least in my eyes, you are all equal. I shall not show leniency or mercy based on your status. To do so would be irresponsible towards you all and a grave disrespect towards Muzan Kabutsuji. With narrowed eyes, Kiwa's hair, bound in a traditional style, fluttered without wind, his garments rustling dramatically. From this day forth, I shall conduct a 5-day training regimen focusing on the mark, the scarlet blade, and the transparent world. You are already aware of the immense power of the mark, yet it is imperative to also acknowledge its dire repercussions. The strength gained through the burning of one's lifespan is fraught with peril. I understand that each of you harbors a deeply rooted vendetta against these demons and are indifferent to your own lives. After a brief pause, Kiwa continued, however, I do not wish for any of you to perish prematurely before even encountering Muzan Kabutsuji. Therefore, I shall not conduct specialized training for the activation of the mark, but rather, I will provide opportunities for its awakening during the practice of the other two techniques. Should you activate the mark, it shall be your own fate. Kiyoshi Kamiyama surveyed the crowd before him, nodding slightly as he declared, the first step, a pressure test. The ground trembled as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Dust in the air was forcefully driven to the earth. Overwhelming fear and pressure rendered everyone motionless, as though the very ground beneath their feet was about to crumble. This was on an entirely different level from their previous training. Tanjiro's bones cracked audibly, his face flushed crimson. How formidable, Kiyoshi! Indeed. This was pressure of a caliber surpassing even that of the Demon King, emanating from Kiyoshi Kamiyama's full force. A mere ordinary person standing in this presence would likely succumb to unconsciousness under the weight of such intensity. The first to gasp for breath were Shinobu Kocho and Kanaho, followed by Jinya, Zenitsu, Tanjiro, Michiro, Kaneo, then Inosuke, Jutomioka, Mitsuri Kanroji, and Tenjin Yuzi. Meanwhile, the stone Hashira merely exhibited a few beads of sweat upon his brow. This did not denote strength, but rather a ranking of muscle endurance. The stone Hashira's physique was astonishingly robust, clearly having attained a level of peak mastery. Kiyoshi Kamiyama could not help but marvel. Draw your swords, everyone. Trembling, Tanjiro unsheathed his Nichiren blade, its blade quivering slightly, as did the others. Shinobu struggled the most, nearly failing to draw her sword. In contrast, Kaname held his hammer steady, exhibiting remarkable calm. They immersed their minds into their blades, and all followed suit. The technique known as the red blade involves continuously raising the temperature of the sword until it glows a deep crimson. It embodies the indomitable power of the sun, significantly alleviating the regeneration speed of demons while augmenting the wielder's attack strength and penetrative force. There are various methods to activate it. First, by gripping the sword with immense strength to generate heat. Second, by transferring one's body warmth to the blade, a method unique to the patterned swordsman. Third, by creating friction between two swords to generate heat if two swordsmen are present. What we shall attempt now is the first method, gripping with immense strength. This is an exceedingly powerful technique, and its ability to suppress regeneration is a significant counter to demons, everyone thought. Shinobu was already drenched in sweat, biting her delicate lips as she persevered. Kanami's hammer had begun to glow red, though the increase in temperature was notably gradual. The method was incorrect. A gentle vibration was needed instead. Kiyoshi Kamiyama placed his hands upon the dual grips of Kanamitsu's blade. In an instant, Kanamitsu felt a tremendous force vibrating swiftly through the hilt of his sword. Nameless. The drawing of the tiger, the hammering heat rapidly intensified. A few more attempts should suffice. Mr. Kanamitsu, your innate talent for strength far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Subsequently, the blades of Zenitsu, Tenjin Yuzui, and Shinazugawa Sanemi also began to emit a faint crimson glow. Very well, that shall be enough. The pressure suddenly lifted, and everyone felt a lightness in their bodies, as if they were about to ascend. Shinobu Kocho nearly faltered, with Kana supporting her. Kiyoshi Kamiyama also offered her a handkerchief, and amidst her mournful gaze, he continued his discourse. Under pressure, it becomes easier for all to immerse themselves, yet without my deliberate assistance. Returning to that state will require each of you to explore with great care. From now on, I shall conduct this process every morning. You may sense whether you can master the Hecate through the exertion of tremendous force. After all, this is the most effective method, one that does not necessitate the presence of the patterns. Next, we shall delve into a technique unique to the patterned swordsman. Tanjiro, step forward. He beckoned Tanjiro to the forefront. Everyone, observe closely and take notes. In the future, you may also unlock the patterns during combat. Should you find the first method elusive, you may employ this technique once the patterns are activated. Kiyoshi Kamiyama grasped Tanjiro's hand, which held the blade. Tanjiro, exerting himself, felt the markings upon his forehead, his body temperature surging. With both hands straining, the fiery patterns on his brow ignited, causing his temperature to escalate rapidly. Higher still, yes, just like that. The Nichiren blade gradually blushed from a light crimson to a deep red, ultimately manifesting a vibrant scarlet hue. Michiro and Kanroji, observing intently, began to experiment as well, achieving similar results. The onlookers meticulously noted every detail. It is important to recognize that this method is somewhat of a shortcut, thus. It does not significantly enhance offensive power or penetrative capabilities, merely retaining the ability to restrain regeneration speed. That is sufficient. Nodding in approval, Kiyoshi Kamiyama organized them into groups: Shinobu Kocho, Kana, Inosuke, Jutomioka, and Tanjiro, Sanemi Shinazugawa, Michiro, and Jinya, Kaneo Tsuyuri and Kanroji, and finally, Mr. Himejima and Zenitsu. The approach remains consistent. The grouping merely facilitates more effective training. Should they encounter members of other groups later, the same method of dual-blade friction will apply. Kiyoshi Kamiyama elucidated that, due to his presence, the circumstances have markedly changed, leaving uncertainty regarding whether Narum remains the most formidable matching mechanism. The third training session of the Bloodblade commences now. In the afternoon, Seiichi Kamiya sat cross-legged upon a rock, awaiting the commencement of the afternoon training session. Yet, all had already gathered here to refine their mastery of the techniques of the Hideos. Occasionally, one could witness brilliant flashes of crimson light, the result of two Nichiren blades clashing, igniting sparks. After finishing their meal, they returned to the classroom to study. This sense of déjà vu was strikingly profound. Kamikami Seiichi refrained from disturbing them, focusing instead on his own rhythmic breathing, honing his breathing techniques. Name: Kamikami Seiichi. Strength: First level spirit power, 250250, the human limit in this realm. Basic skills: proficient in Japanese, 20007500, master of swordsmanship, 40,000 to 100,000. Expertise in medicine and poison, 10,000 to 50,000. Extraordinary abilities: sun breathing, total concentration, extreme, limit break, 80,000 to 100,000. Moon breathing, total concentration, extreme, 20,000 to 100,000. Perfect bloodblade, 13,810 to 10 million. Perfect transparency of the world, 100,010 to 10 million. Introductory breathing technique fusion, 50,000 to 100,000. Breathing technique, unfold, temporary talent, approaching the Tao evaluation. First level supreme. Approaching the Tao, a terrifying concept indeed. Kamikami Seiichi was entirely certain that such a bug-like ability would not manifest again in subsequent travels. He must seize this novice protection period to maximize his capabilities. Leaping down from the rock, all eyes turned towards him. This afternoon, we shall engage in the practice of transparency of the world. This technique allows one to break through the limits of the human body after enduring immense pain and striving with all their might, rendering the reality within the mind transparent and visible. As its name suggests, the world becomes transparent, hence it is called the transparent world. This is the pinnacle domain of the Dochi realm. In this state, one has speed of movement, predictive capabilities for evading attacks, and the ability to control muscle contractions are significantly enhanced. Mastering this skill will elevate combat prowess to a level on par with the patterns of strength. The training for the transparent world commences now. Time swiftly passed, and after 5 days of intensive training, who mastered the Bloodblade, who learned the transparent world, and who unlocked the patterns remained a mystery known only to the participants themselves. Perhaps even the participants could not ascertain whether others had truly learned these skills. The great battle is imminent. I can already sense the scent of gunpowder in the air. In a moment of youthful bravado, Kanamori Seiichi uttered a remark, to which the cuckoo perched upon his shoulder responded in kind. Subsequently, Kanamori Seiichi departed from the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, wielding his blade. In a hidden corner, an eye resembling that of a spider emerged, its violet pupil inscribed with the character for destruction. At this juncture, within the Infinity Castle, Kibutsuji Muzan lounged with one leg crossed over the other, perusing a map. Across from him, the female demon, Neru, occasionally flicked at Muzan, announcing that the Sun Pillar, Kanamori Seiichi, had indeed left the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps and was en route to the location we had designated for the demon ambush. Muzan gradually lifted his crimson vertical eye. Neru, your growth surpasses my expectations. Thank you for your praise, Lord Muzan. Continue to observe him. Once he distances himself from the headquarters, it shall be our moment to strike. Understood. With a clear sound, the biwa trembled, the eye shifted, and the pursuit of Kanamori Seiichi continued. Upon receiving the task to eliminate the malevolent demon, Kiyoshi Kamitani set forth without haste, guided by the cuckoo overhead. Reflecting on the remaining time, he pondered the possibility of further enhancement. He aimed to achieve a breakthrough in the fusion breathing technique and transcend the limitations of the solar breathing before departing from the world of Demon Slayer. It was evident to him that mastering swordsmanship would be unattainable before his departure. He sensed that the pace of acquiring swordsmanship experience was gradually decelerating. This was not merely a near impossibility, but rather a testament to the limitations imposed by this realm. Through interactions with fellow swordsmen, he had absorbed the strengths of various techniques, allowing him to reach this level swiftly. However, any further advancement would require his own diligence, as he could only garner a fixed amount of experience akin to that bestowed by the path. Indeed, this path could forcibly enhance proficiency. Even in the absence of subsequent training methods, it would still augment his experience. The thought of parting with this talent was bittersweet. How he wished it could remain with him eternally. Under the luminous moonlight, Kiyoshi Kamitani gently rapped on the door of a household. "Good evening, is anyone home?" Kiyoshi Kamiyama has arrived at the locale infested with demons. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro sits upon his tatami mat, reminiscing about the special training that Kamiyama had provided him. "Tanjiro, although your muscular strength has significantly improved under the guidance of Mr. Kanroji, it remains insufficient to fully harness the power of the flame-breathing technique. However, your progress is commendable. What you must now strive for is to achieve complete concentration and ultimate mastery of the sun-breathing technique, which possesses formidable regenerative capabilities and foundational enhancements that will enable you to accomplish greater feats." "What feats, for instance?" Tanjiro inquires with curiosity. "For example, the Hinakami Kagura can be executed without burden as long as it is not performed consecutively within a short span of time. Moreover, the flame-breathing technique can be utilized for 5 seconds without any harm." A spark of determination ignites in Tanjiro's eyes. He has experienced the formidable power of the Hinakami Kagura numerous times. It stands as his most potent ranged attack, capable of delivering extraordinary results when the enemy is caught off guard, akin to the prowess of the Demon King. Even if the demons are now aware of this, its potency remains undeniably effective, unaffected by their knowledge. As for the flame-breathing technique, he is certain to employ it when the situation demands. Kiyoshi Kamiyama gazed at Tanjiro's resolute expression and instantly comprehended the thoughts of the young boy. With a sigh, he lightly tapped Tanjiro's head. "In truth, there is no need for you to be anxious. Muzan Kibutsuji, as long as he appears before me, I shall undoubtedly bring about his demise." Kiyoshi Kamiyama offered solace to Tanjiro. "I am aware of Kiyoshi's formidable strength, yet we too possess our own obligations. It is our responsibility. Indeed, it is our duty." A resounding echo of countless tormented souls spanning millennia. Tanjiro drew forth his Nichiren blade, its obsidian surface adorned with wave-like patterns. The hilt inscribed with the character for extermination, cold and sharp. "Muzan Kibutsuji, we shall undoubtedly bring you to your end." A gentle breeze brushed against Zenitsu's face, easing the rigidity of his expression slightly as he caressed his Nichiren sword. Just moments ago, he had perfected his thunder-breathing technique. Merging it with the knowledge acquired from Kiyoshi's intense training, he was now far beyond his former self. He touched the crimson markings on his neck and closed his emotionless eyes. "Brother, I shall seek you out." In the Butterfly Mansion, Shinobu Kochu and Kanao placed an incense stick at the altar of Kane. The master and disciple engaged in deep conversation throughout the night. In the courtyard of the stone Hashira, Kanroji gazed at the moonlit sky, tears streaming down his cheeks. The wind Hashira and the serpent Hashira clashed within the bamboo grove, the gusts of wind causing the tall bamboo to sway violently. This night was destined to be sleepless. The Tsujikuni estate was particularly tranquil this evening, with a young man clad in a suit standing outside its gates. His crimson eyes bore a vertical slit. It was Muzan Kibutsuji. He had arrived at the estate only after receiving reports from Neikime regarding Kiyoshi's appearance in a distant region. "Let me see what you intend to do, Tsujikuni," he mused, striding forward with an imposing presence that made the surrounding flora sway without a breeze. With a resounding crash, the doors of the Tsujikuni estate were forcefully breached, a powerful wave of energy flooding the vacant courtyard. Muzan advanced slowly, his resonant footsteps echoing throughout the area. The sliding door opened to reveal Kaname Tsujikuni and the ailing Yoya Tsujikuni reclining on the tatami mat. Cough, cough. Yoya's sporadic coughs caused Muzan's brow to furrow. "Tsujikuni, you have greatly disappointed me." "Cough, is that you, Muzan?" "Kaname, what does Muzan look like?" Yoya Tsujikuni seemed somewhat exhilarated, his sightless eyes unable to perceive his surroundings, prompting him to inquire of Kaname. He is a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, with red eyes. Indeed, are you Muzan? We have sought you for centuries." "Tsujikuni, your appearance evokes pity within me. I apologize for your disappointment. Our family members not only succumbed to early demise, but their lifespans are also tragically short, all due to cough." Yoya coughed up blood, prompting Kaname to hurriedly wipe his mouth with a handkerchief. "This is because a malevolent demon arose within our lineage. One who has devoured countless lives and spawned other demons, transforming our realm into a hellish nightmare. That demon is you, cough, Muzan Kibutsuji." "Ridiculous. Your words hold no significance." The disdainful crimson gaze of Muzan revealed his contempt. "No, it is not for meaning that we have gathered here, but for emotion for will. Muzan, you have slain far too many, and thus, there are countless who wish to see your demise. Enough. I have heard enough of your tedious rhetoric. Muzan impatiently interrupted, extending his claws with growing menace. Are you prepared for death? With a soft sigh, Yoya Tsutsumi ceased to speak, firmly grasping the hand of his wife, Canon. You have endured much, Canon. This is my duty. In that fleeting moment, the air became suspended. Crimson light erupted from the floor. Dust particles ascended slowly. Droplets of moisture vaporized into nothingness, and flames erupted from the fractured ground, immense and roaring. The ensuing brilliance and heat were overwhelming. Boom. In an instant. Both Muzan Kibutsuji and the Tsutsumi couple were enveloped, as the earth's fire surged upward, launching the entire courtyard into the sky. A tremendous explosion engulfed the Tsutsumi estate and the surrounding land, a colossal mushroom cloud rising into the heavens, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward from the Tsutsumi residence. Everyone at headquarters heard the deafening roar, the fiery light and mushroom cloud signaling its origin, the Tsutsumi estate. My lord. Faces turned pale, and without hesitation, they raced toward that direction. A severed body crashed heavily to the ground from above, the charred head pulsating with blood, quickly reconstituting. The carbonized form writhed, limbs and lower body regrowing. Slowly, it rose again, standing tall, an expression of disbelief etched upon its grotesque visage. This man's hatred towards me lies concealed like a venomous serpent beneath his gentle facade. Thus, it is impossible that this is the sole trap. Surrounding Muzan, spheres of blood began to levitate, encircling him. Is this blood demon art? The blood spheres rapidly expanded, extending countless blood spikes that pierced through Muzan's entire being, anchoring themselves deep within his flesh. It matters not. I merely need to absorb it. A hand plunged directly into Muzan's chest, belonging to Tamayo, who bore hidden charms. Tamayo, what brings you here? Did you not expect this, Muzan? You must have absorbed my hand. Do you know what lies within? Beads of sweat trickled down Tamayo's forehead, her arm firmly embedded in Muzan's body. It is the transformation drug. This cannot be. There is nothing impossible. I could not have achieved this alone. But Tamayo, do you comprehend what you are doing? Did I slay your husband and child? No, it was you. You consumed them. The visage of Muzan, akin to that of a malevolent demon, seethed with fury as he uttered words ablaze with wrath. Tears cascaded from Tamayo's eyes, revealing her profound anguish. Transforming into a demon was the gravest mistake of my existence. Therefore, tonight, let us perish together here, Muzan. Tamayo nearly shrieked in desperation. Muzan's expression shifted as he turned to behold a robust monk, wielding a rapidly spinning meteor hammer. Advancing with great speed, the hammer glowed a crimson hue, and as it swung forth, an overwhelming force surged forth with a thunderous sonic boom towards Muzan's back. The eighth form of moon breathing, Moon Dragon's Tail. The first to come to the rescue was Upper Moon One, Kokushibo. The tremendous blade aura collided violently with the blood-red meteor hammer, sending dust swirling and enveloping the raging flames. In the blink of an eye, two more figures appeared beside Muzan, Upper Moon 2, Doma, and Upper Moon 3, Akaza. A smirk graced Muzan's lips. He had anticipated their arrival as a precaution. Yet, he still underestimated the depth of hatred and resolve that Kaneo possessed. Following the explosion, the three demons, caught off guard, were hurled away. By the time they returned, they witnessed Shinazugawa wielding the meteor hammer charging towards Muzan. Kokushibo, the swiftest among them, reacted instantaneously. Surrounding the building, various pillars gathered to observe the unfolding situation as Shinazugawa bellowed, "He is Muzan." Every onlooker, their eyes filled with fury, unsheathed their Nichiren blades. However, they did not rush forward. Behind Shinazugawa, amidst the ruins, the long-waiting Kiyoshi Kamakami exhaled deeply. In his ice-blue eyes, a delicate lotus began to unfurl, and a blue lotus pattern emerged at his brow. The pristine blade of his Nichiren sword gradually transformed from crimson to deep red, then to purple, ultimately becoming a haunting blue. The air was devoid of the usual sounds, as everything near the azure blade turned to dust. The airflow within Kiyoshi Kamakami surged with intensity. Positioning himself as though to sprint, with a powerful thrust of his right foot, the ground within a 10-meter radius crystallized. The technique of the sun-breathing, slash style. Whoosh. Silent yet swift, the figure vanished. Muzan Kibutsuji felt an overwhelming sense of danger envelop him, causing his hair to stand on end. A blue figure caused his pupils to constrict to pinpoints. Without time for words, he signaled through his cells for Akaza to block and swiftly communicated with Doma. In Kiyoshi Kamakami's perspective, the world seemed to freeze, everything transparent. He observed Akaza slowly extending his fists in an attempt to parry. However, mere inches from the blade, Akaza's fists disintegrated into ash with a resounding pop, along with his arms vanishing into nothingness. Ignoring him, Kiyoshi Kamakami pressed forward. Doma, though lacking the physical strength of his counterparts, was not slow to react. Minute ice crystals swiftly enveloped his entire being. However, it proved utterly futile as the blade glided smoothly through the ice, cleaving the body in twain at the waist, resulting in the instant decapitation of Doma. Prepared with the breath of the moon, Kokushibo observed the blade piercing through Doma's midsection and immediately unleashed his blood demon art, manifesting blades all over his body to simultaneously shield against the assault. Whoosh! Each blade shattered, rendering the right half of Kokushibo's body reduced to mere ashes, leaving only the left side standing. This was merely an ancillary effect. The true potency of the attack would only reveal itself upon striking the intended target. I will perish from this blow. Muzan Kibutsuji screamed in terror within his mind. Narumi, a clear, resonant sound of a biwa echoed, and windows appeared beneath everyone's feet. With a misstep, Muzan's position suddenly became distant. Kamado Tanjiro's attack could no longer advance. Indeed, time was running short, thus it was time to execute Plan B. Kiyoshi Kamiyama swiftly turned and plummeted downward, the blue flames on his sword still ablaze, forming a comet-like tail in the air. Surrounding him were the ever-shifting pavilions of the infinite castle, with countless malevolent spirits peering out to witness the shooting star. Once again, a sound akin to a peeper resonated, and countless demon slayer swordsmen found windows appearing beneath their feet, as the sound maiden ushered them all into the infinite castle. Tanjiro descended through the air, his gaze fixed on Muzan, who was tightly restrained by Tamayo, observing the fear etched across his face. With a fierce roar, he declared, "I will surely kill you." Kibutsuji Muzan, the cornered Muzan, now seething with rage, retorted through gritted teeth, "If you have the ability, then come at me, Tanjiro Kamado." In the skies of the infinite castle, demon slayer swordsmen clad in black uniforms descended like rain, venturing into the unknown. The crows, bearing concealed runes, flew into the infinite castle, and everything proceeded according to plan. The scene shifts back to several days prior. Kiyoshi Kamiyama and Mitsuri Kanroji sit beside Waya Agatsuma, while Amanai Agatsuma and Teruki Agatsuma are also at his side. I have an ominous premonition that Muzan Kibutsuji will undoubtedly arrive. I intend to use myself as bait, ahem, to seek your counsel on this matter. Kiyoshi Kamiyama remained silent for a moment, refraining from speaking. Meanwhile, Hibiya cried incessantly. They both understood that individuals like Waya Ubuyashiki, once they had made a decision, would not be swayed. I believe it is appropriate to inform all companions of this matter. Kiwa Kamiyama articulated his recommendations. The children are unlikely to acquiesce, ahem. However, should you persist, they will eventually comply, for they hold you in the highest regard. Enduring humiliation and bearing burdens, their anger will only intensify. You are indeed correct, Kiwakuin. They have matured. After a moment of hesitation, Waya Kanazaki summoned all those who participated in Kiwa's special training. Before long, everyone had assembled, and the message from their lord was conveyed by Kanazaki, eliciting vehement dissent. Under Kanazaki's insistence, the group reluctantly relented to the proposal. They understood that the paramount objective was to eradicate Muzan Kibutsuji. All sacrifices would transform into the flames within their hearts. After Mr. Kanazaki's attack proved ineffective, he urged everyone to refrain from intervening, as he would take the offensive. Should my strike also falter, concealing everyone's strength would grant us the upper hand. Kiyoshi Kamiyama has devised a meticulous plan for the forthcoming events. I shall arrange for someone to impersonate me as I depart from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Without witnessing my exit, Muzan would not dare to approach. I have commissioned the swordsmith village to craft a replica of my Nichiren blade, and I have instructed the cuckoo to accompany the swordsman impersonating me. Most importantly, regarding communication, should Sanemi and Ihei confirm that the space they observed is indeed Muzan's lair, and should the group become scattered, the crow adorned with hidden talismans will swiftly follow your lead. It is imperative that the personnel at headquarters promptly create a map and establish coordinates. I entrust the creation of the hidden talismans to you, Yashiro. As for the map making, I kindly ask everyone to lend their utmost effort. Kiyoshi Kamiyama cast his gaze towards the corner where Tamayo and Yashiro stood. Yashiro quivered slightly and responded affirmatively. Such an overwhelming aura. Miss Tamayo, please take care as you undertake the task of restraining Muzan. We shall endeavor to rescue you post-haste. It matters not. As long as Muzan Kibutsuji meets his demise, I would not hesitate to face my own end, Tamayo declared with unwavering conviction, causing Yashiro beside her to display a look of anxious concern. Yet, he understood that Tamayo's resolve was profoundly steadfast. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps had grown accustomed to encountering benevolent demons, especially with Nezuko paving the way for acceptance. As for those stationed at the headquarters to oversee operations, Kaminari Kiyoshi gazed at Ubuyashiki Yoya, who extended his hand, prompting Ubuyashiki Kiyoi to swiftly catch it. Kiyoi, I shall rely on you henceforth. Your sisters will be here to guide you. Tears welled in the eyes of the delicate youth as he nodded earnestly. Esteemed comrades, the hopes of the Demon Slayer Corps, held for a millennium, now rest upon your shoulders. The assembly collectively expressed their humility, their gazes ignited with fervor. Within the Infinity Castle, surprise was absent. Everyone maintained control over their descending forms, lifting their eyes to the malevolent Muzan above, bloodlust permeating the air. Several portals opened. As Neikime assigned different individuals to various locations, hoping that the upper and lower moons would annihilate them entirely. The most pressing dilemma for her was determining where to send Kaminari Kiyoshi. Neikaime's teleportation was not without limits. It drained her strength based on the size of the individual being transported. Kaminari Kiyoshi, in her perception, resembled an unfathomable abyss. And opening a spatial passage to bring him forth had already consumed a significant portion of her energy. Should she attempt to send him again, she risked being utterly depleted, leaving her uncertain of her ability to contend with the Hashira assigned to her. After much contemplation, Neikime resolved against teleportation, opting instead to let Kaminari Kiyoshi wander within the Infinity Castle. The terrain was complex, akin to a labyrinth without a map. As the sounds of the biwa resonated, each individual was engulfed by the portals. Neikime miscalculated numerous factors, yet the gravest error lay in her failure to restrain Kaminari Kiyoshi. As he continued his descent, Kaminari Kiyoshi surveyed his surroundings, leveraging the air to leap onto a platform, his hands never ceasing as he engaged with several Demon Slayer swordsmen. It appeared that Neikime would no longer attempt to transport him. After a moment of reflection, under the adoring gazes of the swordsman, he calmly declared, "Let us proceed to slay Kabutsuji Muzan." Thus, the battle within the Infinity Castle commenced, bringing an unusual vibrancy to the realm. Kiyoshi Kamiyama, accompanied by a cadre of swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps, traversed the land to vanquish malevolent demons. This sensation felt eerily reminiscent of a monster-hunting expedition. The number of demons in Infinite Castle was not as overwhelming as anticipated. Upon witnessing the terrifying might of Kamiyama's blade, the demons fled in all directions, scattering in fear. The fleeing demons gravitated towards a singular point. Standing upon a platform, Kamiyama caught a raven that had alighted nearby. Unfolding the note it carried, he discovered a progress report indicating that the Hidden were diligently working on a map to ascertain the locations of all personnel. Higurashi, the head of the production house, informed Kamiyama that the demons within Infinite Castle seemed to be converging en masse, their position not far from him. After reading, Kamiyama clenched the letter, which spontaneously ignited into ash. Were the demons gathering of their own volition, or was it orchestrated by Muzan? Muzan's abilities indeed rendered him the foremost anomaly within the world of Demon Slayer. Kamiyama hoped that Yashiro would hasten to discern Muzan's location. Yashiro's blood demon art could manipulate Muzan's powers, effectively countering Muzan's control over the blood of demons. The respite concluded. Henceforth, we must brace ourselves to confront an unfathomable number of adversaries. Are you afraid? Kiyoshi Kamiyama addressed the lined-up members of the Demon Slayer Corps below. Fear not. At this moment, the members of the Corps were engulfed in a fervent state of enthusiasm for Kamiyama. To fight alongside him signified that they too could contribute to the eradication of the Demon King. This represented the ultimate aspiration of the ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps. All right, prepare to set forth. We shall advance in that direction. Following the path indicated by Shinya, Kamiyama and his companions swiftly moved forward, while ahead of them, hundreds of malevolent demons congregated, encompassing all the demons within Infinity Castle, except for the upper ranks. Kiyoshi Kamiyama's judgment was not erroneous. Although Narumi was reluctant to transport him once more, it was imperative to prevent him from wandering aimlessly within the Infinite City. Should he inadvertently intrude upon another battlefield, the balance of the situation could swiftly be compromised. The most alarming scenario would be if he stumbled into Muzan's domain, which would lead to significant complications, with no one capable of opposing him. The only course of action was to buy time, awaiting the moment when Muzan would complete the disintegration of the human transformation serum, at which point they could either engage in combat or retreat. When quality is lacking, one must rely on quantity. swiftly plucking the strings of her instrument. The demons were summoned together, bewildered by the sudden convergence. Transporting demons of this caliber, regardless of their numbers, posed minimal strain on her. Before Narumi, a pair of figures began to materialize, namely the Love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, and the Serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai. These adversaries were self-appointed by Narumi, and with her abilities. Detaining the two Hashira was not a formidable challenge. Their absence would significantly ease the pressure from the remaining upper moons. On a vast platform, hundreds of demons gazed upwards at a dozen individuals on the elevated staircase, among them Kiyoshi Kamiyama and his newly recruited subordinates, presenting a spectacle even more imposing than anticipated. With a hearty laugh, Kiyoshi Kamiyama waved his hand to the soldiers behind him, signaling them to remain where they were. "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly," he declared, before leaping into the air. The powerful gusts of wind swirled around him like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and sending a shockwave that hurled several demons into the air, forming a white circle on the inky paper below. Observing the densely packed enemies around him, Kamiyama chuckled heartily. "Indeed, it has been quite a while since my blood has run hot." Drawing his pristine Nichiren blade, he unleashed a flash of steel. The battle was on. Hundreds of demons roared as they charged towards him. Kamiyama did not employ any breathing techniques or the art of the blade. He simply executed swift thrusts, slashes, and cuts with an elegance that bore an artistic grace. Flowers of blood blossomed upon the demons, and before they could react, their necks were severed in a fleeting arc of his blade, reducing them to ashes. Not confined to wielding his Nichiren blade, Kamiyama occasionally unleashed his fists and feet. A powerful punch sent a throng of demons soaring, while a well-placed kick sent others crashing into a multitude of shadows. The vast platform transformed into a battlefield, drenched in blood that flowed down from the edges. As the saying goes, when the count surpasses 100, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood ensue. The blood of hundreds of demons sprayed across the ground, immersing the area in a crimson ocean. The watching swordsmen were intently focused on the figure whose movements were difficult to discern. "The Sun Pillar is formidable," they exclaimed. Of course, even Muzan Kabutsuji would flee upon encountering the Sun Pillar. "Has the messenger crow not delivered any news yet?" "The Sun Pillar has instructed me to remain vigilant for the arrival of the crow." "Not yet, but it should be forthcoming. We must support the other pillars." 500. 400, 100, 10, until the last demon sat trembling on the ground. Kiyoshi Kamiyama had scarcely taken any time at all. "Monster! You are a monster!" cried the remaining demon, fear evident as it knelt, its arms and legs stained with blood. "When you devoured humans, did you ever feel a shred of compassion for your victims? You are the true monsters." Without a hint of mercy, Kamiyama severed the demon's head, which quickly turned to ash. Such demons, having consumed countless innocents, were unworthy of lamentation. The descending swordsman remarked. Most members of the Demon Slayer Corps had joined with the intent of vengeance, having lost their families to demons. Thus, compassion was a luxury they could not afford. In the distance, a messenger crow swiftly approached from the sky. A member of the team received a letter from the crow, which he opened and handed to Kiyoshi Kamigami. The correspondence detailed the approximate location of one of the upper moons, with explicit information indicating that the Hashira of Mist, Michiro Takedo, was engaged in battle against Kokushibo. Kanroji Mitsuri hoped that Kiyoshi Kamigami could assess whether it was necessary to provide assistance on the battlefield, although they had a general idea of the location. A map had yet to be established. Otherwise, the headquarters would not have been unaware that both Shinazugawa Sanemi and Kanroji Mitsuri were present at the site of the confrontation with Kokushibo. Nevertheless, it mattered little. For with the current extent of Kokushibo's injuries, facing two vastly strengthened Hashira would be quite challenging, let alone four. "We must continue our journey, everyone, to support the other Hashira. Follow me," he exclaimed, dashing forth. Kiyoshi Kamigami harbored no fears of traps, no matter the cunning stratagems employed. He was confident in his ability to overcome them, for his strength was formidable. Even if Muzan were to advance further, he would not dare claim he could contend with Kiyoshi Kamigami. Thus, Kiyoshi was more concerned about Muzan's potential escape than any resistance he might offer. Let us find them and unite. The tale unfolds in a distant past, during the Warring States period, when a samurai family welcomed a pair of twin sons. The elder assumed the role of the family's heir, while the younger, marked by a peculiar seal upon his forehead, faced his father's disdain, who even contemplated ending the child's life, only to be thwarted by the mother. Yet, the father remained relentless, decreeing that when the younger son turned 10, he must depart to a temple to become a monk. The brothers' living quarters, attire, education, and even their meals were worlds apart. Perhaps this disparity was the reason the younger son would cling tightly to their mother upon seeing her, evoking pity in the elder brother. The elder would secretly seek out his sibling to play, but when discovered by their father, he would endure a severe beating. Fearing that his gifts to his brother would be uncovered, he crafted a flute with his own hands, instructing his brother that if ever in need, he should blow upon it, for he would surely come to his aid. The elder's aspiration was to become the strongest warrior, and he devoted himself to diligent training. Convinced that through his efforts, he could achieve this goal. While practicing with his sword, the younger brother would watch from the sidelines. On a fortuitous occasion, the younger brother unveiled extraordinary talent. Having just picked up a wooden sword, he bested their father's retainer. It was then that the elder realized that the brother he had always deemed pitiable was, in truth, far more exceptional, having exerted considerable effort in his own right. Yet, in comparison to his brother, the elder's progress seemed to crawl at a snail's pace. Upon learning of the younger brother's prowess, the brothers' positions were entirely reversed. The family estate was to be inherited by the younger brother, while the elder was relegated to a mere 3-tatami room. Destined to be sent to the temple in 3 years, thus relinquishing his dream of becoming a samurai. However, the younger brother sought out the elder, revealing that he would soon depart for the temple, vowing to cherish the flute gifted to him by his brother. The younger brother departed in silence. Later, the elder brother stumbled upon a diary left by their mother, discovering that the younger brother had understood everything long before. He felt as though he had been performing as a mere jester before him. From that moment onwards, the elder brother was consumed by jealousy, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards his prodigious sibling. The bond of brotherhood was irrevocably shattered by the insurmountable chasm of talent that now separated them. The younger brother did not retreat to a monastery. Instead, he vanished without a trace. When the brothers met again, it was a decade and more later. Under the cover of night, during a camping excursion, the elder brother encountered a malevolent spirit. Just as the demon was about to strike, the younger brother appeared, effortlessly vanquishing the foe and rescuing him. Witnessing his brother's formidable prowess ignited a fresh wave of jealousy and hatred within the elder brother's heart. Without hesitation, he abandoned his wife and children, joining the demon-slaying corps led by his brother. The younger brother imparted the art of breathing techniques to each member of the squad. Yet the elder brother could never master his siblings' methods, settling instead for a derivative technique. In time, the elder brother bore strange markings upon his body, his strength multiplying exponentially, yet he could never glimpse his brother's silhouette. In a desperate attempt to break the curse of the ephemeral markings, he severed the head of the current leader of the demon slayers and presented it to the demon king Muzan Kibutsuji, receiving the king's blood in return, thus transforming into a demon himself. Decades later, the elder brother, ageless and unblemished, encountered his frail younger brother, who seemed untouched by the curse, appearing eternally transcendent. Fueled by jealousy, he launched an assault against his sibling. The younger brother, tears streaming down his face, merely brandished his blade, inflicting grievous wounds upon the elder. How tragic. Dear brother, after the younger brother struck, the elder anticipated his demise with the next blow. However, the younger brother, frozen in his stance, succumbed to old age. The elder brother's chance to surpass his sibling was forever lost. In a fit of rage, he severed the younger brother's lifeless form, cleaving the cherished short flute that hung at his waist in two. As he gazed at the instrument, a symbol of their shared past, he was overwhelmed by memories of his brother's promises, tears streaming down his cheeks as he adorned himself with the flute. To this day, that flute remains at his side. Kibutsuji Muzan's remaining hand caressed the half of his waist where the short flute was once suspended. Indeed, when had he forgotten these memories? Kibutsuji Muzan, or rather Tsujikuni Yurichi, murmured to himself, oblivious to the formidable presence of the Hashira, Mitsuri Kenroji, before him. With 6 eyes raised, he scrutinized the Hashira, perceiving every sinew of his being with clarity. "You are my descendant," he declared. "Nonsense. When I was still human, my name was Tsujikuni Yurichi, the head of the Tsujikuni clan, and I have left behind my bloodline. Tsujikuni Michikatsu is my brother." Michiro was unable to discern reality from illusion. He merely clutched the Nichiren blade tightly. "What of it? You think that a mere connection through bloodline would compel me to relinquish my intent to slay you in your now feeble state?" Indeed, what Mitsuri failed to account for was the sluggish recovery of the upper moons, grievously wounded by Kagaya Seiji. The first, second, and third of them suffered severe injuries. Particularly Kokushibo. Half of his body had completely vanished, flesh intertwining and writhing in a desperate attempt to mend itself. Yet with every moment of restoration came excruciating searing pain, hindering any progress. A crimson blade, perhaps even more formidable than yours. You are correct. I am indeed in a state of profound weakness. If that is the case, why do you not step forward and deliver the fatal blow? Kokushibo's 6 eyes emanated a chilling aura of oppression, his tone eerily calm as if the judgment were not upon his own life. Recalling past encounters, Michiro had witnessed Kokushibo's prowess and knew that blades would emerge from his body. To approach recklessly could lead to his own demise. However, such a rare opportunity to strike at a severely injured foe must not be squandered. Mist began to envelop the surroundings, concealing Michiro's figure within its thickening embrace. The 7th form of mist breathing, obscure. His strike was destined to be fatal. Within the radiance of the mist, Michiro's movements fluctuated between rapid and slow, creating a visual disarray as he gripped his sword with both hands, poised as if to run. Bang! Kokushibo wielded a sword in his left hand, blades sprouting from his body, unleashing a multitude of deadly slashes in every direction. Michiro's movements were laid bare before him in this transparent realm. Yet, in his weakened state, a close encounter could lead to decapitation. He could not afford to take risks. Michiro sidestepped, evading the onslaught of slashes. The blade of his Nichiren sword began to glow red as he forcefully stomped down, cracking the floor beneath him, propelling himself forward with explosive speed. The sound of sonic booms echoing around them. Kokushibo's 6 eyes fixated on the orange-red blade. As Michiro drew near, Kokushibo slowly parted his lips, a blade extending instantaneously to twice the length of the others, his head sharply tilting, the longsword sweeping towards Michiro's direction. The 2nd form of wind breathing, Gale Claw. Just in time, the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, arrived, his crimson blade striking heavily against Kokushibo's extended blade, producing a clear, ringing sound as shards of metal flew into the air, severing Kokushibo's attack. The 2nd form of stone breathing, Mountain Splitter. The rock Hashira had also arrived, his foot firmly planted upon his own chains, swinging a massive, red hammer with ferocity. The explosive sound of wind rushed towards Kokushibo from behind. It was too late to turn back. Was today truly to be my day of demise? Faintly, Kokushibo glimpsed an elderly man weeping. How tragic, brother. For what purpose was I brought into this world? Tell me, Yuichiro. Boom. A flash of brilliance erupted, and Kokushibo's head soared into the air, only to be obliterated by the colossal hammer that followed. His left hand clenched the broken flute, igniting in an unholy flame, the shattered flute falling to the ground with a resounding chime. The first of the upper moons, Kokushibo, has perished. At this moment within the realm of the Eternal Bliss sect, Doma was indulging in the act of cannibalism, the grand hall drenched in the crimson of human blood. Yet, regardless of how voraciously he feasted, his upper and lower body remained irreparably severed, waves of excruciating burning pain coursing through him, distorting his visage. Unlike Kokushibo, who had traversed a myriad of experiences, both triumphant and disheartening, thus emerging as the most seasoned among the upper moons, Doma had never faced adversity. His unwavering arrogance led him to perceive the taking of lives as a benevolent act. This disposition was intricately woven with his past. Born into a religious sect, Doma was endowed with a vibrant rainbow-hued iris and hair as pure as white oak. His parents regarded him as a prodigious child, convinced he could hear the voice of the divine. However, Doma found his father's naivety utterly exasperating and dismissed the Eternal Bliss sect as a tiresome faith. He viewed the devout believers with pity, having never once heard the voice of a deity. In moments of collective worship, he considered the adults lamenting to a child to be profoundly foolish. Eventually, his mother discovered his father's infidelity and, in a fit of rage, brutally murdered him. Blood splattering across their home, which was soon painted red, she then took her own life. Observing this gruesome scene, Doma felt no emotional upheaval, only a sense of inconvenience at the prospect of cleaning up the aftermath. Upon reaching the age of 20, he encountered Muzan Kabutsuji and beseeched him to transform him into a demon, thus commencing his relentless cycle of human consumption. As he chewed upon a woman's skull, Doma experienced a sensation of fear for the first time, the blue-flamed blade sending tremors through his very soul. The creaking of a door heralded the entrance of 2 figures into the courtyard, Kaneo Tsuyuri and Shinobu Kocho, both wielding Nichiren swords, their expressions grave and cautious. In an instant, their countenances flickered with rage upon witnessing Doma consuming a human before their eyes. The expansive hall was littered with severed limbs beneath Doma's throne. His kaleidoscopic gaze scrutinized the 2 women. According to Muzan's information, the insect Hashira was adept in the art of poison. From the perspective of Shinobu and Kaneo, Doma's dismembered form appeared particularly ludicrous, his torso resting upon the throne while his lower half lay directly beneath it. Suddenly, a thought struck Shinobu, igniting a surge of fury within her. Do you remember this Haori I wear, you vile demon? After a moment's contemplation, Doma appeared to have an epiphany. Ah, is she the woman I inadvertently killed? How unfortunate. I had intended to devour her. At these words, even Kaneo's gaze was imbued with an icy, lethal intent. In a moment of fury, Shinobu Kocho smiled, her lips curling into a mocking arc. You appear far too feeble now, far weaker than I had anticipated. Shaking her head, she added in a tone laced with disappointment, you have truly let me down. These words ignited the fury within Doma, a being devoid of emotions by nature. Yet not devoid of feelings. To him, everyone was merely sustenance or playthings. Now, to be derided by his prey. His visage twisted in rage. Indeed. Shinobu Kocho was a woman of profound cunning, her mere utterances shattering Doma's composure. Teacher, it is merely an emotionless creature. It cannot comprehend, the disciple remarked. Both master and student sharing a lineage of sharp tongues. Doma's veins bulged, his face contorted like a demon. I shall devour you one by one. He seized a nearby fan, swinging it with force, unleashing a flurry of ice crystals shaped like lotus petals toward the duo. Blood demon art, lotus leaf ice. Without hesitation, Shinobu and Kanawa evaded the widespread assault with nimble movements. After sustaining an injury, Doma's speed diminished significantly, leaving him fixed in one direction, vulnerable to decapitation should one approach. Yet, my strength is insufficient. It is best to let Kanawa deliver the fatal blow while I administer poison to further sap his strength. With a calculated glance, Shinobu signaled Kanawa, who immediately grasped her teacher's intent, gripping her Nichiren blade in a thrusting stance. They moved. Both launched themselves forward, creating a gale on either side of Doma as they attacked from two directions. Doma assessed the situation, wielding his fan, scattering a multitude of sharp, icy petals, each as lethal as a blade. Blood demon art. Falling lotus. Kanawa had already initiated her action as Doma swung his fan, her exceptional vision enabling her to perceive the slightest movements of his shoulders, gaze, fingertips, elbows, and knees, thus predicting his next maneuver. Breath of the flower. Second form, plum blossom shadow. With a sweep of her Nichiren blade, she unleashed a crescent strike in all directions, the trajectory reminiscent of plum blossom petals, dismantling the oncoming ice crystals. Meanwhile, Shinobu did not engage in defense. Instead, she danced gracefully, evading all assaults with deft movements. In her perception, everything unfolded in slow motion, each motion allowing her to precisely evade the crystalline onslaught. Indeed, Shinobu was one of the rare individuals who had mastered the transparent world after rigorous training under Kaguya-saya. It puzzled her that, while she had not acquired the skill of the Hikiri blade, she had swiftly learned the essence of the transparent world, whereas someone with Kanawa's exceptional vision had not succeeded in doing so. You underestimate me far too much, Doma declared, summoning chilling winds. As the air crystallized into small ice figures, each delicate and transparent like crystal. Blood demon art. Crystal child. Is it akin to the technique of the fourth upper moon's doppelganger? The two wielders of the sun blade unleashed a continuous flurry of strikes, shattering the icy crystals that danced through the air. Faced with the advancing small ice golems, they instinctively opted for distance, engaging in ranged assaults through the power of their blades. According to the research conducted by Kiyoshi Kamiyama, a crucial consideration regarding doppelgangers in the upper moon meetings is to presume that the opponent's doppelganger is adept at utilizing blood demon arts, rather than merely obstructing attacks. Realizing the futility of the small ice golems against them, Doma inhaled deeply. With hands clasped together, a colossal ice statue slowly rose behind him. As he spread his arms wide, the massive hands surged toward Shinobu Kocho with ferocity. Blood demon art. Mist ice, lotus bodhisattva. With a resounding crash, the floor was shattered, creating a seemingly bottomless pit, whilst Shinobu's figure had already vanished. With no time for concern, Kanao swiftly took advantage of the opening to close in on Doma. Unfazed, Doma's ice bodhisattva began to part its mouth, exuding a chilling aura. Beast breathing, 8th Fong. Explosive charge. A furious figure burst forth from behind the ice bodhisattva, crashing into its core like a cannonball, emerging from the front and obliterating the ice statue entirely. It was Inosuke, who had previously rendezvoused with the two women with the aid of Shin. Their plan involved the two women engaging the enemy head-on while Inosuke seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. After all, having grown up in the mountains, Inosuke possessed unparalleled skills in concealing his presence. As the blood demon art was shattered, Doma spat blood, and unbeknownst to him, Shinobu had already seized the sun blade. Crouching in a thrusting stance. In front of her, Kanao's flower breathing was already upon them, while two cutting winds rapidly approached Doma's neck. He could already feel the intense searing pain at his throat. Would this be his end? The long blade pierced through Doma's chest. An overwhelming torrent of poison flooding into his body. The pink blade, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, struck harshly against the left side of his neck, while two serrated sun blades cleaved into the right side of his throat. With a swift motion, a head soared into the air, plummeting down and rolling onto the remnants of the women below. What is there to lament? Merely a beast, after all. Hearing these words, Doma's eyes widened, refusing to close in death. Upper Moon 2, Doma has fallen. Yurichi sat casually on the ground, his posture relaxed, yet both arms had vanished. The exposed flesh at the severed ends writhing but unable to restore his lost limbs. How formidable! He had grown even more powerful. Among the three, the most grievously wounded was Kokushibo, half of his body reduced to ash. Next was Doma, who, having been bisected, could scarcely move, and the least injured was undoubtedly Yurichi, with merely his arms lost. However, this should not be the method of calculation. The trio's distinct combat styles dictated the extent of their retained strength. Doma's blood demon arts primarily favored ranged attacks, and while losing his legs was catastrophic, his capacity for resistance remained formidable. If it were an ordinary Hashira, he might manage to contend with 2 or 3 adversaries. However, Kokushibo finds himself in a more dire predicament as a swordsman. He has lost the right side of his body, rendering many of his sword techniques unfeasible. Nevertheless, his blood demon art affords him a modicum of retaliatory capability. Conversely, Akaza has nearly lost all combat prowess. As a martial artist, though his entire being is a lethal weapon, his hands are paramount, with both hands incapacitated. His fighting strength is reduced to a mere fraction of its former self. His remaining legs, while capable of delivering strikes, struggle to maintain balance, especially since he has yet to master the intricacies of his body, unable to control every sinew within. The sole advantage of his legs lies in the possibility of retreat. Severely injured, his speed has diminished significantly. While he could escape from ordinary Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen, evading a Hashira would prove exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, 2 sets of footsteps approach from the distance, swift and light, unmistakably the harbingers of skilled warriors. Rising to his feet, Akaza prepares to make his exit. Third form of water breathing, flowing dance. A torrent of water surges forth, akin to a mighty river, obstructing Akaza's path. Standing before the wall of water, he lets out a sigh, realizing that escape is no longer an option. Is battle imperative? The thought seems daunting. This hesitancy is uncharacteristic of Akaza. He now experiences a peculiar sensation, fleeting images surfacing in his mind. What are these? My memories? Why have I never acknowledged them before him? Tanjiro and Ju grip their Nichiren blades tightly. Even though this Upper Moon 3 is gravely injured and both of his opponents have significantly improved, carelessness could very well lead to death. Ignoring them, Akaza sits down on the ground. I wish to share a tale with you. Once, there was a young boy born in Edo. From the moment of his birth, he possessed sharp fangs, earning him the title of Child of the Demon, named Kimechi. As he grew, he witnessed the passing of his loved ones, leaving only his ailing father behind. In his desperation to procure medicine for his father, who was gravely ill, Kimechi resorted to theft, as the herbs were far beyond the means of a child from a poor family. He believed that if he became strong enough, he could evade the grasp of the authorities. Thus, he relentlessly honed his skills, living a life riddled with crime for several years, until one fateful day, Kimechi's father succumbed to his illness, believing that he had burdened his son, forcing him into a life of crime, becoming a despised sinner. Consumed by anguish, Kimechi loathed this world, and even after choosing the path of sin, he found no reprieve. He began venting his frustration upon passers-by, at which point a figure intervened. This man was named Kizu. Kiyotaka discerned the martial prowess within Kamaji and brought him back to his dojo, which lay desolate, inhabited only by Kiyotaka and his ailing daughter. With pressing obligations, Kiyotaka found himself unable to attend to his daughter's needs and besieged Kamaji to care for her. Hesitant, Kamaji viewed himself as a sinner unworthy of such a task. However, Kiyotaka reassured him, stating that he had already reprimanded him for his transgressions, rendering the matter inconsequential. Thus, Kamaji acquiesced and began to tend to Kiyotaka's daughter, Rinshua, who gradually developed affections for him. As time flowed, Kamaji reached the age of 18. Yet the dojo remained devoid of disciples save for him, while the neighboring dojo frequently instigated trouble. Kiyotaka approached Kamaji, inquiring whether he would consider inheriting the dojo and marrying Rinshue. It was then that Kamaji realized Rinshue's feelings, and he pledged to Kiyotaka that he would protect her for all eternity. Amidst a dazzling display of fireworks, Kamaji professed his love to Rinshue, vowing to become stronger than anyone else to safeguard her life. After a brief return to his hometown to pay respects to his father's grave and announce his impending marriage, Kamaji believed he was finally on the path to a renewed life. However, upon returning to the dojo, he was met with the chilling sight of Kiyotaka and Rinshue's lifeless bodies. Overcome with despair and trembling, he sought the truth behind their demise, discovering it was merely the jealousy of the neighboring dojo that had led to their poisoning. Driven to madness, Kamaji failed once more to protect what he cherished. He obliterated the rival dojo single-handedly, wandering the region thereafter, a being more malevolent than a demon. It was only when he encountered Muzan Kibutsuji that he transformed into a true demon, forsaking his past and adopting the name Akaza. Tears streamed down Akaza's cheeks as he lamented that his yearning was not for strength, but for the protection of Rinshue. How could he have forgotten? How could he have allowed it to slip away? As he murmured to himself in self-reproach, Tanjiro, moved by the narrative, felt a profound empathy, while Ju remained stoic. Yet Tanjiro sensed the depth of his emotion. "I have come to understand your past," Tanjiro asserted, "but your sins remain unchanged." His gaze hardened with resolve. Both Jotaro and Akaza bore tragic histories, and Tanjiro felt immense compassion for them as humans, yet harbored deep disdain for their demonic forms. The Nichiren blade began to warm, glowing crimson like blood. "I should have sought out Rinshue long ago. I wonder if she resents my absence," Akaza mused, his expression softening at the thought of her. "You must ensure the demise of Muzan Kibutsuji," he urged, for he had not willingly embraced the role of a demon. He had been forcibly infused with blood by Muzan. "We will," Tanjiro responded with unwavering conviction. Nodding, Akaza closed his eyes, surrendering to the moment. Tanjiro advanced slowly, and with a flash of crimson light from his blade, the head of Akaza soared into the air. Amidst the flames, Komatsumi seemed to glimpse his master, Kyuzu, and Koyaki waving at him, while his father regarded him with a look of reproach. "I am sorry, everyone." As the dust settled, the third upper moon, Akaza, met his demise. The golden-haired youth was transported to a platform where he stood resolutely, a familiar figure looming in the distance. It was Zenitsu Agatsuma, alongside his former companion, Kaigaku. The chill in Zenitsu's gaze was palpable, for it was this very individual who had groveled before demons and chosen treachery, leading their master, Sanemi Shinazugawa, to commit seppuku in atonement. As Kaigaku turned, he bore little resemblance to the figure Zenitsu once knew. He had sprouted fangs, his ears elongated, his skin a ghastly pallor. His scara turned black, and his visage adorned with dark, tiger-like markings. His nails elongated and darkened, and he donned a black kimono, cinched at the waist with a blue satin ribbon. "I heard the old man has perished? How delightfully serene." Kaigaku cast a disdainful glance at the golden-haired youth, dismissing him entirely. With mere words, Zenitsu felt the veins on his forehead throb. "Yet you remain that same pitiful sight. It has been quite a while, Zenitsu. You have not changed in the slightest. Still small and wretched, and as weak as ever. By the way, have you learned any techniques beyond the first form?" Kaigaku, incessantly taunting, swiftly closed the distance between them. "So, can you wield the first form now?" Zenitsu retorted without hesitation. The veins on Kaigaku's forehead also bulged in response. "Do not compare yourself to me, you worthless fool." A cold smirk curled at the corners of Zenitsu's mouth as he boldly declared, "Are you unaware, brother? Kibutsuji Muzan is on the brink of death. Once he falls, all demons will perish. And you, clinging to life, fail to realize that your pitiful pleas for mercy will not extend your existence." At last, Kaigaku's expression shifted as he countered, "Lord Muzan will not die. It is you demon slayers who will be eradicated." Zenitsu, merely scoffing at his grotesque visage, chose silence. He slowly unsheathed his golden Nichiren blade. "Indeed, brother. You shall never witness the day Kibutsuji Muzan meets his end. Cowardly and weak, all you can do is spout empty bravado. You remain insufferable." Kaigaku also drew forth his weapon, eerily identical to the Nichiren blade he once wielded. However, this blade was forged from his own flesh and blood. Its dark golden hue etched with lightning-like patterns, the hilt matching its blade, while the scabbard was black, the blade tip contrasting in white, adorned with a triangular motif. Without further ado, the two brothers clashed their swords, and Zenitsu felt a surge of formidable power coursing through the blade, forcing him to take a step back. Since becoming a demon, Kaigaku's base strength had significantly increased. Is this all the skill you possess in boasting? With each stroke, Kyo's blade danced relentlessly, while Zenitsu skillfully parried with his own. In mere moments, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, a radiant circle of flashing steel enveloping them. Kyo's strength was evidently superior. However, regardless of how fiercely he augmented his power and speed, his strikes were consistently thwarted by Zenitsu's defenses, which left him increasingly agitated. Seizing an opportunity to create distance, Kyo's blade began to emanate dark, crackling lightning, the air resonating with the sound of snapping electricity. This was Kyo's blood demon art, a unique ability that transformed the golden lightning generated by his breathing technique into a sinister black lightning that inflicted continuous damage upon striking an enemy. His slashes could rend flesh and create lightning-shaped wounds, while the intense heat radiating from the electricity would spread through the injury, inflicting searing pain upon his adversary. Unbeknownst to Zenitsu, the true nature of this black lightning eluded him, though he sensed its ominous implications. Being struck would undoubtedly spell trouble. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. Kyu transformed into a streak of black lightning, hurtling towards Zenitsu. However, as Kyu launched his assault, Zenitsu unleashed his own technique, transforming into a golden flash to evade the oncoming strike. The speed of distant thunder paled in comparison to that of thunder flash. Unable to resist, Zenitsu taunted, knowing full well that Kyu could never master the first form, thunder flash. Silence. Kyu's body erupted with a massive discharge of lightning-shaped slashes, radiating outward. Thunder breathing. Sixth form, electric roar. The high-density black slashes demanded either a defensive maneuver akin to the turning tide or the creation of distance to find an escape. Naturally, Zenitsu opted for the latter, deftly springing backward. Observing Zenitsu's retreat, Kyu's lips curled into a smirk. In a flash, he altered his swordplay. Thunder breathing. Fifth form, heat domain thunder. A colossal bolt of black lightning surged towards Zenitsu, who had just leapt into the air, witnessing an obscuring torrent of darkness streaking upward at an unobservable speed. Boom. A cloud of smoke billowed, dust swirling, and as the wind settled, Zenitsu stood unscathed. How is this possible? Kyu exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, under normal circumstances, one in midair could not evade such a high-velocity attack. Yet Zenitsu was no ordinary individual. In his perception, the world moved slowly and transparently. He was among the few who had mastered the art of perceiving the world in this manner during his rigorous training under Kanroji Mitsuri. Zenitsu's mind drifted back to those intense training sessions. Kaminari Kyoichi observed Zenitsu, who was repeatedly attempting to wield the crimson blade. The sword's blade was faintly tinged red, reaching its utmost limit, rendering it unsuitable as a conventional weapon in battle. In truth, there was no need for Zenitsu to become so fixated on the crimson blade. Kiyoshi Kamiyama placed his hand gently on Zenitsu's shoulder, recognizing the boy's current state of distress, having just endured the profound loss of a loved one. Sorrow and anguish consumed his heart, while the flames of vengeance threatened to drive him to reckless extremes. Initially, Kamiyama had not taken this matter seriously, believing that his own existence rendered the upper moons virtually unreachable and that Kaigaku would never encounter Kabutsuji Muzan. Indeed, Kaigaku had not crossed paths with Muzan, but he had instead encountered Kabutsuji Muzan himself. Seated beside Zenitsu, Kamiyama spoke as if engaged in casual conversation. Do you know what is most essential when you are moving at high speed? Is it stamina? Zenitsu pondered for a moment, recalling his battle with Daki and the significance of endurance. Not quite. A predecessor named Kakashi once stated that when you move at high velocities, dynamic vision is paramount. Zenitsu paused, realization dawning upon him. When you possess both speed and precise control, you become invincible. Thus, immerse yourself fully in the experience of perceiving the world around you. Kamiyama's words lingered in the air. Zenitsu gazed at his former mentor, a mixture of murderous intent and profound sorrow flooding his heart. After all, they had shared a significant chapter of their lives together. He had once looked up to Kamiyama, yearning for the day they could fight side by side. I'm sorry, brother, Zenitsu said, golden lightning crackling from his body, each breath resonating with the rumble of thunder. Was that another flash of lightning? Enough already. I have endured enough of your presence. In a speed imperceptible to the demon's eyes, Zenitsu launched a rapid thrusting slash, his trajectory radiant like a dancing thunder dragon, his gaze clear and bright. Breath of thunder. Seventh form, fire thunder god. So swift. At this velocity, Zenitsu, who could previously not adjust at all, now found himself capable of continual adjustments. Guided by the clarity of the world around him, the blade aimed directly at the neck, ensuring a fatal strike. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning streaked past, leaving Kaigaku bewildered, feeling only a sharp pain at his neck. Zenitsu had already positioned himself behind him. Thud. The head fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Tears welled up in Zenitsu's eyes. Grandfather, I am sorry. Mingnu, sensing the dissipating aura of the upper moon, felt a surge of panic. Such a drastic change was entirely unforeseen, especially with the sudden descent of Akaza. Traitor. Mingnu perched atop a platform, occasionally plucking the strings of her pipa. Below, the terrain shifted chaotically, obstructing the advance of several figures, including the snake Hashira, Iguro, the love Hashira, Kanroji, and several ordinary Demon Slayer Corps members. Mingnu's blood demon art lacked significant destructive power, but she could manipulate the architecture to constrict her enemies. However, if the enemy possesses remarkable speed, it becomes exceedingly difficult to achieve any significant accomplishments. Yet, the blood demon art wielded by the Lady of the Sound is unparalleled in its troublesome nature. She can manipulate the infinite castle to create various terrains, thereby encircling and obstructing the advance of her foes, which significantly depletes their stamina. What a nuisance. Ahei leaps between the shifting pavilions, occasionally rescuing a few ordinary team members. We seem to be going in circles here. Is there any way to approach her? Kanroji is equally distressed, having been trapped in the infinite castle for some time, unable to devise a countermeasure while also conserving their strength. After all, the intentions of this adversary are abundantly clear. Meanwhile, the group consisting of Shinazugawa Sanemi, Kanamori Kyoichi, and Michiro, who have already reunited, is making their way towards the direction indicated by the crow. Is it true that Kokushibo has met his demise? Kiyoshi Kamiyama let out a gentle sigh, reflecting on the tragic life of Ikuni Iwakatsu, a man forever destined to trail behind his younger brother, who was fated to inherit the divine mandate. His stubborn and bewildered existence has finally drawn to a close, sinking into the depths of hell alongside his numerous transgressions. It turns out that he was known as Kokushibo, and the ease with which the first upper moon was vanquished is indeed unimaginable. During the frantic escape from the mournful isle, he even clasped his hands together, tears streaming from his eyes. In the initial plan, we had even contemplated the sacrifice of 2 or more lives. Thanks to Kiyoshi, it is nothing short of a miracle that even the first upper moon, despite such grievous injuries, has not completely lost the ability to resist, added Michiro Takedo. Indeed, although the typically aloof Sanemi Shinazugawa remained silent, it was he who held the deepest admiration for Kiyoshi Kamiyama's prowess among the Hashira. I hope the other upper moons are similarly affected. The group arrived at a dilapidated complex, where the ambient temperature plummeted rapidly, revealing signs of recent devastation. In the heart of the ruins rested Kanao, Shinobu, and Inosuke, surrounded by scattered shards of ice and snow. Miss Shinobu, Michiro greeted, and upon spotting the group, Shinobu and the others joyfully gathered. Ahahaha, Kiyoshi, it's truly unfortunate you missed Inosuke's grand display of might. Inosuke exclaimed, proudly thumping his chest and boasting about his earlier performance beside Kiyoshi. Kamiya Kiyoi smiled and praised him, then turned to the butterfly Hashira and her disciple. Are you both unscathed? We are fine. The upper moon too has sustained severe injuries. Not only has his blood demon art's power diminished significantly, but he has also lost his mobility. In Butterfly Shinobu's gentle violet eyes, a flicker of light sparkled as she felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. She had finally avenged her beloved sister, Butterfly Kane, whose death had haunted her thoughts day and night. It was evident that Shinobu was much lighter now. Beneath her previous facade of gentleness lay a deep-seated resentment, which had now dissipated like the wind. Noticing the slightly restless Kane, Shinobu tenderly inquired, "What troubles you, Kane? Are you hurt?" "I am not, master." Kamiya Kiyoi chuckled softly upon realizing this. Indeed, Shinobu had never experienced romance and was oblivious to the youthful stirrings of a girl's heart, as she was concerned for her youthful joys. Now that we are united, we must not delay. We must swiftly proceed to the location of Kibutsuji Muzan, or he may very well escape. Issuing the order for an urgent march, Kamiya Kiyoi silently prayed, "I rely on you, Iguro." Kanroji, the flying crows soaring through the air, issued a gathering call to all the Demon Slayer swordsmen within the Infinity Castle, guiding them toward their destination. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Neikime sensed a surge of fear as she plucked the strings of her biwa. A massive barrier rose along the path the Demon Slayers were advancing. This is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Kanroji and Iguro, along with numerous Demon Slayer members, leaped forward without hesitation, closing in on Neikime. as Nakam adjusted the terrain elsewhere. She could not alter the ground beneath them. Realizing this, Nakam hastily strummed her biwa strings, conjuring countless barriers before Kanroji and Iguro. Even the very platform she occupied began to shift backward. The two exchanged a nod, decisively determining that they were at the closest point now. They could not afford to delay, as hesitation might lead to a missed opportunity. Kanroji grasped Iguro's hands, exerting force with her legs, and spun them around fiercely. The sound of rushing wind echoed in Iguro's ears, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. When he regained his senses, he was propelled forth as if launched by cannon fire. Kanroji employed the same technique to hurl several other squad members into the air, targeting Nakam's platform. From here on, it is up to you. Nakam rapidly plucked the strings of her biwa, causing numerous platforms to rise, obstructing the advancing demon slayers. Iguro swung his Nichiren blade. Fifth form of serpent breathing, winding serpent. Iguro surged through the air, his blade glowing crimson, tracing a winding path akin to a serpent, delivering swift and powerful strikes that severed the entire platform. Though Iguro had not fully mastered the transparent world, he and Kanroji had achieved a brief effect of the Hisatsu technique through the friction of their blades. With the path cleared, several members successfully landed on Nakam's platform. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he surged forward with remarkable swiftness, the sound of the wind roaring violently behind him, with his target being the formidable Lady Tamayo. She, in turn, unleashed another melancholic tune on her pipa, causing numerous openings to materialize beneath the feet of Iguro, while platforms from the air came crashing down towards him with great ferocity. With a stance that transcended human capability, he executed the first form of the serpent-breathing technique, Serpent's Bite. His trajectory became an enigma, skillfully evading the descending onslaught. All the while, his gaze remained fixated on the serpent pillar, Lady Tamayo, who remained oblivious to the fact that one among the descending figures had vanished. Unimpeded, he stealthily approached her from behind. In an instant, a hand pierced through her chest, and she stared in bewilderment at the inexplicable limb. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, plunging her into darkness as her vision faded away. It was none other than Yashiro. Iguro's offensive was merely a ruse to cover Yashiro's stealthy maneuvers. Cloaked in concealment, Yashiro was difficult to detect, especially with Iguro diverting all attention towards himself, allowing their trio's plan to unfold effortlessly. Yashiro affixed a talisman upon Lady Tamayo's singular eye, veins throbbing upon her forehead. He was now exerting control over her abilities. Where is it? Found it. Lady Tamayo, I shall come to your rescue at once. The crows took flight, rapidly relaying the message to the swordsman. Unimpeded as they surged forth in a unified direction, Yashiro, manipulating Lady Tamayo, facilitated the transportation of powerful swordsmen such as Kanroji Mitsuri and the Hashira of the younger generation. Following Lady Tamayo's transmission of Kanroji Mitsuri, the entire demon realm aged significantly, fueled by overwhelming wrath. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were on the verge of confronting Muzan Kibutsuji. Was a grand battle imminent? At the heart of the expansive platform lay a colossal mass of flesh. A grotesque cocoon created by Muzan Kibutsuji for the purpose of synthesizing the blood demon art to transform humans and to extract Tamayo. One after another, individuals were sent forth by Yashiro's manipulation of Lady Tamayo, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Kanroji Mitsuri, Shinazugawa Sanemi, Shinazugawa Jinya, Yuzui Tenjin, Michiro, Kanroji Mitsuri, Kochu Shinobu, Tomiokazu Kanawo, and Kanroji Mitsuri. As Kanawo materialized, she meticulously observed Tanjiro, sighing in relief upon noting that he bore no wounds. Tanjiro engaged in brief conversation with Zenitsu, who regained his cheerful demeanor. Ignoring his wife, merely focusing on his brother, he deserved his current single status. All the Hashira were pleasantly surprised to discover that among the 13 originally designated for the mission, there were no casualties. This was easily comprehensible, as Kanroji Mitsuri's nearly premonitory training had granted them insights into the world and enhancements like the Hecate, while inflicting severe debuffs upon their adversaries. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps were seasoned warriors. If they could not emerge unscathed from this encounter, they could hardly be deemed pillars. Muzan was nestled within that very mass. What should they do? Should they resort to direct destruction? Yuzui Tenjin pointed at the massive orb at the center. He had been diligently rescuing the ordinary soldiers who had been drawn in, while simultaneously vanquishing the lurking demons that had not heeded the call of Lady Tamayo. We must ensure that Lady Tamayo remains safe. If possible, we shall do everything within our power to preserve her life. Kamiya Kiyoi, with his words weighing heavily. Understood that among these pillars, there were those who harbored animosity towards all demons and might not fully accept Tamayo. After all, Tamayo had once been a malevolent demon. Unlike Nezuko, it was imperative that he ensured no one acted independently. Shall we do nothing here? Mitsuri Kanroji's impatience began to surface. The tense atmosphere rendered everyone present somewhat restless. Within the flesh sphere, Muzan Kibutsuji was certainly not oblivious to the outside world. Upon sensing the presence of the crowd, he had been desperately attempting to communicate with Neikime. Yet, there was no response. Not a single one had been slain. Indeed, the upper moons were utterly useless. Time was running short. Look, the flesh sphere began to slowly disintegrate, revealing the entangled forms of Muzan and Tamayo. Tamayo, you have lost your mind. Let me go now, and you may yet live. Muzan, observing the intact members of the Demon Slayer Corps, felt a surge of desperation as he pressed his hands onto Tamayo's shoulders, striving to pull her away. Half of Tamayo's body had already been absorbed, yet this was a far cry from the original tale where only her head remained. This time, the Demon Slayer Corps had acted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly eliminating the upper moon and regrouping. Miss Tamayo, you may release Muzan now. Kiyoshi Kamiyama stood before the two demons, his leisurely pace revealing a speed that caused Muzan Kibutsuji's pupils to constrict. Kiyoshi Kamiyama, halt! Muzan bellowed, unleashing several whip-like appendages that ensnared Tamayo tightly. Otherwise, Tamayo would perish. Undoubtedly, Tamayo had been a burden during his escape, but now she was his lifeline. Muzan had yet to concoct the human transformation antidote. The optimal strategy was to preserve Tamayo for a gradual transformation, yet that was no longer feasible. Thus, he would rather endure the transformation himself than threaten Kamiyoshi with Tamayo's life. State your terms, Muzan, Kamiyama declared, pausing to fix his icy blue gaze upon the two demons. He refrained from uttering any foolish request for his own escape, as Muzan contemplated how to maximize his own advantage. Mr. Kamiyama, please be silent. Muzan interrupted Tamayo, clamping a hand tightly over her mouth. My lord Muzan, I have just dealt with the Demon Slayer Corps in this vicinity. I apologize, Neikime. Teleport me away at once. No, wait for my command. Muzan envisioned Neikime's perspective, with several members of the Demon Slayer Corps lying bloodied on the ground. In his chaotic state of mind, Muzan harbored no doubts. Yes, my lord Muzan. With newfound conviction, Muzan slowly loosened his grip on the whips, revealing Tamayo within. Kiyoshi Kamiyama. I demand the antidote for the transformation drug. Hand it over, and I shall release her. We shall engage in a fair battle. Muzan's grotesque visage articulated the terms. Tamayo emitted muffled sounds, but Muzan disregarded her. Agreed, but should you procure the antidote and not release her, I shall swiftly slay you both. Given our proximity, there will be no time for teleportation. I advise against harboring any ulterior motives. Muzan's eyes narrowed, for he had indeed contemplated such a notion. From behind, Shinobu Kocho stepped forward, producing a jade vial. The crimson whips ensnared the vial like tendrils, shattering it upon a mere tremor. As Muzan absorbed the liquid within into his body, as he savored the transformations occurring within him, he sensed his strength rapidly restoring, confirming that it was indeed the antidote. With a single hand, Muzan obliterated Tamayo's form, leaving only her head intact, which he forcefully hurled beyond the platform. Retreat swiftly. Kamiyama dashed forward to catch it. Neikime. The anticipated teleportation did not transpire, startling Muzan. A dreadful premonition gripped him. He intended to control Neikime directly through cellular manipulation for the teleportation. Standing beside Yushiro, the Demon Slayer swordsman Murata observed as Yushiro nodded, drawing his Nichiren blade and striking forcefully. Neikime's head soared into the sky. No. Muzan held in despair, having lost his connection to Neikime. Gently placing Tamayo down, Kamiyama regarded the enraged Muzan with a subtle smile. Let us engage in a fair duel, Muzan. Either we shall face you as a collective, or you shall confront us as a singular entity. Do you see the angry individuals behind me? Their hatred for you is akin to an unfathomable abyss. Kiyoshi Kamiyama's gaze was icy as he slowly drew the Nichiren blade. Behind him, a furious multitude surged forth, their wrath echoing in a chorus of anguished cries. The loss of family, the sacrifice of comrades, the disintegration of their sect, and the countless vendettas all converged upon a single source. As he beheld the 11 approaching figures, Muzan seemed to perceive the endless wails of vengeful spirits behind them, ordinary souls and demon slayers who had perished at the hands of malevolent demons over the millennia. In a moment of trance, he faintly heard two voices. What do you regard life as? Muzan, you have slain too many, and thus, Too many seek your demise. No. Muzan attempted to self-destruct, intending to shatter his form into 1,800 fragments. This was one of his trump cards, his most formidable means of survival, which had once enabled him to escape from the clutches of Kagaya Yurichi. Yet, it was rendered ineffective. The antidote to the transformation serum did not encompass the antidote to the fragmentation suppressant. In this regard, Kiyoshi Kamiyama had indeed kept his word, at least. That was how he perceived it. Muzan possessed 5 brains and 7 hearts. Even the Hashira's crimson blades could not inflict fatal damage upon him, and he had no reason to panic. However, a sharp gust of wind sliced through the crowd, the sound of an explosion resonating beside him. It was Kiyoshi Kamiyama. In his ice-blue eyes, a frost lotus slowly unfurled, the blade of the Nichiren igniting with azure flames, the surrounding dust sublimating under the intense heat. This man could bring about his end. Muzan's flesh writhed, and in an instant, he transformed into a terrifying monstrosity, with a beast-like visage and razor-sharp fangs. As if his skin had been flayed. If you wish for my demise, you shall not fare any better. With a fierce incantation, a massive black shockwave radiated from Muzan, tearing through the platform beneath him and sending debris soaring into the heavens, causing the crows above to drop dead instantaneously. This was one of Muzan's secret weapons. Anyone caught in the shockwave would have their nervous system thrown into disarray, leading to spasms that rendered them immobile, ultimately hastening their demise. I have waited for you for so long. Kiyoshi Kamiyama unleashed the most extensive return to heaven technique since its inception, enveloping the area in a blue luminescent barrier that thwarted all incoming threats. Even the minutest speck of dust was unable to penetrate. This is inconceivable. There is no time for hesitation. The individuals behind Kiyoshi had already arrived at the forefront. The 4th form of the breath of the rock, flowing pattern rock, swift conquest. The 1st form of the breath of wind, dust whirlwind, cutting slash. The 5th form of the breath of serpent, twisting long snake. The 7th form of the breath of water, droplet wave stab. The 2nd form of the breath of love, frustrated circling love. The 4th form of the breath of mist, flat flow slash. The 5th form of the breath of sound, resonating strings. The 7th form of the breath of thunder, fire thunder god. The air was thick with the glimmer of blades. Countless sharp edges filled every inch of space, surging toward Muzan with lethal intent, ready to shred any obstacles into fragments. It cannot be met head-on. Muzan, with his fang legs, forcefully struck the ground, causing it to crack instantly, the tremendous backlash propelling him backward. Behind Muzan, concealed with a hiding talisman, Tanjiro had been waiting patiently, taking a deep breath as visible currents of air flowed into him, reminiscent of a whale gulping. His red hair danced in the wind, and within his crimson eyes, a lotus flower spun rapidly. Muzan. Hearing the voice, Muzan turned in shock to see behind him. A colossal golden red flame dragon shattered all obstacles in its path, leaving a profound chasm, its head adorned with the icy visage of Tanjiro. Tanjiro Kamado. Boom. Boom. The thunderous sound shattered eardrums as Tanjiro's scarlet Nichiren blade struck fiercely upon Muzan. The red lotus breathing technique. Infinite waltz. With each slash, countless golden red flaming blades fell upon Muzan as fiery rings manifested repeatedly, marking his flesh with wounds that healed instantaneously due to his formidable regenerative powers. In that fleeting moment of Tanjiro's defense, the multitude brandishing their crimson blades had arrived. An even greater number of swords blanketed the entire expanse. 1,000 cuts. Muzan roared towards the heavens. Countless shockwaves radiated outward from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Infinity Castle, weakened by the death of Nakheim, was riddled with cracks from the aftermath of the fierce battle. Yashiro administered a vial of transformation medicine to Tamayo, who had restored her body, and the 3 promptly organized the Demon Slayer Corps to depart. I understand your desire to join the fray, but on that battlefield, mere mortals would become nutrients for Muzan's recovery. Rather than hindering, it is wiser to serve as their steadfast support. The group breached the boundaries of Infinity Castle, united in excavating a tunnel to the surface. Thank you, Yashiro. Tamayo expressed her gratitude, recognizing his substantial contribution to the battle. Upon hearing her thanks, Yashiro's cheeks flushed. May their efforts proceed smoothly. Boom. Bang. The sound of explosions reverberated incessantly as Muzan's whips clashed violently against the Nichiren blades. Yet, there were too many to fend off. For the first time in a millennium, Muzan experienced the sensation of being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Seizing the moment, Kamiya Kamiyama transformed into a streak of azure flame, swiftly closing in on Muzan. Muzan's complexion shifted dramatically, disregarding everyone else as he summoned all his whips to defend against Korea's assault. The whips converged, and now, I can achieve this. With his spirit ablaze, Tanjiro's world became increasingly transparent. Once again, a colossal dragon of golden red flames manifested upon the battlefield, its head lunging directly towards the whips. The sound of metal clashing resonated as if it struck the hardest steel, causing Tanjiro's hands to bleed from the impact. Thank you. Tanjiro. Time seemed to halt. In Korea's eyes, everything turned transparent, revealing the vulnerabilities etched upon each individual. The Nichiren blade glimmered with a blue flame, gathering immense energy at his feet. Boom. The sound of a cannon being fired. Korea raised his blade and struck. 1,000 cuts in a single second. Before Muzan could fortify his defenses, the white blade, tinged with an ethereal blue flame, was already poised between his brows. So, this is the sensation of death? Sword prison. A flash of white light flickered, and the speed of Korea's strikes became ungraspable. Muzan was cleaved into countless fragments, and under Korea's unparalleled blade, rebirth became an impossibility. The ground was littered with writhing remnants, as the arriving allies mercilessly struck down the fallen pieces, reducing each to dust. No, I do not wish to die. I refuse to perish. Yet, no unforeseen events would occur again. I am unwilling. Muzan's fragments charred and gradually turned to ash. Have we succeeded? Tanjiro stared blankly at his blade, as silence enveloped the crowd, the emotional tumult surpassing the limits of expression. This place is about to collapse. We must leave at once. Kiyoshi Kamiyama roused the dazed crowd. In the distance, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps beckoned to them, guiding them toward the newly established tunnel. A thunderous roar echoed as colossal fragments plummeted from the sky of the Infinity Castle. Countless platforms gradually lost their strength and fell, accompanied by rocks, dust, and smoke, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. At last, the millennia-long enmity drew to a close, and the blood and tears of countless souls would ultimately fade into the merciless ashes. As the group emerged from the tunnel, the sun had already risen above the eastern horizon, its warm and gentle rays illuminating each face. Initially, a few began to weep. Soon, an increasing number of voices erupted into wails of anguish, embracing one another and wildly brandishing their blades, venting their pent-up emotions. Even the Hashira could not restrain their tears. Sister, can you see? We have slain Muzan Kabutsuji. We have triumphed. Shinobu Kocho's violet eyes glistened with tears as Kanawo gently held her, both weeping together. Grandfather, I avenged you, and Muzan, we have succeeded in killing him. I wonder if you can hear me? Zenitsu finally succumbed to tears, having suppressed his emotions since receiving the news of his grandfather's suicide. Now, everything had finally come to rest. The serpent Hashira removed his bandages, and Sanemi at last apologized to his brother, bringing closure to it all. Tanjiro, are you all right? Kaminari Kiyoshi gazed at the still figure of Tanjiro. It seemed as though I could hear them whispering to me. You are truly remarkable. Tanjiro lifted his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face, with two streams of clear tears tracing down his cheeks. In his eyes, his mother and younger siblings were all present, waving goodbye to him. He gently patted Tanjiro's head. Kiyoshi Kamiyama felt his eyes moisten slightly. After all, he was a normal human, fully capable of empathizing with others. Reflecting on his family, he found himself missing Mochizuki a bit, hidden within the specially prepared box for them. Tamayo and Yashiro were equally moved, particularly Tamayo, who was continuously wiping away her tears. Lady Tamayo, I have something to convey to you, Yashiro stammered. I wish to embark on a new life. Would you be willing to join me? Summoning all his courage, Yashiro finally articulated those words. Tamayo gazed at him in astonishment. Haven't we always been together? We shall continue to be, until the day I grow old and pass away. Yashiro's face flushed deeply, overwhelmed by happiness to the point of nearly fainting. How wonderful it is. History has turned a new page. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was alive with a festive atmosphere, far more vibrant than any ordinary celebration. Talented individuals showcased their skills before the crowd. A bonfire was ignited, with everyone gathered around to eat, dance, and share dreams of the future. Tanjiro, chosen by Kiyoshi Kamiyama as the solo dancer, awkwardly performed the ritual dance of the fire god before the multitude, and by the time he descended from the stage, his expression was utterly vacant. Inosuke and Zenitsu were rolling on the ground in laughter, clutching their stomachs. Observing their joy, and under Kamiyama's enthusiastic recommendation, Inosuke and Zenitsu were reluctantly compelled to take the stage and entertain everyone with jokes, ultimately managing to freeze the bonfire in laughter. What do you wish to pursue in the future, Tanjiro? Sitting beside him, Kiyoshi Kamiyama regarded the young boy, whose eyes reflected the glow of the bonfire. I haven't quite figured it out yet. I just feel. It's wonderful, Tanjiro replied, shaking his head. Thank you, Kiyoshi. I know that if it weren't for you, even if we achieved victory, it wouldn't have been this effortless. Tanjiro retrieved a wooden carving from his pocket. A finely crafted figurine of Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Ah, you possess such craftsmanship. Seiichi Kamiyama delicately handled the figurine for a moment. This is for you. I hope you enjoy it. Tanjiro beamed with a radiant smile. As for Seiichi, what were his plans? Let me think. Let's set a modest goal first, to become the greatest master of swordsmanship throughout history. Tanjiro, initially excited by the notion of a modest goal, became wide-eyed with disbelief upon hearing the latter half. Is this truly a modest goal? Haha. Observing Kanaho approaching from that direction, Seiichi rose, brushed off his trousers, and waved his hand. If you're not in a hurry to leave, why not stay a little longer? Your future may hold some surprises. With that, he departed, leaving Tanjiro in a state of astonishment. Gazing around, he noticed Iguro and Kanroji seated together, Zenitsu clinging to Nezuko, while Inosuke was pinned down by Aoi Kanzaki. Oh, youth is truly wonderful. Aren't you still quite young? Shinobu Kocho approached from behind, walking alongside Seiichi. It seems so. What about you? Any plans for the future? I've avenged my sister, and Muzan has been vanquished. Now, I wish to pursue things I enjoy. Like what? For instance, becoming a doctor and researching pharmacology. Though I currently lack an assistant. Shinobu mischievously winked, as if hinting at something. Moreover, I aim to resolve the curse of lifespan associated with the markings. Thus, I will frequently be in the company of Miss Tamayo. Any ideas yet? Miss Tamayo has proposed some very creative concepts, and we are in the process of testing them. And beyond that, perhaps I will establish the butterfly mansion in the beautiful city of Kyoto to heal and save others. Then I shall visit you. What about you, Seiichi-kun? Will you continue to delve into swordsmanship? Shinobu chuckled helplessly, her delicate fingers gently brushing her violet hair. Perhaps I will return home first. I find myself missing my family. Do you have family, Seiichi-kun? You never mentioned it before. Is it far from here? Very far, he replied. You are indeed mysterious, Seiichi-kun. As if you do not belong here. Shinobu's words carried a hint of resentment, causing Seiichi to feel a sense of disorientation. He recalled his secret conversation with Yushinji upon first joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Seiichi-kun, you don't seem like you belong here. Why had asked gently. My home is very, very far from here. Being far from home, Seiichi-kun must feel quite troubled. If you wish, you can consider the Demon Slayer Corps your home. Though the children here each have their unique traits, they are all, without exception, kind-hearted. Meiminju is an individual of great sensitivity, though Shimi may appear tough in demeanor. Her heart is tender. Tenjin Yuzui, despite his clumsy speech, possesses a deeply kind nature. As I listened to Wise-Eye Kanamori gently recount the tales of each member of the Demon Slayer Corps, his tone is as tender as that of a parent speaking of their own children. Yet, I cannot shake the premonition, Kayakuni. I sense that many among them are destined to perish in the battle against demons. Each time I ponder this grim reality, my heart grows heavy with sorrow. Why must so many lives be lost due to the disgrace of one among our kin? If sacrifice is truly necessary, let it be my life alone that is offered. Cough cough. Kiwa Kamiyama discerned that he was not speaking falsely. Rather, his sentiments were genuine. I, too, could sense that Kiwa possessed the capacity to alter the course of events. Thus, I earnestly beseech you, please assist these children, if you would. As my thoughts drifted back to the campfire, Kiwa shook his head. Ubiyashiki, such a request is one I find myself unable to refuse. That night, the campfire gathering extended for an interminable duration, as everyone, filled with excitement, found sleep elusive. They were caught in a juxtaposition of hope for the future and uncertainty regarding what lay ahead. Days later, Ubiyashiki Haruji summoned the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, Kibutsuji Muzan has perished, and the mission of the Demon Slayer Corps, spanning millennia, has finally reached its conclusion. On behalf of the Ubiyashiki family, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you. The young boy bowed toward the crowd, who quickly expressed their reluctance to accept such praise. Furthermore, I have resolved to disband the Demon Slayer Corps. This revelation elicited no surprise. The world was now devoid of malevolent demons, rendering the existence of the Corps obsolete. Those wishing to depart may do so at their leisure, while those desiring to remain shall be employed under the name of the Ubiyashiki clan. The The crow will continue to serve, facilitating communication among you all, and the Ubuyashiki estate shall remain the gathering place for everyone. Do visit often." As he spoke, the youthful boy, resembling a little girl, became teary-eyed, a testament to his youth. The Kanroji siblings immediately expressed their intent to follow Ubuyashiki Haruji, having nowhere else to go. While Kanamori was motivated by a desire to repay Ubuyashiki Wise-Eye's kindness, hoping to forever protect the young master, Iguro shyly accompanied Kanroji back to her home, while Tanjiro, heeding Kiwa's advice, planned to linger at headquarters with Nezuko. Zenitsu stubbornly trailed after Nezuko. Inosuke appeared to have been subdued by Kanazaki Aoi. A true case of one being bested by another. The sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, merrily ventured forth with his 3 wives. Meanwhile, Ju Tomioka resolved to return and care for Sakanji Urokadaki, earning himself a reprimand in the process. Michiro pondered for an extended period before deciding to adopt the name Tsujikuni Michiro, thereby inheriting the legacy of the Tsujikuni clan, and chose to remain with the Ubuyashiki family. Shinobu Kocho, along with Tamayo and her loyal companion Yashiro, were engaged in some endeavor at the Butterfly Mansion. Half a month later, Shinobu approached Kiwa Kamiyama, presenting him with a vial of pills and a talisman bearing a butterfly emblem. "This is a remedy for the affliction of the pattern's short lifespan." "How is this possible?" Kiwa inquired. "The curse of the patterns cannot be entirely eradicated. However, the essence of the patterns fundamentally drains vitality. Thus, this pill works by replenishing life force." Shinobu refrained from elaborating further, yet Kiwa understood. "Are the ingredients derived from demons?" "The cells of demons possess immense vitality. By eliminating the demonic components, we retain only the life force. What appears to be simple is, in reality, quite challenging to execute. These 2 individuals are indeed capable of concocting an almost fantastical transformation potion when united." "And what about this?" Kiyoshi Kamiyama raised the exquisitely crafted talisman in his other hand. However, Shinobu Kochu had already turned to leave, leaving behind a fragrant breeze and a distant, melodious sound. "This is my token." Before long, the messenger crows soared towards every patterned swordsman bearing medicine. Open the panel. Name: Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Power level: First stage ultimate spiritual power, 250250. The human limit of this realm. Basic skills: Mastery of Japanese, 2500 7500. Swordsmanship Master, 50,000 100,000. Medical and Poison Mastery, 100 100,000. Extraordinary abilities: Total concentration of extreme sun breathing. Limit break: Total concentration of sun breathing. Limit break 20,000 500,000. Limit break of the heck. Complete transparency of the world, 600,000 100,000. Proficient in breathing technique fusion, 10,000 200,000. Breathing technique, unfolded, temporary talent. Nearly Tao evaluation. First stage supreme. After the limit break of sun breathing, it transformed into the extreme sun breathing technique. In the Battle of Infinite City, Kiyoshi Kamiyama attempted to merge sun breathing with sun breathing, resulting in a wondrous reaction. The heck morphed into blue flames, and a lotus mark appeared in his eyes. This was strikingly similar to Tanjiro's, yet it was not the red lotus breathing technique, but rather a different variation. Is it true that the fusion of sun breathing and sun breathing varies according to each individual's characteristics? Perhaps the red lotus symbolizes the destiny of this world, uniquely belonging to Tanjiro. During this period, Kiyoshi Kamiyama made remarkable progress in his medical and poison techniques through numerous exchanges with Shinobu and Tamayo. His swordsmanship had nearly reached its limit. Breakthroughs in this world were exceedingly difficult. Kiyoshi Kamiyama intended to devote the remaining time to refining his breathing technique fusion and breaking through sun breathing. However, as experiences in this world became increasingly slow to acquire, he estimated that achieving a significant breakthrough was becoming improbable. Yet, gazing upon his resplendent panel, Kiyoshi Kamiyama realized that he had far exceeded his original objective in this realm. "With my longsword, who can stand against me? I am invincible in this world." Drawing the Nicaran blade, its snow-white blade gleamed coldly. A gentle tap produced a crisp sound, as if it were reluctant to part. "Not yet, not yet. I too am reluctant to leave you, old friend." Half a month later, Shinobu Kochu arrived at Kiyoshi Kamiyama's courtyard with a sorrowful gaze, followed by Kanawa. In the courtyard, Kiyoshi Kamiyama was engaged in conversation with Tanjiro. Without any formality, Shinobu pushed open the door and stepped inside, catching Kiyoshi Kamiyama off guard. I have never seen Miss Shinobu in such a posture. Speak frankly, Tanjiro, what have you done? Kiyoshi Kamiyama tossed Tanjiro beside him. Tanjiro, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed the back of his head. Kanaho, behind Shinobu Kocho, remained remarkably composed. Our butterfly mansion is not particularly crowded. And you've whisked away my disciple, Tanjiro-kun. Shinobu extended her hand, and Tanjiro, with his flushed face, showed no intention of evading her touch. Instead of the reproach he had anticipated, she gently caressed his hair and began to impart some wisdom to him about familial matters. Beneath her tender gaze, both Tanjiro and Kanaho felt their eyes welling with tears. Master, Kanaho attempted to interject, but Shinobu clasped their hands together. Tanjiro is someone worthy of trust. Kanaho, I am at ease with you following him. Once this matter is resolved, I shall establish the butterfly mansion in Kyoto. Do come visit us often. Tears streamed down Kanaho's cheeks as she rushed forward to embrace Shinobu. How wonderful, Kiyoshi Kamiyama thought to himself as he observed the scene. Ah, by the way, Inosuke is now part of our butterfly mansion. Shinobu playfully stuck out her tongue, casting a sidelong glance at Kiyoshi Kamiyama before departing, leaving the two in a state of daze. Kiyoshi was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected charm of the situation. This person had become quite lively since avenging his grievances. Tanjiro, he called, rousing the still-dazed boy by patting their shoulders. I too am preparing to leave the headquarters. In the future, you may contact me through the messenger crow. Oh, and by the way, I wish you both an early arrival of children. Kamiya Kiyoi mischievously winked before vanishing in an instant. Tanjiro's face flushed crimson, while beside him, Kanaho gently comforted him by rubbing his hand. Parting brought a tinge of melancholy. He thought to himself, everyone must find happiness. Regaining his composure, Tanjiro clasped Kanaho's hand tightly, feeling a sense of loss. In the distance, embarking on his journey, Kamiya Kiyoi unfurled a small map, which marked the locations of various cities and the designations of all the kendo dojos. Truly, the Kanemitsu family was formidable. Next, he would play the role of a sword saint. Stowing the map away, he strolled leisurely, humming a tune of Guren no Yumiya, heading toward the rising sun. Years later. Have you heard? Kamiya Kiyoi is coming to our dojo. Who? The Sword Saint Kiyoi. Impossible. Our dojo is too weak. How could the Sword Saint come here to challenge us? It is said that all the other martial arts schools in the city have already been challenged. What? I will face the Sword Saint? Outside, a cacophony erupted as countless heads crowded in. What is all the noise about? That person hasn't even arrived yet. An elderly voice resonated, its firm tones silencing the crowd. Emerging from behind the screen was an elderly man with white hair and skin lined like a carved masterpiece. Though his visage betrayed his age, his stature remained erect, akin to a sword piercing the heavens. Yamada Ryosuke, known as the Old Man K, was a disciple of the Oda school. In his youth, he was competitive and enjoyed dueling. In his later years, he established a dojo for the Oda style, occasionally instructing students. Old Man K, are you up for it? Some acquaintances of his called out, having never witnessed Yamada Ryosuke in action, mistaking him for an ordinary swordsman. In truth, Yamada Ryosuke held the title of Menkyo Kaden in the Oda style, the only one still living to bear that honor. He has arrived. The crowd buzzed with excitement as a figure emerged, and the throng instinctively parted to let him through, soon entering the dojo. Yamada Ryosuke's piercing gaze scrutinized the young man. Icy blue eyes, a handsome visage, his long hair casually tied back, clad in a white samurai outfit, with a long sword at his waist. It was none other than Kamiya Kiyoi, who traversed the world of Demon Slayer, undefeated in all his challenges, earning the title of Kiyoi the Sword Saint. This was his final destination, the Oda Dojo in Kyoto, whose master, Yamada Ryosuke, was a formidable figure indeed. Please, enlighten me. With a gentle inquiry, the words flowed from the lips of Kiyoshi Kamigami. Without any superfluous chatter, Ryosuke Yamada drew the katana from his waist. Assuming the stance of the Oda style, he stomped his right foot fiercely, producing a dull thud from the ground. And the whooshing sound of air rushed forth as Yamada lunged forward with his blade. In an instant, a flash of steel gleamed, followed by the crisp sound of shattering. Yamada's katana had been cleaved in two, and the hair at his nape had been severed. I concede, Yamada declared decisively. His prowess was far from feeble, nearly reaching the limits of breathless combat. However, it was regrettable that his opponent could not be perceived through the lens of ordinary reasoning. Kiyoshi Kamiyama nodded slightly and turned to depart from the scene. A wave of cheers erupted from the silent crowd. for this signified that the Sword Saint Kiyoi had once again conquered a city, potentially the last one. This individual had become invincible throughout the world. The butterfly house seemed to be located in Kyoto. Perhaps before leaving, he should pay a visit to his old friends. Kiyoshi Kamiyama paid no heed to the throngs behind him, vanishing in an instant. Have you heard? The Sword Saint Kiyoi has swept across all of Japan. Is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe. Could he be the last sword saint before the decline of the swordsmanship? Some have sensed a subtle decline in extraordinary power, leading them to lament. Thud, thud. The door of the butterfly house was knocked upon. Shortly after, a dark-haired maiden opened the door. Apologies, but the butterfly house is closed today. Lord Sun Pillar. Upon seeing the face of Kamiyoshi Kiyuchi, Kanzaki Aoi was taken aback. Lord Hayashira, it has been a while. Please, do come in. Kanzaki Aoi opened the door, leading Kamiyama Kiyoi inside. Even though they had relocated to Kyoto, the butterfly house retained its familiar appearance, evidently designed to evoke a sense of continuity. Ahead lay the patient reception area, while behind it was the space designated for hospital beds. Adjacent to the butterfly house stood a residence where we would take our daily respite, where Inosuke and I resided. Kanzaki Aoi paused, covering her mouth with both hands, as if she had suddenly realized she had uttered something truly astonishing. Ha ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. Rin had already informed me. Kiyoshi Kamiyama waved his hand, indicating that he was utterly unfazed. Kanzaki Aoi's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded and continued to lead the way. Sister Shinobu was just ahead, often engrossed in medical texts and concocting remedies during her leisure. Today, Kiyo and Shizu had gone out to play, and I intended to call them back shortly. Arriving at a quaint little house, Kanzaki Aoi gently tapped on the door, which creaked open with a soft click, revealing Butterfly Shinobu. After several years apart, Butterfly Shinobu had not changed much. She no longer wore the haori left by her sister, but instead donned a casual outfit, her hair cascading freely. Ah, Kiyo-kun! Butterfly Shinobu exclaimed, her delicate features reflecting surprise upon seeing Kamiyama Kiyo, only to swiftly shut the door. Kiyo stood there in bewilderment until she reopened the door half an hour later and invited him inside. I had heard of Kiyo-kun's name long ago. You have become a household name as the Sword Saint, she remarked. I have been residing in Kyoto for some time. Perhaps I will venture out to see more in the future. Butterfly Shinobu poured a cup of tea for Kamiyama Kiyo, her gaze subtly dimming as she shared her thoughts. The sound of footsteps approached. It was Inosuke and Kanzaki Aoi. Inosuke had changed significantly, no longer sporting the wild boar mask, though traces of his fierce spirit remained evident. "Haha, Kiyo," he exclaimed, charging forward with a boisterous spirit, only to be subdued by Kamiyama Kiyo's hand. "Thank you for your efforts, Aoi." What followed was a warm exchange, where both parties further discussed their views, reaffirming their status as crucial strategic partners, emphasizing the need to open communication channels, expand cultural exchanges, and steadfastly promote openness. After returning Inosuke to Aoi, Kamiyama Kiyo continued to enjoy tea with Shinobu. "Are you planning to leave, Kiyo-kun? What makes you think so?" "It's merely a feeling. Perhaps it is time to return to where I belong. Rest assured, I will come back to visit you." "Do you really expect me to believe that? Can't you stay here?" Butterfly Shinobu gazed intently at Kamiyama Kiyo as he drained his cup, offering a wry smile. Butterfly Shinobu simply smiled faintly, extending her delicate hand to take the protective charm hanging from his waist. "Then, please do not return." Kiyoshi Kamiyama was abruptly ushered out of the room, the door closing firmly behind him. Inosuke and his companion escorted him to the entrance. "Master Hashira, there's no need for you to see us off, Aoi. Until we meet again." In an instant, the traces of Kiyoshi Kamiyama disappeared, leaving only the two lingering in uncertainty. Subsequently, Kiyoshi Kamiyama visited Terukiyo Ubuyashiki, who was preoccupied with business in Tokyo, and encountered the Kanroji and Tanjiro brothers, who now primarily served as Terukiyo's bodyguards, finding themselves rather idle throughout the day. Upon Kiyoshi's arrival, Shimi clamored for a sparring session, lamenting that he was almost rusting away. Kiyoshi, without hesitation, granted him a 2-day sick leave, leaving Jinya speechless, his face buried in his hands. In Tokyo, he also met Michiro, who had recently opened a kendo dojo, aspiring to promote the Tsujikuni style, and expressed relief that he had opened it later than Kiyoshi. In a remote town, Kiyoshi found the carefree Yuzui Tenjin enjoying leisure time with his wives, who were happily engaged in a picnic and warmly invited Kiyoshi to join them. Ehei had seamlessly integrated into the Kanroji household, displaying his cleverness by continuously expanding the family's influence. Their ample wealth was essential for ensuring the Kanroji family was well fed each day. Upon Kiyoshi's visit, They prepared a sumptuous feast, leaving Kiyoshi's stomach pleasantly full as he departed. Zenitsu had undergone significant transformation, maturing into a more reliable individual, and was managing a kimono shop alongside Nezuko. Before Kiyoshi left, Zenitsu even crafted a set of garments for him. On a secluded mountain, Kiyoshi discovered the reclusive Master Sakanji and Ju Tomioka, who led a simple life. Kiyoshi regaled them with numerous tales from beyond their secluded existence. Tamayo and Yashiro welcomed Kiyoshi warmly in Osaka, sharing many stories from their past as demons. He then arrived at a quaint town, with wisps of smoke curling into the sky. If Kiyoshi recalled correctly, this was the hometown of Tanjiro. Indeed, Tanjiro had chosen to return to his roots. Gently knocking on the door, Kaneo opened it, momentarily surprised upon seeing Kiyoshi, before joyfully inviting him inside. The spacious interior was meticulously clean, as both occupants favored a domestic lifestyle. 2 Nichiren blades adorned the wall, crossed elegantly. One bore a fiery red pattern, while the other was etched with plum blossom designs. Tanjiro, look who has arrived. Kaneo called upstairs, and Kiyoshi soon heard the sound of hurried footsteps descending the staircase. Tanjiro had grown taller. His crimson hair now long and styled into a high ponytail, with mysterious and striking markings on his forehead. He bore a resemblance to Kiyoshi Tsujikuni. Kiyoshi. He swiftly appeared before Kiyoshi, and their reunion was filled with mutual delight. It was evident that they were thriving in their lives. We jointly manage a wood carving gallery, and I aspire to immortalize the tale of the Demon Slayer Corps through the art of wood sculpture. Ha ha ha, splendid. I eagerly anticipate that day. So, have your children arrived? Please cease the jesting, Ching-e. From time to time, Kiwa would tease Tanjiro, while the three enjoyed a meal together, engaging in lively conversation. They were all astonished to hear about the numerous changes in each other's lives. Tanjiro and Zenitsu frequently exchanged information and made it a point to visit one another during festivals and holidays. However, aside from Inosuke, their communication had dwindled. Indeed, despite their intentions to stay in touch, after parting ways, receiving a message once a month was already commendable, as everyone had their own lives to lead. Tanjiro, I may have to leave soon. Eh? Where do you plan to go? To a distant place, one from which I might not return for quite some time. Tanjiro's expression grew somewhat forlorn. Tanjiro, I would like to ask you for a favor. Kiwa, just tell me, I promise to fulfill it. I must depart. But I cannot take my sword with me. Therefore, I would like to entrust this blade to your care. Kiyoshi Kamiyama removed the sun blade from his waist, the blade vibrating with a low hum, expressing its reluctance. He gently caressed it before handing it to Tanjiro. Tanjiro received the long sword and nodded solemnly. As long as the bearer remains, so too shall the sword. No need to be so serious, ha ha ha. I may return to reclaim it, or perhaps never come back at all. Treat it as a family heirloom. If it serves you well, use it. With a wave of his hand, Kiyoshi Kamiyama turned away without looking back. Tanjiro wiped his eyes, while Kanoho gently embraced him. The moonlight sparkled, casting ethereal shadows through the trees. Yayoi Yuzui, I have fulfilled your request. I hope you find joy in the afterlife. A figure appeared behind Kiyoshi Kamiyama, an elderly man. Thank you. No need for thanks. It was my duty to slay Muzan Kabutsuji, yet I failed, leaving my elder brother to commit atrocities. What is responsibility, if not the burdens we each carry? A single tear glistened on the aged visage, merging with the wind, and soon, the figure faded away. Kiyoshi Kamiyama gazed at the bright moon and slowly closed his eyes. I apologize. I still have a journey ahead of me and cannot linger. But I vow, I shall return. System, return. Shinobu Kocho is one of the protagonists in this tale and will appear again later. To the readers who have reached this point, I kindly ask for your favorable reviews. The room felt both familiar and foreign to Kiyoshi Kamiyama as he finally returned after many years. Sensing the changes in his body, he found his strength utterly depleted, his form slack and devoid of any traces of breathing techniques. Indeed, was this not a different body? System processing. Ding. Settlement successful. Loading world. Demon Slayer. Main quest. None. Evaluation. S. Panel fusion in progress. Fusion successful. A surge of immense power erupted from within, instantly permeating his meridians and vital organs, continuously transforming this body into that of a character from Demon Slayer. What does it feel like to soar from the ground to the heavens? Kiyoshi Kamiyama replied. It feels as though I could obliterate the earth with a single punch. Taking a deep breath, he quickly acclimated to the fluctuations of power. After all, this was strength he had honed himself, and regaining control came swiftly. Settlement complete. Surely, There are no selectable rewards of any kind? As it stands, my sword cannot be taken with me. A touch of regret, yet possessing a golden finger is already quite fortunate. Why be picky? He experimented with his abilities, making subtle adjustments to adapt to this entirely new world. The breathing technique truly is a power driven by breath. Even if in the main world one cannot directly wield flames or lightning as in Demon Slayer, the essence remains. However, there remains significant potential to enhance physical strength. Once the spiritual energy is integrated, the application of breathing techniques becomes indistinguishable from those depicted in Demon Slayer, perhaps even more potent. After a thorough attempt, Shinkami Kiyoi stretched lazily, intending to indulge in a restful slumber. Since his entrance into the world of Demon Slayer, he had devoted nearly all his time to honing his breathing techniques. Skeptical readers may refer back, as during every break, he would choose to close his eyes and recuperate. He would simply collapse into sleep. In a state of drowsiness, Shinkami Kiyoi sensed gentle hands caressing his face. Instantly, he opened his eyes, alertly surveying his surroundings. A pair of delicate, fair hands were indeed kneading his cheeks. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Shinkami Mochizuki. Noticing that Shinkami Kiyoi had awakened, she shyly withdrew her hands and placed her hands on her hips. "Good morning, dear brother. Breakfast is ready. Please come downstairs." With that, she fled the room as if in haste. What mischief is this girl up to? Rising to wash up, he splashed his face with cool water and dried it with a towel, revealing his handsome visage, with ice blue eyes and dark hair that fell gracefully after being dampened. He was nearly as striking as the readers, who were renowned as the most handsome stars across all realms. Is it truly so delightful to touch? Kiyoshi Kamiyama squeezed himself, feeling little sensation. Descending the staircase, he found Mochizuki, adorned with an apron, skillfully frying an egg. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Mochizuki possessed an innate beauty. Though still youthful, her figure was beginning to take shape, her fair skin delicate and flawless. Her exquisite face bore rosy lips pressed together, and her eyes, reminiscent of Kiyoshi Kamiyama's, shimmered in a cerulean hue, as clear as the waters of a tranquil lake. Mochizuki had already placed the fried egg from the spatula onto a plate, embellishing it with a heart drawn in ketchup. Shinomiya Mochizuki, a B-class student at the prestigious Tianshui Private First Junior High, is a first-year student who enrolled last year. Her striking beauty, coupled with the enigmatic presence of her older brother, Shinomiya Kiyoi, a third-year student, has rendered her immensely popular on the school forum. The story of how Shinomiya Mochizuki gained admission to Tianshui Private First Junior High is one of her own diligence, bolstered by her brother's financial support. The top 3 A-class students have traditionally received substantial scholarships, and Kiyoi has devoted these funds entirely to covering Mochizuki's tuition. As for Kiyoi himself, he is a beneficiary of special privileges and incurs no expenses at the institution. Naturally, the most fervently debated topic on the First Junior High Forum remains the extraordinary prowess of Shinomiya Kiyoi. This question has been a subject of discussion for 3 years, with countless enthusiasts engaging in extensive analyses. These aficionados firmly believe that during the final grand competition of the third-year students, Kiyoi will no longer conceal his true abilities. As fate would have it, they were indeed correct. Today is the weekend. Does Mochizuki have any particular destinations in mind? As Kamiya Kiyoi savored his fried egg, he occasionally lifted his head to glance at Mochizuki. Mochizuki had no particular destination in mind. The matters concerning his elder brother took precedence. Despite her unwavering trust in Kamiya Kiyoi's capabilities, she found herself troubled by him this time. The upcoming academy tournament had stirred public opinion, and soon after, the prestigious Shingakura examination awaited. Kiyoshi Kamiyama was undoubtedly aware of the significance of the upcoming grand competition. Although he had witnessed the battles between the first and second contenders and perceived them as no threat, it was prudent to devote a month to tranquil cultivation, familiarizing himself with the nuances of breathing techniques and the fluctuations of power across different realms. Once the competition concluded, he promised to take his sister out for a delightful outing. Mochizuki's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded obediently, yet she seemed hesitant, as if words lingered on the tip of her tongue. "Is there something on your mind, Mochizuki?" The gaze of her elder brother shifted, revealing a notable transformation. His azure eyes had deepened to a frosty blue, and his skin had taken on a remarkable smoothness and resilience. This change prompted Mochizuki to affectionately pinch his cheek that morning. "This is a result of my breakthrough in cultivation," he explained, considering that a straightforward response would be more comprehensible for her. "That's wonderful," she exclaimed, her delight evident. Indeed, she was not difficult to please. Setting down his chopsticks, Kiyoshi Kamiyama finished his breakfast, assisted in washing the dishes, and after changing his attire, he prepared to step outside for a stroll. Take care, dear brother, and return early. She waved as he departed from the entrance. The county town of Tinshui was a sprawling metropolis, divided into numerous districts, with the city center situated some distance from their residence, where the county hall was located. The district where Kiyoshi Kamakami resides is known as the Hayatori-nu District, a newly established area in the county seat of Tensui. Situated in the southwestern part of the town, it has attracted numerous rural inhabitants to settle there, serving as an excellent transitional zone for outsiders seeking to integrate into the urban environment. The Kamiya residence stands as a solitary modern building, 3 stories high, accompanied by a quaint little courtyard. Upon departing from the entrance foyer, Kiwa Kamiya ambles intermittently, observing the sporadic flow of passing cars and the modest buildings lining the roadside, reflecting on the quintessential charm of Japan. The technological advancements here are akin to those of 2024 in his previous life, albeit with a greater degree of accessibility, particularly evident at the tram station. As he arrives at the tram stop, known as the first stop, this is the very tram he must take to reach the 3rd stop at the prefectural government, the location of the esteemed First National Middle School. Situated firmly in the heart of the city, the maglev train, with the support of extraordinary capabilities, infrastructure costs have significantly diminished, rendering the dream of integrating maglev trains into urban transit a palpable reality. The afternoon sun blazes with intensity, yet Kiwa feels not a drop of sweat upon his brow. The air around him is remarkably cool. An uproar breaks the serenity ahead, and as he approaches, he discovers the grand opening ceremony of a convenience store, flanked by banners heralding opening discounts, with a person clad in a large bear costume dancing at the center. Intrigued, Kiwa observes for a while, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Is that someone familiar? A friend from school, perhaps? No, I have no friends. It must be a classmate who left a strong impression. The bear performer exhibits a remarkable skill, occasionally striking flamboyant poses. It is truly impressive to execute such movements while encased in such a cumbersome suit, especially on a sweltering day. With time to spare, Kiwa decides to remain until the conclusion of the opening festivities, collecting various household items that are given away for free during the event. Mochizuki will surely be delighted to discover that her brother has embraced the virtues of frugality. When the event wraps up, it is already past 3 in the afternoon. Although the sun in May is not as harsh as in July, the lingering humidity of spring combined with the rising temperatures transforms the outdoors into a steamy sauna. The crowd disperses, with many attendees' shirts thoroughly soaked through. Most residents of the Aratake-nu district are ambitious individuals from distant locales, seeking to carve their paths in the bustling metropolis. In contrast to the opulent homes of the city center, they possess a profound understanding of refined living. The bear performer removes his headpiece, exhaling deeply. It is evident that the heat has been quite taxing, even for one of extraordinary resilience. Hikari Wisteria, a youth with soft purple short hair and a fair visage, stands not particularly tall, his skin bearing a healthy yellowish hue, likely a result of prolonged sun exposure. Upon hearing his name called, Hikari freezes momentarily. The bear, sheepishly scratching the back of his head, responds, "Kiwa, I apologize. I thought you had already left. I just saw you, and for a moment, I thought I had misjudged my eyes." To my surprise, Kamiyama-san is quite down to earth. It feels as though I have stumbled upon a momentous secret, leaving both Wisteria and Hikari somewhat bewildered. No, I reside in this vicinity. My apologies, but I feel I should not eavesdrop. May I take my leave? A bead of sweat trickles down the foreheads of Wisteria and Hikari. The esteemed Kamiyama-san stands at the very epicenter of the current storm at First National Middle School. And as an ordinary Class A student, I fear that excessive interaction may yield unfavorable consequences. As I rummaged through my memories of Wisteria and Hikari, I found that they left quite a profound impression on me among the few individuals I recall. Wisteria and Hikari are ranked among the top 20 of the Class A students, being 2 of the only commoners within that elite echelon. Their demeanor towards me has remained relatively neutral. Unlike most, they neither harbor jealousy nor criticism, nor do they exhibit the adoration and admiration displayed by others. For various reasons, Kamiyama-san successfully etched the image of these 2 young gentlemen into his memory. Are you working here? Yes, I am temporarily employed here. The proprietor offers a remarkably high hourly wage. Upon mentioning the job, Wisteria and Hikari's demeanor shifted from reserved to animated, as he exuberantly shared the generous terms provided by the store's owner. In a moment, he suddenly realized he had become overly enthusiastic. My apologies, Kamiyama-san. I may have gotten a bit carried away. No, I will certainly return here to shop frequently. I hope for your continued kindness. After bidding farewell to Kiwa Kamiyama, she took her belongings and returned home. Upon witnessing Kiwa's departure, Zidian and Guang let out a sigh of relief. She removed the bear costume, only to find herself sweating once more. Despite feeling quite cool during their earlier conversation, her movements faltered. It seemed that Kiwa was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Indeed, one must tread carefully in such murky waters. Aunt Tada, I have returned. Welcome back, dear brother. Kiyoshi Kamiyama removed his shoes and stepped into the house. Elder brother, is this your purchase? It was a gift. A new convenience store has opened nearby, and they are running a promotional event. After briefly explaining the direction to Mochizuki, who held a bag in his hands, his eyes glistened with tears as he wiped the corners. Elder brother, you've grown up. Oh, come now, that's a bit excessive. Isn't it? Elder brother, please go rest. I shall prepare dinner for you shortly. Today is a day worthy of celebration, Mochizuki declared with fervor, preparing to craft a sumptuous feast. Kiyoshi Kamiyama gently stroked her small head. This was the warm and tender routine shared between siblings, a source of motivation for his continual growth and strength. Big brother, it's time to get up. We have school today. His sister's wake-up service was prompt. It was Monday, and Kiyoshi was to head to school with Mochizuki, necessitating an early rise. I have already become invincible, yet I must still attend school? What a lamentable world this is. After enjoying breakfast, he tied his long hair back and donned the uniform of First Junior High School. The attire was white, adorned with the interwoven water current emblem of the school on the right chest, complemented by flowing decorative patterns on either side. Mochizuki wore a matching top, paired with safety shorts and a black skirt, her slender legs elegantly clad in black stockings, a handbag dangling from her left hand. As the siblings stepped out, they made their way toward the train station. Say, Mochizuki, if I wish to carry a weapon in public, what would I need to do? For Kiyoshi Kamiyama, while not carrying a blade did not hinder his speed of escape, it did affect his ability to counterattack. His unarmed combat skills were commendable, especially with a unique advantage in perceiving the world. Yet, he still fell short compared to a master of the sword. If possible, he hoped to learn some combat techniques in the next world. Do you wish to carry a sword on the streets, big brother? According to the unified regulations of the Extraordinary Association, upon achieving first-tier strength and receiving verification at the local Extraordinary Association headquarters, one is permitted to carry blades in public. Mochizuki, being a B-class student, had a far broader curriculum than A-class students. Whenever he had questions, Kiyoshi often turned to his academically gifted sister. However, he had learned such foundational knowledge himself. He simply had a habit of relying on her. First-tier strength, huh? It seems I must visit the Extraordinary Association headquarters when time allows. As they boarded the train at the Hayatori Station S Platform 1, it was unsurprising that he did not see Fujitaba and Hikari, as they were likely at points 4 or 5, gazing out at the scenery. The buildings along the route grew increasingly tall, until the towering skyscraper appeared, revealing just a fragment of the bustling metropolis to Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the prefectural office station, Point 3. In stark contrast to Hayatori Station, which featured merely a railway and a few sheltered buildings, the prefectural office station resembled a true transportation hub. The glass ceiling formed a shell-like structure, and the expansive, bright interior was filled with escalators that transported people from the underground train area to the main hall. So many people. Kiyoshi Kamiyama also observed numerous youths clad in the uniforms of the First National Junior High School. Following the route etched in his memory, he navigated through the towering edifices, circumventing several intersections. At the end of one such intersection, a magnificent stone gate loomed before him. What an imposing entrance! It was no wonder Kiyoshi was awestruck. This gate soared to a height of 20 meters, with a width of over 50 meters at its center. Enormous characters were engraved upon the stone archway. Tensui City Private, First National Junior High School. To the naked eye, it exuded an extraordinary grandeur. As he passed through this threshold alongside various young students, the large display screen beside the gate rapidly updated with names. Haruki Naka entered the school. Kiyoshi Kamiyama entered the school. Mochizuki Kamiyama entered the school. The application of technology was quite impressive as well. Upon entering, he found himself in a vast plaza, with a grand fountain adorning its center. Following the line of the fountain, the enormous shadow of the gymnasium became visible, flanked by towering academic buildings. Hidden from sight, Countless other structures lay beyond. This was the essence of the finest junior high school in Tensui City. "Brother, my classroom is over there," Mochizuki said as she bid farewell to Kiyoshi at an intersection, heading towards another teaching building. Kiyoshi Kamitani continued along the path etched in his memory, encountering numerous classmates along the way. However, none greeted him. Naturally, he was content in his solitude, for he had little affinity for trivial social interactions. The pillars, those comrades with whom he fought side by side, were his allies and sources of invaluable experience. The others mattered little to him. Upon arriving at the A-class teaching building, he ascended the staircase, with the classroom of Class 3 on his left, the very first door. Entering, he walked in, settled down, each movement seamlessly fluid, akin to a graceful dance. Kiwa Kamiyama occupies a quintessential position at the rear by the window, often referred to as the home of kings. In front of him sits an unknown girl, while an unidentified boy occupies the back seat. It appears that previously, no one had taken notice of them. After a cursory glance around, only a handful of names could be recalled. This clearly indicates how deeply engrossed Kiwa Kamiyama was in his swordsmanship, utterly indifferent to social interactions. Did you watch the video online yesterday? Indeed, I did. His extraordinary abilities are truly remarkable. How I wish I possessed such innate talents. However, you should not harbor such thoughts. His gifts likely stem from ancestral lineage or genetic mutations. Why is it that my family is merely affluent? Friends, do you wish to reflect on what you are saying? As Kamiya Kiyoi listened to the discussions resonating within the classroom, he silently reflected. In this world, extraordinary beings can be broadly categorized into two distinct classes, both fundamentally anchored in spiritual energy. The first class comprises a minority of innate superhumans who possess unique abilities and are inherently infused with spiritual power. From the moment of their birth, they are endowed with singular talents, such as pyrokinesis or hydrokinesis, exhibiting a myriad of extraordinary capabilities. Some even manifest spatial abilities. Their life's purpose is determined from the outset, to continuously enhance their spiritual energy and to master their unique powers. The second class, which constitutes the vast majority, includes those who, despite lacking inherent abilities, possess spiritual energy. These extraordinary individuals also strive to augment their total spiritual power. However, in terms of offensive capabilities, they must rely on relentless study and practice to acquire skills such as swordsmanship, magic, or summoning. Consequently, they find themselves at a disadvantage compared to the first class, as the time invested in learning does not guarantee the potency of the techniques they acquire. Without a doubt, Kiyoshi Kamiyama belongs to the second category. He has distinguished himself at Tensui Private First National School through relentless honing of his swordsmanship. Many speculate that Kiyoshi possesses innate extraordinary abilities, yet he has never deigned to utilize them. The bell chimes, signaling the commencement of class, prompting everyone to return to their seats in preparation for the lesson. Class A students must also attend cultural courses, where teachers impart foundational knowledge of this world along with the laws and regulations governing the extraordinary. The most intricate subject concerns the various types of magical beasts and their vulnerabilities. Magical beasts inhabit the majority of uninhabited regions in this world, occasionally encroaching upon human society. However, in most instances, ordinary individuals remain oblivious to these creatures. They exhibit a vast array of types, ranging from the feeble to the formidable, with the weaker ones being rankless and the stronger ones exceeding the third rank. Currently, the Extraordinary Association has documented over 1 million species of magical beasts, with numbers continually escalating, making them the most potent force on this land, aside from human kingdoms. While they pose a danger, they are also replete with extraordinary materials, rendering them a viable resource for human society. The morning classes pass amidst the sound of lecturing. In the afternoon, students engage in practical lessons, specifically combat courses, where professional extraordinary instructors assist them in developing their unique abilities or enhancing their skills. From this point onward, a significant distinction arises between Class A and Class B students. Each morning, both classes attend cultural lessons, but in the afternoon, Class B continues with cultural studies, while Class A transitions to the gymnasium for martial arts classes. Kiyoshi resolves his lunch alone, as it would be unreasonable to seek out Mochizuki in the first-year area merely to share a meal. Moreover, Mochizuki has her own life. Unlike Kiyoshi, she enjoys considerable popularity among her peers, with a multitude of friends. Kiyoshi's supporters and admirers largely stem from the first-year cohort, perhaps due to his association with Mochizuki. After the midday break, the teacher reminds the students to gather at Gymnasium number 1. The homeroom teacher for class A typically conducts the afternoon sessions, being a fully fledged extraordinary individual. As one approaches the gymnasium, the sheer enormity of the structure becomes increasingly apparent, as if it were cloaking the very sky. How many individuals can it accommodate? Hundreds of thousands? This is merely the gymnasium of a national school, yet it appears exaggerated. Evidently, extraordinary power leaves a profound impact on this world. At the heart of the gymnasium lies a vast platform, encircled by steep slopes teeming with seats, capable of hosting hundreds of thousands of spectators. Major events held in Tianshui each year predominantly take place here. Kiyoshi Kamiyama and his companions were, of course, not present here. Instead, they found themselves at the periphery of the gymnasium, where several smaller venues were situated. The center itself boasted merely 10 basketball courts. With a capacity to accommodate a few thousand spectators, ample space for educational purposes. Gradually, individuals began to enter the venue, and those who had yet to commence their classes gathered in groups, engaging in lively conversations. How infuriating these little cliques were. Even Wisteria and Hikari had several boys laughing and chatting animatedly with them. Kiwa Kamiyama found it difficult to attain tranquility with his eyes closed, seeking to cultivate his spirit. Today seemed to be a fateful encounter. My goodness, is that Saki Shikami from Class 7? How stunning. And there is Koji Yamada from Class 19. A sudden surge of commotion erupted, prompting Kiwa to open his eyes. Several youths from other classes streamed in. It was not unusual for classes to overlap in such a vast space. It was impossible for only one class to occupy the area. However, the occurrence of the three titans meeting amidst dozens of classes had never happened before. Indeed, Kiwa Kamiyama from Class 1, Saki Shikami from Class 7, and Koji Yamada from Class 19 were collectively known as the three titans of the current year at Tianshui First Middle School. They consistently held the top 3 positions on the power rankings for 3 consecutive years without faltering. The students from Class 1 could not help but cast curious glances at Kiwa, eager to witness his reaction. In turn, Kiwa's gaze fell upon the 2 figures before him. As a direct descendant of the Shikami family, Saki exuded an air of nobility. Though she occasionally engaged in conversation with those beside her, her demeanor remained notably composed. It was worth mentioning that her hair was as white as snow, her eyes reminiscent of pale blue agate, and although her figure was somewhat modest, her long legs were elegantly clad in black stockings. Upon noticing Kiwa's gaze, she turned her head in his direction. Currently ranked first, her extraordinary power stemmed from the ancestral ice magic of the Shikami family. It is noteworthy that the Shikami clan firmly held the title of the foremost extraordinary family in Tianshui. With a prestigious lineage, striking beauty, and formidable strength, it was no surprise that her popularity ranked first as well. Koji Yamada, the direct heir of the Yamada family, sported short, pragmatic hair and possessed a handsome visage, often narrowing his eyes, through which a glimmer of brilliance occasionally shone. His extraordinary ability was the art of manipulating crimson flames, a signature power of the Yamada family, which currently ranks 4th among Tianshui's extraordinary 4 titans. However, this did not imply a lack of strength. Rather, attaining a position in the top 4 was a testament to their might. In response to Kiwa's gaze, Koji met his eyes without hesitation, a spark of challenge evident within. Surely, they would not engage in a confrontation here. Kiwa had never faced either of them in combat. He had always chosen to forfeit in the annual grade competitions, consistently citing the same reason: it was meaningless. In the past, Kiwa's reluctance to engage was often misconstrued as disdain, akin to the spirit of Ju Tomioka. To suggest that these two possessed their strength solely due to their family heritage was a bold statement, implying that he looked down upon them. Silence. A thunderous roar echoed in everyone's ears, instantly bringing the arena to a standstill. A robust figure stepped forward. It was Wenyuan, the teacher of the extraordinary curriculum for Class 1, and a first-tier extraordinary being. Prepare for class. Retracting his gaze, Kamiya Kiyoi also harbored a curiosity regarding the contents of the practical class. This afternoon's lessons were divided into 2 segments. First, the development of abilities. Second, practical teaching. Participants were encouraged to take breaks as needed, and I shall not elaborate further. Although your innate powers are intricate, prior to ascending a tier, the path to enhancement remains identical for all. It is centered on spiritual energy and strength. The voice of teacher Motoyama resonated clearly and powerfully. Engage more. Practice diligently. The elevation of spiritual energy can be achieved through 2 primary methods: self-enhancement and external augmentation. For now, we shall primarily focus on self-enhancement. The reason for not delving into external augmentation is to accommodate civilian students who lack access to extraordinary resources, resulting in a significantly slower rate of spiritual energy enhancement compared to those from affluent families. Teacher Motoyama continued to expound on key points regarding the enhancement of spiritual energy and the fortification of extraordinary powers, such as concentrating strength, learning to conserve energy, and effectively dissipating force, among other techniques. Kiyoshi Kamiyama discerned that teacher Motoyama was imparting fundamental combat experiences to them, such as the nuances of positioning and the timing of power application. The reason Kiyoshi Kamiyama previously ascended to the third rank, despite the first national school's emphasis on spiritual power over technique, was closely tied to this foundational mastery of swordsmanship. The intricacies of how much force should be exerted with a blade, how much should be reserved, whether speed is essential, and whether to retract after a missed strike or change tactics, these concepts eluded most students. The youthful learners were primarily focused on maximizing the potency of their unique abilities, believing that an increase in their overall spiritual energy would lead to continuous enhancement. While this perspective holds some merit, it is important to note that the majority of students at Tianshui Private First National School hailed from extraordinary families, inheriting innate abilities, or were from affluent households capable of acquiring resources to bolster their spiritual energy, rendering technical precision less critical. However, Kiyoshi Kamiyama was distinct. His technique was the foundation of his strength. Unlike magical or summoning disciplines that necessitate substantial extraordinary resources, swordsmanship could be perpetually refined with merely a blade. As time flowed steadily on, the first half of the class gradually drew to a close. Kiyoshi Kamiyama had come to understand the teaching methodology, which primarily involved a question-and-answer format. Students would disclose their unique abilities, and the teacher would share insights on methods for advancement before reaching the next tier. Additionally, some students sought guidance on issues encountered during their training. Seiichi Kamiyama primarily listened, refraining from the enthusiastic inquiries that characterized his classmates in Class 1. Alongside him was Hikaru Fujit, who, like Kamiyama, was a commoner student without the fortune of a natural awakening of unique abilities. Both chose to pursue the most economical yet potentially rewarding swordsmanship. In Kamiyama's recollection, Fujit's total spiritual energy hovered around 35, rendering his swordsmanship 2 tiers inferior to Kamiyama's previous capabilities. Kamiyama-san, may I partner with you for the latter half of the class? Fujit inquired after exchanging a few words with several boys, who appeared visibly concerned, though their words remained elusive. With a casual wave, Fujit approached Kamiyama. Upon hearing the invitation, Kamiyama nodded in agreement, having no objections. He was accustomed to practicing alone, away from the crowd. After all, I do have friends. Delighted by Kamiyama's response, Fujit returned to his small circle. Everyone, I understand your concerns, but with the God Sakura entrance exam approaching, I must seize every opportunity to improve myself. Kamiyama-san and I share the same pursuit of swordsmanship. Sparring with him will greatly benefit my progress. The boys, upon hearing Fujit's words, ceased their objections and placed their arms around his shoulders. Since you've expressed it this way, we will certainly support you. Rest assured, if he dares to bully you, even if we cannot defeat him, we will not allow you to face him alone. Please don't make it sound as if I am some sort of villain. Kamiyama thought to himself, bemused, as he clearly overheard their conversation. Has my image truly degenerated to this? I am not a devil. Now, take a 20-minute break. Afterward, pairs will engage in practical training. Mr. Motoyama announced, glancing at his watch. The students of Class 1 reformed into small groups, chatting amicably. Fujit and his friends stealthily approached Kamiyama, glancing at him with each cautious step. The atmosphere feels quite heavy, my friends. By the way, Fujit-kun, do you reside in the Azamatsuki-nu district? Kiyoshi Kamiyama was the first to break the awkwardness. Judging by their expressions, it seemed unlikely they would speak up anytime soon. Indeed, I reside in Chiyo Town and commute to school from the 5th point at Heiatorai Station. With the conversation sparked, everyone naturally began to engage in dialogue, and gradually, those few boys also joined in. It is said that this upcoming competition holds great significance. Need you even mention it? This will be our final internal competition at school. Beyond this lies the unified examination. No, I mean. My family mentioned during a conversation that the results of this competition will determine who represents our school at the Kanto competition. That probably has little to do with us. I just hope I can perform decently. With your abilities, there is no doubt you'll excel. You are undoubtedly the best among us. No. The best is Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Ah, Yes, I nearly forgot about Kiyoshi. It's remarkable he is willing to engage in such light-hearted banter with us, considering how busy he has been. As the conversation grew increasingly animated, the girls from class 1 occasionally glanced over, eager to chat with Kiyoshi Kamiyama as well. It is rumored that Tsukumi Shikigami and Koji Kurita may have already leveled up. A boy abruptly interjected this statement. Instantly, silence fell among them, and all eyes involuntarily turned towards Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Kiyoshi Kamiyama merely smiled. This is what makes it intriguing, is it not? The gazes of several individuals widened, their expressions transformed. From this statement, it can be inferred that Kiyoshi Kamiyama has ascended in rank, and his unshakable confidence suggests he will only continue to excel. Let us resume the lesson, bellowed teacher Motoyama, as the students of class 1 arranged themselves in pairs facing one another. The adjacent class mirrored this formation, the only distinction being the instructor leading them. Commence the practical confrontation. In an instant, on the other side, Tsukumi Shikigami and Koji Kurita swiftly dispatched their opponents, their attention now drawn towards Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Their curiosity was piqued, as this marked Kiyoshi Kamiyama's inaugural real combat encounter outside of a competitive setting. Grasping 2 wooden swords, Kiyoshi handed one to Fujito, acutely aware of at least dozens of eyes fixated upon him. Yet, his heart remained undisturbed. What a jest! I, the sword sage Kiyoshi, remain unfazed even under the bloodthirsty gaze of hundreds of fiends. How could the triviality of your youthful stares sway me? Conversely, Fujito felt an overwhelming pressure, not from the scrutiny of the onlookers, for he had long triumphed in the school's grand competitions, rendering their attention inconsequential. What troubled him was the realization that Kiyoshi Kamiyama had indeed ascended. With a firm grip on the wooden sword, Fujito charged towards Kiyoshi Kamiyama, his weapon slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Kiyoshi Kamiyama furrowed his brow, raising his right hand to block with his blade, sending the wooden sword of Wisteria and Hikari soaring into the sky. This particular swordsmanship caused his expression to tighten, as he was unable to bear the folly of others. I concede, he admitted, as Kamiyama retrieved the fallen wooden sword, while Wisteria and Hikari displayed an expression of regret. Come at me once more. Kiyoshi Kamiyama issued a command. Shido and Koichi were momentarily taken aback, yet they complied. They widened the distance between their left and right feet slightly further. The blade must face the adversary, yet allow room for adaptability. The movement of the arms was incorrect. Power should be generated from the waist, not merely the arms. Kiyoshi Kamiyama repeatedly deflected the wooden swords of Wisteria and Hikaru, his seemingly mundane words imbued with immense authority. However, the joy etched upon his opponent's face grew ever more pronounced. A free introductory swordsmanship masterclass taught by none other than a seasoned expert. The onlookers observing Kamiyama halted their actions, their hearts stirred by a tempest of awe. Saki Shigami furrowed her brow, sensing the challenge ahead. Koji Yamada squinted, his eyes mere slits, unable to discern his own pupils. Could the rumors be true? Was this individual truly so formidable that he deemed it beneath him to engage with them? Brother, have you heard? Mochizuki inquired, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight as she beamed at Kamiyama. What is the matter? My brother displayed extraordinary prowess during practical class, leaving all the other students in sheer astonishment. Oh, that incident. I find it rather inconsequential. I am, however, quite curious as to how you learned of it so swiftly. Oh, because someone has already posted about it on the school forum, and it has skyrocketed to the top of the trending topics. Mochizuki exclaimed, retrieving her phone from her bag, unlocking it, and presenting it to Kamiyama. Unbelievable. Is Kiyoshi Kamiyama's prowess truly such? A post with a striking title dominated the top spot, evidently a sensational revelation. And how could such a thread not garner high engagement? Upon clicking, the original poster detailed how classes 1, 4, 7, and 19, among others, were simultaneously engaged in practical lessons at a single venue, affirming their presence to enhance the credibility of their claims. This individual appeared to be a veteran forum member, suggesting a title alteration to how to evaluate Kiyoshi Kamiyama's strength. With numerous witnesses present, all could attest to the fact that Kamiyama had engaged in a combat demonstration against Wisteria, resulting in no surprises, except for the astonishing moment when Kamiyama began to offer guidance on Wisteria's swordsmanship. It is well known that to defeat someone in skill, one need only be a rank higher. However, to instruct another necessitates a far greater disparity in ability for it to be deemed plausible. Of course, my reason for posting is not merely due to these commonly known facts, but rather because I have learned through special channels that Kiyoshi Kamiyama has already ascended to a higher rank. This information is credible, as he himself confirmed it. In retrospect, Such a terrifying level of strength elucidates why he previously regarded Saki Shigami and Koji Yamada with disdain. While the claims may appear convincing, they are, in truth, embellished. Kiyoshi Kamiyama gazed silently for a moment, observing the comments section where individuals were fervently urging Zitong and Guang to come forth and validate the situation. Zitong and Guang, however, chose to remain oblivious, completely refraining from any response. He possessed a keen self-awareness. Without Kiyoshi Kamiyama's consent, he would not dare to utter a word. After all, there was a possibility of crossing Kiyoshi Kamiyama's boundaries. Returning the phone to Mochizuki, he noticed a spark of excitement in her eyes. "Brother, is what they said true?" she inquired eagerly. Gently tousling Mochizuki's silky hair, he replied with a hint of affection, "Overall, it is indeed true. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Today, I shall prepare a grand feast." "Very well, I shall heed your wishes. By the way, Mochizuki, before we return home, I wish to purchase a new phone. Would you accompany me?" Kiyoshi Kamiyama pondered for a moment. Having been previously engrossed in the art of swordsmanship, he had neglected to acquire these intelligent devices. However, upon reflection, he deemed them necessary, at the very least for the swift transmission of messages. "Really? My esteemed brother!" Mochizuki exclaimed with palpable excitement. She had long awaited this day, as she had often found herself uncertain of Kiyoshi's whereabouts, which had caused her considerable distress in her attempts to locate him. As the two conversed and strolled, they resolved to find a mobile phone specialty store in the heart of the city. Wandering about, they soon discovered the city's vibrancy, with entertainment venues of various sizes and upscale shops lining the streets. Kiyoshi also noticed advertisements for personal tutoring related to extraordinary training. After surveying their surroundings, they chose the largest mobile phone store they could find and stepped inside. "Pineapple Mobile," the sign proclaimed. "Esteemed brother, this brand of phone is a local product from Tianshui County, operated by the Shigong family. Truly a distinguished family." At that moment, a staff member in uniform approached them. "Esteemed guests, how may I assist you today?" "Hello, I would like to purchase a mobile phone." The attendant gestured invitingly, guiding Kiyoshi and Mochizuki to a row of glass displays, each showcasing an array of exquisite phones. "You must be students from the First National School. These models are the most popular among your peers. Please, take a look and see if any catch your fancy." Their school uniforms made their affiliation immediately apparent. "I'll take this one," Kiyoshi Kamiyama casually pointed. In this world, technology has indeed advanced significantly. Smartphones require no recharging, allowing them to be used continuously for several years after purchase. When the battery depletes, one merely returns to a service center for a replacement, extending its usability for many more years. The attendant elegantly packaged the phone in a delicate gift box and presented it to Kiyoshi Kamiyama. The total came to 10,000 Sakura coins. "Would you prefer facial recognition or card payment?" The Sakura coin serves as the official currency of Tsukuyama, devoid of denominations, as cash transactions have essentially been eradicated. Kiyoshi Kamiyama experienced a slight toothache. The 10,000 Sakura coins were sufficient for him and Mochizuki to sustain themselves for several months. Yet he still felt impoverished. Meanwhile, Mochizuki remained unaffected, finding it quite remarkable that her elder brother had finally mastered the use of smart devices. Any expenditure was worth it. A facial scan was initiated. The badge on the server's chest emitted a fleeting glimmer, and a notification of successful payment appeared on Mochizuki's phone. "Very well, esteemed guests. Please take your leave at your leisure." The staff displayed an exceedingly courteous demeanor throughout, providing attentive service without excessive chatter. Such establishments were ubiquitous throughout Tianshui County, prompting Kiyoshi Kamiyama to marvel at their prowess, which had significantly altered his perception of the Shikami family's influence. Upon returning home, finishing his meal, and taking a shower, Kiyoshi Kamiyama unwrapped the packaging and retrieved the smartphone, delighting in this compact device. Why, he pondered, had the world not advanced towards brain chips or similar technologies? Perhaps such innovations existed, but he simply had not yet attained the privilege to access them. After her shower, Mochizuki naturally opened Kiyoshi Kamiyama's bedroom door. Clad in a white spaghetti-strap nightgown, her long, fair legs glided before him, and her freshly dried hair wafted the scent of shampoo. She seated herself on his lap, guiding him on how to operate the device. "Elder brother, this is the power button. Hold it down to turn it on." The initial startup would automatically scan his face to register the owner's information, and thereafter, unlocking would occur through facial recognition, allowing for normal usage. Mochizuki instructed Kiyoshi Kamiyama on several commonly used applications, including the world's largest communication platform, Kitsal, as well as the most prominent video sharing site, Weidu. Naturally, she also introduced him to some local applications, such as the campus forum for their prestigious school. Subsequently, Mochizuki meticulously guided him through the processes of registration, verification, and unlocking. Upon opening the forum, the most popular thread was indeed one concerning himself. I understand now. Thank you, Mochizuki. It is my duty, elder brother. Kiyoshi Kamiyama began to explore the intricacies of his mobile device, while Mochizuki rested her head in his lap, lost in her thoughts. As he opened the messaging application, he found only one friend, Mochizuki herself, whom he had just added, and no groups, leaving the screen starkly empty. Upon opening the video app, he was greeted by an abundance of features and categories, allowing users to browse by region, ensuring they would not become lost amidst the countless videos. Focusing on Tianshui County, he noticed a predominance of lifestyle and entertainment videos, while content pertaining to extraordinary individuals was scarce, often limited to announcements, such as the reassignment of a leader from the extraordinary association of a certain outpost. He shut off his phone, glancing down to see Mochizuki still peacefully slumbering in his embrace. Rather than waking her, he decided to carry her back to her room. Today, she wished to sleep alongside her elder brother. Her tiny hand playfully tugged at the hem of Kiyoshi's shirt, a charming display of affection despite her age. It was only natural for her to feel a bit unsettled, given her recent transformations. Well, it was permissible, but certain conditions must be established. Time flowed like water, quietly slipping through the unnoticed corners of life, and before they knew it, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. The temperatures in June grew increasingly sweltering, and the sounds of cicadas began to resonate throughout the campus, stirring the restless hearts of the students. The intergrade competition was fast approaching. Hikari, do you feel confident about making it into the top 10 this time? During lunch break, Kiyoshi shared a meal with Hikari Wisteria and a few others, holding in his hands a lovingly prepared bento by Mochizuki, adorned with a large heart. I'm not sure, Hikari admitted, unable to guarantee his performance. Although Kiyoshi had occasionally offered him guidance during this period, the extent of his learning ultimately depended on his own understanding. This month, Hikari had reduced his work hours significantly, dedicating a great deal of time to honing his swordsmanship. Just do your best. Kiyoshi Kamiyama has spoken. Indeed, the best course of action is to do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. I have no doubt about Kamiyama's capabilities. I shall cheer for you from the sidelines when the time comes. The boys, in a spirited manner, chattered about the impending grand competition. Their excitement mirrored that of students on the eve of final exams, with an unmistakable tension woven into their discourse. When it comes to rankings, each individual harbors a breath of apprehension. No one wishes to be overshadowed by another. Of course, this is a different matter when the disparity is so vast that it becomes imperceptible. As for Kiyoshi Kamiyama, they regard him with reverence, never contemplating a rivalry with him. During the afternoon practical class, Teacher Motoyama distributed some materials outlining the rules of the competition. The regulations remain the same as ever. However, I hope you will exhibit a different spirit. After a brief pause, Teacher Motoyama continued with fervor. The significance of this event surpasses all previous ones, especially for capable students. I urge you to strive valiantly for victory. The capable individuals he referred to are undoubtedly Kiyoshi Kamiyama and Kazuhana Shido, the strongest in Class 1. The crowd echoed in agreement. Kiyoshi Kamiyama held a document detailing the rules for the upcoming grand competition. All Class A students are required to participate, with exceptions made only for those with extraordinary circumstances, who will automatically receive the lowest rankings. The competition is structured in 3 phases. The initial stage employs a point system, followed by an elimination phase, and concludes with a ranking system. Under the point system, each adversary defeated awards 1 point, and accumulating a sufficient number of points allows progression to the elimination rounds. Those who fail to gather enough points for advancement will be ranked based on their scores. In the event of a tiebreaker match will be held post-competition. During the elimination phase, opponents are assigned randomly. Defeating an opponent leads to automatic advancement, while a loss results in elimination, continuing until only 32 participants remain. Once the elimination phase concludes, those who were defeated may challenge the remaining 32 contenders. A successful challenge results in a replacement, while failure relegates the challenger to the last rank of the elimination phase. Competitors of the same tier will engage in separate matches after the elimination to determine precise rankings. The remaining 32 will then compete in a series of ranking matches, progressing from 32 to 16, 16 to 8, 8 to 4, 4 to 2, culminating in the final showdown. It appears quite fair. providing an opportunity for students who may not have the best fortune. Though it seems complex, it can be summarized in 4 words: survival of the fittest. He retrieved an additional document from teacher Motoyama concerning the Kanto competition. The joint competition of the 6 counties in the eastern region of the Kanto, including Tinshui counties, will take place following the Shin Sakura Unified Examination. Each school will send students based on their strengths, with the victors gaining direct admission to the Tokyo Metropolitan High School as special students, the premier high school in Shin Sakura Nation. The subsequent content is somewhat confidential. Based on the strength of Tinshui County's top private school, this year, they are permitted to send 32 students to the Kanto competition, with the county's public school able to send a similar number. Other schools in Tinshui County vary in their participant counts. A comprehensive list of rival schools and noteworthy peers has been compiled. Kiyoshi Kamiyama, have you finished reading? Asked Hikaru Fujitani as he approached Kamiyama. I have. This is my first encounter with the Kanto competition, Kamiyama replied. Hikaru took a deep breath. For him, this represented a monumental opportunity. Gaining entry into the Tokyo Metropolitan High School would transform his life entirely. Kiyoshi Kamiyama had long been aware of the Kanto competition, as he was inevitably a participant, leading teacher Motoyama to discuss it with him earlier. He patted Hikaru on the shoulder, signaling that there was no need for further elaboration. Realizing this, Hikaru acknowledged that the immediate priority was to prepare for the year-end competition in the Shin Sakura Unified Examination, avoiding lofty aspirations. I will do my best. Kiyoshi Kamiyama harbored hopes of achieving success, especially considering that he would soon venture into the Tokyo Metropolitan High School alone, without any acquaintances, necessitating a fresh start in social interactions. As time flowed steadily onward, the grand competition was about to commence. On a bright and clear day, the magnificent gymnasium buzzed with excitement. The vast venue was filled to capacity with nearly 10,000 vibrant and youthful adolescents, their chatter reverberating throughout the entire hall. Although the event was not held in the central arena, Hall 10 was still the largest venue available, capable of accommodating a multitude of spectators. At the front, on the podium, sat a dozen distinguished figures, exuding a formidable presence. They were the most esteemed teachers of the school, along with the principal and vice principal. Teacher Motoyama occupied a seat among the faculty below the podium. Silence. A figure slowly rose from the podium, a silver-haired elder, his eyes adorned with reading glasses, appearing quite ordinary at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. It was Vice Principal Shinji Nida, a formidable second-tier practitioner. With a calm yet resonant voice, he declared, "Cutting through the din of thousands, I hereby announce the opening ceremony of the annual intergrade competition at Tinshui Private Junior High School." A thunderous cheer erupted, reverberating through the hall. Now, let the participating students enter. Over 3,000 contestants streamed into the center of the colossal arena. Next, I shall elucidate the competition rules and important notices. Nida's tone was steady yet powerful as he meticulously detailed the various regulations of the event. Remember, contestants must pull their punches. Although the phrase suggested restraint, it notably did not imply an absolute prohibition against injury. As long as death was avoided, it appeared permissible. Especially in a world where medical advancements were remarkable. Standing at the heart of the crowd and feeling the weight of thousands of gazes upon him was an extraordinary sensation. Now, let us distribute the competition-specific devices. The administrative staff approached, handing each student a wristwatch-like device equipped with a small LCD screen. Scanning initiated, and success was achieved. Kiyoshi Kamiyama, data entry in progress. Entry successful. Matching now. Matching successful. Classmate Kiyoshi Kamiyama, your competition venue today is Hall 1. The event is scheduled to commence at 9:30 a.m., so please arrive promptly. Failure to appear will result in forfeiture of the match. Note, the estimated start time may fluctuate, so remain vigilant. The screen displayed the progress point competition, with the current score indicated as 0. The competition had officially begun. He sent a message to Mochizuki, informing her of his location at Hall 1. Before the competition officially commenced, no one knew who their opponents were. They only knew where they were to compete. As the opening ceremony concluded, everyone gradually exited, except for those assigned to Hall 10. Leaving the venue, Kiwa Kamiyama prepared to head to Hall 1 for the point competition. At the entrance, he spotted the long-awaited Mochizuki, accompanied by her friend. Her silky purple hair cascaded down to her waist, adorned with a pink star hairpin at her bangs. Her bright, dark eyes flickered shyly, and her features were remarkably delicate. Indeed, it seemed that beauty naturally congregated with beauty. "Brother, this is my good friend, Chiyo Nida." Chiyo Nida, if my memory serves me correctly, is the esteemed daughter of the Nida family, ranked second among the 4 extraordinary families of Tensui County. The gentleman who spoke earlier, Seiji Nida, was indeed a member of that family. Hello, Nida-san. Chiyo Nida, somewhat timid, hid behind Mochizuki, revealing only half of her small head and a hand to greet him. Wait a moment, the daughter of the Nida family is friends with Mochizuki. Could she possibly be a Class B student? He glanced inquiringly at Mochizuki, who immediately understood his confusion and nodded. It appeared that the situation was rather intricate, but now was not the time to ponder such matters. Mochizuki, let us go. The time is drawing near. He led Mochizuki and Chiyo Nida towards Hall 1. Upon their arrival, they found that the audience area was already filled with nearly 1,000 spectators. After exchanging greetings with Mochizuki, Kiwa Kamiyama prepared to enter the inner arena to await his turn, while Mochizuki and her friend found vacant seats in the audience. As Seiji Kamiyama stepped through the entrance, a wave of gasps erupted from the audience. Is Seiji Kamiyama really in Hall 1? What extraordinary luck to witness one of the trio. A perfect opportunity for a post. Is he truly as formidable as they say? The answer will soon reveal itself. He is undeniably handsome. Someone on the school forum shared the news of Seiji Kamiyama's presence in Hall 1. The audience area, capable of accommodating thousands, quickly filled with eager spectators vying for the best vantage points. Among them was even Professor Wanshan. Kamiyama-san, your match is about to commence. Please proceed to booth 3. The prompt vibrated slightly, and Seiji Kamiyama glanced at the screen to read the message. Inside Hall 1, the arena was divided into 4 booths, each hosting simultaneous battles. Kiyoshi Kamiyama rose from his seat and made his way to the 3rd exhibition platform. The students who had been waiting alongside him bore expressions of distress. All 4 platforms had been artificially elevated, standing approximately 3 meters above the ground, requiring the contestants to ascend via a staircase. With a light leap, Kiyoshi landed on the expansive square platform, where an assortment of commonly used weapons was arranged on either side. He casually grasped a long sword, poised for the arrival of his opponent. From the opposite side, a fellow student slowly ascended the staircase, his expression one of utter dismay. Come on, don't disgrace our class. Exactly. It's easy to talk when you're just standing there. The contestant gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and his opponent, having been present during the practical lessons. The match commenced, although he knew he was outmatched. When the competition officially began, his gaze sharpened as he channeled his energy into both hands, the outlines of magical formations flickering into existence. Where is he? Behind him. Kiyoshi stood tall, his left hand gripping the sword, while his right hand gently tapped the student's shoulder. A chill ran down the student's spine as he abruptly turned around, only to be met by an outstretched palm, a tremendous force propelling him away. The rush of wind whistled past his ears, and when he regained his senses, he found himself caught by the referee. Student, you have been eliminated. Damn it. He closed his eyes, convincing himself it was merely a dream. The audience fell silent before erupting into a fervent cheer. Did you see it clearly? Not at all. Then why are you shouting? If others shout, I will too. Only teacher Motoyama in the audience maintained a grave expression, not because he had witnessed the event clearly, but rather because he too had missed it. The next match was set at Exhibition Hall 1, Platform 4, with an anticipated start time of 10 o'clock. Current score, 1. The notification device chimed again, and Kiyoshi leaped down from the platform, returning to the waiting area. In the subsequent matches, Kiyoshi employed a similar strategy to secure victory. Continuing until the lunch hour, the crowd, which had gathered to witness the excitement, began to dwindle, restoring the audience count to a more manageable number. This tournament would unfold over several days, and those with weaker resolve might find it difficult to persevere. This was likely the last match of the morning. Glancing at his notification device, he noted that the next contest was about to commence. As was customary, Kiyoshi ascended the platform, awaiting his opponent. Before long, his challenger appeared, causing Kiyoshi's eyes to glimmer with interest. With coarse, short hair and a face as chiseled as if sculpted from stone, the opponent wielded 2 axes. A stir rippled through the audience. This is going to be interesting. It's Taiken Yakakawa. Who? He ranked 11th in the last competition, narrowly missing the top 10. But isn't that still insufficient? Wait until Saki from the 4th Palace arrives before summoning me. What are you contemplating? Even if we were to encounter them, they would likely forfeit. There is no need to reveal all our cards at this moment, as it would merely facilitate others reaping the benefits. However, this situation is truly untenable. At the very least, it should possess a semblance of excitement. Previously, it was exceedingly dull. with opponents being dispatched in the blink of an eye. What a remarkable commentator for this elite battlefield. As Kamiya Kiyoi listened to the discussions taking place on the field, he could not help but voice his disdain. Upon reflection, he indeed had a vague recollection of Yukawa Tag, though it was not particularly vivid. It seemed that over the past year, Tag had tirelessly honed his skills. His aura had escalated to a level that even rivaled Kamiya Kiyoi's prowess before the events of Demon Slayer. Had he acquired some extraordinary artifacts? I recall that the Yukawa family is also a prominent lineage of the extraordinary. Kamiya Kiyoi acknowledged that abstaining from the contest was the wisest course of action at this juncture, yet Tag's words resonated with a powerful gravitas. However, the suppression he had endured over the past year had reached its zenith. He yearned to prove himself. Yukawa Tag raised his dual axes, adopting an offensive stance, channeling his entire spiritual energy into his feet and weapons. What words should he utter at this moment? Do you wish to dance as well? Kamiya Kiyoi had longed to express this sentiment since he was but 1 year old. You shall pay dearly for your contempt. With a forceful stomp of his right foot, dust swirled upwards, and the heavy cadence of his footsteps quickened as the charging Yukawa Tag barreled towards him. He lifted his axes, launching a ferocious, crosswise assault. Kiwa Kamigami twisted his left foot, narrowly evading the sharp edge of the axe, while simultaneously thrusting his knee upward with such swiftness that it was barely discernible. Takagashi H felt a jolt in his arm as both axes were sent flying through the air. Yet he did not relent, bending low. He braced himself on all fours and leapt backward like a frog, creating distance between them. A wave of energy emanated from his hands, causing the two axes in flight to swiftly pivot and return towards Kiwa Kamigami's back. Was it a natural ability akin to manipulating threads? The contrast was indeed striking. Behind him, the sound of slicing air grew ever closer. Kiwa Kamigami twisted his right foot, turned, and extended his right hand, leaving behind several afterimages as he effortlessly caught both axes with his bare hands. Sweat began to beat on Takagashi H's forehead. Seizing the opportunity with Kiwa Kamigami's back turned to him, he lunged forward like a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. Kiyoshi Kamiyama marveled at his opponent's indomitable fighting spirit. Yet his movements remained unceasing. He pivoted, lifted his foot, and executed a sweeping kick. In a flash, Takagawa Taiga, caught off guard, was sent flying beyond the ring, ultimately being caught by the staff, who had grown accustomed to such occurrences. A profound silence enveloped the arena, with the battles occurring on the other 3 platforms fading into obscurity. Wachizuki, your brother is truly remarkable. Chiyo Nita tugged at Wachizuki's skirt, her gaze fixated on Kiyoshi Kamiyama, who was discarding his axe, her expression inscrutable. While Wachizuki initially felt elated, her demeanor shifted to one of caution as she regarded Chiyo. What is going on with you? After a long day, Kiyoshi Kamiyama and Wachizuki strolled homeward. So, during the A-class annual competition, does that mean B-class students essentially have a holiday to watch the matches? It's hard not to feel a twinge of envy. However, the B-class students were also preparing for the rigorous Shini examinations, a daunting challenge akin to traversing a narrow bridge amidst a throng of adversaries. In their group chat, Wisteria and Hikaru informed Kiyoshi Kamiyama that they had already secured 9 victories, and it was likely they would obtain tickets for the elimination rounds within a day. Today, Kiyoshi Kamiyama boasts an impeccable record of 10 victories and no defeats, and it is likely that by tomorrow, he will have amassed sufficient points, making him one of the first among those with top 10 prowess to achieve this milestone. His elder brother appears quite dashing today. Mochizuki holds Kiyoshi Kamiyama's hand. Of course, I am Mochizuki's brother. The distant sunset casts a slanting light upon the tall buildings, creating elongated shadows as the two stroll towards home side by side. Once one becomes engrossed in tasks, time seems to slip away swiftly. Within a few days, the points competition is fervently underway, progressing from the first batch of qualified participants to the second and third, who gradually gather the necessary scores for advancement. When the alert sounds, indicating that the last participant has also secured the requisite points, the progress bar for the points competition reaches its conclusion. The elimination rounds have finally commenced. Compared to the points competition, the elimination rounds are far more captivating, as the disparity in strength is narrower, and spectators invariably prefer battles that are evenly matched. Out of over 3,000 competitors, only a little more than 200 advance to the elimination rounds, and among those, nearly 30 or so will proceed to the ultimate contest, with the odds often being 10 to 1. I hope my fortune is favorable, rather than relying on luck. It would be more prudent to practice diligently. With this time, can you not train a little longer? Do not underestimate the importance of luck, for it is also a facet of strength. The first round of competition. Over 200 contenders vying for 128 spots. The matching begins. Match successful. Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Your opponent is at Exhibition Hall number 2, booth number 1, with an estimated start time of 10 o'clock. Glancing at the notification device. The name displayed is unfamiliar to Kiyoshi Kamiyama, so he pays it little mind. However, beside him, Wisteria and Hikaru's expressions shift multiple times, ultimately ending in a resigned sigh. Wisteria Hikaru, your opponent is Koji Yatada, located at Exhibition Hall number 1, booth number 3, with an estimated start time of 11:30. Upon sharing this with his friends, they collectively gasp in disbelief at Wisteria Hikaru's misfortune. It's all right. There will be later challenges. With your prowess, reaching the top 32 is inevitable. If it proves too difficult, you can always forfeit. Revealing too much now could be detrimental. His friends offer various suggestions, but Wisteria Hikaru shakes his head. This time, I do not wish to withdraw. Indeed, forfeiting would be wiser. In the subsequent challenge rounds, one could secure a place in the top 32 by defeating a relatively weaker opponent, thus avoiding exposure of one's true capabilities. Yet, how many times has this occurred? Wisteria Hikaru finds himself at a loss each time he encounters such a situation. His instinct is to maximize his benefit, to engage in strategy and assess the consequences. However, a true swordsman knows only advancement, never retreat. He recalls Kiyoshi Kamiyama's words during a practice session. Wisteria Hikaru's gaze grows ever more resolute. Kiyoshi Kamiyama expressed his admiration with a glance, recognizing the potential for growth. As a swordsman, one must possess unwavering courage and the audacity to face peril head-on. Otherwise, what purpose does one serve as a swordsman? I shall attend your match. Seiichi Kamiyama left behind these words before heading to his match. Mizuki and Hikaru took several deep breaths, striving to adjust their state of mind. At 11:30, the first arena buzzed with activity. In contrast to the dominating performances of Saki Shikigami and Seiichi Kamiyama in other venues, the match between Mizuki and Hikaru and Koji Kurita, which had been particularly impressive during this period, garnered far more attention. Having effortlessly dispatched their opponents, Seiichi Kamiyama and Mochizuki hastened to the first arena, swiftly securing 3 coveted positions. Securing a spot was more exhausting than the match itself. Indeed, all one had to do in the competition was to fight with utmost effort, while we, the spectators, had to contend with a multitude of considerations. Brother, do you think Mizuki can win? Sitting between Seiichi Kamiyama and Chiyo Nida, Mochizuki's left hand still grasped Chiyo's. Kiyoshi Kamiyama shook his head. The progress made by Zitu and Hikari was significant, yet the disparity in their strength was glaring, and neither possessed the extraordinary ability to transform the mundane into the miraculous. This was almost certainly a losing battle. However, as he had previously stated, a swordsman must forge ahead without hesitation. Such encounters, which posed no mortal peril, were worth enduring multiple defeats. After all, in the true battles that lay ahead, one could only afford to lose once in a lifetime. In the arena, the two had already ascended the platform. The audience, packed to capacity, erupted into fervent applause and cheers. At last, the spectacle was about to unfold. I have heard that you have been practicing with Kiyoshi Kamiyama recently? Koji Yatenda's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed. How does his strength compare to the rumors? The inquiry appeared casual yet was laced with subtle challenge. The adversary standing before you is me, not anyone else, Zitu and Hikari wished to convey. Yet he restrained himself and merely smiled gently. Defeating you 100 times would pose no issue. Koji Yatenda's eyelids lifted, revealing a frigid gaze. Are you provoking me? Do not speak recklessly. I am not. It is merely a statement of fact. I know you, Zitu and Hikari. Born to an ordinary family, it is already remarkable that you have come this far. However, to reach your limits, you still have a long, long way to go. Today, I shall demonstrate just how vast that distance truly is. With that, sparks erupted around Koji Yatenda, and the air ignited spontaneously as an enormous orange flame serpent coiled around him. The distinction between innate abilities and magic lies in the fact that the former requires no incantation and possesses almost no casting delay, whereas magic necessitates the inscription of intricate patterns and often the chanting of spells. Zitu and Hikari unsheathed his long blade, his calm gaze unwavering. The gap in their strengths was too considerable, and only by taking the initiative could he seize a chance. Without uttering a word, he dashed swiftly to Koji Yatenda's left, attempting to evade a direct assault. The serpent's head fixated on Zitu and Hikari, pivoting in sync with his movements. Go. As the command left his lips, the colossal serpent surged into the air, its searing heat rushing toward Zito and Hikari, causing his hair to begin to frizz. No direct confrontation. With a series of deft maneuvers, he evaded the serpent's head-on strike, intent on closing the distance. However, a serpent's tail lashed out at high speed towards him. There was no way to evade it. With both hands firmly gripping the long blade, Zito and Hikari maintained his composure, adopting a ready stance. There is nothing in this world that cannot be severed, except for your resolve. He recalled the words Kiyoshi Kamiyama had once imparted to him. Channeling his energy into his right foot, he intensified the blade's brilliance, inhaled deeply, and surged forward. The fiery serpent's tail met the edge of his sword, which sliced through it effortlessly, extinguishing the tail's flame. Seizing the momentum, Zito and Hikari rapidly closed the distance to Koji Yatinda. Koji Yatani's expression remained unchanged as four colossal serpents of flame erupted behind him, enveloping the surroundings and completely obstructing all avenues of advancement. This time, I have succumbed. But in the next encounter, I shall reclaim my victory. The ground of the exhibition platform trembled violently, yet it showed no signs of cracking. As the smoke and dust cleared, it revealed Wisteria and Hikari, who had been rescued by the staff and were now devoid of any capacity to resist. As a commoner, attaining this level of achievement is indeed a source of pride. With a dismissive remark, Koji Yatani departed from the platform. Is Senior Wisteria all right? Mochizuki inquired with concern. He is fine, merely sustaining minor injuries. Our school boasts the finest campus medical practitioners in all of Tanshui County. Seated in the audience, Kiwa Kamiyama observed the competition with remarkable clarity, even surpassing the awareness of the two combatants engaged in battle. The disparity in their strengths was profound. A transformation of a whole level. Only when Mizuki and Hikaru ascended in rank would they stand a chance of contending with him. However, their adversaries would not pause in their relentless progression. It remained exceedingly difficult for commoners to surpass the offspring of noble families. Upon visiting the infirmary to check on Mizuki and Hikaru, Kamiyama noted that his injuries had completely healed, yet he was still required to remain under observation for half an hour. Such medical prowess must surely be attributed to extraordinary abilities. I apologize for causing you to witness this, Kamiyama, Mizuki admitted, somewhat disheartened, for he had received considerable guidance from Kiwa. You did not retreat but instead chose to confront the challenge. This alone satisfies me. You are a true swordsman, Kamiyama praised, causing a blush to adorn Mizuki's cheeks. Kiwa gently patted Mizuki's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Rest assured, I shall handle Koji Yamada. His words cannot simply be disregarded. With Kamiyama's acute senses, he had overheard the entire exchange. Even his typically placid demeanor was tinged with irritation. Mizuki's heart sank momentarily. Had Kiwa truly heard all of his bravado? How embarrassing. Hand in hand with Mochizuki, Kiwa exited the infirmary, glancing at his wrist device, which displayed information about the upcoming battle. Mochizuki, Nido, let us proceed. As he advanced from the 128 to the 64, and then from 64 to 32, Kamiyama encountered no unexpected challenges. The most formidable opponent he faced was a previously 9th-ranked student wielding magical combat abilities. No sooner had he taken the stage than a barrage of fireballs and wind blades rained down upon him. The flames intensified, propelled by the wind. And by the time the fireballs reached Kamiyama, they had ballooned to the size of basins. Evidently, his foe had come well prepared. Kiyoshi Kamakami wielded his long sword with a sweeping motion, effortlessly dispersing all fireballs and wind blades that approached him. As he advanced, his opponent was sent flying, leaving a distinct footprint on the chest of his school uniform. Thus, the top 32 contenders had emerged, heralding the commencement of the challenge matches. The 32 students stood at the center of the platform, while thousands of spectators filled the stands. The podium and teachers' area were re-established, with all instructors and the principal returning to the arena. From the onset of the challenge matches, all competitions were held within the same venue. The four platforms merged into one grand stage where the combatants showcased their prowess. As the challenge matches commenced, participants were prompted to make their selections via the indicator. Several names instantly illuminated the massive screen overhead. Typically, among the 32 participants, there were no weaklings. Challengers would prudently assess the disparity in strength before proceeding with their challenges, except for the particularly unfortunate, such as Wisteria and Hikaru. Shinji Nida observed the screen and nodded as he announced the list of challengers, officially declaring the challenge matches underway. The purpose of the challenge matches was twofold: to accommodate the unfortunate and to set the stage for the subsequent formal ranking matches. As anticipated, the applause and cheers of the thousands in the audience surged. The first to take the stage was Wisteria, who opted to challenge a less formidable opponent and secured an effortless victory. Following were the second and third challengers. Some triumphed while others faltered. And within the span of an hour, the challenge matches had concluded. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Shinji Nida officially announced the commencement of the ranking matches. With a sweeping gesture, a colossal stone wall rose, dividing the platform into two sections. The large screen overhead flickered rapidly. Match successful. The 32 participants were divided into two groups of 16, with each group vying to determine the strongest contender who would advance to the finals. Kiyoshi Kamakami. Your opponent is Sonoko Ajikubo. The match is about to begin. It felt somewhat contrived. What does that imply? Look, Kiyoshi Kamakami and Koji Kurita are in the same group. Yet, they have not encountered one another until the quarterfinals. It certainly seems that way. A conspiracy. Furthermore, pitting the two against each other to determine the victor before challenging Sakimi Shigami seems rather overt, doesn't it? It essentially implies that Sakimi Shigami is the default favorite. Kiwa Kamigami paid no heed to the shadows that loomed over the competition. Since the inception of the rankings, he deliberately tempered the pace of his victories. In each encounter, he would wait until his opponent had exhausted their repertoire before concluding the duel, utilizing this method to scrutinize the combat dynamics of the world around him. In the semifinals, where two competitors would advance to the final, Kamigami faced Koji Yajida, while on the other side of the bracket, Sukumi Shirokimi clashed with a former fourth-ranked contender. In the teacher section, one instructor turned to Professor Motoyama and inquired, "Whom do you believe will triumph, Kamigami or Yajida?" Professor Motoyama shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. As the class advisor, he possessed little insight into Kiwa Kamigami. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was already charged with the thunderous sounds of battle on the other side. While Kamigami and Yajida remained engaged in conversation. "They say you are strong, but I find that hard to believe. What merits such confidence?" Yajida declared. His eyes wide and shimmering with intensity, his words dripping with arrogance, yet devoid of emotional fluctuation, as though it were a matter of course. However, during this period, my perspective has shifted. It is indeed astonishing that you have managed to reach our level. You have ample reason to take pride in yourself. Kiyoshi Kamiyama listened to these adolescent remarks, casting a peculiar gaze upon him. The perpetual struggle between familial status and the commoner's plight truly is an unpleasant sight. If your capabilities are so limited, then I find myself greatly disappointed. It was once said that I refrained from engaging with you both out of disdain. That was merely a rumor. Yet now, I cannot help but feel there is some truth in their words. With arms outstretched, Koji Yamada's expression was enigmatic. As the fierce yellow flames blazed behind him, countless shadows emerging from the fire. In the blink of an eye, dozens of colossal fire serpents surged forth from his back, obscuring the sunlight and causing the temperature in the arena to rise dramatically. They slithered forward, yet with astonishing speed. Kiyoshi Kamiyama grasped the hilt of his sword with his left hand and swiftly drew it with his right, unleashing a dazzling array of blade lights that severed the oncoming inferno serpent into two. However, this display was but an illusion of grandeur. Koji Yada, with both hands clasped, intertwined the dismembered flames in the air, forming an enormous fireball with a diameter of several meters. The yellow flames deepened in hue and intensified in heat. It descended. The target, Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Boom. The fiery wave engulfed the entire arena, only halted by the colossal walls from spilling into the adjacent battlefield. Hundreds of sharp blade energies conjured a curtain of light, cleaving a substantial vacuum amidst the flames, leaving not a single spark to graze Kiyoshi Kamiyama. There is some potential here, yet it falls short. The pursuit must continue. The monotone of Yada's voice twisted his visage. Bending down, he pressed his hands against the ground, the veins on his arms bulging as he channeled his spiritual energy into the earth. Eruption of flames. The hardened ground fissured, and scorching heat gushed forth from the cracks. In an instant, towering columns of fire surged skyward. With a sidestep, Kiyoshi Kamiyama effortlessly evaded the flames rising from the ground. Though the earth was searing, brief contact would yield no harm. Lacking precision, exiting the fiery zone with remarkable speed, Kiyoshi Kamiyama held his sword with one hand. Fire is not meant to be wielded in such a manner. The long sword, forged from high-grade steel, trembled slightly, emitting mournful cries as its blade gradually reddened, causing the air 3 inches from its edge to warp. A sense of destructive power was palpable within its essence. The Bloodblade. In the vast arena, only the roar of the flames and the delicate sound of ice shattering remained. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Saki Shikigami, engaged in a flamboyant display against her opponent, paused, taken aback by the sudden silence enveloping the venue. "What is that?" murmured someone, their expression vacant. In the teacher's section, upon the emergence of the Bloodblade, Mr. Motoyama jolted upright. The other instructors, unperturbed by his reaction, merely gazed at the crimson sword. At the president's podium, the principal, who had been keeping his eyes closed, felt a twitch in his eyelid and turned to the vice principal, Shinji Nida, saying, "You should go." Nida did not inquire further, simply nodding before vanishing from sight. Reappearing beside the judges in the arena. "You may proceed," he instructed. The judge, startled by the abrupt command, trembled and turned to see it was the vice principal, letting out a sigh of relief as he hastily exited the stage. To expect him to save someone under such an assault is no different than facing that blade himself. Merely witnessing it was enough to break him into a cold sweat. Chiyo Shinshin's skilled hands glistened with beads of sweat, and the pounding of her heart resonated with an almost palpable intensity. Mochizuki gazed dreamily at the figure in the arena. Standing tall and resolute like a sword piercing the heavens, his long blade held at an angle, mere inches from the ground, yet the earth beneath continued to shatter. Although the nature of this weapon remained a mystery, one thing was unmistakable: a strike would surely be fatal. Koji Yatani pressed his palms firmly against the ground, gradually straightening his bent waist as he rose. Confusion enveloped him. Had he ever utilized such a technique? Would he deserve the scorn directed at him? Was he truly so blinded by his own foolish arrogance? His gaze fixated on the deep crimson blade, and the heat emanating from it was overwhelming, incinerating all in its path, a force of utter destruction and indomitable might. Any flicker of malevolence within the heart would evoke a profound sense of dread. Perhaps the assertion that his flames were grand, yet lacking in finesse, held truth. This was the essence of true fire. With this thought, Koji inhaled deeply. Come forth. Bearing the honor of the Yatani clan, he could only leave the stage in defeat, never upright. In the audience, a middle-aged man sat composed, while those surrounding him fidgeted restlessly. Head of the family, Master, KG, silence. What a disgraceful display of panic, he reprimanded. Revealing himself as the patriarch of the Yatani clan, KG's father, Naoto Yatani, a formidable second-tier warrior. He held pride in his son, yet disappointment in those nearby, who understood only the instinct to protect but failed to let go. Perhaps this was the very reason the Yatani family languished at the bottom of the four great clans. Shitian is an extraordinary being, stronger than I. If he falters, what hope do I have of saving my son? He thought. Now, quiet down and continue watching. The others fell silent, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on the arena. Would they not concede? Kiwa Kamiyama advanced towards Koji Yatani, wielding a knife in one hand. Its tip pointed downward, an invisible pressure scraping against the ground, leaving a deep furrow in its wake. I will leave on my back, he mused. Koji Yatani's eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and filled with anxiety, clearly overwhelmed by the immense pressure. How could he not feel it? This was the formidable blade. Honed over several years since the battle against Muzan Kabutsuchi, even without exerting his full strength, its regular state was already formidable, rivaling Muzan at his peak. If he claimed to feel no pressure, he would surely be crushed beneath the weight of Muzan's legacy. In truth, this person was not malicious. His defeated opponents were typically only lightly wounded, injuries that could heal within an hour. He had simply been spoiled by his family, indoctrinated with lofty ideals. Thus, dealing with such a reckless youth required only a proper lesson. One strike, he whispered. Good. Koji Yatani nodded fiercely, his body engulfed in a surging yellow flame, wrapping himself in layers like a colossal rice dumpling. He bent his legs, prepared to evade at any moment. At the edge of the platform, Shinji Nida had readied himself for action, his feet charged with immense spiritual power, his abilities taut and ready. He raised his long knife above his head. Strike! A hum echoed through the arena, followed by a thunderous roar. The crimson blade's energy surged forward with blinding speed. There was no time to evade. In an instant, it sliced through all flames of protection, an overwhelming force pinning Koji Yatani to the ground, his legs trembling and immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the red light of the blade streaked past. Am I to die? Surely not. The tremendous blade energy did not head towards Koji Yatani. Instead, it grazed his side and flew outward. Dust billowed. Stones were sent flying in every direction, as staff members deployed protective shields to intercept the fallout. As the smoke began to clear, onlookers beheld a profound chasm carved into the platform, resembling a canyon, extending from Kamiyama's feet, brushing past Yatani, and stretching towards the towering stone wall. The heavy stone wall had been cleaved open, creating a vast passageway. while Shikami Tsukumo on the opposite side gazed at Kamiyama in astonishment. Indeed, the platforms on either side had been bisected by a single strike. Shinji Nida sighed deeply. With this one blow, dominance was asserted. He had sensed that the strike had not aimed at Koji Yatani, which is why he refrained from intervening. This year's Kanto Grand Tournament promised to be intriguing. The principal, seated at the podium, narrowed his eyes, revealing a cunning smile reminiscent of a wily fox. Each tournament served as a testament to the school's strength, as well as a harbinger of resource redistribution. On stage, the utterly exhausted Koji Yatani was carried away by the staff, while the long knife in Kamiyama's hand turned to ash, drifting away into the air. The cheering crowd erupted, their voices rising in a crescendo, chanting Kamiyama's name with increasing fervor. Kiyoshi Kamiyama, with an air of supremacy, vanquished his adversaries and captivated all the students of the First Nation with his unparalleled strength. After 3 arduous years, His Majesty Kiyoshi Kamiyama has finally arrived in his loyal First Nation. His elder brother, Mochizuki, beamed with tears glistening in his eyes. The journey of Kiyoshi Kamiyama has been fraught with challenges, marked by relentless training and a resolute dedication to mastering the sword, forsaking all distractions. Beside him, Chio Nidhi gazed on with envy. After exchanging greetings with Shinji Nida, Kiyoshi Kamiyama exited the arena. Meanwhile, Saki Shikigami had also dispatched her opponent. Yet, she felt little joy, for a formidable barrier stood before her, one she currently lacked the strength to surmount. Her cerulean eyes clouded with discontent as she pouted, ultimately deciding to leave the stage and review the footage instead. Thus concluded the ranking competition, with the final showdown set for the following day, where Kiyoshi Kamiyama and Saki Shikigami would contend for the title of the strongest in the First Nation. Though all present seemed aware of the outcome, one could not dismiss the possibility of a miracle, for is not genius meant to create wonders? Amid the anticipation of all, the day of reckoning arrived. On the morning of the finals, Mochizuki stirred from slumber, having earnestly prayed for Kiyoshi Kamiyama's success the previous day, convinced that all would proceed smoothly. Preparation is key. After all, rising to wash up and don her attire, she slipped on an apron and commenced the preparation of breakfast for the Kamiyama household. After meticulously assembling the ingredients for 2 delicious sandwiches, she heated 2 eggs and warmed fresh milk. With everything ready, Mochizuki removed her apron and ascended the staircase, intent on rousing Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Upon entering his room, she rummaged through the drawer for his phone, initiating her daily ritual of checking his messages. No suspicious girls. All is safe. Setting the phone down, she gently shook Kiyoshi Kamiyama awake. Brother, it's time to rise. Breakfast is ready. As he groggily opened his eyes, he beheld Mochizuki's cherubic face mere inches from his own. Since returning to the main world, he had grown accustomed to a life of ease, indulging in late mornings. This one do, he must regain the vigilance he possessed during his time in Demon Slayer. Just a few more moments of rest. Kiyoshi Kamiyama closed his eyes once more. Dear elder brother, today marks the finals of the grand competition. If you do not rise soon, you shall be late. Furthermore, should you continue to linger in slumber, there will be no breakfast for you today. In a fleeting moment, Kiyoshi Kamiyama sprang into action, soothing the somewhat irritable Mochizuki before proceeding to freshen up and change attire. This was merely a daily occurrence, with the grand competition failing to stir any significant waves within the Kamiyama household. Conversely, the Shikami family was enveloped in a markedly different atmosphere. 2 figures sat upright in the expansive training hall, Shikami Saki and her mentor, Shikami Ayano. Saki, do you recall our strategy? Ayano inquired. Yes, sensei, I understand, Saki replied. Recite it back to me. Avoid direct confrontations, and strive to compel him to utilize that technique prematurely. Once his blade is damaged, we can counterattack. Precisely. If our assumptions are correct, his swordsmanship demands a high caliber of weaponry, thus it can only be employed once. After that, with his blade rendered unusable, he will be vulnerable. Ayano meticulously dissected the strategy, encompassing layout considerations and the preservation of spiritual energy. The family has ceased to pressure you into securing first place, but I hope you can achieve it. Ayano, a formidable presence in her own right as a second-tier powerhouse, wielded considerable influence within the family. Yet, she remained committed to training the newcomers of the Shikami lineage, ensuring that their standards far surpassed those of rival families. With her silvery hair cascading over her right shoulder, revealing her fair neck, Saki uttered a soft affirmation. As dawn broke, the morning light streamed through the window. Let us depart. Both your father and I shall be present to observe. Saki pressed her lips together and nodded in agreement. With nearly half an hour remaining before the 10 o'clock start, Hall 10 was already teeming with spectators. Every seat was filled, with some attendees resorting to sitting on the stairs or steps, the cacophony of voices ringing out incessantly. Within the arena, the vast platform appeared as pristine as ever, devoid of stone walls, forming a complete square stone stage ample enough for two combatants to showcase their skills. At each corner of the platform, numerous boundary mages had established powerful isolation formations, with even second-tier warriors participating in the setup. In contrast to previous events, a designated VIP section had been allocated for esteemed guests, inviting the four great families along with dozens of prominent supernatural clans to witness the spectacle. "What a crowd!" exclaimed Wisteria and Hikari, the former having narrowly lost in the quarterfinals and later achieving 5th place in a subsequent solo competition. Nevertheless, his performance had improved tremendously compared to before. His parents were astonished, nearly hanging a banner outside their home, while his younger brother gazed at him with admiration throughout the day. "Thankfully, we arrived early. Otherwise, we might have struggled to secure a good spot." Several young men shared a profound sense of camaraderie, having arrived an hour prior, taking their seats with anticipation. Numerous educators had also settled in early, leaving only the podium with vacant spots. In the waiting area, Mochizuki firmly grasped Kiwa Kamigami's hand, inscribing well wishes upon it. "Regardless of victory, dear elder brother, what matters most is to remain unscathed." Kiyoshi Kamiyama gently caressed her head, expressing his affection. "When others doubted me, you stood by my side with unwavering confidence. Now, as everyone anticipates my victory, it is you who has begun to worry." He playfully brushed her delicate nose with his fingers. He then urged her to return to the audience, where a special golden viewing area had been reserved for family members. Apart from her, he had no other relatives present, while Mochizuki had brought along Chiyo and some friends to sit with her. Time flowed slowly, with the clock's hands ticking away the seconds, and the tense atmosphere caused the surrounding noise to diminish, as conversations lowered to hushed whispers. Suddenly, a thunderous bell tolled, bringing the entire venue to a standstill. On the podium, a dozen formidable figures had silently gathered. As customary, Shinji Nidai rose to announce the commencement of the finals. "May the two competitors please enter the arena." As Kiyoshi Kamiyama stepped out of the waiting area, he exerted force with his legs and leapt directly onto the stage. In an instant, a magnificent ice staircase materialized before Saki Shikami, who gracefully ascended to the platform. The moment the two appeared, an overwhelming cheer erupted, reverberating through the air. With the audience exceeding 10,000, the scene resembled a vast sea of people, a dense crowd filling the stands. Kiyoshi Kamiyama retrieved a long sword from the nearby weapon rack, while Shurgong Saki grasped a longbow. Could she wield a bow and arrow? This was news to me. A gentle murmur of speculation wafted through the audience. "In this contest, we shall keep it brief. I hereby declare the match to commence." Shurgong Saki's silken white hair danced in the still air, her pale blue eyes radiating a crystalline brilliance. She made the first move, sweeping her hand with elegance, conjuring a multitude of ice crystals in the air, each diamond-shaped and sharp, their pointed tips directed downward, causing the temperature around them to plummet. "Fall," she uttered, her voice ringing like a chime, and in response, the ice crystals swiftly descended like arrows from the sky. Kamiya Kiyoi unsheathed his blade, its luminous edge scattering light in all directions. The descending ice crystals were shattered into countless fragments, while a chilling mist enveloped the arena. Shikami Saki, with a single hand clenched, commanded the scattered ice shards on the ground to surge forward, relentlessly rushing towards Kiwa in an attempt to immobilize him. Kiyoshi Kamitani evaded the icy onslaught with a single, graceful leap. Such an assault could never truly reach him. What was Shikigami Saki attempting? Even the audience harbored a flicker of doubt. Upon returning to solid ground, Kamitani noticed the surface beneath his feet had turned treacherously slick, a thin layer of ice coating the entire platform, significantly diminishing the grip of those who stood upon it. How intriguing, an attempt to undermine my mobility. With a cold snort, formidable ice dragons erupted from around Shikigami Saki, their gaping maws unleashing frigid gusts that annihilated all in their path, thickening the ice beneath with each chilling breath. The closer one is to the user of such powers, the greater the control. This explains why both Koji Yatada and Shikigami Saki unleashed their potent attacks from their very beings. With a powerful stomp, Kamitani plunged his toes into the ice, stabilizing his stance as his blade shimmered with deadly intent. The four ice dragons shattered with a thunderous roar, colossal fragments of ice blanketing the arena, even sending the weapon rack flying off the stage. "You have disarmed my backup tools. What will you do next?" Kiyoshi Kamiyama was filled with anticipation. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, Saki Shikami forcefully stomped her left foot upon the icy surface, channeling an immense surge of spiritual energy into the ground. Towering ice mirrors erupted from the earth. Snowflakes danced through the air, obscuring Kiyoshi Kamiyama's line of sight, while her figure vanished amidst the frost. Kiyoshi Kamitani gazed at the colossal ice mirror enveloping him. With a flash of his blade, he slashed through the mirror, yet it swiftly regenerated. Dozens of reflective surfaces mirrored his figure, rendering it nearly impossible to discern his true direction. To obscure my line of sight with ice mirrors, what an ingenious strategy. Unfazed by the transparent realm, Kiyoshi appeared to stroll leisurely within this mirrored world, observing his surroundings with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, a streak of light surged towards him. He pivoted on his left foot, evading the attack. Clang! The luminous projectile collided with the ice mirror, shattering into fragments. It was an ice arrow. Is this the purpose of that longbow? It operates without the infusion of spiritual energy, making it challenging to detect the trajectory of the incoming assault. Coupled with the myriad reflections of the mirrors, it effectively conceals the assailant. A remarkably astute tactic. Kiyoshi Kamiyama deftly sidestepped the oncoming ice arrows, eliciting a collective gasp of anxiety from the audience. This was not a mere clash of strength, but rather a display of exquisite tactical maneuvering. Ayano-sensei, this must be your strategy, mused Hiroshi Shiguma, the head of the Shiguma family and father to Saki Shiguma, who sat in the family section alongside Ayano. Indeed, victory is only plausible through such tactics, given the considerable disparity between the competitors. With a wry smile, Hiroshi added, I actually believe it would be quite beneficial for Saki to make her own decisions. His words neither praised nor condemned, they instead reflected a contemplative stance. In the teacher's area, Motoyama-sensei watched the stage with growing apprehension. Kamiyama, she is compelling you to unleash that technique. Do not fall for her ploy. Prolonging this will only lead to her defeat. It was true. In terms of spiritual energy and physical prowess, Saki Shiguma was significantly inferior to Kiyoshi Kamiyama. With such extensive use of area effect skills, it wouldn't be long before her energy reserves were depleted. Conversely, Kamiyama's spiritual energy appeared boundless. Throughout the encounter, his presence remained unchanged in Saki's perception, leading her to gamble on the notion that his character would prevent him from seeking victory through such means. Ayano was right. When one is greatly outmatched, taking risks becomes the only path to potential victory. In the true theater of war, one cannot expect to encounter only those weaker than oneself. When faced with a formidable opponent, meticulous strategy is essential for a counterattack. Clearly, Saki's gamble paid off. For Kiyoshi Kamiyama indeed intended to employ the Hellblade, not out of a desire for a swift victory, but rather out of curiosity to see how Saki would respond. With a surge of strength, his right hand wielded the longsword, which sang a sharp note as its blade turned crimson, the rising temperature causing ice to melt rapidly in its vicinity. Under the feet of Kiyoshi Kamiyama, the ice layer was scorched, resulting in 2 large holes. Water droplets evaporated, and mist briefly enveloped the area, only to be instantly dried by the intense heat. The audience member Ayano Shikigami felt a surge of excitement. This is it. The teachers, however, sensed impending trouble. Teacher Motoyama even felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. Thousands of bewildered spectators, witnessing the emergence of the blazing blade, erupted with fervor, chanting Kiyoshi Kamiyama's name as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. A glance around revealed a white, ethereal figure behind the melted ice mirror, her pale blue eyes exuding a tranquil calmness. With a determined step and a downward slash, the ground trembled. Boom, boom, boom. The ice shattered completely, sending fragments soaring into the air. The barriers rippled under the onslaught, as chunks of ice were pulverized into varying sizes, obliterating anything that dared to obstruct the path of the mighty blade. On the platform, a vast chasm carved through the ice, nearly grazing the side of Sakurako Shikigami. Victory? The audience stirred with anticipation. Suddenly, Sakurako's form began to fade, transforming into an ice sculpture that shattered instantaneously. In the distance, a colossal ice block morphed into a human shape. It was indeed Sakurako Shikigami. Silence enveloped the arena, followed by hushed whispers that quickly escalated into fervent discussions. This is bad. Has it all been a ruse? The long sword in Kamiyama Kiyoshi's hand turned to ashes, scattering into the air, leaving only the hilt behind. An ice clone? Quite an ingenious tactic. Indeed, without the use of a transparent world, misfires are a common occurrence. On the spectator's bench, The perpetually solemn expression of Shigami Ayano broke into a smile. Her meticulously crafted strategy was proving to be remarkably effective. Even Shigami Hiro was taken aback by it. The referee, Nidashinji, adjusted his reading glasses. This is becoming intriguing. Sitting beside his father, Yaneda Naoto, Yaneda Koji furrowed his brow, an instinctive sense of something amiss gnawing at him. The hands of Fujitani and Hikari gripped the armrests tightly, their palms clammy with anxiety. Mochizuki's companions could not help but cover their mouths, at a loss in the face of the sudden turn of events. Were they truly on the verge of defeat? Only Mochizuki clenched his fists, placing unwavering faith in his brother. Kiyoshi Kamiyama set aside the hilt of his sword, remaining calm as he began to observe the girl before him. She was the kind of maiden who captivated one with every glance. With her silvery hair, azure eyes, and smooth skin, her figure still in its youthful form, her features were exquisitely refined. Rather than exuding the aloofness one might expect, she emanated a surprisingly gentle aura. My apologies for employing a few tricks, a melodious voice emerged from her lips. Saki Shikigami spoke with a hint of regret, her voice equally enchanting, finally shedding light on the reasons behind her enduring popularity. No, if you can only confront me head-on, I would find that disappointing, she continued. Will you not concede? Why should I concede? He replied. Because you no longer possess a weapon, and you are a swordsman. Kiyoshi Kamiyama smiled and shook his head. After a moment's hesitation, Saki Shimuya resolved to take action. Setting aside her longbow, she deftly commanded 8 colossal ice dragons with both hands. Their roaring accompanied by immense shadows surging forth from behind her, hurtling towards Kiyoshi Kamiyama. The thunderous clash of these gargantuan beings echoed through the swirling dust, their speed astonishing. Shinji Nida was already prepared to intervene, while some spectators closed their eyes, unwilling to witness such an agonizing conclusion. Crack. Boom. Huh? A slender, alabaster hand, poised like a sword, swept gracefully through the air, instantly shattering all 8 ice dragons. Shards of ice danced in the air. Saki. The first lesson I must impart to you is that one should never perceive matters through the lens of conventional reasoning. Saki Shimuya's pink lips parted in astonishment. Utterly stunned. It was not just her. Over 10,000 spectators were equally bewildered, their minds completely incapacitated. Though I wield no sword in hand, I possess a sword within my heart, rendering all things capable of becoming a sword. The gentle words of Kiyoshi Kamiyama awakened everyone, long before the world of Demon Slayer. When he departed from the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, he had already begun contemplating the issue of lacking a suitable sword in the main world. After years of rigorous training and melding his swordsmanship with an almost philosophical mastery, he successfully honed his technique to the point where wielding a sword became unnecessary. Although his unarmed prowess was about 30% less potent than wielding a blade, it sufficed. After all, the likelihood of him being without a sword was minimal. Astonishment filled the air. The audience rose to their feet in exhilaration, some even stumbling in their excitement and falling to the ground, their applause resonating wildly. Mochizuki exhaled a long breath of relief. Wisteria and Hikari, along with their brothers, embraced tightly, expressing their fervent emotions. So, shall we continue? Kiyoshi Kamiyama was eager to witness whether Saki Shigami possessed any more intriguing techniques. Saki glanced left and right, sighed, and assessed the remnants of her spiritual energy before ultimately shaking her head. I forfeit. Thus, the grand school competition reached a conclusion. With an undeniable advantage, Kagaya Seiichi secured the top position at the prestigious Tianshue Private First National School, while the school forum buzzed with excitement, nearing a state of collapse. Kagaya found himself contemplating where to take Mochizuki for a delightful outing. A grand adventure seemed implausible, given the limited time remaining before the impending unified examinations. However, a leisurely stroll around the city remained a viable option. Ding dong. His phone vibrated, signaling a new message. Upon unlocking the screen, he was greeted by congratulatory messages from Wisteria, Hikari, and a plethora of friend requests. Brother, it's time for dinner, Mochizuki chimed, carrying a steaming dish to the dining table, which was already adorned with several delectable offerings. That's enough, Mochizuki. We want to be able to finish all this, he interjected, halting her intentions to continue cooking and gently guiding her to sit down. Do you have any thoughts on where you'd like to go? He inquired. Mochizuki responded, I'm open to any place, as long as you're by my side. Brother, that alone brings me immense joy. After all, we are family, and being together is what truly matters. You cannot be so dismissive, dear brother, Mochizuki exclaimed, standing to adjust Kagaya's posture with a serious expression. Your most pressing concern should be the shiny, unified examinations. I cannot let my desires interfere with your responsibilities. However, Kagaya gently grasped Mochizuki's shoulders, directing her to the chair across from him. Every effort I have made thus far has been to ensure a better life for our family. We must not lose sight of that. Mochizuki was taken aback by his words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed, it had been far too long since they had enjoyed an outing together. Brother, this feels like cheating, she murmured. The family meeting of the Kamiya household has come to a close, with the victor being Kamiya Kiyoi. The two have finalized the activities they wish to engage in, as well as the time and location. Should we invite Senior Fujit and the others? It would certainly create a more lively atmosphere. Mochizuki wonders if a bustling gathering would be preferable. As long as it aligns with the decision of her elder brother, Mochizuki is agreeable. However, it seems that they have been celebrating on their own lately. Fujit and his family have already embarked on a trip. Without further discussion, Mochizuki begins counting on her fingers, estimating the approximate costs required. Mochizuki, she says, my bonus is about to be distributed. Our family is not lacking in funds at present. Kiyoshi Kamiyama, for once, displayed a rare display of generosity. Although he currently lacked for nothing financially, there were many future expenditures to consider. Mochizuki needed to pursue her studies, and his elder brother was destined for Tokyo, where he might also find a romantic partner, leading to significant expenses. At the mention of this, Mochizuki's gaze turned vacant, her fingers mimicking a throat-slicing gesture, evoking an unsettling image. Gently tapping her on the head, he roused her from this dark reverie. Such matters lay in the future. Cherishing the present was of utmost importance. Mochizuki heeded her elder brother's words. Upon returning to his room, Kiyoshi Kamiyama began scrolling through videos. It was essential to stay informed about the world and local conditions to avoid becoming disconnected from society. A new friend request appeared on his communication app. Saki Shigoma requests to add you as a friend. After accepting, a message promptly arrived. Congratulations on your victory. Read. You are quite impressive as well. Read. The two exchanged pleasantries, but Kiyoshi soon found himself perplexed by the ensuing dialogue. Shall we go out together this weekend? Read. Oh, I apologize, but I have plans with my sister to accompany her out. Read. May I join? Read. Kiyoshi paused for a brief moment, contemplating, before replying. That would not be out of the question. Read. Time and place? Read. All right. Read. Having sent the message, Mochizuki entered with a steaming cup of tea, the delightful aroma enveloping the room. He affectionately tousled her hair. Mochizuki, I wish to discuss something with you. What is it, elder brother? Could we possibly add another person to our plans? Of course, elder brother. You would make a friend. Mochizuki beamed with a radiant smile. You are so obedient, Mochizuki. Then, Saki Shigoma will join us. She is well acquainted with Tensui City and would serve as an excellent guide. Mochizuki's smile faltered, her lips downturned, her eyes reflecting a coldness. A crisis. A significant crisis. Forcing a smile, Mochizuki sweetly inquired, Elder brother, may I bring Chiyo along as well? Certainly. The more, the merrier. Mochizuki puffed her cheeks in response. Rather than allow an inexperienced individual to become a sister-in-law, it was far wiser to support someone more manageable. Meanwhile, at the Shigoma residence, a woman resembling Saki Shigoma closely held her phone, stifling laughter with her hand, while beside her stood Ayano Shigoma, whose expression was less than favorable. Yuko. If you proceed in this manner, Saki may become upset. At this moment, Yuko Shigoma, the mother of Shizuku Shigoma, was holding Shizuku's phone, which displayed a message sent to Kyakuzu Kamiya. Oh dear, Ayano, your method has failed, so you ought to heed my advice now. Furthermore, your father has expressed his unwavering support. Yuko blinked playfully and shook the phone. Ayano Shigoma recalled that mischievous man who always gave a thumbs up, feeling quite exasperated with his parents. Little Saki, I have done my utmost. Teacher. On a bright and sunny weekend, Kyakuzu Kamiya stood at the entrance of Tensui Amusement Park, engrossed in his phone. The campus forum had been repaired, and students resumed their discussions. Currently, the most popular post was about the extent of Kyakuzu Kamiya's prowess. Upon clicking, the original poster elaborated on Kyakuzu's displayed abilities, such as his Hikudo technique and physical strength. Although some points were exaggerated, the poster possessed insight, clearly stating that Hikudo should be a technique for sustained combat rather than a one-time use. The current limitation stemmed from the weapon's quality. Does Kyakuzu possess any innate abilities? Though he had never been seen using them, past speculations had proven accurate, so his opponents would be wise to assume he did. How frightening. Our school should rank quite high this year. I eagerly anticipate the Kanto tournament. Don't worry, it will be broadcast live, along with video coverage. The comment section had already amassed thousands of replies. Brother, over here. Mochizuki, holding Chido's hand, approached Kyakuzu, dressed in a black pleated skirt. Mochizuki sported a shoulder bag on her left shoulder, her face adorned with light makeup, her lips a soft pink from lip balm, and her hair styled in a high ponytail. Chiyo, on the other hand, caught Kyakuzu's eye with her exquisite blue gown. Her purple hair elegantly secured by a starry headband cascading over her left shoulder, revealing her porcelain neck. Her large, glistening black eyes flickered, and her long eyelashes fluttered. Her bangs, pinned back by a hair clip, showcased her delicate features, and her fair skin seemed to be kissed by a hint of rosy blush, signaling her shyness. Haha, are you mesmerized, dear brother? This is Mochizuki's carefully crafted beauty surprise. Indeed, it was a delightful sight, Kyakuzu thought. Just then, a figure approached. Shyly making her way forward, it was Shizuku Shigoma. Her skin, akin to white jade, flushed with a delicate crimson hue due to her shyness, rendering her even more endearing. She donned an exquisite white gown, her pristine long hair cascading down to her waist, while her azure eyes shimmered like the rippling surface of a lake. Her petite yet regal nose complemented her lips, subtly adorned with lipstick, which parted to reveal glimpses of her pearly teeth. Adorning her ears were two ornaments that emanated a gentle blue glow. Under the sunlight, her alabaster locks radiated a soft, ethereal brilliance, as if a goddess had descended. Both Wangwei and Chiyo were utterly entranced. Kiyoshi Kamiyama was momentarily entranced. Miyako, too, appeared exceptionally beautiful today. Kiyoshi Kamiyama is not sparing in his praise, and upon awakening, Mochizuki finds her cheeks puffed up. Little do they know that Saki Shigemi is on the brink of mortification. Let us rewind to last night. Yuko Shigemi, affectionately known as Little, envelopes her daughter in a warm embrace, repeatedly nuzzling her. Mother, what are you doing? Saki, taken by surprise, hastily pushes Yuko away. You performed admirably today, but still, you lost, she reflects, a glimmer of discontent flickering in her eyes. Yuko pulls her back into her embrace, soothing her gently. You were already remarkable. Thus, Mother has a surprise for you. With a flourish, she reveals Saki's phone. As Saki rarely uses her phone, she often tosses it aside carelessly. And to her astonishment, Yuko has found it. Initially glancing at it, then scrutinizing it further, Saki's expression grows increasingly grave until she snatches the phone from Yuko's hands. Her fingers tremble as she swipes through the screen. What do you think, my darling daughter? Do you like the grand surprise I prepared for you? Yuko stands with hands on her hips, a look of eager expectation on her face. However, Saki's gaze has dimmed. She slumps to the ground, her hair disheveled. I want to go. Oh dear, that's simply one tea deal. From this day forth, Ayano has returned you to me, and I shall educate you properly. Yuko continues, tomorrow. I will help you dress up, and then we shall set off. I. Saki struggles to articulate her thoughts, but remains silent. If she possessed the ability to refuse others, she would not be afflicted with social anxiety. Indeed, Saki is a socially anxious young lady. Whenever someone attempts to converse with her, she is engulfed by fear, leading her to maintain a stoic facade and respond perfunctorily. For a long time, Ayano meticulously orchestrated her life, and she adhered to this routine day by day, until she reached middle school. It was then that Saki abruptly realized she did not wish to attend school. All she desired was to nestle at home, avoiding the outside world entirely. Consequently, she has approached each school day with great reluctance. Ayano has tried countless methods to remedy the situation, yet to no avail. Following Saki's defeat at the hands of Kiyoshi Kamiyama, her parents deliberated and decided to take matters into their own hands. The first step, desensitization therapy. Thank you, Saki murmurs, nodding appreciatively. Kiyoshi Kamiyama did not delve further and led the trio toward the amusement park. Tianshui Amusement Park, the largest entertainment facility in Tianshui County, is wholly owned by the Nida family. It spans a vast area and encompasses a majority of the world's entertainment offerings. Though the admission fee is not inexpensive, the daily influx of visitors remains astonishing. Its proximity to the city center suggests that the land value here is likely quite high. Kaminari Kiwa swept through the towering entrance, followed by the three ladies. The Nida family, being one of the significant clans of Tianshui County, naturally possessed such formidable influence. Mochizuki pinched Chiyo's hand and winked at her. Chiyo, blushing, let out a few shy murmurs. Our Chiyo is no less a wealthy heiress than Shigami Saki. The vicinity was quite prosperous. We had seen numerous grand establishments on our way here. There exists a large extraordinary training institution nearby. Shigami Saki unexpectedly interjected. The three turned their gazes toward her, and feeling the attention, she hastily added, I underwent training there previously. Training in archery, perhaps? Shigami-san's archery skills are indeed remarkable. Shaking her head, Shigami Saki refuted this and instead surprised everyone with her revelation. It was swordsmanship training, but I did not persist. With mutual exchanges, the group's conversation became less constrained. Allow me to see. Opening the map and surveying the multitude of entertainment options, Kamiya Kiyoi began to plan. Mochizuki exclaimed, I want to go to the haunted house. Raising her delicate arm, she proposed, What about you all? Do you wish to join? The other two had no objections, and thus, the group set off towards the haunted house. Chiyo, the least fearful of ghosts, encouraged, Come on, dear brother, witness Chiyo's excellence. As the group roamed through the amusement park, not far away, in the basement of a tall building, raspy breaths intermittently echoed, accompanied by terrifying chewing sounds resonating within the dim confines of the prison. Two individuals clad in protective gear held recording devices, their voices incessantly discussing experimental changes. Compared to before, the subject had fallen from the second tier to the first. However, its cognitive abilities had significantly improved. Let us refrain from feeding it today. Let it starve for a while and observe its stability. After noting their observations, the two filled out the log attached beside the cell. Is it true that the main headquarters has indeed achieved results? It seems so, but it is said to be due to a newcomer. And all current experimental progress is accelerating rapidly. Remarkable. Is this individual a genius in research or merely well-suited for extraordinary abilities? According to my second uncle's friend son's wife's close companion, it is because he can communicate with that being. Well, as the two continued their conversation, their voices gradually diminished as they walked away. Unbeknownst to them, a black tentacle coiled around the iron door of the cell, transforming from soft to hard, taking on a serrated shape, slowly slicing through, while beneath the extraordinary barrier, the iron pillars had already crumbled into disarray. From the unseen depths of darkness, a hoarse laughter seemed to resonate. A roar erupted from both sides, startling Mochizuki, but fortunately, Kamiya Kiyoi was there to comfort her. On the forehead of the nearby Shigami Saki, beads of fragrant sweat began to emerge, her hand involuntarily clutching the hem of Kamiya Kiyoi's garment. Only Chiyo appeared unfazed, casually surveying her surroundings. It was a miscalculation. It seemed that boys would prefer girls who exhibited a more delicate demeanor before them. Suddenly, Mochizuki recalled Kamiya Kiyoi's demeanor and took note of Shigami Saki's current state, realizing the gravity of the situation. Chiyo, you possess quite the audacity. After departing from the haunted house, Kamiya Kiyoi playfully teased it at Chiyo. Hearing the compliment, Chiyo's ears turned slightly red. You fear a mere human despite showing no fear of ghosts? Meanwhile, the composed Shigami Saki had reverted to her aloof demeanor. Let us explore the technology zone once more. Accompanied by the three girls, Kamiya Kiyoi toured the experience areas showcasing holographic projection technology and gaming pods, marveling at the advancements of the modern world. He effortlessly secured 3 large plush toys at the shooting game station, presenting them to the trio. As they strolled, laughter and conversation filled the air. The hours slipped away as the sun gradually descended towards the western horizon. I wish to witness the sunset. Shigami Saki, rarely taking the initiative, expressed her desire. And Kamiya Kiyoi had no objections. The 4 of them stood in line for quite some time before boarding the Ferris wheel, watching as the vibrant sun sank towards the horizon. Spending the day out proved to be quite delightful. Shigami Saki gazed at Kamiya Kiyoi's sun-kissed face, while Chiyo stared dreamily at the great sun. It is time to return. Upon exiting the amusement park, Kamiya Kiyoi was about to hail a cab when, suddenly, a profound sense of crisis enveloped him. His body froze. Something was amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, his ice-blue pupils flared like blooming lotus flowers. Perceiving the world with crystalline clarity, several kilometers away, a shadowy figure charged recklessly, with dismembered bodies scattered along the roadside and terrified screams echoing as people fled in all directions. Without elaboration, he swiftly grasped Mochizuki and Chiyo, signaling to Shigami Saki with his gaze before they rapidly departed. As an advanced practitioner, Shigami Saki sensed the unusual atmosphere, and with Kamiya Kiyoi's silent cue, she recognized that an unexpected turn of events had transpired. Without hesitation, she followed the direction indicated by him, retreating explosively. Saki, where is the kendo training hall you mentioned? The inquiry was succinct and direct, Yet in the current circumstances, it was entirely appropriate. We are very close. In an instant, Shikami Saki comprehended Kamiyama Kiyoi intent. He was going to retrieve a weapon. Both Mochizuki and Chiyo, being held firmly, also grasped the seriousness of the situation and remained obediently still. Kiyoshi Kamigami turned to glance back, observing the dark figure relentlessly advancing in their direction, obliterating everything in its path. Within mere seconds, the once vibrant street lay in ruins, littered with injured civilians. Security personnel wielding firearms attempted to shoot at it, but were swiftly torn to shreds, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. What manner of creature is this? What are its intentions? Though their pace was brisk, Kiyoshi and Sukuna had to slow down to accommodate Mochizuki and Chiyo, as ordinary humans could not endure such extraordinary speed. Soon, they spotted an opulent establishment adorned with the sign Hokukawa Training Center, bustling with numerous young individuals entering and exiting. Without uttering a word, they dashed inside, setting down Mochizuki and Chiyo. The group of individuals engaged in sword training within the room turned in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the four. A curious instructor approached them, inquiring, "May I assist you with something? Everyone here, evacuate swiftly. An extraordinary incident is unfolding." The term extraordinary incident refers to disturbances caused by beings or objects of a higher tier, posing a significant risk of catastrophic consequences. Having conveyed this urgent message, Kiyoshi unleashed a formidable aura, causing all present to momentarily halt in their breaths. The instructor grasped the gravity of the situation. Such a tiered powerhouse was certainly not present for mere amusement. He promptly organized the students for evacuation. "May I borrow your hairband?" Kiyoshi requested, as he snatched the band from Chiyo's hair, allowing her lavender locks to cascade down, exuding a fragrant allure. Grasping a long sword, Kiyoshi bundled all the blades from the rack with the hairband and held them firmly in his grasp. "Sukuna, can I trust you?" he asked. Sukuna nodded earnestly in response. "I entrust Mochizuki and Chiyo to you." He inhaled deeply, his gaze serious. "As long as there is life, there is hope." The silhouette of the young girl seemed to faintly overlap with that of a long-lost acquaintance. "I have faith in you." Mochizuki, without wasting words, nodded in agreement. Though anxiety gnawed at her, she understood that her priority was to avoid burdening her elder brother. With a swift motion, the long sword was drawn. A flash of white light emanating as a tremendous sword wave surged forth, piercing through the entire training center and leaving a gaping hole in the opposite wall. "Head in this direction," Sukuna urged, leading Mochizuki and Chiyo away rapidly, while a throng of instructors and students fled through the newly created opening. Watching Mochizuki retreat, Kiyoshi exhaled in relief, sensing an ominous premonition that the shadow was pursuing them. Was it in search of potent spiritual energy? Was its aim to consume, or something else entirely? Moreover, if his perception of the transparent realm was not mistaken, this presence was of the second tier. The disparity between tiers is vast. No first-tier being, no matter how formidable, could hope to contend with a second-tier entity. The notion of battling beyond one's tier often encountered in novels is fundamentally rooted in the stages of cultivation. However, here, the differentiation in ranks is based on combat prowess rather than cultivation stages. The first rank is capable of annihilating a village, while the second rank can obliterate an entire region. "Young man, though I am unaware of the specifics, I am willing to lend a hand if possible." An elderly man, wielding a long knife, descended the staircase, standing upon the rubble, his hair a silvery white, suggesting he must be at least 1 or 2 centuries old. This aura signifies a first-rank formidable being. He must be the guardian of this training hall. "I would be grateful for your support, esteemed sir." Without hesitation, Kamiya Kiyoi recognized the need for all possible assistance. "I am Otagawa Hirakawa." The two exited the training room through the main entrance, where a dense cloud of smoke billowed in the distance, and a shadowy figure emerged before them. How shall I describe it? Human in shape, yet entirely cloaked in black, with the exception of its eyes and gaping mouth, from which dripped remnants of blood, likely from its victims. Is this reminiscent of the creature from Conan? The oppressive aura was unmistakably that of a second-rank entity, yet its power seemed not to fully align with that classification. It could fight. This was undoubtedly exhilarating news. Casting aside a bundle of knives, Kyoichi brandished his long knife, creating a flourish. In his eyes, the ice lotus blossomed, beginning to spin at high velocity, fixating on the creature across from him. This monster lacked any discernible organs, yet at its core resided a focal point of energy, from which a torrent of spiritual power surged forth, radiating throughout its being. Was this its weakness? Mr. Otagawa assessed the situation and acted accordingly. "I shall advance first." Launching himself with full force, he employed the Yanji breathing technique to inhale a copious amount of oxygen, channeling it through his meridians as a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted in tandem with this flow. Knife! Knife! The ground beneath him shattered into a vast pit, and Kamiya Kiyoi propelled himself towards the creature like a cannonball. The black monster gaped its maw wide, as if in laughter. Its obsidian hands hardened into blades, launching forth with equal ferocity, a clash of titans. The fierce onslaught of man and beast rent the earth asunder, sending shockwaves that shattered nearby buildings. Bolstered by the transparent world, every strike from Kiyoi targeted the creature's vulnerabilities. Yet, every part of the shadowy monster could morph and harden. Are you the T-1000 from Terminator? The glint of the blade flashed wildly as his feet danced, constantly shifting positions. The creature's methods of attack were exceedingly peculiar, devoid of flesh and blood, rendering the transparent world incapable of fully predicting its movements. He could only observe the trajectory of its assaults. He deflected the black spines. Seizing the opportunity, Kiyoi lunged forward, thrusting directly at the creature's chest. Clang! A violent tremor reverberated through the long knife, nearly causing him to lose his grip. It was too hard. The monster opened its jaws wide, and a sharp spike shot forth. Its hands and body bristled like a hedgehog, countless black spikes erupting like bullets. With each successive attack, the creature's form shifted from black to gray. Kiyoshi Kamiyama deftly deflected several sharp spikes and swiftly retreated, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings as he contemplated a solution. Though not yet at the second tier, he was undoubtedly on the cusp, perhaps even a fallen soul from that very level. Take note of its color shifts. With a booming shout, Okawa Taida startled Kiyoshi Kamiyama, prompting him to immediately deactivate his transparent world. Black? Gray? It has lightened. This indicates that the more it extends outward, the less remains on it. He reopened the transparent world, meticulously observing the thickness of the creature's outer shell, which was indeed in constant flux. A strategy was required to compel it to continue its ranged attacks. With a thunderous roar, dozens of inky black spikes sprouted tiny thorns, and the creature began to spin at an astonishing speed. The black lines whirled like a tornado, ravaging everything in its path: cement floors, ceilings of buildings, and even the many who could not escape in time. It was akin to a natural disaster, a veritable purgatory. Engaging directly was not an option. A greater distance must be maintained. The rampaging black tornado gradually subsided, the spikes retracting back to the shadowy beast, its color returning to an abyssal black. A wave of blade energy surged forth. The shadow swung its left arm, dispersing the attack effortlessly. Kiyoshi Kamiyama stood atop a high-rise, surveying the shadow below. It appeared unexpectedly enraged, hands poised like a marksman, and in a flash, the black line shot forth, piercing through multiple buildings and aiming directly for Kiyoshi Kamiyama's face. Yet, with the advantage of the transparent world, it was nearly impossible for him to be struck from such a distance, unless the disparity in strength was truly vast. A slight tilt of his head allowed the black line to graze past his face. A hint of derision flickered across his dark visage. Another spike rapidly emerged from the black line, mere inches from Kiyoshi Kamiyama's face. With his ice-blue lotus eyes glancing sideways at the spike, he moved with remarkable swiftness. He suddenly crouched, his long knife drawn in a poised stance. Breath of thunder, lightning flash, extreme. On the rooftop of the cement building, a dazzling bolt of lightning surged forth, racing along the black line and reaching the shadow's now light gray chest in an instant. More astonishingly, another figure silently appeared to the shadow's left, a wizened elder with flowing white hair, gripping the hilt of a blade tightly. Was this a form of stealth ability? The two exchanged a knowing glance, instantly understanding one another's intent. Draw the blade. Strike. The two long knives sliced through the air like lightning. One embedded itself within the shadow's body, surging with lightning and striking the point of spiritual energy. The other targeted its neck, producing a resonant clash. Boom. The crystalline core within the shadow shattered violently, a tremendous wave of spiritual force emanating from its form, while its neck was nearly severed in half. They had succeeded. The shadow's astonished expression, if it had one, began to twist but then transformed into a semblance of delight. Something was amiss. It had not dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the encroaching darkness outside had converged, shrouding the retreating paths of Kamigami Kayaharu and Yukaku Oda. The moment the celestial blade was unleashed, a cascade of shimmering light enveloped the surroundings, rapidly forming a radiant barrier. Yet, time was of the essence. A thunderous roar reverberated, splitting the heavens and shattering the earth. Dust and debris ascended, creating a dense fog of earth and ash. Drip, drip. The sound of blood cascading echoed through the mist as Kamiya Kiyoi, leaning against his blade, stood amidst tattered school attire, his left hand horrifically pierced. Yukawa had been flung backward, lifeless and unresponsive, his sword fallen nearby. A shadow loomed, emitting a mocking growl, its maw stretching wide. Rage ignited within Kamiya Kiyoi, an ineffable fury overwhelming him. The searing pain in his hand, the derisive laughter of his inhuman adversary, and the plight of his temporary ally intertwined, fueling an inferno within his soul. Drawing a deep breath, he rose, the blood from his left hand having been staunched by the breathing technique. The icy lotus in his pupils spun at an accelerated pace, tendrils of flame dancing within the blossom, as a blue fire lotus insignia emerged upon his forehead. With unwavering focus, he harmonized the techniques of the breath of the sun and the breath of absolute yang, his long blade humming with a resonant vibration, trembling and quaking. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from Kamiya Kiyoi's feet, engulfing the vicinity, as his spiritual essence blazed fervently, conjuring an invisible blue flame of extreme temperature around him. The air became tumultuous, growing increasingly hot and arid, with moisture evaporating rapidly. The formidable blade, which Kamiya Kiyoi had previously hesitated to wield, was not due to reluctance, but rather its inferior quality. One use would render it unusable. He had brought a bundle of blades as a contingency. However, in the throes of battle, he realized the folly of his assumptions. The cunning of this shadow would never permit him the opportunity to retrieve a weapon. Turning his back would mean certain death. Yet now, attuned to the energy surrounding him, Kamiya Kiyoi understood he was ready. The long sword in his right hand trembled, glowing crimson before deepening into an abyssal blue, with sparks of fire emanating from it, scorching the ground beneath and creating a large crater. As the blade descended, it barely grazed the surface, and in an instant, a gaping chasm appeared, unfathomable in depth, leading into an obscure distance. 3 strikes. You shall perish. Coldly uttering these words, Kamiya Kiyoi bent his knees slightly. Whoosh. His form vanished without a sound. The shadow ceased its laughter, unable to locate Kamiya Kiyoi. Behind it, a ghostly blue long sword glided through the air. 1. Huh? Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the shadow was cleaved in 2. Nearby, dozens of towering buildings were simultaneously severed in the blink of an eye. 2. Kiyoshi Kamiyama raised his sword with a swift motion. A thunderous roar erupted as an invisible wave surged forth, instantly carving out a bottomless chasm. The shadow that bore the brunt of this attack was cleaved in 2 by the immense blade's energy, splitting from top to bottom. With relentless vigor, he swung his sword 1,000 times. The blade glimmered like the gates of hell. This time, however, there was no grand commotion. Only a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Whoosh. After a faint sound, Kiyoshi Kamiyama gradually halted his blade. Countless fragments tumbled to the ground. They were remnants of the shadow. It lay lifeless. Merely 2 seconds had passed since its mocking laughter echoed through the air. The long sword disintegrated into dust, swirling away. As Kiyoshi began to channel his spiritual energy to heal his left arm, onlookers who had witnessed the battle rushed over to present the prepared medical supplies to Kiyoshi. Indeed, even before the confrontation between the shadow and Kiyoshi had commenced, personnel from the Extraordinary Association, tasked with managing supernatural disturbances, had already arrived. However, the first to arrive were unranked individuals who could only watch helplessly, concerned for their own safety. Subsequently, first-tier extraordinary individuals began to arrive, but by then, Kiyoshi had already unleashed his wrathful sword. It was perhaps because he sensed their presence that Kiyoshi dared to activate his fearsome blade. In his full fury, Kiyoshi was a terrifying force, compelling even the first-tier extraordinary beings to take cover, fearful of being inadvertently harmed. It is worth mentioning that Lord Yukawa had already been stealthily taken away for treatment during the battle between Kiyoshi and the Shadow. What seemed like a lengthy ordeal was, in reality, less than 10 minutes from the moment the Shadow appeared, wreaked havoc, engaged Kiyoshi and tied Yukawa in combat, and ultimately met its demise. Such is the terrifying lethality of a second-tier extraordinary being. Soon, powerful presences emerged above the ravaged ruins. These were the true pillars of Tianshui County, second-tier strongmen. A hand gently caressed Kiyoshi's face, startling him. Before him stood a striking woman with flowing green hair. A robust surge of life energy flowed into Kiyoshi's body, rapidly healing the gaping wound on his left arm until it vanished without a trace, even erasing any remnants of bruising. Such a charming young man. The green-haired beauty cast a flirtatious glance before turning away. Another pair of sturdy hands then landed on Kiyoshi's shoulder. It was a middle-aged man with a serious expression. You did exceptionally well, Kiyoshi. Kiwa Kamiyama felt a sense of perplexity and searched his memory, realizing he did not recognize this senior. However, the man appeared to be quite familiar with him. Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Hiroshi Shirgong, and Shizuka Shirgong is indeed the dog girl. You may refer to me as Uncle Hiroshi from now on. Won't you? Rest assured, both Xiao Xiao and your sister, as well as that girl from the Night of Family, are already in a safe haven. Taking a deep breath, Kiwa Kamiyama sat down cross-legged, focusing on his breathing to regain his composure. The vast street had been reduced to ruins, and a hot air balloon drifting above bore the ironic slogan of prosperity and elegance, inviting visitors. Numerous uniformed extraordinary individuals were employing their powers to restore the street to its former glory. Yet, the heaps of corpses scattered about could never be revived, with some bodies even missing entirely. How many lives had been lost this time? A cursory glance suggested the toll was no less than 1,000, with the injured numbering in the tens of thousands. Hiroshi Shirgong sat nearby, pondering the sheer tragedy of the situation. Kiyoshi Kamiyama nodded slightly. In truth, the situation was already quite dire. Had it not been for your intervention, the chaos could have persisted for another 10 minutes, during which the death toll would have undoubtedly escalated to a figure exceeding 10,000. In fact, the fatalities resulting from a first-tier extraordinary event typically average around 1,000 lives. Yet this time, we faced a half-second-tier calamity, which theoretically could lead to nearly 50,000 deaths. Hiroshi Shirgong slowly recounted to him some previously unheard-of matters, revealing secrets. This world remains perilously treacherous. Kiyoshi Kamiyama gazed deeply into a desolate landscape, lost in contemplation. When she next encountered Mochizuki, more than an hour had elapsed. Mochizuki, cradling Kiyoshi in her arms, wept softly, unable to fathom the prospect of losing her brother. Meanwhile, the Shigoma family convened for a family meeting. Yuko wept as she clutched Shigoma Saki tightly, chastising Shigoma Hiro for his sluggishness. Mercifully, Shigoma Hiro had already rushed to the scene with great urgency, being the first among the second-tier powers to arrive. Yet, he refrained from retorting, instead repeatedly expressing his relief. Chiyo Nida stood beside the venerable Shinji Nida, her expression betraying little panic, though she appeared somewhat dazed. The elder Shinji offered her words of comfort, praising her composure. Kiyoshi, your contributions in this incident are immeasurable. The Extraordinary Association shall honor your efforts. Shigoma Hiro, head of the Shigoma family, also served as the vice president of the Extraordinary Association's outpost in the urban area of Tensui. Kiyoshi Kamiyama, of course, had no reason to decline. After all, he had not only sustained injuries, but had also revealed a significant portion of his strength. Kiyoshi-kun, you are welcome to visit my family, the Nidus, at your convenience. We have treasured numerous exquisite swords through generations. Perhaps you might find something to your liking. As a token of gratitude for saving Chiyo, you must not refuse this invitation, Shinji Nida said, stroking his little mustache as he extended the invitation. Do not heed this old man's ramblings, Kiyoshi. The Shirgong family possesses the deepest roots in Tensui. In a few days, I invite you to our home, where I shall show you our treasury. Moreover, little Chiyo has been incessantly mentioning you. You simply must come. Hiro Shirgong interjected as he approached, countering the previous statement. The incredulity etched on Saki Shirgong's face revealed her disbelief, as it seemed this frivolous man was once again concocting tales about her. Esteemed seniors, a robust yet distinctly youthful voice resonated from behind. A brawny young man approached. It was Taigo Hashikawa, a long-lost acquaintance of Kiyoshi Kamiyama. Both esteemed seniors, my Hashikawa family has resolved to forge a weapon best suited for you, Kiyoshi-kun, as a gesture of gratitude for your assistance. Taigo Hashikawa? So that is the case. The Hashikawa family is not situated within Tensui city limits, but rather in a town nearby. Their presence in the city is limited to the Hashikawa training facility, which has even dispatched their esteemed elder, Taigo Hashikawa, to safeguard it. It was unexpected to endure such unmerited misfortune. Fortunately, with Kiyoshi Kamiyama's aid, there were few casualties. Mere buildings can be repaired, and as long as lives are spared, everything else is negotiable. Is Elder Taigo Hashikawa truly unscathed? Kiyoshi Kamiyama felt a fondness for this noble elder who had acted with such righteousness. He is no longer in peril, but he will require some time to recuperate. Given the medical standards of this world, it seems his injuries were quite severe. Hiro Shirgong and Shinji Nidu fell silent, with Hiro even giving Kiyoshi a discreet wink, urging him to accept the offer. Kiyoshi-kun, My family has been crafting blades for generations, producing countless renowned swords. Taigo Hashikawa elaborated on his family's rich history of sword forging, clearly demonstrating his expertise. Then I shall graciously accept your kind offer. Kiyoshi Kamiya thanked the Yakakawa family for their generosity. After all, crafting a fine blade requires a wealth of precious materials, as well as immense human and material resources. Subsequently, Kamiya can convey his specific requirements for the sword, and we shall ensure they are met, guaranteeing the satisfaction of our esteemed guests. This is the customer-centric service ethos that the Yakakawa family has cultivated over many years. My gratitude knows no bounds. The following morning, Hiroshi Shigemi dispatched a vehicle to escort Mochizuki and Kiyoshi Kamiya back home, as the desolate battlefield gradually receded from their view. Kiyoshi Kamiyama opened his eyes and gently pushed away Mochizuki, rising to wash up. It seemed that Mochizuki was truly exhausted, having risen later than I did for once. Today, I shall personally take charge of the kitchen. An hour later, Mochizuki gazed at the blackened pancake before him with a look of perplexity. Dear brother, I believe it would be better for me to prepare breakfast in the future. Kiyoshi Kamiyama wore a complex expression. The esteemed Sword Saint Kiyoi could not even master the art of frying an egg. This must surely be a curse. Mochizuki returned to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the online community was in an uproar. A lengthy video was posted on a video-sharing platform, showcasing the emergence of a dark creature from the earth. Its rampant destruction of the streets, culminating in Kiyoshi Kamiyama's awe-inspiring display of power. The perspective was impeccable, uninterrupted throughout, and the clarity of the visuals was extraordinary. The uploader claimed it was filmed from a hot air balloon, asserting it was not a movie. Indeed, it was not a film, for the entirety of Tenshui County was aware that the extraordinary incident had resulted in the death of thousands, with an entire street cordoned off. The video views skyrocketed, climbing from millions to tens of millions, and then to hundreds of millions, still escalating wildly. How tragic. How many lives must have been lost? Did you not see? A mere sweep from that dark entity leaves nothing behind. Does anyone know where this is? It is the urban area of Tenshui County in the kingdom of Shenyang. How do you know? I reside in Tenshui City. What do you think? This extraordinary individual is remarkably powerful. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can analyze this? Given the level of destruction, both the monster and this extraordinary being are of the half-step second tier. However, he is far too young. He appears to be no more than a high school student. Unbelievable. This is a level that even many top university graduates could never attain. He is a third-year student at the prestigious private First National Middle School in Tenshui County, ranked first. What? How do you know this? I attend this school. This has resulted in 2 fatalities. The barrage of comments refreshed with every moment, each time revealing thousands more. The extraordinary battles were scarce, and those that did occur were of low-tier caliber. Yet, the sheer thrill of such intense duels and unparalleled destruction stirred the blood. He is so handsome. He executes 3 moves effortlessly. Why not employ this technique directly? It must have significant limitations, only to be utilized in life or death situations. He only unleashed it after the support personnel arrived. Look nearby. The Extraordinary Association members have already appeared. The 3 moves gradually became a meme. Whenever a duel scene appeared in the video, someone would inevitably type 3 moves. Many even mimicked during combat, catching their opponents off guard. Yet, in reality, they were merely ordinary techniques, waiting for the right moment to strike decisively. Indeed, no world is devoid of cunning individuals. The information regarding Kiyoshi Kamiyama has been acquired by countless extraordinary families. For an individual of his caliber, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the 3rd tier is merely a stepping stone. An early investment poses no disadvantage. Meanwhile, the situation in Kanto's national schools is dire. Upon the arrival of Kamiyama's dossier at the principal's office, it was swiftly disseminated to the top-ranking students within the institution. Am I supposed to confront him? Is this for real? Exclaimed one student. Principal, I strongly recommend we forfeit this year. Another added, don't look at me. Why don't you take on the challenge? Even you might struggle against the principal of the First National School. The principal of the First National School wore an amused grin, while Shinji Nida pondered how to recruit Kamiyama. As the world outside shifted dramatically, Kamiyama remained unperturbed amidst the normalcy of school life, save for the adoration reflected in the eyes of his peers. This world is profoundly intricate. Such anomalies are certainly not isolated incidents. The Extraordinary Association seems to have grown accustomed to them. After a prolonged period of complacency, Kiyoshi Kamiyama once again felt a sense of urgency. It is time to prepare for the next realm. Brother, dinner is ready. called Mochizuki from downstairs, summoning Kamiyama to join the meal. Seiichi Kamiyama tidied himself up and descended the stairs to dine with Mochizuki. Observing her silhouette, he could not help but gently caress her head. This time, he feared it would be many years before he would see Mochizuki again, although she perceived it merely as a fleeting moment. "What's the matter, dear brother? You seem rather peculiar today," Mochizuki remarked, nuzzling against his hand, before ultimately embracing Seiichi Kamiyama. Regardless of the reasons, Mochizuki would always stand by her elder brother's side. "It's nothing, merely a sense of gratitude for having you around," he replied. After their meal, Seiichi Kamiyama sent specific requests concerning a blade to Taiga Yakakawa, detailing dimensions, blade style, handle design, and even included blueprints. "Kamiyama, have you forged blades before? How is it that you possess such knowledge of this craft?" Taiga Yakakawa inquired, somewhat bewildered. Kamiya Seiichi aspires to forge a blade reminiscent of the Nichiren sword from Demon Slayer. Naturally, if the original sword could be retrieved and both could be reforged together, it would be even more splendid. He exchanged a few casual words with Shikigami Saki, Fujit, Hikari, and Nidachiyo, and soon enough, he was ready to commence. Casting aside all distractions, Kamiya Seiichi seated himself on the floor of the training room. He activated the panel. Name: Kamiya Seiichi Strength. First tier extreme spiritual power, 260. 260 basic skills. Proficient in Japanese, 300-7500. Will not be displayed afterwards. Swordsmanship Master, 90, 000-100, 000. Medical and Poison Mastery Extraordinary Abilities. Extreme Sun Breathing Method, Total Concentration. Extreme Limit Break, Sun Breathing, Total Concentration. Extreme Limit Break, Crimson Blade Limit Break. Transparent World Limit Break, Breathing Technique Fusion Mastery, 10, 000-500, 000. Breathing Technique, Expanded, Temporary Talent, None Evaluation, First Tier Supreme. The Sun Breathing Technique has finally achieved a limit break in the main world, and Kamiya Seiichi's swordsmanship has been honed through years in the Demon Slayer realm. Nearing the brink of a breakthrough, the transparent world has now matched the progress of the Crimson Blade, compared to when he departed from the Demon Slayer universe. Kamiya Seiichi's capabilities have indeed ascended. The panel is set. He is prepared to traverse worlds. Ding. Scanning the world. Ding. Scanning host strength. Ding. Matching worlds. Match successful. The Jujutsu Kaisen world is loading. Loading successful. Initial template is being loaded. Initial template is being updated. Ding. Initial template update successful. The panel seems to have undergone a transformation. Kamiya Seiichi first glanced at the introduction of the world. World, Jujutsu Kaisen level, second tier summary. For some unknown reason, the student Itadori Yuji, who desires to return home before 5 p.m. daily, finds himself in a voluntary paranormal research club, enjoying leisurely activities. One day, a young man named Fushiguro Megumi appears before Itadori, seeking a sealed cursed object. After swallowing a cursed finger, Itadori steps into the realm of Jujutsu, embarking on a journey as a Jujutsu sorcerer under the guidance of the special grade sorcerer Satoru Gojo. Jujutsu Kaisen, a rather chaotic world. Let us first examine the initial template. Loading character, Kamiya Seiichi. Loading body talent allocation points, 23 spirit, 0 energy, 0 god, 0. The optional temporary talents or rewards are as follows. Please select one from the following options. 1. Six Eyes and Limitless Technique, a native ability derived from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, possessing extraordinary insight and a significant reduction in cursed energy consumption, with formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. 2. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, originating from the Naruto universe. The wielder gains exceptional insight, the ability to replicate techniques, and immensely powerful ocular jutsu. 3. The lifelong experience of Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigekuni, from the world of Bleach. The strongest Shinigami over millennia, offering unparalleled mastery in swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, movement, and spiritual arts. The possessor has a chance to awaken related techniques. 4. Rumble Rumble Fruit, from the world of One Piece. This grants the user thunderous abilities, reaching their apex as if the Thunder God has descended, wielding boundless power. Indeed, the changes are remarkably vast. The world of Demon Slayer evidently serves as a novice protection zone, offering abilities that are conceptually advantageous, providing benefits without detriment. However, the circumstances are now drastically different. At first glance, the Six Eyes and Limitless Technique appear invincible. Yet, Those well-versed in the original work are aware of their significant flaws. Most critically, once one enters the Jujutsu Kaisen world, they must confront the relentless pursuit of the Gojo clan before they have even had a chance to grow. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which Kamiya Kiyoi admits to coveting, raises the question, can it be taken out? After the Jujutsu concludes, can the temporary talent be carried forth? It seems rather unlikely. The rumble fruit, upon usage, can likely solidify into a permanent ability on the panel, integrating with the main body as it merges. However, its singularity pales in comparison to the myriad opportunities for thunderous powers within the Jujutsu Kaisen realm. Of course, all the aforementioned reasons are mere fabrications. For a swordsman, nothing is more alluring than the swordsmanship of Yamamoto Genre Sai. Furthermore, it comes with the added benefits of Shuinpa, hand-to-hand combat, and spiritual arts experience, an extraordinary deal. Shuinpa harmonizes perfectly with Black Flash, while hand-to-hand combat aligns seamlessly with the style of martial arts in the series. As for spiritual arts, it serves as preparation for future ventures into the world of magic. These attributes apply to the panel, and once the Jujutsu concludes, they will transform into the power of the main world entity. Without further hesitation, I directly choose option 3. Talent points. Cursed energy is derived from emotional fluctuations. Sufficient negative emotions can extract cursed energy. Thus, the strength of the deity determines the quality and total amount of cursed energy. Cursed energy can instantly permeate the entire body without the need for storage. Though it can be stored, it is unnecessary. Typically, it is extracted and utilized simultaneously. Sorcerers train from a young age to extract cursed energy from negative emotions and must achieve stable output during combat. In the original work, Yuji Itadori practices this by controlling cursed corpses while watching movies. Therefore, the air attribute is not of paramount importance within Jujutsu Kaisen, often referred to as martial arts. Jujutsu Kaisen naturally requires precision to be maximized. Panel, precision 10 points, air 3 points, god 10 points. Ding. Initial template allocation successful. Loading initial template identity. Ding. Loading successful. Please make your selection. 1. A student who is human. 2. A student who is not human. 3. A student from the Jujutsu High School. Is this a new feature of the panel? The term human student likely refers to ordinary students, while not human presumably denotes cursed spirits, which can be set aside for now. The designation high school student refers to those from the Jujutsu High School, correct? I shall select option 3, high school student. Loading successful. Initial template deployment underway. Deployment successful. A wave of familiar dizziness enveloped me as the space transformed multiple times, leaving me feeling nauseous. Compared to before, Kamiya Kiyoi felt this disorientation with greater intensity. A glimmer of light appeared in his line of sight, rapidly expanding until it engulfed the entire world. The realm of Jujutsu has arrived. The Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School is a prestigious institution dedicated to training sorcerers. The campus appeared quite expansive, yet on this day, which marked the beginning of the school term, it was almost devoid of students. Autumn's refreshing chill had yet to arrive, and the cicadas still echoed with a hint of summer's lingering warmth. A young boy gradually approached the entrance of the high school, carrying a backpack upon his shoulders. With long hair and striking blue eyes, he was undeniably handsome, currently scrutinizing a piece of paper in his hands. This was indeed Kamiya Kiyoi. Upon his arrival in this world, he found himself in a rented room in Tokyo, with only a backpack containing some money and a note detailing the address of the Jujutsu High School, alongside a brief mention of his grandfather's will, which stated that he had been accepted into the school. In summary, Kiyoi, who was left orphaned and bereft of his only family member in this world, could only follow the panel's vague directives and proceed onward. He arrived at the Jujutsu High School. Was there no one present? Finding a shaded spot, Kiyoi sat down, savoring the energy coursing through his body, alongside a vast reservoir of memories that were vividly accessible in his mind. The panel had kindly sealed these memories, allowing Kiyoi to absorb them gradually, lest he be whisked back to the main world upon his arrival in the realm of Jujutsu. At the bottom of the stairs, a remarkably striking boy with white hair and eyebrows, and piercing azure eyes, ambled up with his hands cradling the back of his head, a blade of grass held between his teeth. This was evidently a youthful Wataru Gojo. Ah, to encounter a classmate here, what a delightful surprise, Gojo exclaimed cheerfully, plopping down beside Kiyoi, lamenting the sweltering heat. Kiyoshi Kamiyama gazed curiously at the strongest among them, though he had yet to blossom into his full potential. I am Kiyoshi Kamiyama. If all goes as anticipated, I must be a newcomer, perhaps a first year? What a coincidence, I too am a first year. Satoru Gojo patted Kamiyama on the shoulder, assuring him of his protection. While the two were still engaged in conversation, another pair, a boy and a girl, approached, chatting amiably. It appears our cohort is quite substantial. Taking a few bites of the dogtail grass root, Kamiyama spat it aside. Gojo leapt up to greet the newcomers. Hey there. The new arrivals, one named Suguru Geto, with dark hair and a pronounced forehead, perpetually bearing a weary expression, yet his bangs are strikingly prominent. The other, a girl named Shoko Yeri, bore an indifferent demeanor, seemingly too apathetic even to introduce herself. A troublesome duo indeed. This reminded Kamiyama of a humorous video. When you start school, your roommates are all exceptional characters. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he rose to his feet as a robust middle-aged man approached the entrance of the school. Greetings to you all. First and foremost, welcome to the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School. My name is Masamichi Yaga, and I shall be your instructor. The newcomer was none other than the renowned workhorse of the institution, a master of cursed corpse creation, Masamichi Yaga. After all, the number of teachers at the Jiu-Jitsu Technical School is quite limited. From this day forth, I shall impart upon you the methodologies of curse manipulation, striving to assist you in developing your own innate techniques. Naturally, the school shall endeavor to guide you along the path of becoming adept Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers. However, bear in mind, once you step into the realm of curses, you shall forever be accompanied by the chill of despair and death. This, my dear students, is my counsel to you. Now, follow me inside. After Yaga concluded his address, he ushered the four into the school. One must admit, the scenery of the Jiu-Jitsu Technical School is quite delightful. It would be pleasant to linger here for a spell. Approximately a year hence, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto would solidify their status as the strongest duo, while Shoko Yeri would master reversal techniques applicable to others, thus becoming a treasured gem of the school. The pressure is palpable, yet not overwhelming. After all, even if one underestimates their own accumulation in the world of Demon Slayer, they cannot disregard the profound teachings of the most formidable Shinigami over the millennia. The lessons learned through memory and understanding are far more profound than mere instruction. As they walked and paused, Yaga provided an overview of the school's various areas and the functions of its buildings. As students of this prestigious institution, it is imperative that you grow rapidly, for there is a dire shortage of jiu-jitsu sorcerers. This, too, is your responsibility, especially considering the generous allowances provided by the school. Over there is your dormitory. The girls' dormitory is located in that direction. You may rest here. Seiichi Kamiyama expressed his admiration, as he was acutely aware of the financial burdens associated with living in Tokyo. Seiichi Kamiyama, follow me, he instructed. The others were left to their own devices. Following Yoshiga Masamichi, they arrived at a classroom. He opened the door and gestured for Seiichi Kamiyama to take a seat. As a newcomer, it is customary to impart some foundational knowledge about the world of sorcery. Kiyoshi Kamiyama nodded slightly, acknowledging that the identity assigned to him by the panel was that of a novice endowed with cursed energy. In this realm, curses arise from negative emotions. Once these emotions accumulate to a certain threshold, they give birth to cursed spirits, which can inflict significant harm and devastation. To exorcise these curses, sorcerers emerged. Sorcerers can harness their own emotions to extract cursed energy, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. Moreover, each sorcerer possesses a unique technique, which can be likened to superpowers found in comic books. Through the continuous development of their techniques, sorcerers strive to elevate their capabilities, enabling them to confront and even triumph over cursed spirits. Kiyoshi Kamitani, endowed with the power of curses, has the potential to become a sorcerer. As for his inherent techniques, they are his to discover and develop. A brief introduction to the foundational knowledge of the world of curses was provided, alongside guidance on how to begin harnessing his cursed energy. In a harmonious exchange of teaching and learning, time swiftly passed. Has Master Yaga and Satoru Gojo encountered curses before? Kiyoshi inquired. Yaga responded, even within the realm of sorcery, familial lineage holds significance. The three most powerful families in the sorcery world, known as the Three Great Houses, are the Gojo clan, the Zenin clan, and the Kumo clan. Satoru Gojo belongs to the Gojo clan, and his talent is extraordinary. Yaga paused momentarily, adding, his gifts transcend the ordinary. As for Suguru Geto and Shoko Yeri, they too had prior exposure to the world of curses. After elucidating the circumstances, Yaga departed, leaving Kiyoshi alone in the classroom. After pondering for a while, he gazed at his hands, where a swirling orb of blue energy danced. Is this cursed energy? It significantly enhances physical strength and serves as the source of energy for techniques. Although its amplification is lesser than that of breathing techniques, its upper limits are substantially higher, making it unsurprising to reach the second-tier level when combined with the peculiar abilities of techniques. After a brief assessment of the total amount of cursed energy he could extract, Kiyoshi revealed a satisfied smile. While others could extract 0.5 units of cursed energy from a negative emotional output of 1, Kiyoshi could extract a staggering 50 units from the same output. A terrifying potential indeed. In the ensuing days, his primary focus would be to explore his inherent techniques and continuously absorb the combat experiences of the venerable Yamamoto. The calm before the storm. Master Yaga, I wish for a blade. Oh, are you also interested in martial arts? 5 months later, Kiyoshi was set to embark on his first mission, tasked with exorcising a third-grade cursed spirit in the heart of Tokyo. Throughout these 5 months, he remained inconspicuous, as the brilliance of Satoru Gojo and Sugura Gido overshadowed him. Remarkably, within just 5 months of enrollment, they had already exorcised a first-grade curse with relative ease. The 6 eyes, coupled with limitless techniques and curse manipulation, had garnered widespread recognition. The entire school was aware of the arrival of 2 prodigies in the first year, albeit the school itself was quite small. Regarding Kiyoshi's request, Yaga readily complied and arranged for a fine blade to be forged for him. Though it may not be hailed as an extraordinary blade, it possesses a commendable hardness. Upon receiving the sword, Kiwa Kamiyama embarked on a mission, enduring 5 months of monotonous training, which had indeed become rather tiresome. Idagawa, a somewhat remote area of Tokyo, still boasts a substantial population. A dense populace inevitably breeds a plethora of negative emotions, amplifying the potency of curses. Here lies an abandoned school, where crows wail mournfully in the sky, circling above. The trees that once adorned the campus now stand withered and yellowed, their remnants of leaves drifting down with the wind, painting a scene of decay. Kiyoshi Kamiyama held a stack of documents, which contained the findings of the staff regarding the cursed entity. This location was not far from the city center and had once been an elementary school. However, many years ago, a fire, suspected to be of human origin, reduced it to ashes. The surrounding residents deemed it ominous and consequently vacated the area. From any perspective, it hardly appeared to be the backdrop for a third-grade cursed spirit. Kiyoshi Kamiyama stroked his chin, unconcerned, casually stowing the documents back into his bag and securing the long blade at his waist. First, he would set up a barrier. This barrier, in layman's terms, could be likened to a mosquito net, capable of warding off insects. Here, however, the mosquitoes referred to humanity. Generally, individuals devoid of cursed energy are unable to perceive the barrier, let alone enter its confines. The sky, suffused with cursed energy, cascaded down like dark sludge, enveloping the entire school in a shroud of deep violet black. A crisp crack echoed as Kiyoshi stepped on the fallen leaves, entering the deserted elementary school. The gentle breeze stirred the bell hanging from the eaves, its ethereal chimes resonating throughout the campus. Faint echoes of the bustling scene when students once departed for home lingering in the air. One by one, he pushed open the dilapidated classroom doors, revealing interiors long stripped bare, save for the walls, which bore the scorched, flowing marks of a fierce fire. Crack, crack, creak. In the desolate corridor, Kiyoshi Kamiyama searched diligently. Every classroom door ajar. The first floor was devoid of life. It was on the second floor that a resounding bang echoed. Startled, Kiyoshi turned to discover that the sound was merely the wind slamming a classroom door shut. Beneath him, an elongated shadow loomed. "Brother, what are you searching for?" A giggle resounded before him, and Kiyoshi's gaze fell upon a small girl standing before him. Her expression was one of slight apprehension. Clad in a tattered traditional Japanese elementary school uniform, she appeared no older than 8, her fragile form marred by burn scars. On her charred visage, a multitude of irregularly placed eyes fixated on Kiyoshi, their crimson irises piercing. Her mouth and nose had vanished, replaced by the unsettling sound of breath emanating from her ears. "Your appearance. Even Sukuna is handsome in comparison," she exclaimed. "Brother, may I assist you in your search? My ears are exceptionally keen." A sweet, childlike voice emerged from the grotesque form as she tilted her head, presenting her left ear to Kiyoshi. Deep within her dark ear, a gaping mouth slowly opened. Boom! In an instant, a burst of flames erupted, sending debris flying down the corridor, the fiery light continuously pouring forth from her ear, as charred would rain down from above. With a deft point of his toes against the scorched railing of the window, Kiyoshi stood steadfast. "Is this what you call a grade 3 cursed spirit?" This is undoubtedly a grade 1, and it is highly probable that it approaches the level of a special grade, he mused. The girl's many eyes widened, bloodshot and wild. Her entire form writhed as she transformed into a monstrous entity. Hundreds of eyes and dozens of ears entwined grotesquely, flames flickering forth from her ears once more. It has arrived. A fireball, as large as a basin, shot forth in every direction at breakneck speed. Within moments, countless searing fireballs filled the air. Kiyoshi Kamiyama deftly sidestepped, evading the assault directed at him. Suddenly lowering his head, he found a blaze roaring beneath his feet. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted at his feet, raising clouds of dust, while dozens of fiery projectiles surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless detonations shook the very earth, reducing the front half of the classroom building to ruins. The cursed spirits reveled in their triumph, their hundreds of eyes gleaming with satisfaction. As the dust settled, Kiyoshi Kamiyama's specialized uniform lay tattered, his left hand charred and blackened, still radiating a lingering heat. Intriguing. His eyes served as laser-guided instruments, with the fireballs functioning akin to homing missiles. Such formidable power, with merely this technique. You are indeed exceptional. Casually, as if the damage were not his own, Kamiyama flicked his wrist, the charred flesh writhed, and his left hand returned to its pristine state. Slender and fair fingers attesting to the absence of any prior calamity. A reversal technique? In truth, he had only arrived 5 months prior. Even his family member, Shoko, had yet to fully master the reversal technique, and without the near ascendancy of Kiyoshi Kamiyama, it was improbable for him to grasp it either. However, inheriting the combat experience of the venerable Yamamoto, Kiyoshi had, despite the brief span of 5 months, absorbed ample knowledge and commenced the continuous development of his physical prowess. Indeed, the crux lay in the precision of tin. This signified the existence of vast life energy within Kiyoshi's being. Through his studies, he had devised a martial technique based on the principles of combat that could preemptively activate this life energy for rapid healing of injuries. The downside was a brief period of weakness post-battle. Truly, the wisdom of Yamamoto was formidable. Now, let us engage in a little play. With that remark, a spark of energy surged through his toes, and Kiyoshi Kamiyama vanished from sight, leaving only a gentle breeze in his wake. Crouched in the second-floor corridor, the cursed spirits, with their myriad eyes darting about, searched for Kamiyama's presence. Bang! A foot surged upward from beneath the floor, shattering the panel between the first and second floors in an instant. The violent gusts of wind rocked the entire building, and in the blink of an eye, the cursed spirits were sent soaring into the sky. No matter how many eyes you possess, you cannot see beneath you, you foolish creature without legs. The airborne cursed spirits spun wildly, their corpulent forms adorned with hundreds of eyes that relocked onto the figure of Kiyoshi Kamiyama below, their ears ablaze with sparks. Kiyoshi Kamiyama exerted force with both feet simultaneously, causing the ground to fracture inch by inch. The cannonball was launched. In an instant, delicate strands of black lightning surged through the air, expanding from diminutive to colossal. At the moment of collision, a blood-black lightning, as thick as a barrel, erupted from Kiyoshi Kamiyama's fist. The thunderous roar reverberated, scattering leaves throughout the entire school. The shockwave stripped away layer after layer of soil. The black lightning flickered wildly, dazzling and resplendent. The cursed spirit shattered into countless fragments of flesh. A special-grade cursed spirit perished. With a graceful backflip, Kiyoshi Kamiyama landed softly on the ground, blowing on his still smoldering fist. He finally comprehended why so many reveled in the visceral sensation of impact. Perhaps he should also pursue martial arts? Swordsmanship? Of course. This was merely Kiyoshi Kamiyama's jest. As a traveler traversing the realms, he would only continue to refine himself until there were no shortcomings left. Clearing his account, he retrieved documents from his bag, sketched a few notes as a report. Upon returning to the city, he casually handed it to a staff member before heading off to explore Akihabara. Unbeknownst to him, a confidential letter was swiftly dispatched to Tokyo Jujutsu High, sending shockwaves throughout the institution. Kiyoshi Kamiyama, exorcist of special-grade cursed spirits. Is he to become a special-grade sorcerer? Just him? A mere child, utterly unqualified. Then let him settle for a grade 1 sorcerer. Have Yaga convey this message to him. This dialogue among the upper echelons of sorcery, following Kamiyama's exorcism of a special-grade cursed spirit, appears absurd, and indeed it is, despite being fully aware that the opponent could effortlessly annihilate their entire faction. They still dismiss his strength, considering him insignificant. A common individual might perceive the presence of such a minor character as a precursor to the usual trope of arrogance followed by a face-slapping moment. However, Kamiyama had not anticipated this at all. Otherwise, he would have surely taken the time to master the art of the crooked smile. The absurdity of this conversation stems solely from the sheer audacity of the higher-ups in the sorcery world. Their actions include, but are not limited to, convicting Satoru Gojo for greed, resulting in the deaths of their own personnel, rendering them less useful than the most ordinary of staff members. Contemplating this, Kamiyama cannot help but feel a sense of sorrow for the sorcery community. Hello, may I have a mocha, please? Sitting in a CAF on the bustling streets of Shibuya, Tokyo, Kamiyama gazes out at the vibrant thoroughfare, holding 3 letters in his hand. The first is from Yaga, informing him of his elevation to grade 1 sorcerer. The second is a congratulatory note from Suguru Geto, which amusingly includes Satoru Gojo's name at the end. The third is from his family, urging him to return home early, as his sister, Shoko, has made a breakthrough in reversal techniques. Setting aside the letters from Geto and Gojo, Kamiyama reflects on Gojo's current demeanor, which remains unscathed by harsh lessons. Not quite right. After enduring hardships, Gojo has only grown stronger. Yet true self-restraint will await the betrayal of his close friend, Geto. As for Yaga's letter, it is promptly discarded into the trash bin. A grade 1 sorcerer, huh? Taking a delicate sip of his mocha, Kamiyama pauses. Slowly placing the cup down, his expression somewhat contorted. He clearly is not accustomed to coffee. His attempt at sophistication has failed. He holds the higher-ups of sorcery in utter disdain. As a leader of the land, if one cannot command respect through strength, one must do so through virtue. Clearly, this group possesses neither quality. Let them play their games. Nevertheless, it is indeed time to return, for the onset of the narrative is drawing near. His own strength remains lacking, so he resolves to set a modest goal, to double his power before Gojo masters reversal techniques. Waiter, the bill, please. Life continued in its usual tranquility. Except for when assignments called, Kiwa Kamitani rarely ventured outside. Over time, the campus of the Jujutsu High School seemed to exist devoid of any living souls. By the end of 2005, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto were each on their respective missions, successfully eliminating special grade curses. At the dawn of 2006, both Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto ascended to the ranks of grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers. By mid-2006, due to their frequent collaborations, the formidable duo's reputation began to flourish within the Jujutsu community. Come autumn of 2006, fresh blood finally graced the halls of Jujutsu High. Hey Kiwa, today marks the day of the newcomer's enrollment. Aren't you coming to see? Satoru Gojo exclaimed, playfully draping his arm over Kiwa Kamitani's shoulder. Suguru Geto, on the other hand, maintained a more composed demeanor, pulling Satoru aside. Time had flown since the 4 of them arrived at Jujutsu High. Nearly a year had passed. Throughout this time, each had their own affairs, gathering only occasionally. Today was a rare reunion, so don't ruin the atmosphere, Suguru admonished, flicking his fringe aside. Let the 2 fools be, Kiwa and I will handle the newcomers. You 2 might frighten them, Nagi interjected, waving them off. Nagi, your words wound me deeply, Satoru retorted, pulling out his sunglasses and donning them with an air of elegance. Kiwa, seated under the shade engrossed in a book, glanced at the trio before checking his phone for the date. A second-year student at Jujutsu High in 2006. It dawned on him that these 2 were soon to embark on the Star Plasma Vessel mission. Wait, our juniors appear older than us, Satoru exclaimed, with Suguru sharing his astonishment, while Nagi merely rolled her eyes. Descending the stone steps was a tall adult woman with flowing white hair obscuring her eyes. Have I been slandered? Her voice exuded grace and intelligence, instantly endearing her to those who heard it. Slander is permissible, but there's a fee, she quipped, inadvertently undermining her own charm. Mimi, the supervisor invited by the school, had a presence that commanded attention, though the reasons for her arrival would soon become apparent. Without notice, Masamichi Yaga appeared behind the group, engaging in a conversation with Mimi about price increases, their exchange filled with cryptic terms. Look who's here. 2 young men approached, supporting each other. One had golden hair and appeared composed, while the other, with a cheerful disposition, sported a black bowl cut. They were Kento Nanami and Yuji Itadori. Before Satoru and Suguru could cause mischief, Kiwa swiftly led the newcomers away, for he was the only one among them who possessed a semblance of normalcy. This is your dormitory, and this is the classroom, though it's essentially just for show. Over there is where Teacher Yaga resides. You can approach him if you need anything. I introduced the current situation of Jujutsu High to the 2 individuals. The number of students across the 3 grades is quite sparse, and the cultivation of sorcerers within the jujitsu realm predominantly follows a familial tradition. In all of Japan, there are merely 2 jujitsu schools. Have you ever had any prior exposure to jujitsu? Perhaps Kamo Sagan possesses an innate aptitude for teaching. He led a group of pillars in Demon Slayer and guided individuals like Fujin and Hikari in the primary world. And now he finds himself mentoring newcomers in the realm of jujitsu. After approximately an hour, Kamo Sagan had briefed them on several fundamental matters when he received a text message from Yaga Mazamichi. Yaga-sensei, do you require my assistance? Indeed. There is a mission at hand. Yaga Mazamichi produced a stack of documents and handed them to Kamo Sagan. Let me take a look. Upon receiving the materials, Kamo Sagan discovered they pertained to the assessment of the character known as Aoi to do, a student of Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High who later became a teacher at the Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High, a significant figure in the original narrative. Let the newly appointed supervising instructor handle it. She appears to have ample free time. Without hesitation, Kamo Sagan declined, as he did not wish to interfere with the unfolding storyline. She demands an exorbitant fee. I am not inexpensive either, and she is worth that price. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Kamo Sagan turned and exited, leaving Yaga Mazamichi in a state of indecision. Yaga Mazamichi felt a twinge of frustration. This year's cohort was full of rebellious spirits. Satoru Gojo was reckless, Suguru Geto was duplicitous, and Kamo Sagan, who had initially been manageable, was now increasingly reluctant to accept assignments. Whispers of discontent had begun to circulate among the higher-ups. Yaga Mazamichi pondered whether the principal might resign. A month later, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto were dispatched to assist Aoi to do and Maki Zenin. After several days, the trio returned to Jujitsu High. Once again, Kamo Sagan's tranquil retreat was disrupted by an official summons. Task: escort the Star Plasma Vessel. Designated sorcerers by Lord Tenjin, Kamo Sagan, Satoru Gojo, Suguru Geto. The message was sent successfully to Yaga Mazamichi. Satoru Gojo spun a basketball in his hands, deftly evading Suguru Geto's attempts to intercept him, and leapt gracefully to slam dunk the ball. In the grand scheme of things, is the barrier truly that significant? Satoru Gojo gestured with a resigned expression. Satoru Gojo, Suguru Geto, and Aoi to do faced a stern reprimand from Yaga Mazamichi for neglecting to establish a barrier while exorcising curses. Suguru Geto raised his hand and executed a 3-point shot, the elegant arc finding its mark. Of course, the barrier serves to protect ordinary individuals, for curses thrive on negative emotions. Should societal stability falter, curses will only grow more formidable. As the saying goes, in times of turmoil, there are bound to be aberrations. The existence of sorcerers is fundamentally to safeguard ordinary individuals from the onslaught of curses. The essence of society should be that the strong protect the weak. Suguru Geto cast a sidelong glance at Satoru Gojo. Here we go again, the lecture on morality. Satoru made a face of disdain, casually tossing the basketball behind him, hitting the mark with precision. The notion of protecting the weak is truly tiresome. What did you say? Upon hearing Satoru's words, Suguru's eyes narrowed, and a pitch-black rift unfurled behind him, revealing a multitude of curses lurking in the shadows. Very well, let us speak through our strength. A smirk played upon Satoru's lips, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. Everyone, please quiet down. A calm voice resonated. Seiji Kamitani, seated in the audience on the second floor, could no longer remain silent. After all, their basketball skills were quite abysmal. Come on, using supernatural abilities in basketball will surely transform the court into a genuine battlefield. Seiji, come and arbitrate, Satoru beckoned, urging Kamitani to join him, but Seiji was disinclined to engage. At this moment, it seemed Suguru's argument held more weight. TCH, how dull. I almost forgot that you were the true philosopher here. With a playful grimace towards Seiji, Satoru summoned a basketball with his left hand. Is everyone here? Nightmoth stood at the entrance of the gym, computer in hand, surveying the surroundings before nodding. Since we are all present, I have a mission. Ah, another mission. How tiresome. Satoru tossed the basketball again, repeatedly catching it. Everyone, be serious. This mission is of utmost importance. Could you elaborate? Suguru inquired with a relatively earnest expression. The task involves escorting and eliminating the Star Plasma Vessel. The Star Plasma Vessel is the container for Lord Tenjin. Although Lord Tenjin possesses an immortal technique, he cannot guarantee the preservation of his humanity. Therefore, he must assimilate the Star Plasma Vessel periodically to maintain his techniques. Currently, the identity of the Star Plasma Vessel, Kinji Hikari, has been exposed, and numerous organizations that oppose Lord Tenjin's successful assimilation are eyeing her. among these known organizations. The most formidable are the Star Cult and the Cursed Spirit Organization Q. The Star Cult venerates Lord Tenjin and seeks to prevent the assimilation between the Star Plasma Vessel and Lord Tenjin. Fortunately, it is merely an organization of ordinary individuals, posing little threat. Conversely, Organization Q aims to incite chaos in the sorcery realm through Lord Tenjin, representing the primary source of threat. Hence, the ultimate objective of this mission is to escort Kinji Hikari to the residence of Lord Tenjin, the Star Palace. Lord Tenjin has designated 3 sorcerers to accomplish this task: Seiji Kamitani, Satoru Gojo, and Suguru Geto. Gentlemen, please set aside your devices. The lecture by Yaga Kazumaki has concluded. A moment of silence followed, as Wataru Geto inquired, "Why were we specifically chosen?" To which Satoru Gojo replied, albeit in a rather theatrical manner, "Need it be said? It is simply because we are the strongest." His azure eyes sparkled with an almost juvenile bravado. "I refuse," came a voice that pierced the atmosphere. Kiyoshi Kamitani. A palpable stillness enveloped the room. "May I inquire why?" Yaga's tone remained composed. "I grasp the significance of the existence of the heavenly origin. Yet that does not compel me to assist it. I cannot condone the act of taking one life for the sake of another group." At this, Geto's gaze narrowed, reflecting his shared skepticism, while Gojo appeared unfazed. "This is a direct order from the higher-ups. Any matters concerning Lord Tenjin are treated with utmost seriousness." "Naturally," replied Kamitani. "As it pertains to their own barrier techniques, how could they not prioritize it?" The absurdity of these individuals, who hide away yet wield authority, was not lost on him. They rarely propose sound policies, yet they seem adept at implementing the misguided ones. This unabashed mockery caused Geto's expression to shift slightly. While Gojo gestured in agreement with a thumbs up, Yaga, though resonating with the sentiment, chose to remain silent. It was evident that Kamitani's stance was unequivocal. "The higher-ups are already displeased with you. Should this continue, you may be deemed a defector," Yaga sighed. "Regrettably, in this world, there is yet to be anyone capable of apprehending me." Kiyoshi Kamitani's handsome visage bore a smile. Upon hearing this remark, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto became intrigued. They had never engaged in direct combat with Kamitani before, having only witnessed fleeting glimpses of his battles. The most striking impressions they held were undoubtedly his extraordinary speed and strength. But could it merely be reduced to these attributes? Surely, there was more beneath the surface. After all, Kamitani's techniques had remained shrouded in mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Yashido Yaga ceased his persuasion, leaving them to their own devices. Ultimately, following a thorough discussion, the task was assigned to Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. As for Shoko, she remarked that since she had not been summoned, there was no reason for her to attend. That night, a multitude of stars adorned the sky, piercing through the clouds, yet they were obscured by the vast expanse of a white veil. This was the resplendent and unceasing luminescence of Tokyo's nighttime, which stretched its arms to shield the gaze of its inhabitants from the celestial wonders above. Seated in the meditation room, Kamitani was roused from his reverie by the persistent tapping of a peculiar mechanical bird against the paper window. Startled, he opened the window to allow it entry. The strange avian creature circled around him several times before depositing a note and departing. Kiwa Kamiyama unfolded a note, upon which a few simple phrases were inscribed. His gaze sharpened, and the paper ignited spontaneously without flame. With a soft sigh, Kamiyama grasped the long blade from the shelf and gently pushed open the wooden door of the meditation room. Creak. In the nocturnal ambience, only a distant flicker of light and the twinkling stars above illuminated the earth. Step, step, step. Kamiya Kiyoi took a step towards the school gate. "Hey, Kiyoi. Where are you off to at this late hour?" Wataru Gojo, perched on a tree branch, grinned and raised his hand before gracefully leaping down, sending a slight cloud of dust into the air. "TSK, you're ill-suited for concealing your emotions, Gojo. If there is something on your mind, just speak up." Although he feigned ignorance, the distress etched on his face was all too evident, leaving Kamiya Kiyoi somewhat exasperated with Gojo's demeanor. "Do you really have to go?" Gojo's smile faded, his expression settling into one of serene tranquility. "What do you think?" Kiyoshi Kamitani offered no reply, merely countering with a provocative question. "Shall I simply eradicate them all?" Such a startling statement from Satoru Gojo reveals the essence of his character, unrestrained and supremely self-important. The night enveloped the small hills in silence, with the gentle breeze rustling the fragmented leaves in a continuous whisper. Kiyoshi Kamiyama remained silent. "I shall not allow you to leave." His azure eyes radiated brilliance, and beneath his elongated white eyelashes lay an unwavering determination. "You cannot stop me alone, Satoru." Kiyoshi Kamiyama chuckled, thoroughly entertained by the sight of Wataru Fushiguro pursuing him under the moonlit sky. And what about me? A figure emerged from the shadows of the night. Brushing aside his long bangs, his small yet glimmering eyes revealing his identity as Suguru Geto. I had thought you would comprehend the reasons behind my departure. I can understand. Yet I too adhere to my own principles. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, while Wataru Fushiguro patiently observed from the sidelines. Oh dear, this is troublesome. You two should join forces. Allow me to gauge the caliber of this formidable duo, he exclaimed. Wataru's carefully maintained expression faltered, for they were indeed the strongest duo. Comprised of two Grade 1 sorcerers. Am I being underestimated? Suguru narrowed his eyes, an aura of danger emanating from him. Kiyoshi Kamiyama is certainly not underestimating these two individuals. Rather, he has placed considerable emphasis on them. However, their abilities have yet to mature. As for himself, his name is Kiyoshi Kamiyama, and his strength is classified as a second tier with a spiritual power of 340,340. His foundational skills include mastery of swordsmanship, 10,100 million, comprehensive medical and toxicology knowledge, and mastery in martial arts, 1,010 million. His extraordinary abilities encompass the full spectrum of extreme yang breathing technique, the complete concentration of sun breathing, the limit-breaking crimson blade, the limit-breaking transparent world, the perfected art of breathing technique fusion, 3,050 million, the perfected black flash, 1,005 million, the perfected technique, 10,010 million, and various other skills such as demon path and perfected instant step, 1,010 million. He possesses no temporary talents nor items, save for the lifelong combat experience of Jinryusai Yamamoto, earning him a permanent evaluation of second-tier ordinary. This opulent panel is a testament to Kiyoshi Kamiyama's recent endeavors. This body is endowed with extraordinary talents in both divinity and spirituality. However, the essence of breathing techniques relies heavily on chi. Thus, he has dedicated considerable time to acclimating this physique to the nuances of breathing techniques. Fortunately, the Crimson Blade and Transparent World are both skill-based, allowing him to master them with relative ease under the rules of this realm. This preference for knowledge is precisely why Kiyoshi Kamiyama favors it. Combat techniques can be employed in any world, such as breathing techniques in the Crimson Blade. However, innate talent does not translate universally each time he enters a new world. He assumes a new body with differing innate abilities. It is conceivable that the panel may eventually be updated to incorporate the functionality of true body traversal. During this period, he has absorbed a significant amount of combat experience from the Elder, and his swordsmanship has successfully undergone a breakthrough, the extent of which remains to be gauged, as there has yet to arise a situation necessitating his blade. After contemplating such matters, he noticed that the two individuals across from him remained inactive. If you do not engage, I shall take my leave. Observing their inaction, Kiyoshi Kamiyama found it rather dull and turned to depart. Suddenly, a large eye appeared beneath his feet, and two monstrous hands tightly grasped his ankles. It was indeed the cursed spirit manipulation technique. Kiyoshi Kamiyama remained composed, merely exerting force with his right foot, resulting in a resounding explosion. The ground cracked violently, and the tremendous tremors caused the trees to sway uncontrollably, while verdant blood gushed forth from the fissures, causing the cursed spirit to perish instantaneously. Such terrifying power. However, Suguru Geto had already opened a rift behind him, and several bizarre cursed spirits emerged. The technique was unleashed. A hum resonated through the air as invisible steel pipes plummeted swiftly downwards. Kiyoshi Kamiyama deftly evaded the densely packed onslaught with a series of agile movements. Yet, when all the iron pillars were firmly embedded into the ground, hundreds of them collectively formed an immense cage. Kiyoshi Kamiyama found himself at the heart of this prison. Did the cursed spirits amalgamate to create a similar technique? Its potency was considerable, indeed remarkable. Each two steps he took were obstructed. An ordinary person would have been left disoriented, but he was Kiyoshi Kamiyama. He extended his hand, palm converging into a blade, and sliced fiercely forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The razor-sharp energy instantly severed all the invisible iron pillars ahead, the force sweeping forward and cleaving a vast swath of forest. The cut surfaces of the trees were incredibly smooth. A fierce wind surged. Is this your technique? Suguru Geto squinted, somewhat incredulous. No, this is swordsmanship. As a gentle voice emerged, Kiyoshi Kamiyama's left hand had already landed on Suguru Geto's shoulder. Cold sweat trickled down. When did this happen? Just as the blade energy swept through, Kiyoshi Kamiyama had activated his instant step, appearing in the blink of an eye behind Suguru Geto. Gritting his teeth, Suguru Geto refused to concede. Rainbow Dragon. A colossal dragon head burst forth from the shadows behind, gaping its enormous maw, targeting Kiyoshi Kamiyama beside him. Although somewhat underhanded, it was exceedingly effective. At such a close range, evasion was utterly impossible. But who said I needed to evade? Kiwa Kamitani raised his right hand. Boom. The deafening sound of impact shook the earth. Dust soared into the air, a chaotic blend of sand, mud, and fallen leaves enveloping the surroundings, rendering visibility a mere haze. As the smoke gradually dissipated, two figures locked eyes, with the formidable head of the rainbow dragon pinned to the ground by Kamitani's single hand, emitting pitiful whines intermittently. Suguru Geto fell silent. He had initially intended to use the rainbow dragon to thrust Kamitani away from his vicinity. However, a straight punch, without a moment's hesitation. Geto raised his right fist and lunged forward. Dodging to the side, Kamitani swiftly elbowed Geto beneath his armpit. Thud. The dull sound of collision resonated as Geto's left hand trembled in response to the blow. Oh. To his surprise, Geto's fighting prowess was unexpectedly high, and his muscular strength was considerable, exhibiting a robust hardness. The sound of rushing wind filled the air around them as fists and feet clashed, creating ripples of shockwaves. At that moment, Geto felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body, as if he were on the brink of disintegration. His strength waned with each exchange, while the force of his opponent's punches seemed to grow boundless. It was evident that Kamitani had unleashed his full potential. Each time, he deftly exploited Geto's weaknesses, nearly grazing him without delivering full force. That was sufficient. With a slight exertion of his right fist, Geto was sent flying, crashing into several towering trees. In an instant, a fist charged towards Kamitani's side. It was Satoru Gojo, who had been observing intently. Strong individuals possessed their own pride. Gojo would not intervene in combat until Geto requested assistance before his departure. However, at this moment, Gojo unilaterally deemed that Geto had retreated. Boom. The wind surged once again, scattering numerous leaves. Grasping Gojo's straight punch with one hand, Kamitani felt no direct contact. An unlimited technique, perhaps? With a swift motion of his feet, he executed a series of evasive maneuvers, quickly widening the distance between himself and Gojo. The term unlimited technique refers to a spatial manipulation ability. In simpler terms, it allows one to control the distance between themselves and their opponent, giving rise to a plethora of techniques, such as gravitational skills and instantaneous teleportation. This technique is considered one of the most formidable abilities in the world of sorcery, rivaling the status of Mugen's infinite castle in Demon Slayer. It seems this is the first time we are clashing, Satoru. Kiyoshi Kamiyama, now devoid of urgency, engaged in a casual conversation with Satoru Gojo. Ah, indeed. Kiyoshi, this marks our first official encounter. Do you have any reflections? Gojo, embodying an unconventional spirit, found himself drawn into the dialogue. The limitless technique is rather troublesome, isn't it? Indeed, it is a unique skill passed down through generations of the Gojo family. Certainly, when combined with the six eyes, it becomes a challenging adversary. Meanwhile, casting aside the weighty branches that burdened him, Suguru Geto brushed off the dust from his attire, seething at the sight of the two enjoying their conversation. In a fit of annoyance, he retrieved two stones and hurled them towards them as a gesture of disdain. The duo effortlessly evaded the projectiles, continuing their discussion unabated. However, there are indeed solutions. Oh, and what might your approach be, Kiyoshi? In close combat, I am vastly different from Suguru. I would remain unscathed, while you would need to be perpetually on guard. Gojo jestingly gestured towards himself and then towards Kiyoshi Kamiyama. The first method involves employing specialized curse tools for counteraction. In this world, curse tools abound, and there is surely one that can counteract your technique. That is true, but Kiyoshi, you currently possess none. Gojo's cerulean six eyes scanned Kamiyama's entirety, confirming the absence of any other cursed energy fluctuations. As for the second method, Geto, observing from a distance, underwent a myriad of expressions while Gojo suddenly grasped something, his demeanor shifting subtly. Kamiya Kiyoi smiled, raising his hands to his chest. His left hand displayed 3 fingers in front, with the index finger positioned behind, while his right hand's thumb and index finger were at the back, and the middle and ring fingers emerged from the 3 fingers of the left hand. It was evident that this was a rather intricate hand gesture. Without pausing to ponder its meaning, the calmness of his next words startled the two individuals. Domain expansion. Is it possible? We have only been here for a year. Suguru Geto formed a hand seal with one hand, swiftly opening a rift, a shadowy figure becoming vaguely visible behind him. Satoru Gojo's eyes shimmered with intensity, fixated on Kamiya Kiyoi's movements. Domain expansion is one of the pinnacle achievements of techniques in the realm of Jujutsu Kaisen, wherein the sorcerer, through profound understanding and development of their own technique, manifests the technique within a specific spatial range centered around themselves, creating a domain of life. The instant the domain is formed, it ensnares all individuals within its vicinity, bestowing the caster with several advantages. 1. Guaranteed hit effect. Within the domain of life, the caster's technique possesses an almost rule-like certainty of hitting, impervious to counter techniques or barriers. 2. Significant power augmentation. The caster's technique receives a substantial amplification in strength within the domain. 3. Potential for additional rules. Within the domain of life, there exists a probability that the caster's technique may undergo alterations, adding new abilities or constraints. Clearly, in the absence of specialized tools designed to nullify technique effects, the most effective strategy against an unlimited technique is to employ domain expansion, utilizing its guaranteed hit effect to engage in combat with Satoru Gojo. Suguru abruptly pulled Satoru Gojo, revealing a disheveled-haired female cursed spirit lurking in the shadow behind him. Her numerous eyes were partially obscured by her hair, and the most terrifying aspect was the gash at the corners of her mouth, stretching to the roots of her ears. The slit-mouthed woman, with a chilling smile, she posed a question to Kamiya Kiyoi. Am I beautiful? Suguru summoned the slit-mouthed woman for a straightforward reason. She possessed the formidable ability to unleash a simplified domain. When confronted with sorcerers or cursed spirits capable of domain expansion, one's options generally boil down to 2. 1. Escape the opposing domain's range, which is exceedingly challenging unless there are numerous enemies within the domain. 2. Engage in a technique confrontation within the domain, including but not limited to domain counteractions and domain extensions. The simplified domain operates as a confinement, nullifying the opponent's guaranteed hit effect within a small area centered around oneself. Initiate the simplified domain. Suguru brow furrowed, awaiting Kamiya Kiyoi's move. The rustling of leaves echoed as night deepened, and the starlight finally pierced through the white canopy, gently cascading upon the ground. Everything was tranquil, and nothing transpired. You are indeed quite beautiful, Kamiya Kiyoi replied with a smile, lowering his hands that had formed the seal. How could there be a domain expansion? That was merely a ruse. No need for farewells. Goodbye. With a wave of his hand, Kamiya Kiyoi bid farewell to the two individuals, and with a flicker of subtle black lightning beneath his feet, he vanished completely. He had been tricked. Just as Suguru was preoccupied with dismantling the rudimentary barrier, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Satoru Gojo. Forget it, let's head back, Gojo said, his expression inscrutable as he stuffed his hands into his pockets and strolled away under the starlit sky. Geto sighed, moved by Kamiya Kiyoi's unwavering conviction, which prompted him to reflect upon himself. Can my beliefs be so steadfast? Am I capable of opposing the entire world for my ideals? No one could answer these questions but himself. As Geto departed, the site was left in ruins, with only a peculiar bird circling the skies. In a distant lounge, through the perspective of a cursed spirit, Yaga Yoshinori watched the unfolding drama with a complex expression. The strange bird had been dispatched to deliver a message to Kamiya Kiyoi, containing plans from the higher-ups regarding him, such as assigning him the most perilous special-grade missions and orchestrating his untimely demise. Hence, Kamiya Kiyoi's departure was inevitable. The following day, a notification was disseminated across various regions, swiftly spreading throughout the sorcery community. First-grade sorcerer Kamiya Kiyoi had defected. He was classified as a curse user. Danger level, special grade, extremely dangerous. Accompanying this was a wanted poster featuring Kamiya Kiyoi's likeness, emblazoned with a substantial bounty and blood-red characters demanding him alive or dead. This amount is quite enticing. Maki sat elegantly in her chair, crossing her legs, her left hand cradling a teacup while her right held Kamiya Kiyoi's wanted notice. Please, do not jest, Miss Maki, Yaga Yoshinori interjected, alarmed, urging her to reconsider. What a ridiculous notion. If she pursues him, the exorbitant supervision fees would surely lead to a loss. Who knows where that young man has disappeared to? Surely, many are now coveting him. Far from Jujutsu High, Kamiya Kiyoi sped along on a small electric scooter, the wind rushing past his face, a sensation of pure bliss. After leaving Tokyo, he journeyed southward, encountering several waves of sorcerers eager for the bounty, all of whom he easily dismissed. His destination was Kyushu Island. As for the reason, he could only attribute it to intuition. On the endless stretch of highway, an occasional car zipped by. Amidst the buzzing roar of the electric scooter, Kiwa Kamitani found himself nearing his destination. Time drifted slowly, while on the other side, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto had long embarked on their mission to escort the Star Corps. Due to Kamitani's interruption, many from the Q group had rushed to intercept him, eager to seize the bounty. Unsurprisingly, before the Q group could even begin their ambush on the Star Corps, they had already suffered significant casualties and were now lurking in the shadows, nursing their wounds. With the threat of the Q group diminished, Gojo and Geto decided to continue their leisurely exploration with Riko Amanai, undoubtedly having undergone considerable changes during this time. Kiyoshi Kamiyama securely locked his electric scooter, placing the key safely in his pocket as he entered a convenience store. He gathered a few essential items he would need for his journey. Hello, that will be 5,000 yen, please. Ding. All set. Please take your items, sir, the clerk said, handing him the neatly packaged goods. By the way, sir, we are hosting a special event today. Here is a cake we are giving to our customers. The shopkeeper seemed to have just remembered something. Retrieving a beautifully wrapped cake box from beneath the counter, the proprietress wore a sweet smile, clearly indicating that today was indeed a momentous occasion. Today marks my wedding anniversary. Wow, it seems I arrived at just the right time. Kiyoshi Kamiyama smiled as he accepted the small cake, uttering a brief thank you before stepping out the door. After some time spent playing and walking, he had entered Kyushu Island and was temporarily settled in the outskirts of Nogata City. Though he found it somewhat absurd, he couldn't help but scoff at the notion of such a decrepit island bearing the name Kyushu. Placing some items into the storage compartment of his electric scooter, he prepared to indulge in the small cake. Gently untying the exquisitely crafted ribbon, he retrieved the cake with his left hand. However, what met his gaze was not a cake, but a small black box adorned with a tiny LED screen, upon which red digits were counting down. Intriguing. Suddenly, a fiery orange sphere erupted, a blinding light flashing momentarily, followed by a deafening explosion. An overwhelming surge of energy burst forth, the violent shockwave obliterating all structures in the vicinity, including convenience stores, while pedestrians were instantaneously reduced to mere fragments, quickly charred to a crisp. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Flames, dust, smoke. It took nearly 10 minutes for the debris to begin settling, and amidst the cacophony of sirens, Kiyoshi emerged from the epicenter of the explosion, his left hand entirely absent, his body charred and bloodied. In a rapid display of regeneration, flesh began to writhe and reform, his left hand materializing anew, injuries mending swiftly, the ashen skin returning to its porcelain hue. It appeared that the sorcerers of Kyushu Island were decidedly unwelcoming. Treading upon the shattered stones, Kiyoshi's expression was chillingly stoic. He sensed no fluctuations in sorcery from the shopkeeper, nor any unusual emotional responses. This implied that the small cake was indeed genuine, albeit unknowingly swapped with a bomb. One must concede, they executed their plan masterfully, successfully inciting Kiyoshi's wrath. He had left Tokyo due to the outlandish actions of the sorcery elite, and now, upon arriving in a new locale, he was met with such a grand reception. What a delightful surprise. His good mood utterly soured. Kiyoshi had intended to visit the renowned Motogami shrine nearby, but now he resolved to head straight to Fukuoka City. The wailing sirens grew progressively closer, and in an instant, Kiyoshi vanished without a trace. 2 days later, in a clandestine meeting venue in Fukuoka City, a dozen individuals were seated around a long table. The elder at the head opened his previously closed eyes. A bomb cannot resolve this matter. I have set numerous traps along the way, someone replied. He had become vigilant. As long as he did not follow the previous route, those traps would serve no purpose. Others waved their hands dismissively. Let us just surround and eliminate him. Why overthink it? The more hot-tempered among them exhibited signs of impatience. That is the last resort. If we can use a knife to slay him or eliminate him through stealth, that would be ideal. If we are to be encircled, at least half of us shall perish. The elder expressed his estimation. You hold him in too high regard. The irate man slammed his hand on the table, his voice reverberating through the room. A sudden hush fell over the gathering. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone pierced the silence. The furious man fished out his phone from his pocket. It was a call from his family, which he answered without hesitation. Didn't we agree that no calls were to be made during this time? He said, irritation evident in his tone. Oh, I truly apologize. I shall call you again next time. Goodbye. A youthful voice responded from the other end, Kamiya seemingly taken aback. Have you forsaken your family? The countenance of Zhong Zhaojin shifted dramatically as he quickly picked up the phone again. Wait, who are you? What do you want? Are you not scheming against me? How could you fail to even recognize my voice? This is utterly negligent. You deserve punishment. A deafening explosion erupted from the other end of the line. At that moment, not only did Zhong Xiaojin's expression change, but the demeanor of everyone present also shifted subtly. Taking a deep breath, he implored, "Cease this, Kiyoshi Kamigami. Propose a condition. The terms are simple. We shall discuss them in person. I will be waiting at your residence. That's it. Goodbye." Ding dong. Kiyoshi Kamiyama decisively ended the call. Silence enveloped the conference room as SHM Jean placed his phone down, his gaze sweeping over all present, icy and brimming with fury. "Help me. Or when he comes knocking one by one, you will all perish." Still, silence prevailed. "Do you intend for the SHM family to be scapegoats? Ha ha. Do you take him for a fool?" SHM Jean erupted into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face as if recalling something exceedingly amusing. He lifted his head to regard the elder seated at the head of the table, whose eyes were bloodshot. Surround him. The elder sighed, his expression grave, yet he nodded. As he did, those at the table followed suit, until unanimous agreement was reached. Shadows gradually descended upon the conference room, with no one aware of each other's thoughts. At that moment, Kai Sh Island stood on the brink of turmoil. The powerful dragon sought to crush the local snake. I have already stated that I acted in self-defense. Why do you refuse to believe me? Seated atop the attic's rooftop, Kiwa Kamiyama was illuminated by the fierce blaze consuming the neighboring house, casting a striking light upon his handsome profile. Below, a throng of individuals knelt in the courtyard, men and women, young and old, shivering in unison, trembling like leaves in the wind. What utter despair! Who was it that shattered the family's protective barrier with a single blow? Who dared to breach their sanctuary and unleash such carnage? Yet, none dared to voice their defiance. For those who had the audacity to challenge him were swiftly dispatched, their bodies severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "Fear not," he reassured them. "I am not a harbinger of death. I shall not inflict harm upon you." Nevertheless, terror gripped the hearts of those below. With a weary sigh, Kiwa lamented his predicament. He truly abhorred bloodshed. In both the world of demon slaying and the realm beyond, he had never taken a life. "Very well," he proposed. "I shall spare those of higher standing within the clan, preserving the techniques of the SHM family. As for the lesser among you, I shall exact retribution upon you as an act of penance. What do you say?" With that, he leapt gracefully from the rooftop, landing softly, his eyes shimmering like blooming lotus flowers, casting an icy blue glow upon the assembly. "Raise your hands." A dozen elegantly attired individuals slowly lifted their arms, while the others quaked in even greater fear. Whoosh! Thud! Several heads soared into the air, blood erupting like a fountain, droplets cascading upon the onlookers. They were paralyzed by terror, realizing the deception. How could he possibly allow the clan as pivotal members to escape? What would happen when they sought vengeance? The insignificant ones among them mattered not. They could depart. With a dismissive wave, Kiwa ascended back to the rooftop, stifling a yawn as he awaited the arrival of SHM. Observing Kiwa as apparent disinterest, the remaining individuals cautiously rose, trembling as they began to retreat, one after another. Suddenly, whoosh! Thud! Once more, heads shot skyward, a magnificent display of crimson fountains painting the ground in blood, which pooled into tiny streams flowing downward. "I have granted you passage, yet instead of gratitude, your hearts brim with rage. Do you think I, as a sorcerer, remain oblivious to your negative sentiments?" After this wave of violence, only 2 or 3 souls remained in the small courtyard. "You may leave now," he declared. This time, he spoke the truth. Yet those final few, prostrated and quaking, were paralyzed by fear, utterly incapable of moving. In such circumstances, how could they possibly muster the courage to act? Kiyoshi Kamiyama gazed at the 3 figures, their bodies fully in contact with the ground, their garments drenched in a crimson hue. "I am not a devil," he declared, thus. "You 3 shall search for any concealed individuals here. Should you find them, eliminate them, and you may depart." Witnessing a glimmer of hope, the 3, their faces twisted in malice, brandished their blades and departed, leaving one to ponder that not a single living soul would escape the desolate Shomu residence. As time slowly passed, the sound of footsteps echoed. From afar, a silhouette gradually approached, ultimately stepping into the dilapidated Shomu abode, its visage entirely contorted, unleashing a ferocious roar. "What in the hell have you done?" Enraged, he leapt forward, his force creating a large crater upon impact with the ground. The fierce gust of his punch soared towards Kiyoshi Kamiyama, the wind's howl imminent. Rage served no purpose. With his left hand, he braced for the blow. Bang! The violent force of the punch sent tiles flying from the eaves, while Kiyoshi Kamiyama retaliated with a heavy strike of his right leg, crashing into Shomu's abdomen. Gasped. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. Clutching his midsection, he knelt in agony, yearning to rise, yet his entire body convulsed in pain. Kiyoshi Kamiyama observed the pitiable figure kneeling on the ground, a sight that evoked sympathy, yet this individual could unhesitatingly detonate a powerful bomb in the heart of the city. Today marked the anniversary of the proprietress's wedding. With a fierce kick, an overwhelming force sent SHM into the air, leaving a long trench that shattered countless homes. Today, he intended to purge the entirety of Kyushu Island. Therefore, let all of you come forth. His ice-blue eyes glared at the figures appearing throughout the pavilion, each garbed in distinctly different attire adorned with the emblems of their respective clans, numbering roughly a dozen. These were the elite of the sorceress families from across Kyushu Island. Dozens of sorcerers had arrived at the battlefield. The great battle was imminent. Families such as Gatsu, Kitazato, Nishi, Kondo, and Anyan had nearly all their members present. No one paid heed to the motionless SHM lying aside. Only cold gazes were fixated on Kiyoshi Kamiyama. I am curious about what I have done to evoke such profound animosity from you all. Kiyoshi Kamigami found himself rather intrigued. He had never set foot on Kyushu Island before and had little interaction with the families there. Yet, the unwavering hostility he encountered left him perplexed. Had he desecrated their ancestral graves? That seemed implausible, as it would be impossible for him to disturb the graves of so many families. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once he dealt with them, he would seek the truth behind their animosity. A terrifying surge of cursed energy erupted, powerful waves of pressure radiating in all directions. Kiyoshi drew his long blade, its chilling sheen reflecting the stern visages of those around him. Action was imminent. In an instant, the highly concentrated cursed energy of Kiyoshi Kamiyama erupted, and he appeared before an enemy in the blink of an eye. With a swift downward strike of his long blade, glimmers of light flashed as blood spattered. He pivoted, confronted by a dense barrage of attacks. Boom. The ground shattered completely, turning over in chaotic upheaval. Yet Kiyoshi Kamiyama was already gone, nimbly maneuvering from one opponent to another, leaving behind several headless corpses in mere moments. A sudden, invisible wave swept across the battlefield, momentarily freezing Kiyoshi Kamiyama in place. Seizing this opportunity, a steel wire lunged forth, aiming directly at his face. Whoosh. He narrowly tilted his head to evade it. However, several more wires followed as he parried with his long blade. Brilliant sparks erupted between the blade and the wires, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks. At that moment, shadowy arms burst forth from the ground, ensnaring Kiyoshi Kamiyama's feet. In the air, a multitude of explosive magma orbs descended, the atmosphere growing unbearably hot. Boom. Fiery waves surged from the molten rock, spreading outward in layers as buildings ignited, creating a massive lava pit where Kiyoshi Kamiyama had once stood. Despite evading this assault, Kiyoshi Kamiyama bore multiple bloodied wounds from the high-velocity steel wires. Flesh writhed, but soon the injuries vanished. A reversal technique? Damn it. The transparent realm instantly locked onto distant figures forming seals, their abilities significantly hampering Kiyoshi Kamiyama's rapid movements. The target was clear. Without hesitation, two massive bolts of black lightning erupted from his shoulders, an overwhelming surge of cursed energy flooding every muscle cell in his body. In an instant, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters began to collapse, as if drawn by an unimaginable gravitational force, resembling the implosion of a neutron star. Blast. Countless fragments soared into the sky, debris, and scalding magma sending anyone caught off guard soaring into the air. Every shadowy arm that formed beneath him was crushed beneath his feet. A tempestuous gale tore apart everything in its path as Kiyoshi Kamiyama shot forward at astonishing speed. Had he not been hindered, he would have torn through his enemies, but now his foes had a moment to breathe. A myriad of steel wires layered into a sharp net, blocking his advance like lasers. Countless arms on the ground reconfigured repeatedly. Above, a colossal shadow, having amassed power for an extended time, slowly descended, obscuring the sky as water coalesced with the magma orbs, the temperature rising until it reached a boiling point. A lethal strike forged by a dozen individuals. Carve a path. Leap. Spin. A sweeping arc of the long blade. A vast, circular wave of blade energy swirled rapidly around Kiyoshi Kamitani, cleaving several nearby foes in half, while the surrounding ruins were severed cleanly, leaving smooth edges. The clash of blade energy against steel resonated with a crispness akin to a symphony. A colossal shadow loomed overhead, descending swiftly, its target fixed on Kiyoshi Kamitani. The water sphere was a manifestation of one family's technique, endowed with formidable sealing capabilities. Any creature ensnared within would be rendered powerless and suffocate to death. Now, combined with the magma from another clan, it transformed into a boiling mass of water. Boil you alive. A surge of blade energy rose, striking the water sphere. Yet it merely stirred up colossal waves without dispersing. Drawing a deep breath, the blade's edge instantaneously turned red. No, blue. The terrifying heat caused the soil beneath to begin crystallizing. The blazing blade. Wherever the long sword pointed, unfathomable chasms erupted, instilling a frown upon the brow of the elder marked with seals. This man was none other than the strongest of the steel wire technique family, a first-tier sorcerer. The blue blade cut horizontally. The steel wires snapped with a swift sound. Severed. How could this be possible? The elder's countenance shifted dramatically, blood spilling from his lips. The others, as if struck by lightning, trembled uncontrollably. Had they formed bindings? No wonder it was so unyielding. It could not be severed before the activation of the blazing blade. With the hindrance of the steel wires removed, the dozen or so practitioners of the delayed technique were left exposed before Kiyoshi Kamitani. Their faces reflected panic as they retreated. However, retreating meant they could no longer simultaneously cast their techniques. Feeling the flow of particles within himself regain smoothness, Kiyoshi Kamitani's blue eyes glimmered ominously. They were courting death. Black lightning manifested upon the battlefield, actions too swift to discern. Head soared into the sky. The pale-faced elder cursed under his breath, calling them fools. He struggled to maneuver the broken steel wires back into an offensive stance, but their visibly shortened lengths hindered him. The enormous boiling water sphere loomed perilously close. If only they could confine his position, victory would be theirs. But was it possible? They had failed to restrain Kiyoshi Kamitani even while employing the delayed technique. Now, without that technique, he was like a tiger among sheep. With a mere gesture, casualties ensued. Truly, a touch meant death, a brush meant injury. After obliterating one sorcerer with a single punch, Kiyoshi Kamitani sensed a formidable force approaching. A close combat sorcerer had entered the fray. He intercepted the incoming punch with his left hand. A surge of immense power caused Kiyoshi Kamitani to raise an eyebrow, and with a sudden exertion, the opponent's arm disintegrated into a mist of blood. Instantly, several more assailants charged at him, yet Kiyoshi Kamitani effortlessly neutralized their offensive. These individuals possessed little power on their own, yet their strength during the exchange was formidable. Was it akin to a counterattack mechanism, absorbing the opponent's physical force and retaliating proportionately? How intriguing. In an instant, he unleashed. The furious black lightning surged. His left hand clenched into a fist. A single strike. A calm voice accompanied the terrifying might. One must ponder. What is the sensation of an ordinary person attempting to block the impact of a massive truck traveling at 300 kilometers per hour? It is precisely as it is now. Shatter. Shatter. Everything ahead is utterly destroyed. The profound chasms extend into the unseen distance. While a dozen individuals on the front and sides burst into a mist of crimson like fireworks, dissipating in an instant. It is serene. Kamiya raises his gaze towards the enormous water sphere, now less than 10 meters away. This sphere is manipulated by nearly 20 individuals, who are strategically positioned at the periphery, intently focused on their control. It is somewhat distant. The ice-blue lotus spins rapidly, and the lotus mark upon his brow gradually fades away. Perhaps not. Kiyoshi Kamiyama formed seals with his left hand, casting a slight smile at the anxious crowd before him. The technique was unleashed. A wave of azure light swept through the area, leaving a blue diamond-shaped mark on each individual present. Kiyoshi Kamiyama raised his long blade, and with a gentle sweep, several individuals froze in place, their eyes vacant, before collapsing like puppets severed from their strings. Were they dead? An eerie silence enveloped the air. The elder's throat constricted as he raspingly inquired, "What kind of technique is this?" "It is the Spirit Phantom Curse technique," came the response. If one were to ponder what constituted the greatest asset of the venerable Yamamoto, opinions would diverge. Some might declare it is Zanpakuto, while others might suggest his mastery of the Shunpa. Yet, Kiyoshi Kamiyama would assert that it is the concentrated terror of his spiritual pressure that reigns supreme. The Spirit Phantom Curse technique pertains to the realm of spiritual arts, enabling the user to mark an adversary, allowing all subsequent attacks to strike directly at the soul, disregarding defenses, physicality, and distance. A formidable effect, indeed, yet it comes with numerous constraints. First, should the opponent's spiritual prowess exceed one's own, marking them becomes impossible. Secondly, The adversary gains an equivalent effect of disregarding distance. Thirdly, the mark can be evaded, and once the technique is employed, its reuse entails a considerable cooldown period. Under ordinary circumstances, Kiyoshi Kamiyama preferred not to employ the Spirit Phantom Curse technique, for its limitations are quite substantial. Had he used it earlier amidst a throng of enemies, it is likely he would have found himself in a precarious retreat. The reason for the extensive constraints of Kamiyama's technique lies in its terrifying intensity when unleashed. With a heavy sigh, the elder relinquished his hand seal. "If it were possible, might you spare a trace of our bloodline?" he queried. "Indeed," came the somber acknowledgement. "To the victor belong the spoils." Silently, nearly 20 individuals lay sprawled on the ground as tranquility descended upon the world. Amidst the shattered ruins, this land welcomed its new sovereign, a lone figure who had vanquished dozens. Once more, he instilled dread within the realm of curses. As he strolled through the streets of Fukuoka, Kiyoshi Kamiyama had just dealt with several nearby sorcerer clans, likely sensing their impending doom, leaving many of their residences abandoned. However, a multitude of documents within those families remained unclaimed. Thus, Kiyoshi Kamiyama finally grasped the reason behind their relentless animosity towards him: the Ice Lotus World. And he gazed upward at the enormous shadow above Fukuoka, a sight invisible to ordinary eyes, obscuring the sun and gradually enveloping the entire city. Draped in a flamboyant shirt, Satoru Gojo lounged on the beach, basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, a shadow eclipsed his sun, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld two legs before him. Suguru Geto tossed several sheets of paper his way without uttering a word, simply gesturing for him to peruse them. Lowering his sunglasses, his cerulean eyes scanned the pages with remarkable speed. Truly remarkable, Kiyoshi, he mused, to orchestrate such a sensational event with such ease. Casting the letter aside, he propped himself up, his gaze fixated on the waters where Kinji Hikari frolicked. My only concern is whether he might truly descend into the depths of a curse user, acting with impunity. Suguru Geto found himself consumed by concern, for the news was utterly shocking. A single individual had slain dozens of sorcerers and obliterated numerous sorcerer clans. Was this not a harbinger of bloodlust? You tend to overthink things. Fear not, for we are here. If it truly comes to that, we shall handle it when the time arises, Satoru Gojo remarked nonchalantly, raising his sunglasses as if dismissing the matter altogether. Observing Gojo's relaxed demeanor, Geto felt somewhat reassured and proceeded to seek out Star Plasma Vessel. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the sunglasses, the profound eye of the heavens shimmered, pondering thoughts unknown. Ah, indeed. There should be some issues over in Kyushu Island. The higher-ups had notified us long ago to maintain our distance. Suddenly, Geto recalled this matter. If there truly were any peculiarities, I trust Kiyoshi will resolve them. After all, he is quite formidable. Indeed, Kiyoshi Kamitani's strength was a fact swiftly disseminated throughout the sorcerer community, corroborated by the many lives generously sacrificed by sorcerers. Was it not expected that he would be powerful? In the laboratory, his family member, Shoko, tossed the newspaper into the waste pile. I wonder if this action was right or wrong. In a classroom designated for specialized training, Yaga Mazamichi slowed his manipulation of cursed corpses, letting out a sigh. In the dim light, a bare skeleton could be faintly discerned. So it seems, the bounty is beyond my grasp now. Indeed. The enigmatic workings of fate are unlike any other. Senior Kamitani is truly formidable, remarked Kinto Nanami and Yuta Okatsu upon seeing the news. As prot.gs of Kiyoshi Kamitani, their expectations regarding his power had long been established. Undoubtedly, the sorcerer world had gained yet another special grade sorcerer. Moreover, while the title of special grade sorcerer represented the pinnacle of sorcerer ranks, it was far from his ultimate potential, a truth understood by all. Sorcerers who had initially flocked to Kyushu Island for the bounty on Kamitani now turned on their heels to depart. Those who had already arrived on the island had vanished without a trace. On the outskirts of Kyushu Island, a burly man with black hair sat atop a large rock, holding the bounty notice for Kiyoshi Kamitani. A closer observation revealed his gaze was cold and indifferent, embodying a disregard for all. Heaven and tyrant, Fushiguro Zenin, he muttered, brushing his forehead before shaking off the dew from the paper and retrieving his flip phone to glance at a few messages. This transaction had turned out to be a loss. During this period, Zenin had taken on two jobs, one from the Starry Teachings and the other his own. The task from the Starry Teachings involved assassinating and retrieving Noriko Tanai, promising a substantial commission upon completion. The second was the bounty on Kiyoshi Kamitani, which also promised a considerable reward if the task could be accomplished. Yet, Both endeavors were far from simple, as the former involved two special-grade sorcerers. Moreover, there exists an exceedingly troublesome wielder of the 6 eyes and the limitless technique. The latter possesses an extraordinary strength that has swept away all sorcerers across the entire Kyushu Island, and currently, the information held by the latter is almost non-existent. Initially, the protagonist, Shin-Er, had merely accepted his first mission, yet unexpectedly, Satoru Gojo and his companions delayed their journey to the Starry Palace. With ample time at his disposal, Shin-Er resolved to undertake another task. However, en route, he received news of Kiyoshi Kamiyama sweeping through the region with formidable prowess. To go would certainly incur a loss, yet to refrain would undoubtedly lead to a greater loss. Yet, as the saying goes, having come this far, after expending considerable time traveling from afar, it would be a significant sunk cost to leave without even glimpsing Kiyoshi Kamiyama's visage. If he could gather sufficient information about Kamiyama to sell, it might even yield a modest profit. Having made his decision, Shin-Er rose and continued on his path, his objective unchanged. Meanwhile, several kilometers to the east, a lady strolled towards Fukuoka City, her countenance strikingly graceful. Yet, astonishingly, a long scar from a surgical stitch marred her forehead, presenting a rather terrifying sight. Sensing something amiss, the enigmatic figure, Shin-Sua, traversed from north to south, swiftly reaching the borders of Kyushu Island. Unbeknownst to him, Fukuoka City had already amassed a rather formidable assembly. Even more alarming forces were gradually awakening. Long ago, the sorcerer families of Kyushu Island yearned for transformations, desiring to overturn the status quo and eliminate those inept individuals perched in positions of power, aspiring to elevate themselves as the paramount beings within the sorcery realm. Hence, they devised a plan. They began disseminating a plethora of malevolent ghost stories across the island, instilling a collective fear of the same malevolent spirit among countless individuals. The immense negative emotions, accumulated over time, began to shape cursed spirits. Human potential is limited. The vast majority lack the capacity to become special-grade sorcerers. However, cursed spirits are different. As long as the negative emotions are sufficient, they can rapidly grow in strength. After years of cultivation, the cursed womb was formed. And to avoid a lack of foundational strength, the sorcerers deliberately delayed the emergence of the cursed spirits. Decades passed, and having believed their accumulation was sufficient, they prepared for the birth of the cursed spirits. Yet, one fateful day, the power of the cursed womb began to wane dramatically. The panicked sorcerers, regardless of the methods they employed, could not resolve the issue, helplessly watching their decades of effort diminish. The year 2005 marked a significant turning point. The aura of the cursed womb began to surge violently, changing day by day, causing mixed emotions among the sorcerer families of Kyushu Island. In those years they had long since abandoned, they had grown accustomed to a life of ease, forgetting their family's aspirations, losing the desire to utilize the cursed womb. Yet, unsurprisingly, the cursed womb spiraled out of control. No family on Kyushu Island could dispel it. They could only watch helplessly as it grew. Placing their hopes on the ancestral methods of controlling the cursed spirits, though such hopes were dim. Thus, all the families on Kyushu Island united to seal off the entire island, forbidding any external sorcerers from entering and strictly prohibiting any cursed practitioners from setting foot in Fukuoka City. Even those bounty sorcerers who came to hunt down Kamiya Kiyoi were swiftly eliminated by the sorcerers of Kyushu Island, leaving no room for exposure to risk. This state of affairs persisted until one day, an individual riding a small electric scooter crossed the borders of Kyushu Island. "So, Kamiya Kiyoi, have you resolved the cursed womb?" This was the final line in the diary of the elder who practiced the steel wire technique, its handwriting still fresh. Closing the notebook, Kamiya Kiyoi raised his gaze towards the shadow that obscured the heavens outside the window. Perhaps a new king of curses was about to be born. Unbelievably, unimaginably, they had truly succeeded. The expression of Shunsui was somewhat contorted, a blend of exhilaration and genuine joy. The ultimate form he had long pursued might very well find its answer in this new king of curses. In his ecstasy, he even opened his skull, revealing a mass of white brain matter, weeping tears of joy. A burly man passed by him, casually striking Shunsui, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing into several buildings. Do not obstruct the way. Fujihara Zenjiro adhered to no rules against harming women. He disregarded everything in this world, embodying the true essence of a tyrant. Moreover, this creature could hardly be considered human. Which normal person would open their skull to gaze at the scenery? Amidst the debris, Shuansua's skull had closed once more. He pushed aside the stones that pinned him down and stood up. He had completely overlooked Fujiwara Zenjiro's presence. Was this the essence of heaven and binding? Shuansua's gaze fixated on Fujiwara Zenjiro. Having lived for a millennium, he was well aware of Zenjiro's formidable nature, a tyrant endowed with innate binding powers. Engaging in combat with Zenjiro here was utterly pointless and would inevitably attract Kamiya Kiyoi attention, making it difficult to approach the cursed womb thereafter. Shuansua was not a mindless individual. He cast a deep glance at Fujiwara Zenjiro and chose to retreat. Zenjiro had no intention of pursuing him. A cursed spirit, and one that appeared quite formidable, would only command an additional price. Meanwhile, the destination of both parties lay ahead. Kiyoshi Kamiyama sat resolutely beneath the cursed womb, a long blade embedded into the ground beside him. The visage of the cursed womb resembled that of an infant nestled within amniotic fluid, its diminutive form curled tightly, emanating a terrifying aura. Kiyoshi had previously attempted to approach and strike at it, yet he found himself unable to make contact. Was this its realm of existence? Must he await its birth? To strike or not to strike? Kiyoshi Kamiyama pondered, feeling an unseen force guiding him to Kyushu Island. He sensed the emergence of something significant to him. Could it be this cursed womb? Is it connected to me? For millennia, curses and sorcerers have maintained a dynamic equilibrium, their powers forcibly balanced by an unseen force. What is this connection to the heavens? However, over a decade ago, the birth of Satoru Gojo disrupted this balance, as sorcerers began to surpass curses in strength. In response, the world sought to elevate the power of curses, leading to a resurgence of modern curses. This implies that the cursed womb had absorbed immense power back then to nourish other cursed spirits. It appears that the yet-to-be-born curses are deemed inferior in the eyes of the force maintaining balance, compared to those that already exist. A year ago, Kiyoshi Kamiyama descended into this realm, once again disrupting the equilibrium as the power of sorcerers surged rapidly. To restore balance, fate has once more chosen this cursed womb, suggesting that destiny has selected it, much like it chose Sukuna. Thus, should I enlist Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto to join forces against it? Kamakami Kiyoi stroked his chin, scrutinizing the object before him. He opened the panel. Name, Kamakami Kiyoi Strength, second rank spirit power, 350 basic skills, mastery of swordsmanship, 12, 100, 000. Perfect understanding of medicine and poison, mastery of martial arts, 30, 000, 100, 000. Extraordinary abilities, complete mastery of extreme yang breathing method, limit break. Complete mastery of sun breathing, limit break of the scarlet blade, limit break of the transparent world, perfect fusion of breathing techniques, 40, 000, 500, 000. Perfect black flash, 40, 000, 50, 000. Complete mastery of techniques, 60, 000, 100, 000. Demon path, perfect instant step, 60, 000, 100, 000. Mastery of instantaneous techniques, 10, 000, 50, 000. Domain expansion. Temporary talent, none items. Yamamoto Yanagisai's lifetime combat experience evaluation, second rank ordinary. After a battle, progress was evident in all aspects. Indeed, combat is the finest way to glean experience. As Kamakami Kiyoi pondered, he sensed a subtle disturbance, activating the transparent world in an instant. Two auras. To be precise, one aura and another individual. A cursed spirit, accompanied by a formidable ordinary person. Fushiguro Zenin could not use cursed energy to probe, for he lacked it. Furthermore, his remarkable physical control prevented him from revealing his presence. However, both the open six eyes and the transparent world could detect him, which is why he found the six eyes somewhat troublesome. Outside the courtyard, Fushiguro Zenin stood quietly behind a wall, his keen intuition indicating that his target was nearby, with the potential for unexpected gains. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows beneath the eaves, Kinjaku fixated intently on the cursed womb. This cursed womb was still too conspicuous. Virtually every sorcerer arriving in Fukuoka City could sense its precise location. Kiyoshi Kamiyata sensed the presence of the two individuals and slowly rose to his feet, drawing the long blade embedded in the ground. Kiyoshi Kamiyata? Fushiguro Megumi had been observing Kiyoshi Kamiyata from the very beginning. As the target of this mission, his primary objective was to identify any weaknesses in Kiyoshi Kamiyata. If that proved impossible, gathering sufficient information would still be beneficial. Meanwhile, Kenjaku felt a sense of foreboding. If Kiyoshi Kamiya was guarding this place, approaching the cursed womb would be nearly impossible, and a reckless appearance could very well lead to his demise. But who was it? A quick glance at the two revealed that in the blink of an eye, Kiyoshi Kamiya's figure had vanished. Kenjaku suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of danger, and without hesitation, executed a roll to evade. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a thunderous roar erupted, enveloping the small courtyard in a cloud of dust. Truly, Kenjaku was formidable. Kiyoshi Kamitani regarded the woman rising before him with a peculiar gaze. The sutures adorning her head were glaringly evident. Kenzo stood up, brushing off the dust from his attire, appearing remarkably composed in the moment. You have witnessed the current situation, my friend. Why not join me in confronting our adversary? If I were to be defeated, he would undoubtedly not spare you either. Kenzo extended an invitation to Fushiguro, fully aware that he could not perceive him. Yet, he surmised that Fushiguro had come in search of Kiyoshi Kamitani. The ice blue, translucent orbs fixed upon the formidable figure emerging from the shadows. It was none other than Zenin Fushiguro. Fushiguro understood that Kenzo remained oblivious to his presence, merely taking a gamble. However, he was indeed intent on eliminating Kiyoshi Kamitani. Concealing himself to launch a surprise attack during their duel seemed the most prudent course of action. Regrettably, Fushiguro also recognized that Kiyoshi Kamitani had likely already discerned his presence. In light of this, a direct assault would prove more efficient. Did those eyes resemble the six eyes? Quite the nuisance. The life mentor of Satoru Gojo had finally made his appearance on the battlefield, the father of Fushiguro. The dynamics between this father-son duo were rather intriguing. According to the narrative's principle that the character who appears more frequently tends to become the comedic relief, it seemed the father surpassed the son in strength. Yet, it was puzzling. Why was Fushiguro present here? Was he not supposed to be intercepting the star plasma vessel? Without Fushiguro, could Gojo have comprehended the reverse technique? The plot had begun to unravel dramatically, a butterfly's delicate dance igniting a tempest across the world. How about you two engage in about to amuse me? Kenzo mused. A confrontation between Kenzo and Fushiguro was an unexpected twist. Kiyoshi Kamitani expressed a desire to witness it. Neither party uttered a word. With a soft sigh, Kiyoshi Kamitani gestured with his finger. You may both come at me. Even faced with such provocation, neither individual moved. They were not impulsive by nature. Had Kenzo possessed such recklessness, he would not have survived to this point. With neither party taking action, Kiyoshi Kamitani grew unreserved, his gaze sweeping over to Kenzo. His longsword raised, as his cursed energy surged through his feet, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Why do you keep staring at me? Kenzo muttered under his breath. Yet his movements remained swift, forming a hand seal. A reversal of forces caused immense pressure to descend around him, causing the dust to be crushed against the ground. Curse technique, anti-gravity mechanism, a technique capable of influencing gravity, stemming from his current physical form. Although it was somewhat inferior to gravitational force, it remained among the most elite of abilities. As Kiyoshi Kamitani approached him, Kenzo felt a shudder. His speed diminished significantly, as if a mountain were bearing down upon him. Just then, a fist the size of a sandbag surged towards him from the side, accompanied by the sound of air being explosively displaced. The force behind it was undoubtedly Fushiguro. Under such gravitational conditions, how was it that Fushiguro remained unaffected? Or could it be that Kenzo's technique allowed for selective application of its effects? Observing his astonished expression, it seems unlikely. With his left hand raised, he grasped the incoming heavy fist. The dull thud of the impact was enough to ignite one's blood. An invisible wave surged forth, causing the ground to fracture in layers. Shin Air's previously indifferent gaze finally exhibited a hint of change. Since he began his conscious training, he had never encountered anyone whose physical strength could match his own. A sharp, long knife approached from the side, prompting Shin Air to swiftly retreat. A diminutive curse spirit manifested at his throat, spitting forth a strangely shaped short knife. With the short knife in hand, a smirk played at the corners of Shin Air's mouth. He had never feared close combat. Bring it on. The cold gaze of Kamiya Kiyoi suggested. However, he first needed to deal with the persistent interference from the cursed spirit, Kenzo. This body's martial arts were not particularly formidable, rendering it incapable of participating in the battle between Kamiya Kiyoi and Fushiguro Zenin. Yet, this did not imply that Kenzo would refrain from joining the fray. The overwhelming pressure surrounding them was his handiwork. Once an opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly seek to annihilate both combatants. Thus, it was time to deploy his techniques. Forming hand seals with his left hand, A blue light swept across the battlefield. Shin-air instantly sensed the anomaly. Propelling himself with his legs, he attempted a rapid retreat. However, the proximity between him and Kamiya Kiyoi was too great to evade. Gripping the short knife with both hands, he swung fiercely at the light curtain, which abruptly vanished before him. 10 reverse hooks. A special-grade curse tool. It nullifies any technique it comes into contact with. In the distance, Kenzo observed the rapidly advancing blue light and immediately ceased his actions, retreating swiftly, soon distancing himself from the clash of the two warriors. As formidable practitioners within the sorcery realm, both possessed an acute sense of danger, unlike the clumsy sorcerers of Kyushu Island, or perhaps they simply operated on an entirely different level. Though Kenzo was not marked, his objective had been accomplished. Kamiya Kiyoi beckoned Fushiguro Zenin with a finger, in terms of weaponry. He could make anyone within the sorcery world cry out in distress. Boom. The two vanished from their original positions in an instant. The violent clash of long blades resonating like a cacophony, stirring up gusts of wind. The small courtyard had already been reduced to ruins, now resembling a mere refuse heap, save for the lone surviving embryo suspended in midair. Undoubtedly, Fushiguro Zenin was a master of close combat in the current sorcery world, perhaps even the foremost. Devoid of cursed energy, he had honed his physical prowess since childhood, mastering the art of hand-to-hand combat. Whether wielding short weapons or long, he could handle them with ease. Alas, he was up against Kamiya Kiyoi, a true swordmaster. After exchanging dozens of blows, skillfully evading the razor-sharp blade, Fushiguro Zenin executed a mid-air somersault, landing to attempt to create some distance. However, Kamiya Kiyoi was not one to grant such wishes. Black lightning erupted from beneath his feet, rendering him momentarily invisible, only to reappear directly before Shin-air. With a swift motion, he unleashed a straight punch. The ferocious black lightning engulfed the entire area, sending the ground soaring. Fushiguro Zenin positioned his dual blades defensively before him, the solid blades bracing against the force of the black lightning strike. Yet, he was sent flying, carving a deep trench into the ground. In terms of strength, his opponent was no weaker than himself. In martial prowess, he was utterly outmatched. Was it to be his fate to perish here today? What a monster! The sound of footsteps drew closer, and Shin-air rose, shaking the dust from his body, retracting the heavenly reversal spear back into the confines of his grotesque treasure. Oh, you wish to engage in close combat? As you desire. Kiyoi Kamitani sheathed his sword. It is only natural that Fushiguro Megumi possesses formidable strength, yet, akin to the elemental affinities in Pokemon, Kamitani is capable of overcoming such extraordinary beings as Fushiguro. The crux of the matter lies in Fushiguro's meticulous nature. Each of his actions is executed with careful deliberation, only striking when he fully comprehends his opponent, ensuring that his strikes are lethal, much like his approach to Satoru Gojo. Something feels amiss. Why would someone like Fushiguro recklessly appear, merely because he has noticed me? Or could it be that he too senses the anomaly? Both Fushiguro and Kamitani's gazes converged upon the cursed womb suspended in midair. I never anticipated that I would falter against a yet-to-be-born cursed spirit. This is no ordinary spirit. It is destined to become the king of curses. And only Kamitani is worthy of facing it. A voice approached from afar. Not far off, Kinji Hikari returned to the battlefield, his expression fervent, as if he were on the verge of seizing his ultimate objective. Has this old fool also fallen prey? Hikari raised his hands to his chest. This cursed womb holds great significance for me. Might I kindly request that you both withdraw? Neither of the two moved. Hikari's gaze turned icy as he formed a seal. Domain expansion. A tremendous surge of cursed energy emanated from Hikari, and behind him, a colossal shadow gradually ascended, countless heads merging to form the branches of a tree. Their faces twisted in perpetual torment, innumerable pitch-black eyes fixated upon the two, with blood dripping from the gnarled crimson branches. Field of embryonic curses. Standing before them, Hikari remained poised, shrouded in an air of inscrutability, making it impossible to discern when he would strike. No barrier? This indicates that the domain is an open one. As the name suggests, an open domain lacks defined boundaries, making it a rare phenomenon. Whether it is inherently more powerful than a closed domain depends on the context. Generally, such domains offer a path of retreat for opponents in exchange for a broader area of effect, serving as a form of enforced restraint, where the advantages typically outweigh the drawbacks. Fushiguro withdrew the Tengen, hastily retreating, while Kamitani appeared unfazed. There was no choice. Fushiguro lacked cursed energy and had little recourse against the domain. unless his opponent were significantly weaker in battles of equal caliber. Fushiguro could only seek opportunities within the domain to eliminate the core and secure victory, albeit with considerable risk and limited reward. Do you believe a mere domain can compel my departure? What grants you such confidence? Do you think I lack the ability to expand my own domain? I possess no such confidence. I am merely wagering on your reluctance to initiate your own domain. Only a domain can counteract another domain. I cannot afford to forego mine. Even Kiwa Kamitani must concede that, in the face of a domain's might, achieving victory unarmed is an arduous endeavor. Unless the opponent is rather inept, indeed. I am referring to you. To our general, you ought to exercise caution, for you cannot contend against the king of curses while ensnared in the trap of the technique's dissolution. Guansua's smile was insidious. Will he be born today? No, but I can awaken him at any moment. Oh, then the situation becomes intriguing. So what shall your choice be? Guansua stood before the tree of heads, an aura of terror enveloping the entire area, the pressure weighing heavily upon Kamidani Kiyoi, creating a sensation akin to a sword hanging ominously above. Ignoring Guansua's words, he proposed, "Let us collaborate. I shall offer you a bounty equal to the sum of my reward." Kiyoshi Kamitani turned to Fushiguro Megumi, who was still retreating. Upon hearing this, Megumi momentarily paused, yet continued to back away. Moreover, with Gojo Satoru's presence looming, a sudden crack echoed as Megumi crushed a rock beneath his foot, halting his movement. His mind raced with thoughts. How could I trust you not to eliminate me after my adversary has perished? We could forge a binding agreement. Upon hearing this, Megumi glanced at Kenjaku and then at Kiyoshi Kamitani, contemplating the disparity in their strengths. This arrangement seems quite feasible. It's settled. A surge of determination ignited within him as he raised the Tenjin no Kodo above his head. Thus, my choice is to obliterate you. With a powerful thrust, Kiwa Kamiyama closed the distance between himself and Fushiguro Zenin. The expression on Kinsen's face shifted dramatically as an invisible wave erupted forth, causing the ground within a 100-meter radius to crack and sink, compressed to a gleaming metallic smoothness. The sky had fallen. Yet, Fushiguro Zenin, wielding the heavenly reversal blade, along with Kiwa Kamiyama, remained unscathed by the oppressive force of gravity, even within the domain where gravity exerted its unerring influence. The heavenly reversal blade could forcibly nullify the effects of the technique. The result was that while they were indeed affected by the technique, its effects were rendered null. That blade was truly extraordinary, an exceptional cursed tool, perhaps? The might of the heavenly reversal blade was indisputable. If Fushiguro Zenin's physical prowess was an offensive sword, then the heavenly reversal blade served as an ultimate shield, protecting him from death. It was crucial to note that Fushiguro Zenin would not reverse the technique. Kinsen had previously observed Zenin using this blade to thwart Kamiyama's technique. However, there was no time for further contemplation as the two charged forward. It was as if two colossal trucks were hurtling towards each other. The sense of pressure was unimaginable. If they could not be touched, how could one hope to disable the technique? The entire area felt unnaturally light, as large fragments of stone detached from the ground, floating upwards like hydrogen balloons. Kinsen pushed with all his might, sending the massive stones hurtling towards the pair at an incredible speed. If they had the ability, they wouldn't need the blade. Should they abandon the use of the heavenly reversal blade, Kinsen could easily crush them. If they continued to wield it, he could manipulate gravity to repeatedly launch such assaults. The stones, unbound by gravity, still retained their mass. A tremendous wave of blade energy swept outward, shattering the approaching boulders into fragments. Yet, the debris sped toward the two, forcing them to slow their pace in order to evade. Gravity shift. The floating stones rapidly descended, akin to bullets from a machine gun, raining down from the heavens. The larger ones fell with the grandeur of meteorites. Swish, swish. A mere graze from the stones left a trace of blood upon Kamiyama's face. Returned to the heavens. A storm of blade energy coalesced into a high-velocity sphere, deflecting all falling debris. However, Kinsen employed the same tactic once more, swiftly converting gravity for another barrage of small meteorites. Exhausting you. Dust swirled, and to the unknowing observer, it would appear as if a modern warfare had unfolded here. The ground riddled with craters resembling artillery impacts. Amidst the thick smoke, a figure shot forth, grinning wickedly. Fushiguro Zenin. From his shoulder, a small cursed spirit expelled a long blade, its crimson hue spreading ominously. Zenin held the bloodied blade in his right hand, while the heavenly reversal blade rested in his left, ringing alarm bells of danger in Kinsen's mind. The soul-eating blade. Ignoring hardness, it struck at the very soul. This was Kinsen's nemesis. A single cut would be catastrophic. Damn it, why didn't you use it when I struck you earlier? With a muted curse, Ginsuwa shifted the gravitational forces, causing the earth to fracture and rise. Leaping from one stone to another, progressively closing the distance to Ginsuwa. There was merit to Shun Heir's claims. After all, who had he been battling? Kamiya Kiyoi. Who are you to instill fear in me? You, Ginsuwa, are merely playing with martial skills. Can you truly compete? You cannot, for you lack the capability. Do you understand? The soul-devouring blade swept through the massive stones, a colossal cloud of dust swirling in the air as gravity shifted, sending the sand plummeting back to the ground. Yet as Shun Heir drew nearer, Ginsuwa was compelled to quickly activate buoyancy once more. The dust that hovered, suspended between ascent and descent, accumulated further, diminishing visibility. Ginsuwa persistently manipulated gravity to hinder Shun Heir's approach, while also remaining vigilant of his surroundings, for Kamiya Kiyoi had vanished. After several manipulations of gravity, even with Kamiya Kiyoi's muscular prowess, he would surely suffer grievous injuries. Amidst the dust, Kamiya Kiyoi held a seal in his hand. A faint blue glow flickering around him, it was the simplified domain. This domain could only defend, not attack, and bore significant limitations. However, its advantages were manifold, primarily. It was considerably easier to learn than a standard domain expansion, and furthermore, it would not experience a complete disruption of techniques, or rather, it would not suffer such severe disruptions. Outside, tumultuous sounds echoed. Fushiguro Shun Heir was already engaged in combat with Ginsuwa. Although the direction was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, Kamiya Kiyoi, possessing the transparent world, was entirely different. He could distinctly observe the positions of both combatants. Even noting the scratches on Fushiguro Shun Heir's body inflicted by flying debris. Concealing his presence, Kamiya Kiyoi cautiously approached Ginsuwa's position. At this rate, you shall meet your demise here. Why not depart? It would be mutually beneficial. Ginsuwa sensed something amiss and began attempting to negotiate terms with Fushiguro Shun Heir. In response, Fushiguro regarded him with a bemused expression. Equipped with the tin reverse blade, Shun Heir was both offensive and defensive, rendering Ginsuwa incapable of a swift kill. Should this transaction succeed, it would afford him ample resources for an extended period of indulgence. Ginsuwa seethed. He had never lacked wealth, yet he did not possess an abundance. His constraints were glaringly apparent, preventing him from engaging in lucrative enterprises. Clearly, this was a form of restraint, a limitation on his soul-possessing abilities, ensuring that such pronounced traits would not diminish even with the loss of his corporeal form. Suddenly, a colossal sense of crisis surged forth. Ginsuwa felt death beckoning him. A chilling tremor coursing through him. Run. Within the smoke, Kamiya Kiyoi, having drawn near enough, did not hesitate to activate instantaneous step. 2 bolts of black lightning erupted from his shoulders, resembling dark wings. His fist clenched tightly as immense cursed energy surged forth. Instant step. I shall strike you down. Double bones. A chilling voice echoed from the side, plunging Xian Su into an abyss of ice, as if he were witnessing the presence of his great-grandmother. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a surge of energy, akin to a spacecraft's ejection seat, propelling his consciousness skyward. 2 fists, enveloped in black lightning, gently made contact with the corporeal form. Bang! A soft sound resonated, and the physical body disintegrated into a mist of blood. Subsequently, a cataclysmic roar erupted, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, as a radius of hundreds of meters transformed into dust in an instant. A colossal shockwave surged forward, crushing countless particles of earth, extending to the horizon beyond sight. Exhilarating. With a refreshing spirit, Kiyoshi Kamitani brushed off the dust from his attire. Under such circumstances, Jinso had no time to awaken the cursed womb. Any hesitation, even for a mere 0.01 seconds, could lead to death. As for the payment, would it be in cash or via card? The approaching Fushiguro Zenin began to tally the expenses quite literally. Fushiguro Zenin, indeed, lived up to the reputation of being Fushiguro Megumi's father, both sharing a remarkable degree of obliviousness. While I certainly intended to compensate you, I never implied that I would refrain from striking you after the payment. It was merely a courtesy for the future Fushiguro Megumi. Please wait a moment and convey a message for me. Huh, so he sent you with this bill to find me? Wataru Gojo and his companion were still engaged in playful antics with Tenri Naoko when Fushiguro Zenin easily sought them out. Wataru Gojo, the head of the Gojo family, was indeed quite affluent. Along with him came a letter, which, by the way, also required payment. The letter contained but a single word, come. It seemed Kiyoshi was in trouble. Gojo handed the letter to Suguru Geto, who took a glance at it. It was highly probable that a significant issue had arisen in Kyushu Island. Wataru, after we conclude the Star Plasma Vessel mission, we should promptly head there. Okay. Wataru Gojo gestured an OK sign, suddenly recalling something, and turned his gaze towards Fushiguro Zenin, removing his sunglasses to reveal the shimmering brilliance of his 6 eyes. Are you interested in taking on another commission? Although the correspondence from Wataru and his companion was brief, Kiyoshi Kamitani had indeed sent out numerous letters. While managing her company affairs, Mimi received an encrypted letter addressed personally to her. Upon opening the envelope, she discovered a series of events and an invitation to Kyushu Island for a significant discussion. Skimming through the content, she initially regarded it as a mere story until she reached a long string of numbers at the end, which finally brought a smile to her face. Ready to depart. In Kyoto, a striking woman with golden hair also received a letter. After glancing through it several times, she tossed it aside. Despite the lengthy discourse, it failed to reveal her preference for women. Such a dull little boy. Special grade sorcerer. Yuki Tsukumo. Even as she uttered this, she began to pack her belongings, unaware of the profound impact Kiyoshi Kamitani's letter had on her. Simultaneously, several renowned and powerful sorcerers across the nation received the same letter. Some were moved, while others remained indifferent. Nevertheless, the entire sorcery community was suddenly stirred into a tempest. Would the sorcery world undergo transformation as a result? Yuria Shindo set down the letter he held, his tinted goggles obscuring his gaze, while outside, the moonlight shone resplendently. Yuji, what are you doing? Beside him, a companion gently tapped Yuji Itadori, signaling him to pass the ball. Regaining his focus, Itadori leaped powerfully, gripping the basketball as he soared through the air, executing a stunning dunk with a resounding thud. The net even seemed to emit wisps of smoke from the intensity of the moment. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave now, goodbye. With a wave, Itadori departed, leaving his friends in a state of astonishment. Hey, what's the matter with you? Nobara Kujisaki inquired, gently patting Maki's head as she noticed her in a daze. Maki shook her head, picked up the basket of groceries she was carrying, and followed Nobara home. The precocious Nobara looked at Maki with concern, fearing that the fatherless Maki might grapple with psychological issues. Is this the infamous Kujisaki? A soothing voice from Saori roused the daydreaming Nobara, who turned to see Saori gazing at her in curiosity. I apologize, I don't know why, but I was momentarily lost in thought. Let us disregard that. Saori, shall we continue? Yuta, what are you doing? Rika pinched Yuta Okatsu's hand. Her face puffed up in annoyance. They were out shopping. After all, it was a rare outing. Yuta's expression was troubled, and he couldn't quite articulate the sensation. Noticing his discomfort, Rika promptly reached out to touch his head. Yuta, has something happened? I can't quite explain it, Rika. It feels as if something has shifted. Or perhaps something ominous is on the verge of emerging. Yuta Okatsu seemed to glimpse something elusive, yet indistinct. Stop overthinking it. You must have had a poor night's sleep last night, Rika reassured him. Yuta nodded, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. After all, today was a date with Rika. Such scenes unfolded in countless places, with Aoi to do, Toge Inumaki, and the Zenin sisters among many others sensing subtle changes, indistinct and unclear, leaving them all perplexed. We should be on our way soon. By the way, Gojo, are you all right? Suguru Geto patted Satoru Gojo's shoulder. Ever since he took on Riko Amanai, Gojo had not closed his 6 eyes. I'm perfectly fine. I am indeed formidable. When it comes to banter, Gojo was undoubtedly a master of the sorcerer world. Geto hesitated, wanting to ask about her thoughts. What are you planning to ask her? Gojo interrupted. If she declines, I will take her back. But how? Is there something that I cannot achieve that you can? Gojo's azure eyes were both commanding and exquisite. Geto's lips curled into a smile, which soon erupted into a hearty laugh. What are you laughing at? Satoru Gojo found himself momentarily shaken by the laughter directed at him. Could it be that his earlier display of bravado had come off as comical? A joyful memory surfaced in his mind. What joyous memory, one might ask. Suguru Geto wiped the corner of his eye, on the verge of tears from laughter. It struck me as amusing. Recalling how he had previously declared that protecting the weak was the most despicable act. Gojo, unperturbed, feigned ignorance. Geto composed himself and turned to Gojo, inquiring, what does it feel like to protect them? A smile crept across Gojo's lips, exuding an effortless charm. Not too shabby, he replied. So, you 1T stop me then? What you just said reflects my own thoughts. Geto burst into laughter once more. Gojo delivered a playful elbow jab, causing him to gasp for breath. Let us take her back then. If any issues arise afterward, what shall we do? We shall resolve them, Geto responded. You often proclaim that we are the strongest duo. Don't you, Gojo? Then it's settled. They exchanged playful fist bumps, reveling in their camaraderie. Meanwhile, beneath the cursed womb, Seiji Kamiyama sat cross-legged, surrounded by several formidable sorcerers. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as everyone awaited the unfolding events. Each newcomer would furrow their brow, casting a glance at the cursed womb above before silently finding a place to sit. Gradually, the number of attendees swelled. In the distance, countless cursed spirits were hastening toward the source, not to support their new king, but rather to seize the opportunity to devour it. Along the route to Fukuoka City, it was common to witness skirmishes between sorcerers and cursed spirits, with passing sorcerers lending a hand when necessary. What a lively scene it was. Yuki Tsukumo spotted the large gathering from afar. Regardless of the reasons for their presence, be it for wealth or fame, no one wished to witness the curse reigning over humanity. From Kamiyama's observations during this period, the strength of the cursed womb had reached an alarmingly terrifying level. Was it 23 or 24 fingers of Sukuna? Surely, the heavens had bestowed a significant portion of the cursed world's power upon it. Sukuna might very well be at risk of starvation. Everyone understood that this battle would undoubtedly be a legendary conflict. Regardless of the outcome, it would shape the landscape of the sorcery realm for decades to come. As time slowly passed, Fushiguro Megumi, Zenin Maki, Suguru Geto, and Satoru Gojo took their positions. At this point, the power of the majority of the sorcery realm had converged. In the sky, the aura of the cursed womb intensified. Around them, countless cursed spirits awaited with keen eyes. The legendary battle was on the brink of eruption. Boom. No one could ascertain from which direction it had begun, but in the tense standoff on the battlefield, even the slightest disturbance was akin to a spark igniting an entire haystack. A multitude of cursed spirits began to rampage, attempting to breach the core area. However, the sorcerers stationed on the periphery effortlessly dispatched large swathes of them. Their numbers held no significance against sorcerers of such caliber. Those who could receive correspondence from Kiyoshi Kamiyama were, at the very least, special-grade sorcerers. Suddenly, a profound sense of oppression emanated from the eastern quadrant. An oppressive aura that caused many sorcerers to furrow their brows. A special-grade cursed spirit. Moreover, one that could move freely, even from a considerable distance. The overwhelming pressure could be felt, prompting several sorcerers from the core area to rise and head towards the east. Generally speaking, special-grade sorcerers possess strength surpassing that of their equivalent cursed spirits, enabling them to easily exorcise such entities. Yet, how many special-grade sorcerers are there? In most cases, it takes multiple first-grade sorcerers to expel a special-grade cursed spirit. Suguru Geto glanced at Yuki Tsukumo, who merely shook her head. Given the current circumstances, they had no choice but to place their trust in one another. Indeed, special-grade cursed spirits emerged from the south, west, and north, with some locations even hosting more than one. The surging oppressive sensation transformed what was once a radiant day into a scene of dark clouds, the sky gradually dimming. Of course, the most terrifying aspect was the cursed womb. It could neither be attacked nor touched, leaving people helplessly watching as its aura grew ever stronger. The negative energy flooding in from all directions was devoured without mercy. Who could claim that these cursed spirits lacked a desire for survival? If it continued to consume at this rate, the curses would soon have nothing left to feed upon. Sorcerers in the core area rose one by one to provide support. Leaving the center increasingly sparse, even Maki had ventured towards a particularly challenging direction for assistance. Ultimately, only Kiyoshi Kamiyama, Yuki Tsukumo, Satoru Gojo, Suguru Geto, Megumi Fushiguro, and a handful of powerful sorcerers with subtle auras remained, totaling 9 individuals. The departing sorcerers believed in their strength, entrusting their lives to these few. As the cursed energy in the air thickened, the energy enveloping the cursed womb began to dissipate, revealing an oppressive presence that was nearly suffocating. It has come. All those in the core area, including Kiyoshi Kamiyama, fixated on the rapidly growing cursed womb. Flesh writhed as the cursed womb's arms spread wide, its muscular limbs exuding formidable strength. Each of its 6 fingers gleamed with a metallic sheen, its nails hard and sharp. The legs extended, the thighs clearly defined like solid rock, and the upper body gradually took form, showcasing a robust physique with a face adorned with a green complexion and jagged fangs. Elongated canines protruding from either corner of its mouth. Whoosh! A crimson streak shot forth with incredible speed, a velocity so swift that it was nearly impossible to react. The powerful penetrating force swiftly pierced through the cursed spirit's body. Blood manipulation technique. Bloodshed, penetrating blood. Before the cursed spirit could fully manifest, an attack had already been launched, and this technique, coupled with an unprecedented level of offensive strength, belonged to the most formidable among the three prominent families. The Kamo family's first-grade sorcerer, Kamiya Satoru. As the assault was initiated, the others were far from idle. Kamiya Kiyoi brandished his blade, the sharp energy slicing through the air, while Suguru Geto extended his left hand, gathering a formidable surge of cursed energy, unleashing a ferocious beam. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of ranged attacks had reached the cursed spirit's visage. Buzz! The cursed spirit, with an impassive expression, emanated a silent wave from its azure form, sweeping across the battlefield. In an instant, all incoming attacks were redirected, hurtling back towards the group. With a swift motion, Seiji Kamitani vanished from his original position, while Satoru Gojo activated his technique to teleport, prompting the others to utilize their abilities to escape quickly. A resounding explosion echoed, as the terrifying energy rebounded, uprooting a vast expanse of earth and sending dust swirling into the air. Was the technique a mere rebound? No, it seemed rather different. Could it be a Tengu? A middle-aged man murmured in contemplation, identifying himself as Daisuke Kazuta, a grade 1 sorcerer. The group turned their attention to him, and he continued. The Tengu is a widely known figure in Japanese folklore, characterized by its ability to reverse and invert. I once encountered a statue of it on Kyushu Island, which bore a striking resemblance to this cursed spirit. Reverse and invert? Perhaps it is not merely a cursed spirit, but a demon deity. As the group pondered their next move, a claw stealthily approached Katsuhiko Kamo's back, causing him to stand on edge, as if plunged into a frigid abyss. It was over. A soft snap echoed, and Kamo's figure vanished completely. Not far away, a burly man in a black suit was forming a seal. Curse technique. Phantom shift. This technique allows for enforced teleportation of oneself or others, executed by the grade 1 sorcerer, Takakuma Akira. The group regained their focus. The Tengu had, unbeknownst to them, positioned itself behind where Katsuhiko Kamo had stood, its gaping wound in the chest now mysteriously healed. Yet, Kamo's bloodshed had likely provoked its wrath. Such speed. Kamo was drenched in cold sweat. He had narrowly avoided death. A white figure swiftly arrived behind the Tengu, delivering a powerful right punch that struck the creature's azure form, producing a dull thud. However, the Tengu remained unfazed, turning instead to execute a sweeping claw attack. Satoru Gojo's gaze was icy, as he neither flinched nor retreated. With a crack, Fushiguro Megumi appeared directly in front of the Tengu, wielding the Soul Eater blade, a manifestation of Takakuma Akira's phantom shift. Without hesitation, Fushiguro raised his blade to strike. The claw approached Gojo's face but began to slow down, ultimately coming to a complete halt, unable to make contact. Meanwhile, the Soul Eater blade was perilously close to the Tengu's form. A peculiar wave of energy surged forth. The Soul Eater blade began to retract, the more force Fushiguro exerted. The further the blade moved from the Tengu, a faint snap resonated as Seiji Kamitani arrived at the Tengu's flank, two black lightning wings sprouting from his back, his right fist enveloped in dark, cursed energy, radiating immense power. His ice-blue eyes were intensely focused as he prepared his 5 times amplified black flash. In the distance, Katsuhiko Kamo, poised and ready, felt his pupils constrict, blood coalescing into an exquisite point before shooting forth. Bone spear, blood penetration. A crimson line pierced through the entirety of the SHJ's body, blood splattering as Kiwa Kamiyama's powerful punch struck with tremendous force, creating an exaggerated arc in the creature's form. It expelled a large mass of mangled flesh and blood, hurtling backward as if propelled by an unseen force. Wataru Gojo raised his left hand, a sphere of terrifying gravitational energy coalescing at his fingertips, his expression grave as he aimed at the SHJ's direction. The bullet was discharged. A resounding boom echoed, drawing countless stones and soil into its vortex, as a colossal, high-velocity whirlwind erupted beside the SHJ, leaving behind a massive crater. Indeed, the opponent's technique had a cooldown period, making this the optimal moment for an offensive. Was it resolved? Was it truly so simple? No. Something felt amiss. From within the depths of the crater, a massive silhouette soared forth, the shockwave dispersing the dust in the air. The SHJ's flesh writhed slowly. And before long, The gaping wound and the significant dent in its chest vanished. It grinned wickedly, its crimson gaze fixated on Wataru Gojo, and in an instant, only an afterimage remained in its place.